Rebirth of Fortune. Chapter 1. Back to 2004. Dongzi, wake up. This is old Chen's class. Li Dong smashed his mouth, yawned half asleep and said, Mr. Chen, didn't say there was a meeting today. Just finished. Li Dong had a blank, half squinting eyes steeply wide. His own bachelor, sleeping well at home, who was talking at his side, stiffening his neck and sweeping his head sideways to the side. Li Dong was instantly confused. Dongzi, what are you talking about? It's not a class meeting. This is old Chen's class. You're sleepy and confused. Wang Jie scratched his neck and didn't care that Li Dong was talking about Mr. Chen instead of old Chen. Wang Jie? Li Dong swallowed his saliva, his tone a little shocked. This is clearly their own high school desk. Wang Jie. The two graduated from high school and went their separate ways. Usually, in addition to the high school group to pull a few words of light, or almost 10 years have not seen each other. But the guy who appeared in front of him now was clearly the Wang Jie of his high school days. And how could he not be mistaken with that conspicuous watermelon head? Alright, no more nonsense with you. Old Chen is here. Wang Jie was a little annoyed with Li Dong's expression that looked as if he had eaten a turd. What stung even more was that Li Dong was staring at his hairstyle to death. And he was furious. But when he saw that the class teacher, old Chen, had already entered the classroom, he hurriedly turned around and began to listen to the lesson. Am I being reborn? Li Dong looked around in a circle, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces, and finally determined that he should have returned to his high school days. The first sensation that immediately followed was not euphoria, but pain. Li Dong murmured almost wailingly, Damn! You earlier a few months also graduated from college, hard work for 7 or 8 years before the loan to buy a house, which only live in a few days on the gone. Pid deaf father. When I think of my parents, both died of illness a few years ago, and I am a bachelor. The newly bought house does not know which. Li Dong is a burst of suffocation. Despite countless times fantasizing about how good it would be if he could do it all over again, Li Dong can't help but feel exasperated when he thinks about the new house that still smells like paint. The good thing is that when he thought that he would not have to get up early in the morning to pay back the loan, Li Dong was able to suppress the depression in his heart as if he was comforting himself. Then Li Dong's face became incredibly excited. He is reborn. What stock lottery real estate is not a floating cloud? What he wants in the future is not what, which still need to care about that close to the suburbs of the two-bedroom. Chen Guohua on the podium has long noticed Li Dong's unsteadiness, but saw that Li Dong did not have any other small actions, so he held back and did not say anything. It was not until he saw Li Dong's 5 senses distorting and muttering that Chen Guohua finally couldn't hold back and snapped. Li Dong, translate this ancient passage I just spoke. Li Dong, who was still lost in thought, his body could not help but tremble. Looking up and seeing old Chen's glaring bull's eyes, he hurriedly got up with a smile on his face and said, Teacher, I was wrong. Next I must listen carefully, study hard, try to get a good university, must not let parents and teachers disappointed. Li Dong's crackling burst of nonsense not only let Chen Guohua dumbfounded, the other students in the class was also thundered outside. At this time, the style of learning is not as open as in later generations. Teachers are serious, students are obedient. Li Dong's shameless performance makes the crowd jaw-dropping. Then there was a burst of laughter. Tablemate Wang Jie was stimulated by the sight of the crowd and wanted to dig a hole in the ground, twisted his face and tugged hard on Li Dong, which made Li Dong stop his mouth with intent. See, the crowd has not returned to God. Li Dong cannot help but bristle. This is where to wear. He at least did 7 or 8 years of sales, but also won 3 consecutive months of sales champion. Bull ************************** bull ******** on an hour are not repeated. As for the student, period of shyness and coyness has long been unknown to be thrown into which nook and cranny to go, if not relying on this mouth to fool. Their own a poor second generation which can afford the down payment also bought a small car. Chen Guohua obviously did not expect Li Dong so thick-skinned. Originally thought of reprimanding a few sentences, but Li Dong just sentences introspection and self-reproach. Want to scold people, do not know where to scold from. Holding a bellyful of fire with no place to send it. Seeing that the classroom discipline was in disarray, he endured the fire and grunted. Alright, sit down. There are only 2 months until the college entrance exam. Everyone has to be responsible for their own future. That latter statement was clearly meant to be. Of course, Li Dong, who had a face as thick as iron, naturally would not take it to heart. The admonishment in Chen Guohua's words did not concern Li Dong. What he paid attention to was Chen Guohua's words that there were only 2 months before the college entrance examination. Li Dong remembered that his college entrance exam was in 2004, which meant that it was now around April of 2004. What's more pitiful is that I have to take the college entrance examination again. Thinking that in my last life I got up early in the morning and in the dark and ended up only getting a second-year college entrance examination. And now I have to take it again and it's even more pitiful. In the social crawling so many years, the knowledge on the books do not know where to forget. This short 2 months' time they cannot have the ability to take a second degree. Li Dong has not thought of their own rebirth, will not go to school. Not for anything else. Just for the parents tired to provide their own education, they cannot let them down. Li family is not what rich people. Li Dong parents in the county market rented a small stall to sell aquatic products. 2 or 3 o'clock at night every day to go out into the goods. 8 or 9 o'clock at night to close the stall's home. All year round except for the first day of the first month of the few days to rest, almost no free time. The two families are tired all year round is to hope that Li Dong can get into a good university. And later find a good job and marry a good wife. Usually, you can't afford to buy a boxed lunch for lunch. But you bring rice from home in the morning and eat it with pickles. In the last life, the old couple, tired more than a decade of frugality, also saved some money. Ready to stay to Li Dong buy a house to marry a wife. But unfortunately the calculation is still not expected to the old couple's own body exhausted. At that time Li Dong has just graduated from the university soon. The two old people have been found to be suffering from serious illnesses. The results of the family's savings all hitched, not to mention the last Li Dong, even the county's old house, were sold for the old couple of medical treatment. But unfortunately, the parents were finally unable to go to the successive. The two old men have worked all their lives and have not enjoyed a day of happiness. Before leaving, but also said with tears in their eyes that I am sorry Li Dong did not leave half a bit of savings, not to mention that even the life of the house are sold, so that Li Dong has become a lonely ghost. Thinking of these, Li Dong cannot help but a burst of heartache, and then thought of his own rebirth back. Finally have a chance to make amends. This life cannot let mom and dad suffer again, not to mention let them leave them early. In the social mixing of the years, Li Dong, although it seems to be flowery mouth, but who can feel the sense of loneliness all the time? The parents left a few years after Li Dong, really as the parents before the death of the worry, became a lonely ghost wandering in the bustling city. No one knows that the strong Li Dong in front of people in the New Year's Eve family reunion days in front of his parents' grave crying, several times almost cried out. In his last life, Li Dong felt most sorry for his parents. But unfortunately, the deceased has passed away, and there is no chance to make up for it if he wants to. Now that God has taken pity on him and allowed him to do it again, Li Dong naturally wants to fulfill his parents' wishes. Examining a good university is the first thing that Li Dong is going to do. The previous life of Li Dong, although the examination is not good, but he remembered that he received the notice of the university on the day of the old couple laughed, tears came out. I am afraid that is the happiest time of their lives. This kind of happiness was more important than how much money he had earned, and Li Dong certainly would not deprive his parents of their happiness and joy. It is difficult to say that it is not difficult to fulfill this wish. The memories are fuzzy, but the college entrance exam is a big hurdle in life. Li Dong did not have the ability to remember the year's college entrance examination questions across more than 10 years, but some of the questions, as long as they are seriously from a variety of books and materials, to find some impression. These 2 months and then eat some hard serious review, not to say that the test is much better, to maintain the level of the last life or not difficult. Thinking of this, Li Dong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and next began to walk away thinking about all sorts of messy things. Reborn, first thing to do. Do not need to be taught no to make money. No money how to let parents enjoy happiness. No money how to find a good wife to live a good life. Although money is not everything, but no money is never. What will make money in 2004? Stocks? Sorry, in his past life, Li Dong did not contact, and did not have the capital to contact. In addition to knowing that the 10-cent apple will rise, in addition to other things, do not understand anything. A lottery ticket? Ahem. Even if Li Dong has bought quite a few and dreamed of getting rich overnight, who in their right mind would remember what the last first prize was, let alone a lottery ticket from more than 10 years ago? Thinking about buying a house, appreciation is a sure thing, but unfortunately, the house price is cheap, but also need to capital. No capital to do nothing. Thinking of this, Li Dong bites, the teeth are sour. Their previous life can be really waste, run for many years of sales in addition to a mouth what have not learned. The good thing is that these days there are many opportunities, as long as you find your own direction. Not to mention the richest tycoon or something, it should not be too difficult to be rich and famous. With this thought, Li Dong mood relaxed again, looked up and swept a glance at Chun Guohua, who was still chanting. His thoughts drifted further and further away, and then there was a burst of darkness. Of course, this time Li Dong didn't cross over, but was hypnotized to sleep. Dongzi, wake up! Wang Jia patted Li Dong's shoulder. School is over. Old Chen's face was green when he was leaving. Your kid has a big heart. Li Dong rubbed his sleepy eyes and said with disinterest, "Anyway, we'll graduate from high school in 2 months. And it's not like old Chen is going to eat anyone." Said picked up his school bag and got up to go. When he was leaving he patted Wang Jie's watermelon head and said with a smile, "Watermelon head. Good omen. Ha ha ha." Wang Jie faced blankly touching his head. Until Li Dong left this only back to God cursed, "Watermelon your great master. Next time to call me watermelon head hammer you to death. Ha ha ha." There was a roar of laughter from the classroom. The faraway Li Dong cannot help but feel that youth is really good. Chapter 2, Old Hatred. Dongzi, wait for me. Facing the setting sun just out of the school gate, Li Dong was shouted to stop. Turned to look. But the same live in a neighborhood of junior high school classmates Wei Yuan. The two families live in the same neighborhood, coupled with junior high school classmates. High school, although not the same class, is not too far apart. Wei Yuan in Li Dong's next class. When he saw Wei Yuan, Li Dong's eyes narrowed into a slit at the corners of his eyes and said smilingly, "Chairman of the committee, it's been a long time since I've seen you. Asterisk 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 you. I even ate with you in the cafeteria at noon. Where's the long time no see?" Wei Yuan also did not care that Li Dong called his nickname. Anyway, his own nickname is overbearing and overwhelming. Compared to Li Dong's nickname can be much better. Ha! Li Dong smiled and did not explain. He indeed had not seen Wei Yuan for a long time. In his last life, since his parents died, plus the old house sold, Li Dong is afraid of touching the scene for a long time, have not been to the old neighborhood where he grew up, and naturally there is no opportunity to meet with Wei Yuan again. Wei Yuan of course does not know what Li Dong thought, gasping for breath to go forward on Li Dong's shoulders and laughed, "Go, anxious to go home why? Anyway, your parents have not come back. Let's go to the internet cafe to play a few. Yesterday was abused by a person miserable." There was still some difference between the first school at this time and later. There was no mandatory evening study hall for students. Generally students who live in the county are allowed to skip school study halls, and teachers won't refuse as long as their parents agree. Li Dong and Wei Yuan both were not the kind of school bully. Naturally they would not choose to go to school to suffer, so they had a lot of free time at night. As for the meaning of Wei Yuan's words, Li Dong understands. This time the network game is not as much as the later generations. Now the most popular is the Legend in CS. Wei Yuan and Li Dong play CS. Usually Li Dong's parents back late. Wei Yuan's parents work home late. The two idle like to go to the internet cafe over a few addiction. If Li Dong was still the old Li Dong, he would have definitely answered today. But the current Li Dong does not have the heart to play this with Wei Yuan. Hammered Wei Yuan's chest. Li Dong laughed, "Do not go. Will soon be the college entrance examination. Did not have the heart to play this. You kid also peaceful a few months. If the college entrance examination is not good, your parents that cannot pass. Cut. Dongzi, when did you become so timid? What are you afraid of? We are a middle school. Even if we close our eyes and take a bachelor's degree, it's not a problem." Wei Yuan bullish. A picture of not putting the college entrance examination in the eyes of Li Dong caused Li Dong to laugh. "Blow it off you. Watch out for your parents' mixed doubles." Li Dong scoffed at Wei Yuan's pretense. Although first middle school was good, it wasn't as good as that anymore. It's only a first school in a small inland county, and undergraduate degrees at this point aren't as good as they will be a few years from now. To say that their class is a key class, the undergraduate promotion rate is naturally not low, but Wei Yuan, this guy is the ordinary class. Want to take the undergraduate examination cannot be so easy. Remember the last life of this guy only ended up on the college. Almost not killed by his parents, but the words to the line, mixing society for many years. Li Dong naturally understand that too little is too late. They are not Wei Yuan parents. There is no need to be suspicious. Wei Yuan see Li Dong not go, anxious to go to the internet cafe. Revenge of the mind also faded a lot. Thought of a cheap laugh. Okay, then today we'll not go to the internet cafe. Let's go to block Qin Yuhan Hao. Looking at Wei Yuan, a picture of interest. Li Dong face full of black lines. Qin Yuhan, this name he is engraved in the bones of the lifelong unforgettable. Trying to remember someone, and a woman at that, etched in your memory is generally either a deep love or a big hate. As for Qin Yuhan, who was naturally the latter, that was Li Dong's lifelong shame, and he had not been able to forget this niece until he was reborn and came back. Of course, whether there is a former factor in this is anyone's guess. Anyway, beautiful girls are memorized by anyone. Even though he had not seen Qin Yuhan for more than 10 years, Li Dong still could not forget the other party's delicate face. Going online, Li Dong is not interested, but if he can catch Qin Yuhan spanking, Li Dong is fine with it. Speaking of his last life, after living for 30 years, there were not many women who could leave traces in his heart. but Qin Yuhan had to be counted as one of them. And sometimes he would unconsciously think about it when it was late at night. Naturally, the withdrawn man will only think about it but never attach to the mouth. After graduating from the university, never dared to contact Qin Yuhan again. Whether it is low self-esteem or loneliness, the Qin Yuhan in her last life had a master's degree and stayed on to teach at a famous domestic university. So the obvious gap is obviously not something that Li Dong can hope for. No 2 words. Not waiting for Wei Yuan to speak, Li Dong dragged Wei Yuan while running. Let's hurry. The first few times did not block. This time we cannot let her get away. Inside an alley on the south side of the first middle school. This is the way Qin Yuhan must go home. Li Dong's eyes were sharp, and he glared at the girl in front of him with a pretense of ferocity. Qin Yuhan, as his name suggests, his parents should have counted on their daughter's future growth not being bad when they came up with the name. The little girl was so long and watery that one could not wait to take her in one's arms and pamper her. But don't be deceived by her appearance. In Li Dong's eyes, this girl is a cunning little fox. Li Dong and Wei Yuan had blocked Qin Yuhan dozens of times before and after, dating back to a few years ago, but had never taken advantage of this girl, and had suffered a lot of losses. At this moment, Qin Yuhan blinked her eyes and locked eyes with Li Dong, saying with an innocent face, "Li Dong, you've gained weight and are a bit in my way." "Humph, cut the crap. Yu Dong is not the rookie he used to be. This time I will avenge the humiliation of that year." Li Dong's heart is pleased. He is not the previous rash, which will still be this girl. 3 words to flirt with the dizzy. "Li Dong, you are a manly man. You are not going to bully a girl, are you?" Qin Yuhan put on a scared look and looked at Li Dong timidly. "Come on, I thought your Dong's whole life was ruined by you back then, and this hatred will never end." Li Dong grunted and grunted. His eyes secretly skimmed over the girl in front of him, and sighed in his heart. It is really a red face. No wonder he was so easily fooled before. I am afraid that in his heart, he is also willing to be fooled. Right, Qin Yuhan, not to mention Dong Zi, even I, an outsider, can't stand to watch. You've gone too far, causing Dong Zi to be called a bald bird for 3 years. Get out. Wei Yuan was ruthlessly interrupted by Li Dong before he could finish his sentence. This asshole, which pot is not a pot. Pig teammates said this kind of person. Pot. Opposite the Qin Yuhan also cannot pretend. Heard Wei Yuan words suddenly laugh flower twigs. Chest too small duo also microwave ripples up. See Li Dong 2 people straight gulp saliva. She and Li Dong Wei Yuan are junior high school classmates. Said Li Dong, and Li Dong has nothing to go through the deep hatred. But it was then that Li Dong had just started junior high school, leathery and powerful, often bullying the girls in the class. Boys bully girls generally like peacocks just to get their attention. And the prettier the girl, the more she is bullied. Qin Yuhan was long and cute and unusual, and had been bullied by Li Dong not once or twice. Later on, he was really angry and merely threw a fake snake made of bamboo, and when Li Dong went to the toilet. Li Dong was most afraid of this kind of mollusk since he was a child, and it was too late to distinguish between the real and the fake, and the result was naturally that his pants could not even be lifted before he ran out. Who knew that outside the restroom gathered almost all the students in the class? Needless to say, naturally they were called by Qin Yuhan to watch the joke together. Just on the first year of junior high school, Li Dong little kid A, development than other students is still slightly later. White tender penis on the natural bare piece. I do not know which lack of morals, shouted bald bird. Since the junior high school 3 years, this nickname is accompanied by Li Dong through until the high school period. Everyone is unfamiliar with no one to mention. Thinking of these, Li Dong is a handful of bitter tears. Because of this nickname, their junior high school 3 years do not say good first love. Until the graduation of junior high school class, female classmates also privately called him bald bird, which would like to come to a good first love with him. Of course, back then, if Qin Yuhan was willing to have a wonderful first love with Li Dong, I think Li Dong probably wouldn't have grudged it. See Li Dong face black with the bottom of the pot like. Qin Yuhan laughs on the air, hastily waved his hand and said, Li. Ha, Li Dong, how many years ago? You a big man is still so vindictive. Interesting. I've long since forgotten about this thing. Of course you hate to forget. It's not like you're the one who lost face. Li Dong hated his teeth. These years you have blocked me dozens of times. The man remembered the grudge to you. This is not easy. Look at our almost college entrance exams. Later to see a side is not easy. So let's say, I let you be to forget. After we are still good friends. How? Ha ha, said Qin Yuhan and cannot help but laugh out loud. Seeing Qin Yuhan tied his hands, Li Dong stared at the little girl as small. Stupid. Should he go up to touch? Nope. A couple of slaps in the face for revenge. However, when his line of sight swept over to Qin Yuhan's smirking look, Li Dong's old face slightly reddened and he gave a dry cough. He mumbled, I won't argue with you. Am I that kind of stingy man? Your brother Dong. But you've seen all of me. So if I can't find a daughter-in-law in the future, I'll look for you. Go to hell. Who saw you? Besides, even if you see it, I'm not the only one. The whole class can see it at that time. Ha ha ha, said Qin Yuhan, who couldn't hold back her laughter again. Lazy and this girl in general. Earlier said that revenge is actually but holding the mind to see the beauty to block people. Now the beauty to see. Li Dong naturally did not have the mind to calculate again. Li Dong secretly said that he is not ashamed to be a gentleman. Pretending to be generous, forget it. This time to find you is not to find you revenge. This is not looking at the college entrance examination. I think we at least a friendship. Qin Yuhan, you are ready to test which school. East brother think about going. The future also cover you. Qin Yuhan's small mouth was slightly open, but Wei Yuan behind her was full of disdain. Skimming his lips, Qin Yuhan is in the top 10 of the whole year every time she takes an exam. And the last time you were 420 in your grade. Li Dong's old face was slightly red, but it was good that it was not too conspicuous. And it was only then that he remembered that Qin Yuhan later went to the Capital Normal University, which was 100 times better than his own third-rate university. In his heart, he conceded, but on his mouth, he said, that's because I'm low-key, and I used to take the exams low on purpose, so I'll let you guys be surprised when the college entrance exams are over. Cut. Qin Yuhan and the two of them are disdainful. Young boys and girls do not have overnight enmity. A few words of effort to laugh and scolding to go home. Even Li Dong didn't care if he had come here for revenge. Anyway, he had come this way dozens of times before. Who cares about petty chicken feuds when you can travel with a beautiful woman? Chapter 3, Meeting Again. After bidding farewell to Wei Yuan and Qin Yuan, and walking to the door of the long-lost old house, Li Dong was a little bit close to home. In his previous life, he hadn't been here himself since his parents passed away. Opened the door of the house. The old two-bedroom hut. Obsolete furniture furnishings. But hooked Li Dong's soul. The intimate flavor fascinated him. Taking a deep breath, it was clear that his busy parents hadn't had much time to clean the house. And the house, which had been raining for the last 2 days, had a faint musty smell. Take off his jacket. Go to the bathroom to get a basin of water. Li Dong picked up a rag and began to clean up. This moment he was extraordinarily happy. Not the slightest feeling of tiredness. When the inside and outside of the house were refreshed, Li Dong also collapsed on the sofa in exhaustion to catch his breath. After squinting for a short while, there was a rustle of keys clinking outside the door. Li Dong looked up at the wall clock. It was already 8:30. It was mom and dad coming back. Pushed the door to enter is Li father Li Chang Yuan. This year just 45 Li Chang Yuan, then the actual age looks a little older. Often do not see the son's face with a trace of unhealthy pallor. Li Chang Yuan looked at the brand new house apparently unprepared. Eyes showed a touch of surprise. Then turned to change shoes. Chao Fong laughed. Wife, are we going to the wrong door? Li Dong's mom Chao Fong sniffed and looked up. Saw half leaning on the sofa son's face full of tears. Couldn't help but snicker. It's not wrong to go. It's just that our son is tired of crying. Ha ha ha. Li Chang Yuan froze and swept a glance at Li Dong to burst out laughing. Li Dong embarrassedly wiped away the tears in the corner of his eyes. Watching his departed parents once again live in front of him, even if he had expected it, it still gave him a great shock. Previously, no matter whether it is to see the teacher or classmates, the most he can do is to lament a few times. But looking at the closest relatives alive, Li Dong this really feel the happiness of living a new life. Dad. Mom. Li Dong's tone was slightly choked, but he quickly covered it up by saying, I'm hungry. Did you bring food back? Brought it? Knew you must not have eaten it. Chao Fong rambled a few times. Will be in the hands of the meal took out. While walking and read, for you to fry 2 dishes. The family also has eggs and tomatoes. I'll go to do a soup for you. Remember to eat early next time. Don't save money to go to the internet cafe. Internet are almost the college entrance exams also do not let us save a little bit of heart. The nagging voice that he was tired of during his teenage years was so kind at the moment. Li Dong squinted his eyes to enjoy the long-lost warmth, and pouted like a child. Mom, I like the soup you made the most. Make some more. I haven't had it in a long time. Oh, the brat just knows how to coax the old lady. The day before yesterday made you a big pot, you drank a spoonful and poured. The mother in the kitchen began to get busy. Tired day. Li Chang Yuan leaned on the sofa. His face showed a touch of fatigue. Dongzi, after a while will be the college entrance examination. This time to eat some bitter exam a good university. In the future don't be like me, can only sell fish and shrimp. The previously Dong was most impatient with his father saying this, but at this moment was meekly said, I know, Dad. You can rest assured. Not to mention the famous brand Focus, the examination of a bachelor's degree is certainly no problem. Ha ha, that's good. Your dad suffered the disadvantage of being poorly educated back then, or else he'd be a billionaire by now. Without interrupting his father's bragging, one of his few hobbies, he listened in silence, gently knocking on his father's hunched back, and in a short while he heard the sound of subtle snoring. He was so tired that he had to go out every night at 2 or 3 o'clock to get in. Aquatic and other business is different. A one-time purchase of more than sell to die. That can be a loss of business. Small business cannot afford to toss, can only choose the day to sell the same day into the goods. Then the stall opens at 5 or 6 in the morning and is busy all day long, 10 years in a row. And there are few businesses more exhausting than this one. Chow Fong made soup and came out to call away the sleeping father, because they had to get up early. The two of them simply washed up and went into the house to sleep. Li Dong did not disturb them, and quietly finished his meal and drank all the soup before rubbing his stomach and letting out a long sigh of relief. Without throwing the dishes and leaving them as usual, Li Dong cleaned the dishes before entering his room. Pick up the long-lost books Li Dong seriously review, although many years do not touch the books, but after all, the foundation is in. Coupled with the more mature thinking of adults, simply read over the feeling than before easier to accept this knowledge. Li Dong then slightly relieved, although his mouth said a lot, but to say that he was not worried that was a lie. Now it seems that he still has hope, until it was late at night. Looking at the time it was almost 2 o'clock. Li Dong then put down his books and lay down to sleep. It had been many years since he had slept so peacefully, and Li Dong woke up the next morning feeling solid and content. My parents had already left the house. The food was warming in the rice cooker, and $100 was left on the table. Li Dong did not pretend. Now he did not have the capital to refuse his parents to give. Before he did not earn money, he is not qualified to let his parents give up this hard work that sustains the family's life. After a hasty breakfast, Li Dong carried his backpack toward the school, but on the way was thinking about how to make a quick buck, at least enough to make his parents give up the current aquatic business. Thinking about half a day Li Dong did not make sense. If there is a capital is good. He still has a lot of ideas in his heart can make a fortune, but touching his own pocket, together with the 100 given by parents in the morning, and used to go to the internet cafe often also have no balance. Total assets of $134.05. This money is not enough for what? Reborn people also had troubles, and apparently the current Li Dong was more annoyed. Between the need to study for a better university and the urgency to improve the family's life so mom and dad don't have to work so hard, it doesn't seem as easy as I thought it would be. To the school Li Dong also did not have a complete thought, until Wang Jia inadvertently a sentence this only let Li Dong have a little idea. Dongzi, how about we go to Oriental Square tonight? It's not easy to take a day off tomorrow, so let's go out tonight and have some fun for a change. Oriental Plaza. Li Dong's eyes glistened slightly. Dongping County was located inland and did not develop quickly, and the urban area was not large. However, the Oriental Plaza's bustling bustle is no less than some second and third tier cities. When I do not know which leader's hot-headed performance project has now become the entire Dongping County urban people's after-dinner leisure place. The place is brightly lit at night, especially in the summer, and is even more noisy all night long, with people coming and going as much as in some big cities, especially the nearby gathering of several small commodity markets and pedestrian streets, making the Oriental Plaza more prosperous, vaguely have the tendency to develop into the center of the county, although he had some clues. However, Li Dong had not yet considered clearly what he should do next. After thinking about it, he nodded and said, "Okay, let's go check it out tonight." Li Dong, Wang Jia, I'm going too. Don't forget to bring me along then. Chun Yu, who was sitting in front of Li Dong, couldn't help but interject when she heard the two men talking, and she, who liked to be lively, was excited to get involved. Li Dong inescapably nodded his head and responded. His interest was not too great. If it was a big beauty like Qin Yuhan he would definitely be excited, but Chun Yu could at most only be considered a small family, and could not yet attract Li Dong's attention. Men are all the same, they all look at the face. No one would mind marrying a beautiful wife if the conditions permit. As for those who can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour don't count. But Wang Jia was happy. Stretching his head in, Shen Yu began to discuss what to play at night. While talking here, Shen Yu pushed her deskmate, Yuan Shui, who was also the recognized class flower of the senior class, and said, "Xiao Shui, are you going to go tonight? Are you tired of reading all day long? You're number 1 in your class, and you're still working so hard to keep us alive." Yuan Shui lightly laughed and shook her head, not looking at Wang Jia's face of anticipation, and faintly said, I don't want to go. You guys go play. Li Dong skimmed his lips and did not make a sound. Speaking of Li Dong, this session of the senior threesome yin and yang decline. Whether it is the liberal arts class or science class or girls dominate. Not to mention the liberal arts class of Qin Yuhan, Li Dong. They are actually the science class by the girls dominate the first unbreakable. Think of it, all pathetic. Yuan Shui not only good grades, but also beautiful. Although this time there is nothing school flower class flower evaluation. But Yuan Shui is the class recognized class flower. But also in the eyes of almost all the boys in the class dream lover. Said almost because these people do not include Li Dong. It is reasonable to say that everyone loves beautiful women. Li Dong, such a small silk nature, is no exception. But I don't know how. Whether it is the teenage Li Dong or today's Li Dong do not like Yuan Shui too much. There is no contradiction between the two. But just can't get used to her high and mighty. A look of icy cleanliness. Feeling especially pretentious. Seeing Yuan Shui, Li Dong cannot help but think of Qin Yuhan. Qin Yuhan performance is also good. People are also beautiful. Although not necessarily more beautiful than Yuan Shui. But Li Dong bottom of the heart is more like Qin Yuhan some. The past life passed so many years he can sometimes remember Qin Yuhan cheeky bad smile sly look. But for a long time cannot recall Yuan Shui's appearance. Even if in Yuan Shui classmates for 3 years. And Qin Yuhan high school period but met dozens of times. Bah! Li Dong suddenly poo-pooed himself. How could he suddenly think of that bad girl Qin Yuhan? I thought that I had been a bachelor for too long. And now I was suddenly reunited with Lori. So I couldn't hide the joy in my heart. If I can really marry the bad girl home as a wife, it's quite good. At least there is a common language. Every day when I go home and look at her bad smile is also quite good. Somehow Li Dong thought far away. And a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Over here. Li Dong was immersed in his own mirth. But it didn't look like that to the onlookers anymore. Yuan Shui had just finished saying that she would not go. Li Dong suddenly bawled. And showed a bad smile of disdain. After all, she was not very old and did not yet have the sophistication of those women in society. Yuan Shui's delicate pretty face slightly darkened as she coldly said, Li Dong, what do you mean? Li Dong was interrupted in his thoughts and looked up with a blank expression. Wang Jia was slightly embarrassed and tugged on Li Dong's clothes to keep Li Dong quiet. Chapter 4, Li Dong's invitation. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Chen Yu quickly beat the horse and said, Xiao Shui, don't be general with him. This guy. No need to explain it for him. Yuan Shui saw Li Dong look unimpressed. The more she thought, the more angry. Cold voice, Li Dong. I do not know what I offended you. Several times have given me face. I owe you or what? Whether I go to play or not is my own freedom. What right do you have to give me a face? Said Yuan Shui. Eyes are red. She can be said to Li Dong has long accumulated grudges. This time is considered a complete outbreak. It is reasonable to say that even if Li Dong ignored her she would not care. After all, there are a large number of people chasing her, and there are many men to please her. But Li Dong every time he saw her as if he had a grudge, either a sneer or a grimace, coupled with the front and back table, so that she did not dare to turn around for several months, for fear of seeing Li Dong's cold face of life and death. Since childhood, almost soaked in the honey pot of Yuan Shui which can stand this, not to mention these years almost never seen to their own face of the man. It was said a little too loudly, and the eyes of the class swished all over. Especially the male students' eyes were dying to kill Li Dong, who was a little dumbfounded, as well as a little embarrassed and mortified. He didn't feel like he was wrong. Just now he wasn't thinking about Yuan Shui at all. He couldn't help it if people misunderstood him. Besides, Yuan Shui mouthed to give her face. Li Dong, that is even more wronged. Even if he did not like Yuan Shui, he would not throw his face at a beautiful woman. The key was merely that Li Dong's cold treatment contrasted with the warmth of the other male students in the class, which made Yuan Shui feel that Li Dong was giving her a face. And then look at the other girls are about to cry. Li Dong at least has the mental age of 30 years old. See the situation can only dryly said. That what? I did not mean that. Seeing Yuan Shui still glaring at him, Li Dong could only shake his head and sigh. Okay, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I'll give you a smile every day when I see you in the future. Okay. Saying that, he showed his teeth and revealed a big smile, thinking in his heart that pretty women are really troublesome. Or our family Qin Yuhan is good. And he doesn't know when Qin Yuhan will become their families. Li Dong's words with the action almost amused Yuan Shui, and the aggression in his heart also disappeared, and his anger came and went quickly. Afraid of being looked at as a joke, he also ignored Li Dong and grunted and turned his head to stop looking at Li Dong. Faulty, muttering softly, seeing that the crowd's eyes were still dead set on him, Li Dong was not afraid of them and grunted. Look, a hairy look. What's the matter? Do you want to beat me up? A one without two meat still want to compete with me or how? Your brother east from childhood to fight to the big have not egregious, not to go down to practice. Li Dong blah 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 undermined the crowd, but there were really not many who dared to get into trouble with him as a hobnail. Can go to a key class in the first high school is ultimately the majority of good students, even if there are a few mixed up in the class also do not want to be the head of the head. Li Dong is what many people know very well. Grew up playing in the vegetable market, where all three religions are present. To say what he said wasn't exactly blowing it. There hadn't really been many fights since he was a kid. To really get tangled up with Li Dong, not to mention the face does not look good. Even if you beat up Li Dong a meal and what can be done? Then you have to be careful of this guy secretly under the mulligan revenge. This is not something that has not happened. The incident was over after the teacher entered the classroom. And now that the college entrance exam was approaching, no one was thinking of making a fuss. The day's lessons passed quickly in Li Dong's absent-mindedness. And as soon as school ended Li Dong flew out of the classroom with his butt on fire. Behind him, Wang Jia hurriedly shouted, Dongzi, see you at Oriental Square at 7 o'clock. Don't forget. Got it. As the voice came, Li Dong had long since disappeared. Yuan Shui, who was packing up her books, didn't know what came to her mind and turned to Wang Jia. Where are you meeting? I'll see if I have time. If I'm not busy I'll go and have a look. If not, Li Dong said. Yuan Shui like to pretend it. Obviously want to go to say what there is no time. Our students at night and do not go to night study, where there is no time. However, Wang Jia didn't care about this. He was overjoyed when he heard this, and hurriedly said, it's at the west entrance of the first middle school to the square. Meet at 7 o'clock. Aha. Yuan Shui faintly answered and ignored Wang Jia, quickly drifting away under Wang Jia's expectant eyes. Hey, Xin Yuhan, are you going to go to Oriental Plaza together for a stroll in the evening? No go. Why? You got something going on tonight? Not even if it's fine. Li Dong, are you trying to get back at me? Xin Yuhan rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood. Yesterday we were still enemies, but today you are so attentive to call me to go play. Do you think I should go? Being attentive to nothing? You definitely don't have a good heart. Hey, Raynum, stop. Xin Yuhan uncomfortably twisted her tender white slender neck and said in disgust, I got goosebumps from calling out. Li Dong, you don't want to pick me up, do you? Said a face of suspicion staring at Li Dong fierce look. Before Li Dong although sometimes come to pester her, but generally time is a long interval, which like now 2 consecutive days have come. Li Dong laughed dryly. The old man was indeed a little bit psyched, but it was embarrassing to be looked at by someone's little girl with contemptuous eyes. Thinking that he was at least a high-end reborn person, he naturally couldn't shy away from the stage. So he said, look at what you said. You did not say yesterday that we are good friends? Good friends to go out to play, of course you have to think of you. Besides, we did not meet yesterday. A smile to end the enmity. I don't even care about it, you still remember. Careful. Cut. Xin Yuhan did not believe Li Dong's words and laughed playfully. Forget it. I don't care about you. This girl just happens to be idle, so she will reluctantly accompany you at night. Okay? I'll meet you in front of your house later. After saying this, Li Dong ran away with a happy face. And from afar Xin Yuhan seemed to see Li Dong fall down. Indeed, Li Dong, this guy unlucky, did not run far, was a stone to trip down, fell a big horse lying. But Li Dong, who is accustomed to wrestling, doesn't care, and his heart is still happy. I don't know how today is always thinking of Xin Yuhan. The old man thinking of spring is out of control, coupled with a thick skin like iron. A school will run to the alley waiting for Xin Yuhan to pass by. Invite Xin Yuhan to go out to play together is a whim. But did not expect Xin Yuhan really agreed. Li Dong excitement is justifiable. Home simply pick up some, took a shower and changed his clothes, looked in the mirror and felt as if he was a lot more handsome. Li Dong complacently carried his 134.5 out to Xin Yuhan home. Don't ask Li Dong how to know where her home is. Peer for 5 or 6 years if this do not know Li Dong even white mix. Arriving downstairs at Xin Yuhan's house. The neighborhood where Qin's house is located is slightly newer than Li Dong's house, but it is not too upscale. Small county neighborhoods can't be any more luxurious, unless those villas in the suburbs are almost as luxurious. After waiting for about 10 minutes or so, Li Dong saw Xin Yuhan change into a white sportswear, kicking her little feet and running down the stairs. This moment Li Dong is really some thumping feeling. If you say that during the day is an old man thinking of spring, this moment is a small teenager has the impulse of first love. Hey, look again, the saliva is dripping. Xin Yuhan's snickering voice woke up Li Dong, who was immersed in fantasy. Hurriedly wiped his mouth, thought about it and realized that it was inappropriate, and laughed dryly. My mouth is a little bit on fire. I will buy some fruits to go back and eat later. Put. Qin Yuhan laughed out loud. Explanation is a cover-up. This girl is as beautiful as a flower. It's only right for you to drool. Stinky. I'm so on fire. The two tossed their mouths and laughed as they walked toward Oriental Plaza. The city was not large, and it was only a 10-minute walk from Qin's house to Oriental Plaza. Soon the two of them saw Wang Jie waiting on the side of the west door. A beautiful woman like Qin Yuhan was not a stranger to Wang Jie even though she was not in the same class. Seeing that Li Dong had even invited Qin Yuhan, Wang Jie secretly could not help but stretch his thumbs in admiration. Li Dong had a smug look on his face and smilingly introduced to Qin Yuhan. This is my desk-mate Wang Jie. Just call him Watermelon Head. Hello Mr. Wang. Needless to say it must have been Li Dong who gave him the nickname. This guy loves to give people nicknames. Qin Yuhan did not shy away from the stage. Smilingly greeted Wang Jie and began to ask Wang Jie about Li Dong's embarrassing stories in class. Wang Jie could not wait to talk to the beautiful woman for a while longer, and he sold Li Dong cleanly in no time. On the side of Li Dong is full of disdain. Anyway, his 3 years of high school is just that little. Nothing worth writing a big book. Thick-skinned as he won't care at all. Until Wang Jie talked about Yuan Shui's outburst today. Qin Yuhan was gossiping and inquiring about the details. Li Dong felt something was wrong and hurriedly interrupted. What nonsense! Didn't Chen Yu say she was coming? Why didn't she see anyone? It's not coming. Look! Wang Jie pointed to the two Chen Yu Yuan Shui who came in company not far away. Li Dong frowned slightly and said with some dissatisfaction. Didn't Yuan Shui say she wouldn't come? Why is she here again? Originally, he had thought that Wang Jie and Chen Yu would make a pair, and he himself would partner with Qin Yuhan, but now he was afraid that it would not be as he wanted. Wang Jie shrugged his shoulders. High IQ does not mean that the emotional quotient must be low. Yuan Shui came today must have something to do with the quarrel with Li Dong in the morning. He did not want to wade into the muddy water. Qin Yuhan on the side also saw the two. The school is so big. One is known as the #1 beauty in arts. One is known as the #1 beauty in science. And their grades are among the best. It is impossible not to recognize each other. As soon as Yuan Shui and the two of them arrived, Qin Yuhan greeted them with a narrowed smile. Yuan Shui. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Yuan Shui obviously did not expect to see Qin Yuhan here. Slightly stalled before smiling faintly. It is a period of time have not seen. Did not expect so coincidentally encountered here. A person? Came with Li Dong. We're good friends. Qin Yuhan had a kind of inexplicable nervousness and slightly intimately hammered Li Dong's shoulder. Smiling cheekily back, Yuan Shui revealed a strange color in her eyes, clearly not knowing that Li Dong would actually know Qin Yuhan. Of course, what she didn't know was that Li Dong never told anyone that he knew Qin Yuhan in the high school years because he was afraid that his junior high disgrace would be known. Chapter 5. The Stingy Man. As the saying goes, like repels like. Whether you're a woman or a girl, this saying is universal. Especially two women who were excellent in all aspects, such as Qin Yuhan and Yuan Shui. Although they greeted each other warmly on their lips, Li Dong, who had been mixing with society for many years, naturally saw that Yuan Shui and Qin Yuhan were uncomfortable. Chen Yu, who acted as a green leaf on the side, appeared to be a lot more natural, although not familiar with Qin Yuhan, but greeted with enthusiasm, and in a few words acted as a bridge to communicate with each other. Li Dong glanced at Qin Yuhan. Seeing that she seemed to have forgotten her existence, was chatting happily with Chen Yu. More or less looked a little helpless. Those who didn't know thought they were BFFs. Who would have guessed that the two were still meeting for the first time? Li Dong was not in a hurry and turned around. The slight loss in his heart quickly disappeared. Although it is not the first time to come to the Oriental Plaza, but experienced a lot of Li Dong once again stepped on this familiar place in his heart, there are still some feelings. The scenes in my memory are a little fuzzy. I rarely had time to come to Oriental Plaza after high school, and I never came after my parents passed away. Wandering east and west, his mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts for a while, and he didn't even notice that the several people behind him, Wang Jie and Qin Yuhan, had stopped their steps. It wasn't until Wang Jie shouted that Li Dong came to his senses. Turning back to look, it turned out to be Qin Yuhan and a few others picking out in front of a stall selling trinkets. Seeing Li Dong pacing over, Qin Yuhan, who had been squeezed by the crowd and had a somewhat flushed face, said with a look of excitement, Li Dong, do you think this bracelet is pretty? Said the bracelet on the tender white wrist then, but do not know Li Dong only attention staring at the other girl's arm, which still have the heart to talk back. Good thing Li Dong is not the kind of douchebag who can't move his feet when he sees a woman. Fixed his mind and laughed, it's quite good, like to buy it is. Anyway, it was only about $10. so Li Dong didn't care too much. Qin Yuhan smiled with joy at the words and hurriedly cut down the price with the stall owner. Generally speaking, women are experts at cutting down prices no matter how old they are. It's a pleasure to see if you can succeed or not. Li Dong did not roar to go up to help pay. And Qin Yuhan, although considered familiar, but too much courtesy will be too late. On the side of Chen Yu and Yuan Shui also each fancy a few trinkets. Chen Yu is busy bargaining, but Yuan Shui is hesitant for a moment to put down the hands of the jewelry did not continue. Li Dong watched coldly, knowing that it shouldn't be because of money. Although he didn't know what Yuan Shui's family conditions were like, it shouldn't be bad from the way she usually dressed. Since it wasn't because of money, and Yuan Shui seemed to like it quite a bit, it must be because of face. Li Dong swept a glance at Yuan Shui. Body jewelry is not much. A bracelet, a cover in the clothes under the half-exposed necklace. No earrings. To Li Dong's many years of experience to judge should be platinum. Today's platinum prices are a little higher than gold. Yuan Shui, although she likes the stalls on the trinkets, but the family superiority of her obviously cannot put face to buy these cheap goods. Skimming his lips, Li Dong did not say anything. Even buying a favorite thing has to care about other people's eyes. Living is too tiring. But everyone has their own way of living, and he has no right to accuse Yuan Shui of being wrong. It's just a different way of life. On one side, Qin Yuhan quickly agreed on a price with the boss, picked up the bracelet and put it on her hand, the happiness of successful bargaining still lingering on her face. Li Dong smiled at the sight. This is his favorite type. Not pretentious. Not pretentious. Just don't know if it can be eaten in the mouth. At this time, the side of Chen Yu also negotiated a good price. But do not want to be silent. Wang Jie suddenly went forward to pay the money. Chen Yu face a little red, but did not refuse. This time it is Li Dong's turn to be dumbfounded. What is the situation? The previous life did not hear that the two have what the situation are? Without waiting for him to think carefully, Qin Yuhan, who had just been excited, suddenly puffed out her mouth, stood on her tiptoes and stepped on Li Dong, exasperatedly saying, "Cheapskate, why don't I see you paying for me?" Li Dong showed his teeth. "I would like to, but that would require you to be willing, wouldn't it?" "That's true, but after all is said and done it's still you who is petty. Really a careful man. No wonder he holds a grudge so much." Qin Yuhan let out a cheeky laugh and stopped taunting Li Dong. Li Dong had an innocent face. How could he say that it was his fault? And petty and vindictive. Could this be Qin Yuhan's impression of himself? Sighing, seeing Chen Yu and Wang Jie both red-faced and muffled, Yuan Shui was also distracted, thinking that at least they all came out together. The atmosphere was too cold and meaningless. Li Dong then said, "Okay, then I will be a man who is not petty today. Let's go to a barbecue together. My treat. I hadn't eaten in my hurry to go out just now, and now my stomach was empty after a while of spinning. I didn't have much money on me, but it was enough for a few people to have a barbecue. Yeah, we haven't even eaten tonight. Let's just let this guy shed some blood and eat him poor, so that he'll still be so stingy in the future." Qin Yuhan's face was flushed with excitement. She was really a bit hungry after strolling around for a while. Wang Jie's face wasn't as red as it was just now, so he laughed when he saw it. "I don't have a problem with it. Yuan Shui, what do you think?" However, he did not dare to ask Xingyu. The way he had just acted made him not know how to speak for a moment. Yuan Shui opened her mouth to refuse, but looked up to see Li Dong frowning slightly. A resentment steeply rose in her heart, and she said in a bad mood, "Then go. I haven't seen Li Dong's classmates treating guests in 3 years of high school. But don't accuse people wrongly. You asked Watermelon Head if I've ever invited him, but it's just that Yuan Big Beauty is too far away from us. Even if she wants to invite you to dinner, she doesn't have that chance." Li Dong smiled but not laughed as he replied, afraid of the two making a stalemate, coupled with the fact that they had just quarreled in the morning. Wang Jie hurriedly interrupted. "Dongzi, said treats are still not leading the way in front of me. I haven't eaten dinner yet either." Li Dong shrugged his shoulders and did not speak again. Somehow reborn back to the temper to see long. They do sales time but see people say people. See ghosts say ghosts. There were quite a few food stalls on both sides of the street, and there were several barbecue stalls, though not as many as in the latter days. Finding one that looked reasonably clean, a few people found seats and sat down. Seeing Yuan Shui's face somewhat hesitant, Li Dong was speechless. This can't be that she still has a cleanliness fetish, right? After all, it is his own classmate, or a beautiful woman. Li Dong took a paper towel on the stool and the table and wiped it once before he did not have the good sense to say, "Just take it." What bad habits! And not a star restaurant. Yuan Shui, however, was indignant. Did this guy do it on purpose? It must have been intentional. She is not a cleanliness fetish. Obviously there is a puddle of water stains on the stool just now. Li Dong have seen but preferred to give this stool to himself. Obviously see their own jokes. Really is a petty man. Cursing a few words in her heart, Yuan Shui sat down angrily, itching to bite Li Dong to death. Ignoring Yuan Shui's face of exasperation, Li Dong turned to Qin Yuhan with a playful smile and said, Yuhan, what would you like to eat? Want some juice or some beer? Qin Yuhan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, ringing him out without any good reason. But in her heart she was quite cheerful. It wasn't that he had anything against Yuan Shui, it was just that his aura was a bit off. Women are all like this. One set of heart but another set of mouth. Qin Yuhan got up and smiled at Yuan Shui. Yuan Shui, what do you want to drink? Don't save money for Li Dong. This guy has some money to give to the internet cafe. It's better to be cheap for us. Yo, you know all this? Li Dong gave an exaggerated laugh, got up and ordered his boss twice, and asked after him, Yuhan, you're not stalking me every day, are you? This doubt is not pretending. He and Qin Yuhan high school period intercourse is not much. The internet is also the senior 3 only thing. Did not expect Qin Yuhan actually clear. The hell with stalking you. Qin Yuhan looked disgusted and did not mind Li Dong's name calling, and said in a bad mood, it wasn't the chairman of the committee who told me that you go to internet cafes every day to play games, so you definitely won't be able to pass the university exams. Holy, Li Dong was greatly indignant, not realizing that Wei Yuan, this kid, had actually made contact with Qin Yuhan in private. What's more, I didn't see that this kid was wilting, and actually ran to Qin Yuhan to slander himself, even though the truth was the same. Thinking of this, Li Dong said with a face full of wrongdoing, that bastard is talking about himself, right? Yuhan, you don't know what kind of person your brother Dong is. It's all because of that Wei Yuan brat, trying to separate the pure friendship between us. But, when these shameless words came out, several people who had just been silent burst out laughing. Yuhan, you've really wronged Mr. Li Dong here. He is not surfing the internet every day. I can see that his face is swollen from sleeping at school every day. How can he still have time to go to an internet cafe? Yuan Shui had just been half dead from Li Dong's anger, and now that she had a chance to get the game back, she hurriedly stabbed a sentence half sneering and half sarcastically. Phew, the iceberg beauty can also tell cold jokes. This is my honor. Li Dong is not angry. Smiling back, a few people chatting while eating the barbecue served up is not lonely. Eating and chatting down, Li Dong did not forget the main thing. Today he did not come to pick up girls. Clinking a glass of beer with Wang Jie, Li Dong turned to the owner, who was still grilling something, and accosted him. Boss, do you sell crawfish here too? Sell it, but not much. We don't like it much here. A few days ago I got some and still have half of it. If you want to count you cheaper. The boss wiped the sweat on his forehead and said back. Li Dong pondered slightly. It seemed that he remembered correctly that the trend of eating lobster had not yet risen in Dongping County at this time. Unlike a few years later, when the former tofu price of lobster was sold on the beef price, so that a summer or demand exceeds supply. The street-alone lobster stalls are no less than dozens of. However, he knew that at this time the provincial city of Pingchuan has already had a trend of eating lobster. Remembered that he just went to college when he went out to eat barbecue with his roommate and found that a plate of shrimp balls are $50 to $60. Just so eat more people are still countless. He came to Oriental Plaza this time just to poke around the market. In my previous life, I remember my dad once said, if the vision was a little bit longer this time to Dongping lobster trafficking to the provincial capital, the difference in price between the two places is enough to let a person earn a pot full of money. However, Li Dong was afraid that he had misremembered, and if lobster was already popular in Dongping now, then his efforts would be in vain. To is now this situation, Pingchuan and Dongping hundreds of kilometers apart. Now the information is not as smooth as later. The provincial capital is also just emerging to eat lobster trend not long ago. The information over there for the time being has not been passed over. Once waiting for the official summer, when Pingchuan love lobster habit also spread over, then there is no opportunity to earn the difference. Between contemplation, Li Dong could not help but have a smirk on his face. It seemed that he was counting on this for his first bucket of gold. He knew it wasn't a long-term business, but he was just ready to make a buck, depending on how he seized the opportunity. P.S. The new book period is very difficult to get through. There are recommended tickets of brothers to give on too. By the way, also collect a little. Give me a little power and passion. Thank you all. Chapter 6, Who to give away first? And Wang Jie, two people almost drank up a box of beer. A few girls drank a few cups. At the moment the small face a red and more beautiful 3. Li Dong did not expect Wang Jia. This kid is quite able to drink. Previously did not pay attention. A barbecue to eat down. The relationship between the crowd is obviously a lot closer than before. China is really a food society. Eat and drink down to talk about feelings. Even Yuan Shui, who usually looks not so smooth, now looks not so mindful. Beautiful women just have this capital. Even if there is a little bit of small defects, it is easy to be forgotten. Once the checkout was done, Li Dong was greatly impressed that the world without inflation was really beautiful. 5 people ate and drank, only spent $80. To know in the latter part of the world without 200 or 300 are not down. But after settling the bill, Li Dong was left with a 50 and a couple of dimes, not even enough money to buy another meal. It's true that it's hard to beat a hero for a penny. If you don't make a little money, not to mention supporting your family, you don't even have the capital to pick up girls. However, Li Dong was not in a hurry, except for the process being a bit troublesome. Wanting to make money was not too difficult for him. It was already after 9 o'clock after dinner, and the crowd was not in the mood for more shopping. Wang Jia had a red face to send Chen Yu home, and he didn't know if it was from drinking or something else. Li Dong was just about to accompany Qin Yuhan back, when he heard Chen Yu say, "Li Dong, I'm not on the same path as Xiao Shui. Why don't you help send Xiao Shui?" "No." Yuan Shui refused without even thinking about it, and Li Dong opened his mouth and grunted, "I'm still not sure if you promise." Chen Yu, however, simply ignored Yuan Shui and continued, "It's so late. It's definitely not safe for Xiao Shui to go back alone. Li Dong, I'll leave Xiao Shui to you. I'll leave first." After saying this, Wang Jia, the guy who saw the color and forgot the righteousness, also followed Chen Yu and ran away, leaving Li Dong 3 people staring at each other with wide eyes. After looking at Yuan Shui and then Qin Yuhan, Li Dong had a sad face. It was such a hard choice. From the bottom of his heart, of course he wants to spend time with Qin Yuhan and swing the road together. But Chen Yu is right. Today's security environment is not as good as in the future. If you really let Yuan Shui, such a dainty beauty, to go home alone, it is impossible to guarantee that there will be any accidents. Without much hesitation, Li Dong spoke. "How about this? Yuhan's home is close to here. Let's send Yuhan back first, and I'll send Yuan Shui home later." Qin Yuhan did not make a sound. Yuan Shui just wanted to open her mouth to refuse. Li Dong could not be refused. "It's settled. I have to go home and sleep after delivering the people." Li Dong silent all the way. Qin Yuhan and Yuan Shui followed behind to whisper something Li Dong did not intentionally listen to. Nothing more than some girls' family talk. 10 minutes later, when they arrived downstairs at Qin Yuhan's house, Qin Yuhan and Yuan Shui said goodbye. He looked up at Li Dong without saying anything until he was almost on the stairs before turning around with a cheeky smile and said, "Li Dong, remember to send Yuan Shui home safely. I'll treat you to dinner next time I have time." Saying that, he did not give Li Dong a chance to reply, stomping a few steps and disappeared between the dark hallways. "Let's go. Where does your family live?" Only after watching Qin Yuhan disappear did Li Dong turn around and ask. It was only until this time that Li Dong remembered that he had no idea where Yuan Shui's family lived, and he had to say that he had failed miserably. She was at least a school beauty, and she was also at the front and back tables with herself, and she actually didn't even think to inquire about this. Yuan Shui, as if she also realized that Li Dong did not treat herself too well, her heart was aggrieved, and she sniffed in a bad mood. Mingyuan District. Li Dong did not dare to say anything. This oolong is a bit big. No wonder people are not happy. Not for anything else, just because of the famous court district he knows. In fact, the county is so big. This piece is still the center of the county. Generally upscale neighborhoods are in this area, and Yuan Shui's home is located in the Mingyuan neighborhood and Qin Yuhan's home across the road. And just a few people happened to pass by that. After holding back for a while, Li Dong looked at the board gourd like Yuan Shui, somewhat depressed. "Then why didn't you just say?" "Humph. Say what?" "Saying that my house is actually closer than Qin Yuhan's house, so I'll let you send me back first?" Yuan Shui's pretty face was slightly cold. "I'm not your good friend, so of course I have to hold on to your good friend first." Coughing dryly, Li Dong did not make another sound and walked towards the place he came from with his head stifled, neither of them speaking along the way. After all, they are not far apart, 2 or 3 minutes away from the famous garden neighborhood. Standing at the gate of the neighborhood, Li Dong fixed his footsteps. Yuan Shui also paused, and the two were silent for a while. Yuan Shui bit her lips in the darkness and asked in a low, mosquito-like voice, "Li Dong, do you hate me a lot?" Cough cough cough. Li Dong was embarrassed, did not expect Yuan Shui to ask this question, thought for a while before dryly saying, "How could it be? Your grades are good. You're pretty. All the students in the class like you. What about you? Just after the question, Yuan Shui's face turned red. But fortunately it was dark and Li Dong could not see it. She didn't know how she'd ghosted the question, and regretted it when she'd finished. But every time she thought of Li Dong's attitude towards herself she was indignant. Why is he so pleasing to Qin Yuan? Where is she worse than Qin Yuan? Women are like that. The people who rush up don't like it, they have to be kind of iffy to get attention. It's not that Li Dong is really better than others. The key depends on the attitude. Li Dong did not treat himself to be real rather than acting. No high school student could act for 3 years at a time. It would be horrible if that was the case. Li Dong wailed in his heart. What kind of setup is this? Yuan Shui couldn't be looking at herself, could she? But think about it, it's impossible. What does he, Li Dong, have? Nothing. His parents were peddlers. His grades weren't outstanding. And as much as he didn't want to admit it, he had to say that his looks weren't impressive either. But at best he was a pretty face. As for being reborn and coming back, I believe that this point will not be known to anyone but myself. So what is the meaning of Yuan Shui's words? I have to say it's tough to answer a question like that in the face of a big beautiful woman. Say do not like two conscience. Although they used to look at Yuan Shui, always feel that she is pretending. Honestly, the general silk in the face of cannot eat the grapes will be some of this mentality. Besides, even if people really pretend, but there is that principle. You let an ugly woman as an iceberg try. Guaranteed ghosts do not take care of. But to say I like it, the word like is a bit much. Li Dong is not the kind of people who see a beautiful woman on the road. See a beautiful girl mouth flower too normal. To say like Yuan Shui, that's not normal. Really like the previous life how will graduate so many years have not thought about people? Having no choice but to remain silent, Li Dong didn't say anything. Yuan Shui as if she understood something, bit her lip and did not ask again. Her footsteps were much faster soon disappeared in the vast darkness of the night. What's all this? Li Dong was in a bad mood and kicked away the stones on the side of the road, followed by grimacing and screaming in pain. When he returned home, the lights in the house were already on, and only then did Li Dong put aside the annoyance he had just felt. The first thing you need to do is to make sure that you have a good understanding of what you're doing and how you're doing it. Self-awareness Li Dong still have. They are not RMB. The girl can think of you all day long? Opening the door in a slightly lighter mood. I didn't see Dad, but Mom was squinting and dozing on the couch. Relaxed footsteps gently walked to the mom. Looked at the mom wrinkles at the corners of the eyes. Because of the black bags under the corners of the eyes of perennial early rise, Li Dong mood again heavy up. We need to make money as soon as possible. Dad and Mom are not many years away from finding out that they are sick. Maybe they are sick now, but the old couple never go to the hospital for checkups. That's why they don't know about it. Years of sleep deprivation coupled with bad food overwork. No disease also have to be out of the whole point of disease. As soon as possible to take the old man and mother to the hospital to see the line. Xiao Fang opened her eyes between Li Dong's contemplation, and seeing her son sitting beside her in a daze, she complained a little. Where did you go? Didn't come back until now and didn't say anything to us. Oh, Mom, went to a barbecue with my classmates. It's not tomorrow's rest. Well, next time remember to leave a note. Who paid for this? Don't always eat other people's? Don't have money and Mom said. More please invite classmates. High school graduation everyone will be separated. Can't guarantee that in the future there will be begging to other people's head. And classmates and teachers are good relations. Listening to his mom's nagging Li Dong with a warm face, smilingly interrupted. Mom, I know. I still have the money. You are tired all day. Go to bed. Xiao Fang was also indeed tired and yawned and went back to her room to sleep. Li Dong simply washed up and sat on the sofa for a while before entering his room. Picking up the textbook he reviewed yesterday to continue reviewing. The time is not too sufficient. He has to be busy with other things later. The only way to take advantage of the night to review more. Do not want to test how good. At least cannot be worse than the previous life to do. Chapter 7, Inquiring about the market. It was still dark outside, and already the sound of tiny footsteps was coming from the living room. Li Dong rolled up in a fish leap and hurriedly put on his clothes and pushed the door out. Li Changyuan just ready to go out. Saw his son dressed and walked out, froze for a moment concerned. Is it woke you up? You rest tomorrow. Go back and sleep a little more. It's only 2 o'clock. No, I got up by myself. Li Dong hurriedly washed his face with cold water and said, Dad, I'll go with you. Mom wasn't up yet. And Leiden lowered his voice. Usually it's Dad who goes to the store first, and then Mom follows to open the stall. So she can sleep a little more than Dad every day. What are you going with me for? Go back to bed. It's cold outside. Dad, I'll go check it out. I haven't been to the place where you get your stock in all the years we've been selling fish. Anyway, just come back and catch up on your sleep during the day when you're not doing anything. He pushed his dad out of the door with him without saying a word, and Li Chengyuan had no choice but to let his son follow him. It's not too cold in April, but it's still a little chilly at night when the dew rises. Li Dong tightened his shirt. Li Chengyuan has taken out the pedal tricycle placed downstairs to transport goods. Greeted Li Dong sat down and pedaled the tricycle to ride in the direction of the suburbs. There wasn't much to say between father and son along the way. There were always mostly silent moments between father and son. It wasn't until nearly 20 minutes into the ride that a light came on in the darkness and the faint sound of someone's voice. Li Chengyuan found a place to stop his tricycle and patted Li Dong's shoulder as he walked and introduced himself. This is the Dongping Big Market. Usually buy goods here. Not only us. What vegetables and fruits also buy goods here. It's all delivered by big trucks at night and left at dawn. Usually there are also the countryside down to the second-hand traffickers also in this shipment. Come early sometimes can meet some good things. Cheap not to say that is good to sell, but also to look carefully. These guys are not a good deal. Not once or twice to the second best. The lights go out of sight is also often. For example, live shrimp mixed with a portion of dead shrimp. Also, sometimes some wholesalers come late. The first to call high prices. Not into the goods and afraid of the back of the people do not come to the time to break the goods. Bite the bullet into the high-priced goods. The results of the back of the wholesalers and came. The price fell. The front into the goods on the loss. Sell high prices to sell not to be folded. Li Chengyuan introduced Li Dong all the way. Not thinking of letting his son take over his class, but letting his son have more life experience. These experiences are only known to veteran vendors like them. Or else they all make money why so many new stalls open and close at a loss. Years of experience is always good, no matter what you do in the future. Lydon listened dutifully, from time to time surveying the aquatic products in the various large vans. Li Chengyuan had a familiar supplier and led Li Dong for a few minutes before stopping at a truck around the corner. Old Wang, is there any good stuff this time? Yesterday your shrimp were half dead, you still screwed me and lost more than $100. Across the distance Li Chengyuan greeted loudly. The truck side squatting a few people are looking at the goods. A short fat middle-aged man hurriedly turned around and scolded with a smile. I heard that you know this big mouth. Stirred up my business, you're happy, right? Yesterday shrimp died, some I told you. Not to you cheap it. Between the two gossip Li Chengyuan began to look at the goods. Li's stall is not big. Into the things are not much. So do not have to run a few suppliers. This one is enough. Li Dong is not idle. While his dad is watching the goods himself wandering around to see if there is trafficking lobster. After looking back and forth at 7 or 8 houses. It is true that this is not popular here in Dongping. There are some, but very few. I'm afraid that a few families together are not 500 pounds. This is the largest aquatic wholesale market in Dongping. The entire Dongping County one-day lobster sales actually only so little. Even if it's not officially lobster season, there are too few of the nearly 400,000 people in the city of East County to eat lobster. Li Dong was a little disappointed. Did he have to go to the countryside to acquire it? Dongping is landlocked. But there are a lot of rivers and lakes, and the lobster thing reproduces quickly and well. The countryside that thing is quite a lot, but not many people sell. Rural people like to feed chickens and ducks, the rest of the top of the family to eat. Not many people specialize in breeding this thing. Ugh, sighing, could it be that he had gone out on a limb and had to think of other ways to make his first bucket of money? In the midst of worry, the old Wang, who had just spoken to his dad, came over and handed over a cigarette. Laughing, Wazi, old Li's family? Thanks. Very naturally took the cigarette. Through the fire lit, Li Dong took a deep breath, and only then remembered that he actually forgot to smoke when he came back from rebirth. This is a good thing. Their own life do sales smoke a lot. A smell of smoke on the body cannot wash away. For this also lost a few orders. I see you turned around. Is it to take over your father's stall? Old Wang could not help but smile when he saw the young man in front of him smoking skillfully. He also seemed to be an old smoker. Oh, for the time being, I don't have this idea. Just taking a look. Right, Uncle Wang. It seems to me that there are not many lobsters here? Li Dong pretended to say without thinking. Old Wang was after all a connoisseur. Definitely clearer than himself. Spitting out a smoke ring, Lao Wang smiled and said, that thing is not good to sell. The price is not high. I heard that the Pingchuan side is quite good, but we do not have access there. The road is far. Too lazy to bother that god. What's the matter? You got an idea? Li Dong's heart moved. This business is really not simple. I thought no one knew the market on the Pingchuan side. I did not think that old Wang actually know. However, it is good that these wholesalers in Dongping only guard their own acreage. Not many have the ambition to go to the provincial city to break in, or else it would not be their turn. Can have what idea? This is not last night in the barbecue stall side ate a plate taste good. This is not thinking if the market is good let my father also into some goods to earn a little money it. Li Dong coped with the situation in an evasive manner and continued. Uncle Wang, do you think I can sell it in Dongping if I get in a few £1,000? Oh, a little difficult. But this thing is hardy. Even if it's out of water for a week it won't die. A few £1,000 shouldn't be a loss. But I'm afraid I can't make any money. It's a lot of work and effort. Old Wang scoffed at the idea of Li Dong, but did not persuade. Young people think more normal. Anyway, not his son. The loss is not a loss of his. I would like to try. Uncle Wang, I don't see many wholesale lobsters here. It's quite hard to want a few £1,000, right? Li Dong continued to condescend. Ha ha, then you are wrong. This thing in the countryside a lot of go, is too lazy to buy just, the profit is too small. If you really want it, it's not hard for your Uncle Wang to get you £10,000. Old Wang secretly said, mosquito legs are small is also neat. If this kid can really enter a £10,000 of goods, the profit is also a few thousand. Hearing Old Wang's words Li Dong's heart was happy. The peak of the road. It seems that this money he will earn. Hurriedly greeted the Old Wang to the side and whispered, Uncle Wang, I really have some ideas. You give to say how much a caddy of this lobster into the price? $2.50 for the red-shelled ones. $1.50 for the green-shelled ones. How much do you want? Old Wang was a connoisseur, and the price came off the top of his head. The green shell is not good. Li Dong is not interested. The red shell is only $2.50, and the latter cannot be compared to the latter day easily 30 or 40. But now he is not clear about the market in the provincial city, although he knows that it must be higher than Dongping, but Li Dong does not want to take a risk. Thought about it and said, Uncle Wang, you give me a phone, I go back to think about it. Think about it and give you a call when the time comes. Your dad has. There. Don't tell my dad. You know my dad. He's timid. If my dad knows about it he definitely can't agree. I want to try it myself first, and then if I make money then I'll talk to my dad. Old Wang is a person smart. Money-making business is not to do for nothing. Sniffing hastily handed a business card to Li Dong. Even if the business is not okay. Anyway, is a business card thing? If you become a few $1,000s into the account is not bad. Lobster that thing in the countryside to collect up only $1 a caddy. After continuing to talk to Lao Wang for a few more sentences, someone over there wanted to settle the bill. Lao Wang started to get busy and didn't have time to chat with Li Dong anymore. Eggs cannot be put in a basket. Li Dong saw his dad is still tugging at the skin. Continue to walk a few just have lobster sold business. The same way to get a few business cards before giving up. Back at Lao Wang's place, Li Changyuan has already bought the goods. Seeing Li Dong came, he smiled and said, how is it? Have you never seen so many kinds of aquatic products? Our family stall is small and the varieties are few. When one day we have free money we also get a store. Li Dong smiled and perfunctorily said 2 sentences. Secretly the stall is small enough to keep you busy. If it is big it will not be exhausted. Mom and dad's character will not be able to hire someone, regardless of whether it can make money or not. It is better to end this business before it is too late. After chatting with his dad, Li Changyuan had to go back to the market to prepare for the opening of the stall. Li Dong didn't follow along and returned home first. He is ready to go to the provincial capital today to explore the way. In Pingchuan he stayed before and after 12 years. The door to the clear. Find the doorway is not difficult. If it's really profitable, you have to be prepared to lay it out yourself. As for the principal thing he has a way of doing it himself, and he'll have to make a good deal of money while there's a break in information between now and the official start of summer to do so. Once they waited for the news to spread on the Pingchuan side, the merchants in Dongping would not let it go even if they were stupid. Whether it is the network or channel capital themselves cannot compare with them. When they meet again more than their own share, this period of time tired a little tired. Thinking so, Li Dong's feet could not help but speed up a few points. Chapter 8, Exploring the Provincial City. Paiyangkan, capital of Zhongbei Province. In his previous life, Li Dong lived in this city for 12 whole years, 4 years in college and 8 years at work. Having stayed in the city for almost half of his 30-year life, Pingchuan is his second home. Dongping County is about 200 kilometers from Pingchuan, and it's almost 3 hours by car. Li Dong caught the early train and set foot on this familiar land again around 9 o'clock. Touching the remaining change in his pocket, Li Dong was secretly glad that the fare hadn't increased at this time, just enough for a round trip. or else he wouldn't even have the money to take the bus. Throwing a dime and boarding the bus to the nearest food market, Li Dong's eyes skimmed over the familiar, yet tinged with strangeness, scenery glowering out the window. Everywhere you look, food markets are noisy and the mix of odors is cringeworthy. Li Dong has long been accustomed to this scene. When I was a child, my parents were busy, and many times they brought Li Dong to the market to let him play alone, and sometimes stayed for a whole day. With the flow of people, Li Dong quickly found the aquatic area. The South Gate food market is much larger than the food market in Dongping, and there are more vendors. The aquatic area is also different from Dongping's stalls one by one. The aquatic area here is a family of storefronts, much cleaner than the messy and dirty mini markets. When Li Dong glanced at it, the red lobster was easy to see, and there were quite a few people selling it. Although it is not yet the official time of the lobster, but at this time the Pingshan people's enthusiasm for lobster consumption is on the rise. With a slight sigh of relief in his heart, Li Dong circled around and chose a slightly larger facade to stop. "Boss, how do you sell lobster?" Without looking up, the shopkeeper, who was busy, blurted out, $8 for the small one, 10 for the big one. Li Dong squatted down and looked at them. They are all red-shelled lobsters, not to mention the small ones. The big one is almost 2 taels in weight. Estimated. For a moment Li Dong put down his heart. The market retail price is not low. Compared to their own profit ratio, the price of entry is almost $5 or $6 a catty. Without another word, he waited until the bearded boss had finished his busy schedule before Li Dong got up to strike up a conversation. "Boss, it's only April. Are lobsters selling well?" "Not bad. This year the weather is hot. Eat quite a lot of people. Mainly still big stalls, barbecue stalls too. You buy some back to taste it. The flavor is not bad." Li Dong pulled out a packet of yushi from his pocket. This is the New Year's Eve when his dad bought to decorate the door. Has not been willing to smoke. In the morning when he left, Li Dong shunned to, handed one to the boss. The bearded boss wiped his hands and took the cigarette and lit it, smiled and said, "Little brother face is very new. Own store?" Li Dong inhaled a mouthful of smoke, shook his head and said, "The family contracted a few hundred acres of lake over there in the southern suburbs. And this year there are quite a lot of lobsters, which is not pondering to find some doorway to sell. Door-to-door collectors give the prices low. I come out to see for myself." "Oh," the boss nodded in understanding. This sort of thing was common. Those door-to-door buyers of fishmongers' dead price. Some farmers are not willing to go out to find their own way. Pingchuan southern suburb, over there are many lakes. Private contractors quite a lot. Pingchuan, a lot of aquatic products are from there. Does little brother have his eye on my place?" The bearded man laughed hideously. "Opened, don't look at my price," shouted. "Not cheap. In fact, a day can't sell much. Besides, selling to those restaurants have to be cheaper again. If the little brother has goods, I have no problem eating some down here. If you don't say that those who can do business successfully are all human beings." Li Dong has not yet opened his mouth and people understood the meaning, which began to pressure the price. "Don't. Boss Chen is too modest. I just took a look. I'm afraid you've sold no less than 100 pounds in a while. Little brother knows me?" The bearded man was a little surprised that Li Dong shouted out his last name. As for how many things were sold, Li Dong just watched and did not have to deny it. Li Dong smiled and pointed to the store's signboard, which was left with the owner's last name and phone number. The bearded man smiled, turned to signal his wife to receive customers. Li Dong stood to the side and said, "To be honest, have not seen the goods, do not know how. Besides, my side into the goods are acquaintances. Take goods convenient, not to say also cheap. If the goods are less, say these are meaningless. Do business all figure a long time is not?" Li Dong nodded. No matter what business seeks is a long-term convenience. Li Dong's own family is to do this, naturally understand. But money is the truth. As long as they are a little cheaper than the wholesaler, these people to keep rushing to beg for their own. "Boss Chen, let's not be polite. This time I came here to ask around. You say a price. If it passes, I'll give you a 10,000 pounds of goods every day. Is not a big problem." "Oh, you're kidding. I can't eat that much here. 2,000 pounds a day. 3 for the small ones and 5 for the big ones." Li Dong turned away. 2,000 pounds of lobster, pressure price so much, what is the profit? He might as well simply go to find a large stall shipment. "Not so fast, little brother. So name your price?" The bearded man hastened to pull Li Dong. Small business negotiation price is not a large company negotiation. What face rules are not as important as money. Mixed size, $6 a catty. Big ones mostly. Dongping's lobster market Li Dong looked at in the morning. Only divided into green shell and red shell. The size is not divided. $6. That's too expensive. I didn't get it this expensive even when I got it from someone else. The bearded man exclaimed in shock, saying he couldn't accept it. As for the size of the mix and match, he is not a problem. In fact, into the goods over are the size of the mix and match. Only to the market these merchants themselves divided. You're asking for too little. It's simply not cost effective to cheapen my delivery over here. You might as well just give it to the fishmonger. Li Dong shrugged his shoulders and said that there is no way. Anyway, the market is not only his. Even if this does not work, Pingchuan's food market is more than enough. He is not worried about the collapse of the negotiation. The bearded man hesitated for a moment, thinking, here's the deal. How much cheaper can you make it if I can have more? How much? 10,000 pounds a day. Li Dong frowned. So much, but the bearded man, this store simply cannot eat. He does not want to break the sale in a few days and then come back to find people. Trouble, not to say also waste his time. The bearded man saw Li Dong's skepticism. A smirk appeared on his face and lowered his voice. Not to hide it from my little brother. Several other lobster sellers in the Nanping vegetable market are my own family. If I can't do it with one family, 5 or 6 will be no problem. Li Dong rolled his eyes. Another family monopoly. This kind of thing is very common. My own dad, that is. And several of the other aquatic sellers in the food market are all blood brothers and cousins. These guys gang up on everyone else, often preferring not to make money together to squeeze others. Until the people cannot do it together with the price increase. By then no outsider's price increase a little more is not their call. Their own family stall just started when it was almost squeezed off the door. Good in the dad and mom toughness. Hard to bite the bullet and dry down. Which eventually had a foothold. However, Li Dong is not in the mood to fight for others. This is society. No ability to work honestly. Want to do business, should be prepared to lose money. That's fine. If it's 10,000 pounds a day, I'll give you 50 cents a pound cheaper. Don't. I don't want my little brother to suffer. $5 a caddy. Cash on delivery. As long as it's not dead, I don't pick it. Glancing at the bearded man, Li Dong judged that this was almost the bearded man's reserve price. Mentally compared, the bearded man from the wholesaler, that should be about $6 or $7. But he bought fewer. The risk is also small. Now 10,000 pounds a day is a big risk he's taking. And he wouldn't want it if the price was higher. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, that's fine. The day after tomorrow I'll send you the first shipment. You look at the color. If we can accept it, we will continue. If it's not good, this first business should be taken. Do you think it's a good idea? This is the turn of the bearded man hesitated. 10,000 pounds is not a few. That is 50,000 yuan. 4 years of 50,000 yuan can buy a smaller house in the suburbs of Pingchuan. Gritting his teeth, he said, then let's write a note that the dead ones can't be more than 500 pounds, and not more than half of the one smaller than 2 tails. Li Dong sighed with relief. Although he knows that this written note has little legal effect, but the small business is looking at this. Thought, then nodded, that's fine. But Chen boss, just write a note cannot. If I sent you, really do not want me to take you, no way. Life is not familiar if the lobster is not sold out where I look for reason to go. You see, if you do not first pay a sum of money. Seeing the bearded face hesitation, Li Dong hurriedly said, I also press the ID card you this. So you and I are assured that the total into it. Okay then, do you think 500 is okay? Li Dong rolled his eyes. This is a $50,000 shipment. Boss Chen, 500 isn't enough to cover the cost of my car and gas. The manpower is more than that. Ha ha, it's me who's being petty. Then give 3,000 first, and deduct it from the payment for the goods when the time comes. The bearded man let out a laugh. His mood was obviously good. He did not think that Li Dong will cheat the $3,000 and run away. Business sea people or a little level. Besides, in the provincial city vegetable market, to engage in family monopoly conditions are naturally not bad. Even if the $3,000 really cheated is not hurt. There is Li Dong ID card, and he did not believe that he could not find back. Then can let this kid eat a lot. The two men soon wrote the note, and Li Dong was in a happier mood as he got an advance of $3,000. ID card left the bearded man, agreed to the day after tomorrow delivery to get back. As for the ID card on the address of the two, do not care. In the provincial capital, to fight are not all Pingchuan people. By the time he left the food market, Li Dong was famished and sweating profusely. Casually find a stall to eat something. Li Dong's spirit is good up. Think of the day after tomorrow to deliver their own. Still have to find someone to get the lobster before you can. They still have a busy. Want to contact Lao Wang, but unfortunately no cell phone is inconvenient. Now the cell phone is still a luxury for ordinary people. No cell phone is really some trouble. After thinking about it, Li Dong got up and walked towards a place that sells second-hand goods. In his memory, Cell phones are updated quickly, and it is not cost-effective to buy a new one now. Besides, the $3,000 on hand had an emergency and couldn't be wasted. Used ones are fine as long as you can make phone calls. You want a good one when you make money. Chapter 9. Ordering. When he came out of the second-hand store, Lee Dong had an extra half-new artifact in his hand, Nokia. Spent a whole $450 ocean. This thing 10 years later thrown on the ground are afraid no one to pick up. Now second-hand actually so expensive. Looking at the time it was already 11:30. Lee Dong hurriedly stepped on the bus home. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lee Dong arrived at Dongping Station. After buying a cell phone card and installing it at the station, Lee Dong took out the business card Lao Wang left for himself and called. Hello, Uncle Wang? Lee, talked to you this morning. Yes. Didn't I tell you in the morning that I wanted to get in some lobsters? I'm going to need them the day after tomorrow. 10,000 pounds. All with red shells. See if you can get them cheaper? I'm just testing the waters. $2.50 is too much. Besides 10,000 pounds is a lot. Okay then, let's meet and talk. Where are you now? I'll come over. Dongping Big Market. Old Wang was busy greeting people unloading goods. Lee Dong came and wiped his hands and passed a cigarette over. Receiving the cigarette, Lee Dong smiled. Uncle Wang, quite busy. You think just night shipments on the line, but also have to run around. Otherwise where the goods? Old Wang took a deep breath of smoke to catch his breath. Greeted Lee Dong to find a clean place to sit down. You boys really want that much? Lao Wang was a bit skeptical. Thought or said, 10,000 pounds is not a small amount. If you really lose, you can be embarrassed to meet with Lao Li in the future. Uncle Wang, rest assured. I'm busy all day today looking for a doorway, and several restaurants in the county stalls have talked about a few £100 out, even if the loss is not much. And the old Wang Lee Dong naturally cannot tell the truth. Said the county hotel to even if the old Wang know that he earned money will not be moved. One is no doorway. The second is afraid of trouble. Sure enough, old Wang stretched his thumb and praised. Good boy. Capable. If my son had your skills, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. This is not against his will. Is really admire Lee Dong. A day's time can talk about several restaurants. Ordinary people do not have this ability. Oh, then Uncle Wang has to give me a cheaper rate. It's not easy for me to earn some money at my young age. So Uncle Wang has to take care of it. Lee Dong smiled to get close. Said a bunch of good words. Anyway, talking does not cost money. Old Wang's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. Not because of Lee Dong's proximity, but this is not a small business. 10,000 pounds of lobster. He collected a pound of cheap dollars. Even if expensive will not be more than $1.50. 10,000 pounds of other overhead. The profit will be 5 or 6,000. Don't look at his business as not small, but a earn on 5 or 6,000 is not common, or else it would have made a fortune. Just for the fact that you called me uncle, there's no way my old Wang would screw you over. $2 a caddy. Dead ones are on me. I'll go contact the goods now, and I'll be able to pull them for you in no more than a day. Lee Dong did not return the price. $2 a caddy. $5 on the side of the bearded man. This is more than double the profit. What is not satisfied? Chang, but Uncle Wang I and you first say good. The payment must wait 3 days to settle. Okay, no problem. Old Wang agreed too quickly. Lee Dong previously prepared to say all useless. A little depressed. But he knew the reason why Old Wolf wasn't worried. He knew his dad anyway. And he knew exactly where his own stall was. 10,000 pounds of capital but more than 10,000. Even if Lee Dong lost no money to him can go to Lee Changyuan. Lee family $10,000 can still come out. Did not and Lao Wang polite? And Lao Wang agreed to pick up the goods at 5 o'clock in the morning the day after tomorrow. The two said a few words. Lee Dong said goodbye to Lao Wang, turned a few corners and went to another place. Pingchuan side of the 10,000 pounds of goods every day. Just looking for an old Wang cannot. And then ship out more. Old Wang will be suspicious. Dongping cannot eat so many lobsters. With the same rhetoric and the same price as Lao Wang, the second wholesaler was happy to have big business on the doorstep. It is about 3 days after the payment of the other side some hesitation. Lee Dong also know that it is impossible for everyone and the old Wang that, on the spot to pay a deposit of $1,000 each other to put down the heart. Lee Dong is ready to also talk about the next one. 3 just right. 1 person a day. 3 days 10,000 pounds although it still seems a bit much, but the other side should not be suspicious. But there's no rush now. We'll have to see how the first trade ticks up. Leave Dongping Big Market. Lee Dong directly back home. This day talking and smoking too much. The voice is a little dumb. Plus back and forth in the car the whole person is exhausted. There was no time to clean up. Took off his shoes and lay on the bed. Li Dong fell asleep. This sleep was very smooth. Li Dong woke up and looked at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. Chao Feng, who was tidying up the living room, saw her son come out and quickly said, "Come and eat. It's just been warmed up. If you don't take a good rest on vacation, you have to go shopping with your father. You're exhausted." "Mom, I'm not tired. Don't clean up the house until I've eaten later. Go to bed." Chao Feng was full of smiles. Her son knew much more these days, which made her happy. But the mouth still said, "No need you. Your task is to study hard to get a good university. When mom died are happy." "What are you talking about? What's dead or not? Next time don't say it again." Li Dong's face was unhappy, and his heart was even more determined to take his parents to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible, or else he would not feel at ease. Well, mom don't say anymore. Son is big. No heartache old mother. He. Chao Feng looked very happy. Her face is almost smiling out of flowers. Chao Feng accompanied Li Dong to eat together. Did not let his mom clean up. Li Dong washed his own dishes and cleaned up the living room before entering the room to continue reading. The next thing you have to do is to keep yourself busy. And you can't afford not to be there for the first few days over in the provincial capital. So you have even less time to review yourself. Because he slept in the afternoon, Li Dong reviewed until his dad woke up and turned out the light to start sleeping. Li Chengyuan in the living room was relieved to see the lights go out. Some of them were heartbroken for their son, but thinking that the college entrance exam would soon be coming up, they thought that they would have to buy some good stuff for their son to make up for his health during this period of time. "I slept late at night and was a little late getting to school the next day." The morning self-study had already ended. Wang Jia was chatting with Chen Yu, and when he saw Li Dong coming, Wang Jia squeezed his eyes. Li Dong looked puzzled, sat down and said, "What are you doing squeezing your eyebrows? I haven't asked you when you hooked up with Chen." The words were covered by Wang Jia before he finished speaking, and Chen Yu, who had just been chatting happily, rolled her eyes and turned away from Wang Jia. Wang Jia looked chagrined and lowered his voice fiercely. "I'm so comforted. You kid is so hateful. Oh, what's the matter? Really want a sunset romance? It is almost the college entrance examination. High school romance at the end of the college entrance examination. Laborers more." Li Dong does not look at Wang Jia. Although Chen Yu is not a top beauty, but went to college to dress up is also considered a goddess in the eyes of the general public, then which still have Wang Jia's share. Hearing this, Wang Jia wasn't surprised and said with a smug look on his face, "It's okay, Chen Yu and I have agreed to take the exam for the school in the capital together. By the time we're in the same city, it's not that far away." "Phew, really hooked up? You've got it all worked out. You're good." Li Dong is really surprised. Something is not right. Last life Chen Yu fell to the capital to study, but Wang Jia this guy obviously went to Shanghai. How to become to go to the capital? Wang Jia also do not take care of Li Dong. Beautifully said. "You do not envy. I see that you also have hope. In the morning you did not come Yuan Shui but looked back several times. I know that she must be looking for you. Get out." Li Dong rolled his eyes. This guy was really nosy. As for what Yuan Shui had in mind, he was too lazy to think about it now. Anyway, the college entrance exam was coming up in less than 2 months. Remember that Yuan Shui went to the People's University. He will certainly stay in Jiangbei. Pingchuan familiar with themselves. By then thousands of miles apart, what ideas are all dreams. Thinking this way, Li Dong is a little sad again. Qin Yuhan went to the Beijing Normal University, which is also thousands of miles away from himself. It seems that his not yet budding romance is going to end without a trace. But Yuan Shui and Qin Yuhan are very close to each other and can still string together if nothing else. But I believe that the two of them will definitely not string together. As she was thinking about things, Yuan Shui suddenly turned around and said, "Li Dong, which university are you going to take?" Li Dong's cheeks twitched, not looking at Wang Jia's scowling eyes, and said flatly, "It depends. If the test is good, apply for Jiangbei University, and if it's bad, apply for Jiangbei Agricultural University." In his previous life, he went to the Jiangbei Agricultural University, the second school, majoring in general. After graduation did not follow the professional employment, but sails a dry 7 or 8 years. As for Jiangbei University is a 211 school. Originally Li Dong did not dare to think, but last night when looking at the review materials actually found 2 questions in college entrance examination questions similar to the topic. Li Dong also did not expect that his memory seems to have become a lot stronger. More than 10 years ago the college entrance examination questions he actually wanted to come up with a lot. Some incredible. but even with the rebirth, he wouldn't be surprised to get a little more perks for himself. Found a similar question. Li Dong nature is to get the best. The school's good or bad he does not care, but if you can really get into a good school, mom and dad also have faces not. And another advantage is that Jiangbei University is also in Pingchuan, and agricultural university is just a road apart. They are equally familiar with the previous life, did not go over there to see the beautiful women. Yuan Shui looked a little disappointed with Li Dong's answer and hesitated for a moment. Why didn't you think of going to the capital, where both employment and prospects are better than Jiangbei? The capital is too far away and inconvenient. Pingchuan is quite good. It's close to home, and you can go home to see mom and dad when you're not doing anything. Yuan Shui stopped saying anything, turned around and lowered her head to start reading. Wang Jie somewhat did not understand Li Dong. Whispered, Dongzi, going to the capital is also quite good. We go to the capital together, can still take care of each other. Besides, I see that Yuan Shui seems to be interested in you. Just now the meaning of the words you cannot be did not hear it, right? Does it make a difference if you hear it or not? The capital is not suitable for me, and even if I go, it won't be now. Li Dong lowered his head to read, not caring about Wang Jie's pondering. As for Yuan Shui, it was just a little girl's mind, and after a while she would realize that she wasn't her cup of tea. As for Qin Yuhan, Li Dong does not want to think about it, cannot let her not go to the capital. The relationship has not reached that point. It was fate that we didn't get together in our previous life, and it's equally fate that we can't get together in this life. Li Dong originally did not believe in fate, but now he knows that there are some things in the underworld that cannot be disbelieved. Please ask for some favorites and recommendations. Brothers and sisters who have finished reading the book by hand to collect it. Thank you. Chapter 10. The First Pot of Gold. 2004. April 13th. Tuesday. Li Dong woke up at less than 4 o'clock and waited for Chao Fong to leave before getting up and washing up, and hurriedly rushed toward Dongping Big Market. Yesterday afternoon contacted a good truck in the market off to the side of the intersection waiting. Li Dong went up to greet the truck master. The two chatted a few words. Old Wang also rushed over. Dongzi, the goods are ready. Take a look for yourself. If there's no problem we'll cross the scale. Li Dong is not pretentious. This is their first transaction. Whether or not they are acquaintances have to look carefully, if they pit themselves in trouble. Besides, he and Lao Wang are not too familiar with each other, and it is not unheard of for business to like to kill people. Old Wang's van up and down neatly yards of dozens of plastic frames. A red piece. Li Dong casually grabbed a few lobsters weighing the weight. Not small. The size of the half-open look. The main thing is to look at the spirit. If they die before they are transported to the province, then they will lose a lot of money. Spot check around. Fortunately, the old Wang business is still a good idea. The spirit is all good, and there are not too many dead. Li Dong nodded his head to indicate that it is okay. Weighing, settling, a lot of hustle and bustle. Removing the dead ones. The math actually works out to be something like 11,000 pounds. Old Wang casually pulled off a few dead lobsters. Lying on the stool writing and counting for a moment, looked up to Li Dong. Dongzi, a total of 11,096 pounds. 0 for you to erase. 22,000, right? That's right. Thanks Uncle Wang. There was no need for old Wang to open his mouth. Li Dong continued. I'll give you a note, press my fingerprints, and settle the bill in 3 days. Old Wang smiled and exclaimed. Open. You kid is a fast man. If you sell well this time, next time continue to find me. Uncle Wang guarantees to give you the best price. The two men wrote down the note while talking. Li Dong pressed the fingerprints. Lao Wang also greeted the people to help Li Dong on the goods. A toss down the sky is already hazy. Li Dong looked at his cell phone. 6:10. Saying goodbye to Lao Wang, Li Dong got into his rented van and quickly drove towards Pingchuan. As for the truck master, did not ask Li Dong why he wanted to ship the goods to the provincial capital. Li Dong out of $1,000 of freight is not cheap. As for not being able to say to others, he did not take it seriously. These days, each do their own. He has money to earn on the line. Li Dong said if this time smooth later to find him. If you can pull on 10 times a month, 8 times their own, earn a lot. It was already 9:30 when they arrived at Pingchuan, and halfway there, Li Dong had already called the bearded boss. The van was parked in an open space behind the South Gate Market, and the bearded man was already waiting, followed by a few others, presumably those of his cousins. As soon as the car stopped, the bearded man was in a hurry to see the goods, and Li Dong did not stop. Unloading a basket of lobsters down, the bearded man looked at them, grubbed a few times and nodded behind him. A few other people see the situation hurriedly went up to check. After 5 or 6 minutes the bearded man was satisfied. Good. The spirit of quite good. Can guarantee that the future are this color? Don't worry. I can still screw Boss Chen? Li Dong also laughed. Seeing that it's not too early, why don't we unload the goods and cross the scales? The dead ones are on me. I can't let Boss Chen suffer in the first transaction. Ha ha, it hurts. Then I'll take advantage of you. Let's unload. A greeting. There is no need to find someone else. A few men are selling aquatic products. Do this skillful. It was even faster than on the Dongping side. Half an hour's worth of counting. The bumps in the road killed a few, but not many, a few dozen pounds. Coupled with some shrinkage, calculated that 11,000 pounds a little bit worse. The beard and Li Dong do not care about these few pounds of things, and finally settled at 11,000 pounds. The bearded family's business wasn't small, and it wasn't hard to get tens of thousands of dollars in cash out on the spot, and Li Dong settled the payment. Throw away the previous 3,000 deposit. The remaining 52,000 wrapped in newspaper and handed to Li Dong, accompanied by Li Dong's identity card. Li Dong took the money and counted it himself, making sure it was accurate before he sighed in relief. Immediately after the face on the cover of The Color of Joy, 22,000 of the purchase price, 1,000 of the freight. The workers on and off the goods did not ask for money. This transfer of effort is more than 20,000 into the account. Some unbelievable, but also some unbelievable. Profit so big thing the whole Dongping actually no one to do. This thing is too simple. No technical content at all. Those fishmongers in Dongping are slightly willing to take some risks. This meat is not his turn to eat Li Dong. But then think about how long it will not be a unique business. Li Dong and a little lost. If you can always do so, which still need to do the other 20,000 a day. Less than a year they can sit down and wait for death. A little loss of heart quickly disappeared. Do people to be content? Just a day or two of time they earn so much can still expect so much. And the bearded boss chatted a few words. People are busy doing business to go. Li Dong also do not bother. On the truck and master back to Dongping. Good thing I just got rid of the truck master. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to see so much money. Li Dong pondered whether he should change the truck master next time. But the old change would not work. And he could not find so many people at a time. And then thought as long as the next 2 months to hide this business should be over. They pay a high price of freight. Truck masters, and did not see how much money they earned, but also not to move other thoughts. There were no words on the way, and Li Dong arrived at Dongping before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Getting off the bus near the school, Li Dong hurriedly rushed to his class. The afternoon class had not yet started. Wang Jia was a little worried when he saw Li Dong come, and hurriedly said, "Dongzi, you didn't come in the morning." Old Chen was furious, and just went to the class to look for you. Li Dong slapped his head. He had forgotten to take a vacation. Not afraid of the old Chen angry, but worried about the teacher to call their parents. Now is the most critical juncture. If the parents know that he skipped class will not be mad. Without bothering to talk to Wang Jia, Li Dong hurried to the office to find Chen Guohua. Chen Guohua was grading test papers in the office and looked up to see Li Dong coming and said with a black face, "You skipped class in the morning? Do you know how much you scored on this mock exam?" Li Dong froze. This remembered that he was listening to Wang Jia said that he had taken a practice test a few days ago. But at that time he had not been reborn. He did not care. Chen Guohua did not wait for Li Dong to reply and said himself, 520 points. Class rank 37. When you first entered high school I remember class rank seems to be 7th. The whole dropped 30. This is the results of a book are difficult. The second barely. You say you can afford yourself? Chen Guohua face of hatred. Li Dongren is still very smart. Otherwise it will not enter the experimental class of the first middle school. But this guy's heart is not in the study. All day either on the internet or fight. Evening self-study does not come to school. And now even the daytime classes have begun to skip. Li Dong's face was innocent. And he hurriedly piled on a smile and said, "Teacher, I know that I have a responsibility this time. But I really wasn't skipping class. I went out in the morning with diarrhea and didn't have time to ask for a leave of absence. So I rushed here in the afternoon." Seeing Li Dong's face was indeed not too good. Of course, after a day of sitting in the car, naturally not good. Chen Guohua didn't make it any more difficult, but urged, "The college entrance exam is coming up soon. Don't eat recklessly during this period of time, and it's most important to nourish your body." Seeing that Li Dong was still not leaving, Chen Guohua curiously said, "What? Something else? That, Mr. Chen, I'd like to take a few days off." "You're taking a vacation at this juncture? Still sick?" Chen Guohua's face didn't look too good. Li Dong shook his head and smiled sarcastically. "It's a bit of a personal matter. But don't worry, Mr. Chen, I definitely won't relax in my studies. It's probably just this 1 week. Isn't it all review now? I review by myself at night. No delay. Chen Guohua frowned. The words were so, but there was definitely a difference between the efficiency of reviewing alone and reviewing with everyone at school. But after all, it's almost graduation, and too much tight control will in turn cause teenagers to rebel. After thinking about it, he said, if your matter is not too urgent, it's best not to take a leave of absence. If it's very urgent, then you can come to the school at night for self-study. And if you don't understand anything, you can also ask the teacher. Li Dong agreed after thinking about it. He should not have anything to do in the evening himself, and it was just that he could also ask about those questions that he did not know. Walking out of the office, Li Dong secretly said in his heart that old Chen is not bad, and he thought that he would not agree. Back in class, the afternoon session had begun. Li Dong didn't bother to listen and continued to rummage through various materials to see if he could discover some more college entrance exam questions. Not to mention, in the afternoon Li Dong found several more questions of the same type. Except for some changes in the data, the topic is almost the same. With the money earned and the college entrance exam questions found, Li Dong appeared to be in a good mood. There are a few questions do not quite understand. Li Dong is not worried. The class is a lot of cowboys. The teacher is also in. Ask more to understand on the line. But still be careful. It is better to add some other topics. Otherwise when the high school exams after the others found out that they asked all the high school questions, then cannot say. Chapter 11, The Attack of the High Roller. Wei Yuan did not wait for Li Dong after school. And when he came to the 8th class, he found that Li Dong was still reading. And he was stunned. After circling around Li Dong for a few times, Wei Yuan sked and wondered, secretly saying that the sun had come out of the west today? Dongzi, what's wrong with you today? Working so hard? Li Dong raised his head, rubbed his temples tired. Our almost college entrance exams cannot work hard. Mock test scores down. 520 points. Last year a book is 562 points. Well, at least strive to test a book only. Holy, your kid sleeps on the internet every day and still managed to get so many exams? Wei Yuan looked resentful and hated. I went to ask. I only 456. Our homeroom teacher said it's hard for me to take the undergraduate exam. Li Dong grunted. Who let this kid run to talk bad about himself with Qin Yuhan? It was too shameful. What are you complacent about? Qin Yuhan took 645 this time, although it's an art subject, but the famous university is not running. You still pressed her head when you took the midterm. What's there to be proud of? Wei Yuan was not willing to show weakness and sneered back. Li Dong was too lazy to bother with this guy and waved his hand to drive people away in a bad mood. Wei Yuan naturally did not come to Li Dong to talk about grades. He came to find Li Dong to go online. However, Li Dong was not interested in internet cafes with slow internet speeds right now and refused without looking back. Wei Yuan had no choice but to take out the killer mace again and said, then why don't you go block Qin Yuhan again? Get out! Li Dong was furious. This asshole used to like to use himself as a shield. In fact, he hated to follow Qin Yuhan behind his tail every day. Nowadays, Li Dong naturally did not agree, and viciously said, Qin Yuhan can be sister-in-law in the future. Next time you are not allowed to go to her. You're too good to be true. Toad wants to eat swan meat. I've thought it all out. When it comes time to fill out the application, I'll apply wherever Qin Yuhan applies, and I'll specialize in guarding her in the future. Who do you think is the toad between us? Li Dong held his head high and despised. Look at you. You're short and thick. Do you think Qin Yuhan can fall for you? Wei Yuan looked at his own figure and compared it to Li Dong's. Very inferior and of course annoyed. Exasperatedly, he glared at Li Dongdao, cursing without revealing your shortcomings. You are no better than me. Qin Yuhan can't look at you either. They can't even look at Feng Jinsong. What's Feng Jinsong got to do with it? Feng Jinsong, this person Li Dong of course no. The first middle school of the man of the hour. This time there is no school grass evaluation. Otherwise Feng Jinsong will certainly be able to win the title. That guy's good grades not to mention. The typical rich and handsome. A lot of little girls in the first high school see him hate to swallow him in one bite. You still do not know it. This morning Feng Jinsong to Qin Yuhan confession. But also sent a lot of roses. The teacher knows. Wei Yuan's tone is sour. And Li Dong's snatch him still competitive. But in Feng Jinsong's snatch change his own will not choose wrong. Li Dong's teeth gnashed. Someone dared to touch the dishes on his own plate? Where's Qin Yuhan? He. Of course he refused, and threw the roses downstairs. Speaking of this, Wei Yuan was all excited, his tone carrying a gloating that couldn't be waved away. Go find Qin Yuhan. Li Dong, who was originally ready to read a good book, was not in the mood to read, and without saying anything, he picked up his school bag and left. Wei Yuan farted to follow. To say the least, this guy is very timid. Usually do not dare to go to find Qin Yuhan alone, otherwise would not have found an excuse to let Li Dong follow along every time. This time, the two who blocked the alley can be more than just Li Dong. Li Dong and Wei Yuan came when the topic of conversation just now Feng Jinsong is stopping Qin Yuhan to talk. Li Dong saw from a distance as a belly of fire. Feet speed a few points faster. 3 or 2 times to shake off Wei Yuan. Yuhan, look, it's almost dark. Let me send you back. Feng Jinsong speaks softly, with a faint melancholy on his face, and his half-length hair flutters in the wind, which is indescribably dashing. Li Dong's teeth were sour. To say the least, this guy was the one who looked like the protagonist in a romance novel. Looking at himself again, Li Dong did not feel inferior, but sighed deeply. He is the standard of a tough guy. Feng Jinsong is a typical white boy. Without waiting for Qin Yuhan to make a sound, Li Dong exclaimed, Yuhan, I'll send you back, and in the future, if any unsavory guys come to harass you again, come find me. Qin Yuhan rolled her eyes, somewhat helpless. He looked at Feng Jinsong who stopped in front of him, and then looked at Li Dong who was following behind him, and said sullenly, are you guys stupid or am I stupid? My home is just 10 minutes away from here. If you guys didn't stop me, I would have arrived home. Why do I need you to send me away? Feng Jinsong was obviously not thick-skinned enough and was a bit embarrassed. Li Dong, however, was full of unconcern and said, that's right, don't blame me for being impolite if you dare to stop Yuhan next time. Wei Yuan, who just caught up, had a face of admiration, secretly said that Donzi still has a thick skin, to say that stopping people who still have him to stop more. Feng Jinsong being polite to Qin Yuhan did not mean he would be polite to Li Dong. Frowning, he said, you are Li Dong, right? I've seen you before, the thorn in the side of Class 8, don't you think you're meddling too much? Class 8 Li Dong fights and causes trouble that is notorious. If not, Li Dong generally do not cause trouble in school. I am afraid that would have been expelled. Joke, the road is uneven, someone step on it. You have nothing to stop others, little girl who knows what you want to do. Li Dong was not afraid of him and said disdainfully, I heard that you weren't chasing Yuan Shui some time ago? What's the matter? Changed so soon? Feng Jinsong's eyes flashed with anger. Looking at Qin Yuhan's look of watching a good show, he hummed without speaking. Okay, nothing, don't block the road. Look fat, right? Yuhan, let's go. Li Dong also ignored him and reached out to pull someone. Qin Yuhan's eyes stared straight at his hand, and Li Dong gave a dry laugh and sardonically retracted his outstretched hand. Luckily, Qin Yuhan was still giving face and said to Feng Jinsong, fellow student Feng, I'm going home. Don't do things like today in the future. Right now I'm thinking about the college entrance exam. I don't have the heart to think about anything else. Feng Jinsong's face was a bit ugly, but he finally nodded and got out of the way. Seeing that Li Dong was about to leave with Qin Yuhan, Feng Jinsong behind him suddenly blurted out, Yuhan, I won't give up. I've asked your classmates. You said that you want to take the Beijing University exam. I will wait for you at the Beijing University, and then you will know who is suitable for you. Li Dong stopped his steps and turned around to say back, Toad yawning, your breath is not small. If you say you will go to Beijing University, you think Beijing University is run by your family. Obviously Li Dong had the capital to say this. He remembered that there were only 2 people who had gotten into Beijing University in this term. And naturally, among those 2, there won't be Feng Jinsong. This guy's grades are good, but in the end, it seems that he only went to SUU. SUU is also a famous school to the general public, but it's certainly not in the same league as King's University. Feng Jinsong's anger intensified as he coldly said, Li Dong, what qualifications do you have to say this to me? I, Feng Jinsong, at least scored 620 points on the exam this time. What about you? Childish. Li Dong disdainfully smiled. A small kid, but also the score, at least a high wealth. How to take the money to smash their own right. Ignoring the furious Feng Jinsong behind him, Li Dong smilingly escorted Qin Yuhan home. Of course, it would be better if there were no followers around. Wei Yuan didn't feel like a follower, and along the way, he tried to find ways to talk to Qin Yuhan. He also revealed that he was also going to study at a school near the capital university, and asked Qin Yuhan to contact him more after he got into the capital university. Li Dong secretly said that this guy had better go to the school near the Beijing University. By the time Qin Yuhan went to the Beijing Normal University, this interval is not close. The car will have to take half an hour. He also did not treat Wei Yuan as a competitor. treating a guy like Feng Jinsong who was somewhat of a threat to be suppressed. But as for Wei Yuan, there is no need. I believe that as long as Qin Yuan's eyes are not blind, she shouldn't be looking at this Wei Yuan guy. I also don't know if Wei Yuan will strangle him if he knows what Li Dong is thinking. When he waited outside the door of Qin Yuan's neighborhood, Li Dong used force to finally drive away the cowhide like Wei Yuan. After dawdling in the doorway for a while, Li Dong did not rush to leave, thinking of ways to get close. Yu Han, your English is very good. Recently I have some difficult problems. When will you be free to guide and instruct me? Qin Yuhan looked at Li Dong very strangely. Straight to Li Dong look at the heart Harry before quietly said, you used to be very good at English. You still scored full marks in English in the midterm. Li Dong gave a dry laugh and said with some embarrassment, that's different. The middle school exam is easy. The college entrance exam is too hard. Qin Yuhan did not say more. Li Dong's 3 years of high school grades dropped a lot, she is clear. Yuan Shui in your class is also very good at English. She sits right in front of you. You can ask her too. Li Dong did not take this sentence to heart. He did not say to Qin Yuan that Yuan Shui sat in front of him. Of course, maybe it was that night Wang Jiechen you said it is not certain. Wei Yuan, this kid is also possible. Li Dong did not care about these. Li Dong quickly said, that's not good. Yuan Shui is good at science. English is not as good as you. If you want to ask, of course you have to ask the best. Besides, what is our relationship? That is a good friend. You will not even this favor not to help, right? Qin Yuhan smiled and nodded her head. Alright then, you write down the questions you want to ask first, and come wait for me in the garden here in the neighborhood this Sunday. See, Qin Yuhan agreed. Down Li Dong is very happy, rubbed his hands to get an inch and said, the garden people come and go more inconvenient, or go to my house. My parents are not at home during the day. Nice try. Qin Yuhan grunted and floated away with her head held high and her ponytail cocked, not even bothering to answer. Hey, when the time comes, you'll know if you're thinking about your brother Dong, Lydon muttered, humming a little tune as he headed for home. Chapter 12. See you at the playground after school. Li Dong didn't go to school for the next 2 days, and he went along with both of Pinchen's deliveries, which went well. Business has just started. He is not confident to let the bearded man put the money into the card. Every time the payment for goods is 50,000 to 60,000 dollars. In this era is not a small amount of money. The lobster wholesaler, he also found a third, who supplied today's shipment. Right now he had almost $150,000 on hand, of which about $60,000 or so was for unpaid goods, and the remaining $80,000 or so he had earned. 3 days to earn $80,000. For the average person is almost a dream, but Li Dong easily ran a few trips to earn so much. That's the advantage of being born again. It's like being open. If you put it in a few years, the rapid development of the internet, cell phones are becoming more and more common. Want to make this money is difficult to make. Not to lose money is good. Lying in bed at night, Li Dong is a little worried. This morning's wholesaler's unintentional words made him a little worried. He said that recently there have been a lot more people acquiring lobsters in Dongping, and a lot of countryside dealers are clamoring for the price to go up, which doesn't bode well. It's only been 3 days, and 30,000 pounds isn't much, to be honest. It works out to just 15 tons. Dongping, under the jurisdiction of more than a dozen townships, spread to each township but a ton of goods, or the amount of 3 days. How can not cause this situation? Unless their own selection of a few have the acquisition of overlap. Li Dong pondered whether he should change a wholesaler to continue to buy goods, and afraid that the scope of their activities in the first few overlap, then the trouble will be more. There were some headaches, but things didn't affect much for the time being, and Li Dong prayed to just make it through the 2 months. The main concern is that these anomalies will attract the attention of other fishmongers, who will make less money if they enter the market a day earlier. Not to think about it, Li Dong secretly said that tomorrow morning to go and Lao Wang to inquire about it, and in the meantime, also settled the first payment for the goods. It was still light when Li Dong came to Dongping Big Market. Old Wang was already waiting at the entrance of the market and saw Li Dong looking at Li Dong with a somewhat different gaze. Li Dong was furtive in his heart and laughed. Uncle Wang, why are you looking at me like that? Old Wang looked up and down, and only after a long time did he whisper, Dongzi, does your kid have any other doorways? What doorway? Li Dong's eyebrows rose, a little nonplussed. There seems to be more lobster collectors lately. Bao Lao San from the front, and Su Big Head from Anchuan. These two guys have been collecting goods lately as well, especially that guy Su Big Head. He actually robbed the downline with me. Old Wang muttered, not knowing what to think in his heart. Li Dong cursed, said so little goods how can attract attention? Feelings are yesterday's guy and old Wang robbed business. Cursing to curse, Li Dong does not dare to talk nonsense. These people essence you say a little may expose what. Even with the other two transactions Li Dong did not choose Dongping Big Market, but in other places. Otherwise these guys would have already known that they were the ones receiving the goods. Uncle Wang. I think it is the heat. Recently eat lobster people a lot more. I ship out of those restaurant stalls recently business is good. The last time the lobster all sold out. Hurry tomorrow you more into some. I see this period of time to find you into the lobster people must be quite a lot. That's true. Lao Wang nodded thoughtfully, thinking that there had indeed been more lobsters coming in lately. In fact, it is not more, but Lao Wang subconsciously thought that Li Dong also sells in Dongping, so the calculation is naturally more than before. Without giving Lao Wang time to continue to think deeply, Li Dong took out 2 piles of Mao Grandpa, then counted out 2,000 and handed it to Lao Wang. Old Wang eyes lit up. No longer think about the other, regardless of whether he has a doorway. Anyway, they have to earn on the line. Received the money point once again. The old Wang some emotion. I did not expect you kid really sold out today and come into the goods. Looks like no less earn it. Oh, luck. If it is not Uncle Wang care which have to earn. Besides, what I earn is a small head. Earn some pocket money. What Uncle Wang earns is the big head. Li Dong had a hypocritical face, and thought to himself that old Wang this guy is too refined. It is best to change the family. Now that he wasn't short of payment for goods, it was easy to switch to another one, saving old Wang from seeing anything. And Lao Wang perfunctory a few sentences, took the old Wang handed over the note. Li Dong loaded the goods and got into the car, did not dare to say anything to Lao Wang again. Familiarly coming to Harakawa again, the bearded owner became more and more enthusiastic. This period of time Pingtuan eating lobster trend has raised signs of business is doing a lot better. Li Dong's goods he sold out almost every day. And the price of lobster also has an upward trend. Now Li Dong is the largest supplier of lobster in the South Gate food market. The price is still cheap. The bearded man naturally have to be warmly entertained to do so. After chatting with the bearded man for a while, Li Dong said, Boss Chen, you can see that I have been a bit busy lately, so I won't come for the next delivery. I also have statistics on my side of the scale and so on. As long as the difference is not too much, there is no problem. I'll give you a card number. Next time you directly call the payment to my card on the line. The bearded man did not have any opinion. Even laughed. This is not a problem. If old brother Li is not assured, I will put the money in advance to play and all. More refund. Who is still not assured of who? Li Dong, of course, will not take this seriously. These small bosses are not see the rabbit does not spread the eagle's horns. Tens of thousands of dollars in advance to pay in advance to say just. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon when I got back to Dongping. This period of time Li Dong really quite tired. In the morning to pick up the goods, but also with the car to Pingtuan delivery, and then with the car back. A little signs of falling apart. It's a good thing that I don't have to go to Pinshan without something big happening next, and I should be able to relax a lot on my own with 6 or 7 fewer hours of bumping around. It was only after he was idle that Li Dong thought of taking a trip to school. He was too tired to go to the evening study hall these days. Last time, but I had talked to old Chen about going to the evening study hall, and I don't know if old Chen had a fit. Arrived at the school. The school is still in class. Li Dong did not rush to go in. In the vicinity of the school to find a small restaurant fried a few dishes began to eat. After eating, I looked at the time. Just in time. It was almost time for class to end. Touching his stomach just entered the classroom. Good guy. Did not expect Feng Jinsong this guy actually in his class. And this guy was actually sitting in his seat and was talking to Yuan Shui who had turned around. Li Dong was a bit speechless. Isn't this guy chasing after Qin Yuhan? Why did he come to find Yuan Shui again? Without waiting for him to make a sound, Wang Jia hurriedly said, Dongzi, you're here. Old Chen said you took a leave of absence. Are you alright? It's okay, just a little cold. Li Dong shook his head. His heart warmed. Wang Jia this guy actually kinda cared about himself. He didn't feel it in his previous life. Sweeping a glance at Feng Jinsong, he said unhappily, step aside. Who let you sit here with me? Feng Jinsong was not annoyed and said lightly, I came to look for you. I have been here several times. I didn't expect to meet you here. Sure enough, you are a good student. You are almost at the college entrance exam and still so dashing. What do you care? If you have something to say it and get lost. Feng Jinsong smiled, got up and patted Li Dong's shoulder. Come on, let's go out and talk. There are some things that are not convenient to say here. Li Dong shrugged his shoulders, shook off Feng Jinsong's hand, and said carelessly, there is no time now. Wait for me on the playground after school. This kid's still with him this set. Not just after school playground, see it. Who is afraid of hua? Okay, I'll wait for you after school. Feng Jinsong agreed to be very dry, and Yuan Shui said hello and left with a flourish, without any of the constraints of an outsider. Those female students in the class all had glowing eyes and wanted to swallow him up. Li Dong faced contempt. Even Yuan Shui are despised. People are not chasing you, replaced by other people to chase. Actually accompanied him to chat. Still want to be shameless? Yuan Shui was not a roundworm in Li Dong's stomach, so naturally she was not clear about what Li Dong was thinking. But seeing that look in Li Dong's eyes, she guessed what was going on and said with some shyness, "What are you looking at?" He said he came to look for you. I just asked what's up. What do you mean? It's not interesting. It's not good to look at it. Li Dong skimmed his lips, pondering in his heart that Feng Jinsong wouldn't bring someone to ambush him after school, right? The guy's family had money. He didn't hang around school too bad, and he had no trouble finding a few guys. Although I have a lot of experience in fighting, and I also have experience in knocking down a boring stick, but it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, and if there are 7 or 8 people, I'm not a match for them. With that thought in mind, his eyes began to scan the class. He had to find a handful of guys to use. If there were too many people, he would run first. If 3 or 5 people, he first knocked down 1 or 2, and then with his own body cannot eat the loss. The whole class Li Dong was thinking about how to fight and win. This guy did not even think that Feng Jinsong may not even be looking for him to fight. Li Dong has never been afraid to think of his opponents in the worst possible way. It is always good to be prepared. It is better than suffering a loss and then retaliating. The bell for the end of school rang, and Li Dong also finally found the guy in the corner of the class while he was there. A broken bench leg, so thick that a blow from a stick should knock out 1 or 2. Not a controlled knife, is not afraid of the police uncle checking. Very practical weapon. If you can pick up a brick on the road is even better. That is a magic weapon. Yuan Shui has been secretly paying attention to Li Dong. See, Li Dong tucked the bench legs into the clothes, somewhat a laugh, but also some speechless. Seeing Li Dong crookedly preparing to go out, he couldn't help but shout, "You can't fight now. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, and hurting your arm will be troublesome." I know. Am I that kind of person? Feng Jinsong and I are on good terms. Just good brothers chatting. The little girl's mind is too complicated. Li Dong grunted, turned around and walked out of the classroom towards the playground. Yuan Shui was a little uneasy after all, and cursed in her heart that she really had nothing to do, but she secretly followed Li Dong towards the playground. Chapter 13, Open a Supermarket. From afar, Li Dong saw Feng Jinsong sitting alone next to the flagpole platform, half-rolled sleeves lying more Prince Charming fan. Li Dong skimmed his lips and looked around, not like he was hiding anyone. Less wary, Li Dong moved the legs of the bench that was choking him and walked straight towards Feng Jinsong. Coming. Feng Jinsong's tone was light. Nima. Li Dong's face was diabolical. This tone made it seem as if he was begging him to come. If you have something to say, go play with your balls. I don't have time to play with you. Feng Jinsong's face did not look too good, feeling that relying on his aura could not suppress Li Dong. This dilettante. He straightened his face and said, Li Dong, this time I am looking for you because I want to talk to you. What do I have to talk to you about? Feng Jinsong somewhat adapted to Li Dong's scoundrel, his face slightly cold. Then I will say it directly, and you should not blame me for speaking too straight. You used to have good grades, but now it's only average, so you should have no problem working hard to get into a second grade. Your family is a fish seller. According to the Moore said, the whole family savings is not more than $100,000. Besides looks, not that a man has to be good looking. Do you think you can compare to me? And Li Dong found a place to sit down and listen to Feng Jinsong blah 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 a bunch of things. Nothing more than he is high, rich and handsome. He is short and poor and so on. After listening for a long time, he interrupted with a yawn. That's about it. Anything else? Feng Jinsong's tone stagnated and he forced down his anger. Don't you understand when I say so much? People value self-knowledge. Do you think you're worthy of Qin Yuhan? Li Dong's sight stared straight at Feng Jinsong for a long time before he snorted. Saying that you are childish is a compliment. What do you mean? Feng Jinsong gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Li Dong. Li Dong stretched out, a little bored. Originally thought that Feng Jinsong, this guy, would not give himself a little surprise, but now it seems to be a completely spoiled too little cute. You say you at least get a threat to lure, or carrot and stick can also be, or simply throw yourself a face of money. How is also better than saying some empty words to the right, but you make a discreet, but the result is just to compare with their own grades. Family, handsome, and there is no girl on the sidelines to watch. is not the second little cute. What is it? Too lazy to say anything more to this douchebag. Li Dong is not a small teenager who has just gone through puberty, so he doesn't bother to distinguish anything with him. Waving his sleeve without taking away a cloud, Li Dong simply did not even have the heart to retort, and directly flashed. Feng Jinsong, who stopped in place, was speechless for a long time, and he, who had not yet experienced a big storm, simply did not understand why Li Dong could be so calm. In his opinion, he said these words out not to say Li Dong anger, at least will feel inferior and lost, and will not dare to face themselves in the future. But the result was that Li Dong acted as if nothing had happened. Not even a hint of shame. Shameless guy. Feng Jinsong clenched his teeth fiercely as he finally somewhat understood what Li Dong really was. It was said that he did not care, but naturally Li Dong could not mind at all after being despised. Not to compete with Feng Jinsong, but he also has to think about his future. Although recently made some money as a second-hand dealer, but this is after all not a long-term business. Oneself as a reborn high-end people, rely on selling lobsters to make money is indeed not on the stage. Of course, he wouldn't mind selling lobsters all the time if he could make as much money every day in the future as he did now. What makes money in the next decade or so? The internet is developing very quickly, but unfortunately, no matter whether it's Duonyang or Tencent is now on track. He as an amateur simply cannot interfere. Even if you want to intervene, you don't have the opportunity and capital to do so. At best, you can buy some stocks later and save them to make a profit. Real estate is also profiteering. But this thing has no network of light money does not work. Just a variety of land approval procedures are enough to drink a pot of their own. Consider buying a few properties and sitting back and waiting for appreciation. But forget about developing real estate. What else can one do? Li Dong some hate their own uneducated. In the community to do so many years actually have always known to do sales. Other industries have not been involved in. Even if some previous contact with their own is a half understanding. For a moment they simply cannot think of what to do to make steady money. After walking for a while, Li Dong's mouth was a little dry, and he looked around to find a kiosk to buy a bottle of water. Just after taking a sip of water, Li Dong seemed to have thought of something and slapped his head fiercely, not caring about the other people looking at the little cutie. Seemingly staring at himself, Li Dong hurriedly returned to the kiosk where he had just purchased water to observe for a while, and then began to wander around along the street. This turn was over an hour. And again, Li Dong automatically forgot about his preparations for the evening study session he had to go to later. Yeah, there's no supermarket. It's amazing that there's not a single large supermarket in Dongping City until now. Li Dong muttered. If he hadn't just bought water subconsciously looking for a supermarket, he wouldn't have even thought about this. Accustomed to the latter day there is a supermarket every few hundred or thousand meters, he realized that this is 2004, and Dongping is just a small underdeveloped county inland. Those large supermarket chains haven't dropped their sights here yet. They are busy grabbing market share in second and third tier cities. Is it profitable to open a supermarket? Of course it makes money. Memory instantly flooded into his mind. Li Dong remembered as if it was this year, when he went home during the National Day vacation, when the city opened its first supermarket. It was called a Sea of People, under the guise of an opening promotion, and the whole Dongping city was stirred up, lining up outside that supermarket waiting to shop. Even their own mom also put down the business. Oil, salt, rice, food and drink, whether used or not, the whole moved a large car things home. Li Dong had never thought that the housewives of Dongping had that kind of good energy, and almost emptied that not-so-big supermarket for several days in a row. In just a few short years, when Li Dong came home for his third year of college, he heard that Dongping had its first Lamborghini, bought by the son of the owner of that very supermarket. Visible a few years of time people earned how much? If not later like China Resources, Tesco, or T-Mart, these well-known brands stationed in Dongping, with its strong capital, excellent service concepts to quickly dominate the market. A supermarket to create a richest man in Dongping are possible. Unfortunately, because of the late management chaos, environmental obsolescence cannot afford to invest in a small place. That supermarket fell apart. In the chain supermarkets all over the time that supermarket seems to have closed down, Li Dong moved. Now that the owner who originally opened the supermarket cannot start. It's April now. That supermarket officially opens its doors in October. A 6-month time gap. Maybe people have already started in action, but Li Dong does not care at all. Even if others also open the supermarket, he believes will not be his own opponent. Not because he is more bullish than others, but he himself as long as copy the decoration, management and service of those large supermarkets in the latter days. There is no reason not to succeed. People can open the supermarket across the country, and business is booming. They have not seen the world in this small county to draw a gourd. There is no reason to make money? Thinking of this, Li Dong and began to think. They are ready to open a supermarket. Is the choice to join those supermarket chains, or choose their own brand? Join the benefits of joining. That is, everything is guided by someone. The subsequent purchase of goods do not have to find their own channels. You can save a lot of trouble, but there are troubles if you join. Firstly, people have hard requirements for space and capital and so on. Secondly, there is an annual franchise fee and management fee to be paid, which is not a small amount. Li Dong carefully considered. If it is another few years, he certainly choose to join, because the independent brand of small supermarkets almost nothing to survive. But today's Dongping market is still a wasteland, and there's not much difference between an independent brand and a chains brand. So why would you need to spend an extra amount of money on someone else if that's the case? So far Li Dong has made up his mind. The first supermarket in the past life that the first guy did not choose to join it. Their business as usual good to burst. As long as they are willing to continue to invest in the expansion and reinstallation of the late. Even if there are chain supermarkets to seize the market themselves are not afraid. After all, as long as not too bad to do. People's habits are not so easy to change. The last advantage was that he had never thought of what his parents should do after they put down their fish selling business. They were not yet old enough to stay at home all their lives. Busy people are most likely to get sick when they are idle all of a sudden. Collecting money and managing the staff at the supermarket is both relaxing and lively, which is perfect for parents. When he goes to college, he will definitely take Pingchuan as his main development place, and he can feel relieved to leave the supermarket for his parents to watch. With so many reasons added together, what is there to hesitate about? Thinking about it, now that the decision has been made, you're going to be busy yourself for the rest of the day. Funding is a problem. According to their own ideas, it is best to buy a site to open a supermarket. The latter-day downtown storefront rent is frightening. Add to that the hiring of people, the purchase of goods, the formalities, all together. I am afraid that no million cannot be done. Even if you don't have enough money to choose to rent a room now, it would take at least several $100,000 to do so. And the money belonging to yourself on hand now is only more than $80,000. And the funding gap is still a bit big. Pingchuan side has more than 20,000 incomes every day. Even if Li Dong wants to send more lobsters, there is no way. Dongping is such a big place. 10,000 pounds a day is almost the limit. More will certainly be followed by others. And the money earned at that time is not necessarily comparable to the present. But Dongping can't do anything about it. But there are 2 or 3 other counties near Dongping, which are similar in geography to Dongping, with lots of rivers and lakes, and lots of lobsters. If the doorway over there was also opened, it wouldn't be hard at all for Pingchuan to eat tens of thousands of extra pounds of lobster a day. In the past, Li Dong did not have the urgency of needing money, but now he wants to open a supermarket. That requires more money, and he can only rack his brain to start thinking of ways to raise money. And if there are no large supermarkets in East Penn, do the surrounding counties have them? While those well-known brands have not yet stationed in the county-level cities, they do not seize the market before it is too late, not to mention the north of the Yangtze River, but at least to eat down the Qingyang this piece of it. The more he thinks about it, the more motivated Li Dong is. Time waits for no one. This is the best time. Chapter 14, You're a Liar. The next few days were busy for Li Dong. In order to raise money as soon as possible to open the supermarket, Li Dong Dumping Lobster Market expanded to half of Qingyang City. The 3 counties near Dongping, Nanping, Hechuan and Yanghe, were all carved out by Li Dong as his territory. Like Dongping, these 3 counties belong to the same Qingyang City. The lobster market remains sluggish, but also gave Li Dong an opportunity to take advantage of. In order to find out the other 3 counties of the wholesale aquatic market, Li Dong excused to go to a classmate's home to study, did not come home for several days, every night at 1 or 2 o'clock to get up to contact wholesalers. Good thing he now has cash in hand. Do not need to empty gloves. Those wholesalers are similar to the Dongping side. It is easy to contact a few. As for the Pingchuan side, Li Dong also took the time to go to a trip. This time he did not go to the vegetable market, but directly find the wholesale market in the provincial capital. A family run he could not carry. Only slightly reduced prices directly wholesale lobsters from these 3 counties. Pingchuan's lobster market has begun to have an upward trend. Li Dong's price in the wholesale market are up to $5. Compared to selling to the bearded are not cheap. If not for the bearded man is his first partner, coupled with this business cannot be long. Li Dong are ready to 4 counties together wholesale, so that can also save a lot of trouble. In this way, after being busy for almost a week, Li Dong finally arranged the in and out channels for several other places. It was April 22nd when I returned to Dongping again. Li Dong was ready to rest for a day first. He was really tired these days and had hardly slept a full night. I'm thinking that I'll go out and look for a site tomorrow. And I'll open the supermarket first, so that I don't let anyone else take the lead. Pouring lobster is a one-shot deal, but a supermarket can last a lifetime when it's open. As for the funds now, he is not too worried. Now just the daily difference in their own almost 100,000 into the account. It feels a little unbelievable to say, but in reality it's just 30,000 to 40,000 pounds of lobster per day, which spread evenly over 4 counties doesn't cause a splash at all. Lying on the bed thinking about things, tired and hard these days, Li Dong quickly went to sleep. When Li Changyuan and Chao Feng came back, Li Dong was still huffing and puffing. Chao Feng gently pushed open the door of the room. See his son sleeping soundly, then did not disturb. Just looked at the thin circle and darkened a lot of Li Dong's face full of pain. Gently bringing the door to her room, Chao Feng walked to the living room and whispered, Dongzi has lost a lot of weight in the past few days. Is there something going on at school? Skinny and dark. I'm heartbroken. Li Changyuan thought for a moment and said, the college entrance exam is just over a month away, and he's under a lot of pressure during this time. Don't go to the stall in these 2 months. Stay home with him and make him some good food, so you'll be okay on your own? What can't be done? Business can still be done later if not now. Now is the big event of his life. Less earn a little. Make money is not for his. Li Changyuan think understand. The two families exhausted for what? In the end it is not for the son can have a good future. Chao Feng thought about it and then agreed. After all was said and done, it was still her son who was the most important, especially now in the nick of time. You can't leave your son to his own devices. Li Dong, who woke up from a nap, didn't know that his mom had decided to stay home with him. Pushing the door into the living room, Chao Feng was busy in the kitchen, and the aroma of the meal induced Li Dong's appetite. Mom, how did you have time to cook something delicious tonight? Li Dong casually picked up a piece of ribs and tasted it. Chao Feng was busy while saying heartily, I'll have all the time in the future to cook dishes for you to eat. I have to raise you fat. Forget it, you're so busy every day. Don't cook when you come back. It's good to bring some back from outside. It's fine. I won't be going to the stalls from tomorrow anyway. I'll have plenty of time to cook. Cough cough cough. Li Dong almost choked to death on the bone. Hurriedly swallowed the ribs and blurted out, What's wrong? Mom, you're not going to the market? Well, isn't it true that you're going to take the college entrance exam soon? And it's not good to trouble your classmates when you haven't been home for the past few days. Your father and I discussed that I won't go to the market for the next month or so, and I'll serve you at home. How about that? Li Dong quickly refused, not for fear of his old mom controlling him. Originally the family that stall is very busy. Their own mother to go can also help. If mom does not go to the dad a person is not tired. On second thought, maybe this is an opportunity not to. So why not just have mom and dad close the door? Thinking this way Li Dong said, Mom, why don't we close the stall at home for these 2 months? You and dad haven't rested for so many years. And then open the stall after I finish the college entrance exam. What are you talking about? Do not open the stall what you eat and drink. The big deal is to let your father less goods. Business have stopped for a few months. The old customers all gone. And then open the stall do not know how much less business. Chao Feng refused without thinking. The whole family is counting on it. She and Li Changyuan both have little education. Otherwise they would not be selling fish. What else can be done without the stall? Li Dong has the heart to say that he has made money. But think of their next to use money. This supermarket is open do not know when there is an entry. Tens of millions of investment is not scared to death of mom and dad. Before the supermarket is not on track Li Dong is not ready to tell the family. It seems to be necessary to slow down again. Taking a deep breath, Li Dong secretly said that it shouldn't take much longer. There was still time. But in that case you can't let mom accompany you. On the one hand it's inconvenient to do something on your own. On the other hand dad can't hold up on his own. Mom, I don't need you to accompany me. You'd better go and help dad. It's too tiring to go in and open the stall alone. Don't wear dad out. Chao Feng was a little worried when she heard her son say that, but she didn't feel comfortable with no one to accompany her son. Just as he was hesitating, he heard Li Dong Dao, in the future, I'll go to the market at noon and in the evening to eat with you guys, so you won't have to worry about me if you buy some delicious food then. I'm at school during the day anyway. Listen to Li Dong so Chao Feng think about it makes sense. The son at noon and night to go to the market, and at night they also came back. Business management's son both, but it is the best of both worlds. Li Dong also had no choice but to say that Mom is definitely not willing. Besides, if you eat with them, they won't eat too badly then. And it's good for your parents to improve their food, so that they don't have to eat on their own. Chow Fong agreed painfully, repeatedly instructing Li Dong to go to the market after school before going into his room to rest. After eating a simple wash, Li Dong did not go back to sleep. These days busy, even less time to review their homework. I found some questions for the high school exams, but it's not possible to have every question. And the big head start still depends on your basic skills. After carefully looking at those college entrance exam questions that he had copied down once more, Li Dong then remembered that he should have forgotten something very important. Early the next morning, Li Dong rushed to the school. He remembered last night that he had arranged to meet with Qin Yuhan in the garden together last time, but at that time he was still busy with contacts in other counties and forgot all about it. The thought of Qin Yuhan realizing that she had been stood up and gritting her teeth to kill Li Dong was a little chilled. When he came to the alley that Qin Yuhan usually must pass through, seeing that the time was still early, Li Dong waited here. He still had things to do today. He wasn't prepared to go to school, and he came here just to wait for Qin Yuhan, so he had to explain at least. After about 10 minutes, Li Dong saw Qin Yuhan's figure from a long distance away. She was always so attention-grabbing that she could not be hidden even in the crowd. Qin Yuhan also discovered Li Dong and did not speak to him as she passed by, tilting her head and ignoring him as she walked straight past. Li Dong shamefully chased after him and hurriedly explained, "Yuhan, last week I had an emergency, and then I went to look for you. You were already gone, and I thought it would be hard to take a day off without bothering you." "Humph, liar. Really, give it another chance. It was really urgent last time." Qin Yuhan stopped, her eyes red with disappointment. "I said you're a liar. I waited in the garden until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and you never came at all. I went to ask Wei Yuan, and he said he hadn't seen you for the past few days, and that you had taken a vacation and hadn't gone to school." Li Dong's heart was suddenly clogged, a little hard and a little happy. There was an indescribable feeling that she cared. Why else would she ask Wei Yuan? She doesn't even need to care. Looking at the girl in front of him who was biting her lip with a stubborn face, Li Dong wanted to say something, but whatever he said felt a little pale. He could picture the scene, the little girl sitting alone on the bench waiting for something, from morning to afternoon, the smile on her face dissipating, exasperation, chagrin, and finally turning into worry. Li Dong's eyes were a little sour, and he suddenly wanted so badly to take the girl in front of him into his arms. Qin Yuhan was still accusing, and her heart was full of grievances. Suddenly she felt herself crashing into a warmth, and the suddenness of the situation made her mind go blank, somewhat at a loss for words. Her eyes rounded. "I'm sorry." Li Dong embraced the girl in front of him and murmured, "I'm really sorry. I will never lie to you again." Time seemed to have passed for a long time. Qin Yuhan suddenly screamed, ruthlessly pushed Li Dong away and turned to run. Behind her came Li Dong's unrestrained laughter, and the little girl blushed, unable to say in her heart whether she was exasperated or petulant. Chapter 15, To Sell or Not to Sell? Friends, give 2 recommendations if you have any, and ask for better looking stats. Thanks. This day Li Dong was in a good mood, and even his walk was a little light. He wasn't sure if it was a relationship. No confession, no romance, just a hug, but these were enough. Qin Yuhan didn't reject and didn't scold him. This could explain a lot, so he was satisfied. After calming down a bit, Li Dong wandered around a few main streets in the city. His purpose today was to find a suitable site for a supermarket, and the rest was pressed for the time being. The main city of Dongping County is small, and the business district is even smaller, consisting mainly of 4 streets that run longitudinally through the center of the city. The streets don't have special names. They are simply and straightforwardly called the 4 streets of the southeast, northwest, and north. The area of the first high school would be on West Main Street, while the food market is on South Main Street. The area of West Main Street, because of the presence of the school, is dominated by small restaurants, bookstores, hotels, hospitals and student-related industries. On the South Street side, there is a food market, fruit stalls, some clothing stores and hardware stores selling street goods, and so on. And Li Dong's goal in mind is the supermarket is best to open in North Street around several new neighborhoods. And in Li Dong's memory, in the future the county government and some government buildings will be relocated there. The environment there is much better than the old West Main Street and the dirty South Main Street, and the main concentration is also some brand name clothing stores, commercial banks, department stores and other industries. And that supermarket from my previous life was open on North Main Street, and I remember it was packed with people who couldn't even squeeze it. However, Li Dong also looked at the store site of the supermarket just now, but it is not very satisfied. The place is a little small. In his previous life, that supermarket business is very good, but because of the late lack of power, want to expand the scale of the trouble is also very big, coupled with the location of a little bit out of the way, only to be squeezed out by those chain supermarkets. After circling back and forth on North Main Street for several times, Li Dong found that today's North Main Street was not too prosperous, and some of the street-facing stores were either under renovation or being rebuilt. Far from the modernized atmosphere of a few years later, there were a few stores that were being rented out, but Li Dong wasn't too happy with them. Until he walked to the intersection of the two streets in the northwest. Li Dong stopped. Looking at a newly rising commercial plaza in front of him, Li Dong brightened up. The commercial building had only been built a short time ago, 5 floors high. The outer walls had just been renovated, and the inside was still an empty piece. What Li Dong valued was not the old or the new, but he remembered that in the future, this place was the gathering point of KFC, McDonald's and other foreign fast food, and business could not be better. Moreover, this place is associated with 2 streets in the northwest, and there are no less than 10 residential areas in the vicinity. What's more, it is no more than 10 minutes walk from the Oriental Plaza, so the location is absolutely perfect. This is it. Li Dong made up his mind in an instant. Was there any place more suitable than this? And the place was spacious enough. It was too suitable. The scaffolding has not been removed on the wall, hanging a large advertisement for rent. Li Dong hurriedly wrote down the phone to call. Hello, is this the Blue Ocean Commercial Building recruiter? Yes, I want to rent a room. Let's meet and talk. I'm in front of the Blue Ocean Commercial Building right now. Hanging up the phone, Li Dong stood in place and waited for a while. Almost 10 minutes later, a fat middle-aged man clipped his briefcase and trotted over. After looking around and seeing that only Li Dong was standing in place, the middle-aged man looked a little hesitant. Li Dong understood why and smiled in greeting. Hello, I was the one who just called. Hello, my name is Li Changui. Nice to meet you. The middle-aged man quickly settled down and reached out to shake hands with Li Dong. After shaking hands, Li Changui hesitated or opened his mouth. What is your name? Sir, my surname is also Li. 500 years ago we might still be a family. Mr. Li wouldn't be looking at my young age and not be worried, right? Ha ha. Li Dong appeared chatty and warmly greeted Li Changui. Li Changui is also a person who was accustomed to doing business, and the hesitation of seeing the other party's youth at the beginning was quickly suppressed, and Li Dong chatted with him in a few words. A few words of conversation down, Li Changui really relieved. The other party was young, but his speech and demeanor were no worse than those in the business world. So it was true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Said began to get to the point. Li Changui asked, Mr. Li, fancy which facade? A layer I am ready to rent as a whole. The other 4 floors and so on the main body completed I will build cubicles. If Mr. Li fancy, now you can look at the place. At most 1 or 2 months to move in. Li Dong did not hurry to reply, but instead asked, I don't know that Mr. Li in this Blue Ocean Commercial Building. Li Changui did not wait for Li Dong to finish before he said, seeing the joke, this Blue Ocean Commercial Building is invested and constructed by me and a few friends in partnership. Li Dong nodded, his heart slightly relieved. It was good that it was the rightful owner. Mr. Li's business is quite big. I'm afraid it won't work without a few $1 million to build this building. Alas, who says not? Before and after a few of us invested $6 or $7 million. Unfortunately, Li Changui shook his head, but didn't say much. But do not say Li Dong also know what's going on. This time to develop real estate is not necessarily can make a lot of money. Lose money are there. It's not a few years from now. And frankly it's not cheap to spend $6 or $7 million on a commercial building like this in the county. After all, both labor and materials are much cheaper than later. And land prices are ridiculously cheap. A one-time investment of $6 or $7 million to build a not-so-big commercial building in the county is not really very cost-effective. Even if Li Changui did not tell the truth. According to Li Dong's prediction, this building could not be built without more than $5 million. Since you spend out quite a bit, you definitely need to earn it back. And the rent of the store is naturally not cheap. What's more, the best first-floor street stores they are also ready to rent as a whole. The area of the first floor is estimated to be 700 or 800 square feet. The rent is certainly not cheap. Dongping County is not well developed, and those who have this kind of money to rent a room are definitely not doing a small business. The big deal is that it is more cost-effective for them to build another building in a different place than this one. Li Dong remembers that at the beginning of the Blue Ocean Building is indeed very cold. Until 08 years KFC stationed in order to change the situation. then it is considered a real gold store. I think Li Chenggui's several people should be in the big city before to fight. These days can come up with 6 million people are not simple. They spend so much money back to the county to build a house is prescient, but unfortunately just did not take into account the actual situation. Mr. Li, I don't know if you are selling this? Li Dong suddenly asked. Li Chenggui froze for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, to be honest, we are not prepared to sell. My friend and I believe that the property prices will definitely go up, and the development prospects of this place are also very good. In a few years this place will definitely become the Oriental Pearl of Dongping. Li Dong was really somewhat impressed now. These people really had a very poisonous vision. It does not take a few years. The second half of this year Dongping's housing prices will rise. Wait until after 2008. Housing prices are doubled. By then this building, not to mention 6 million, 30 million cannot buy. However, Li Dong believes that their vision is no longer good enough to expect to rise so much. Immediately shook his head and said, Mr. Li, the words are too absolute. Housing prices rise or not, who can not say? And even if it can rise how much? This is 6 million pressed in this. Have this 6 million you do other business I'm afraid you can earn over. Li Chenggui felt something was wrong for a moment and said with some uncertainty, is Mr. Li buying a store? He previously thought that Li Dong was going to buy a separate store. With the current prices are not worth much money. He spent millions, in order to 100, 000 to 200, 000 to disrupt the layout of the entire building is not cost effective. But listen to Li Dong's meaning, some do not look like to buy a store, which makes him a little skeptical. After all, talk even more mature cannot change the fact that the other party is a young man. Yes, I want to buy the first and second floors, and if it's possible the third floor is fine to buy. Li Dong did not deny it. He was going to say it later anyway. 2 floors are usually enough to open a supermarket, but 3 floors can be used for future expansion, and now the house price is cheap. When a few more years, even if the business is not good, the house alone is enough for him to eat and drink for the rest of his life. Really? Li Chenggui was really a little surprised and a little disbelieving. You know the difference between buying and renting can be very big. The whole 3 floors, if you buy down without a few million, don't talk. The young man in front of you is empty talk or really have this strength? It really can't be any more true. But if Mr. Li doesn't want to, it's fine. I'm just trying to save a lot of trouble. Or else it wouldn't be a big problem to take a piece of land around here and build it myself. Li Chenggui does not doubt the words of Li Dong. There are a few million to take a piece of land in North Street to build a 3-story commercial building is really not too difficult. And if Li Dong's words were true, he did have some heart. The money for this building was all he and his friends had, and it took him 20 years of doing business in the field to get these savings. Now all the pressure on the Blue Sea commercial building. To say that he is sure that the house can rise in price is just, but all this is just a prediction. Who can be sure that the future is up or down? Coupled with the fact that the renting of the Blue Ocean commercial building was going very badly, if he could really get a large sum of cash, he would be happy to earn even a little less. Chapter 16, Buying a House. Heart to heart. After all, the mall is not Li Chenggui's alone. Li Chenggui thought deeply for a moment before saying, then Mr. Li, wait first. I'll make a call. Yes, Mr. Li, it's not a good thing to always stand here. I'll go wait for you at the tea house next door. Li Dong pointed to the tea house not far away to indicate. After turning around for half a day he was also a little tired. Dongping doesn't seem to have any cafes these days, but there are a lot of tea houses. Alright, Mr. Li, go ahead. I'll be right there. Li Chenggui also did not want Li Dong to listen on the side. He still had some questions to discuss with his friend. Li Dong waited in the tea house for almost 20 minutes before Li Chenggui came in sweating profusely. He wasn't the only one. He was followed by 2 middle-aged men of about the same age, who must be his friends. Mr. Li, sorry for keeping you waiting. Li Chenggui looked apologetic and hurriedly apologized. Li Dong signaled that it was alright, got up and smiled. These 2 should be your friends. Sit together. The man wearing glasses among the 2 men nodded slightly to Li Dong and sat down, while the other man, seeing Li Dong so young, glanced at Li Chenggui with some suspicion. However, the building capital Li Chenggui is a major shareholder. There is really something wrong, but also Li Chenggui suffered a big loss, so I thought it did not make a sound. Just as soon as he sat down, Li Chenggui drank all the tea in his cup in one gulp and said, Mr. Li, I discussed with my friends, the building can be sold, but there are 2 prerequisites that I have to talk to you about. You say? Li Dong made a show of washing his ears. Li Chenggui was not polite, and said straight away, first, because you are buying a few floors underneath the stores, so the year-on-year market price needs to be at a premium. This is as it should be. After all, there is still a difference between a commercial building and a residential building, and stores on the street are naturally worth more. And once the bottom 3 floors of the Blue Ocean commercial building are sold, the leasing of the top 2 floors will definitely be affected. Although Li Dong had already agreed in his heart, he still pretended to hesitate and consider for a while before nodding his head and agreeing. Li Changui was slightly relieved and continued. Secondly, Blue Ocean commercial building also has a basement level, which was originally intended to be a parking garage. If Mr. Li wants to buy this basement, it will also be counted as part of it, and we need to retain the right to use it. This was something that Li Dong naturally would not easily agree to. Frowning, he said, I definitely want to buy the parking garage, but there is no need to reserve the right to use this. I know what you guys are worried about. In the future, the tenants of the 4th and 5th floors of the mall can use the parking garage, as long as they pay the fees according to the rules. There will be no problem. Li Chengui's 3 men discussed in low voices for a moment, and after thinking about it, they didn't weigh in on the issue. What I've just said is a minor issue, and when all is said and done, if you can't negotiate a price, anything is empty. Li Chengui continued. Since Mr. Li is going to buy a house, I think he should know something about this part of the market. Blue Ocean has 820 square feet on the 1st floor, and now the average price of street-level stores on North Avenue is about 200. The 2nd and 3rd floors are all 780 square feet in use, and the average market price also hovers around 2,000. Garage side, we only count a construction cost, the overall price of 5.2 million. I do not know if Mr. Li can accept. A hint of anticipation flowed from Li Changgui's eyes as he finished speaking, very much hoping that Li Dong would agree. However, Li Dong is not a lot of money, no place to spend. Sniffing, immediately shook his head and said, Mr. Li, this price is too insincere. Say how much the market price is meaningless. Mr. Li, also do not look at the North Street side of the year, there can be a few stores resale transactions. Li Changui is not afraid to return the price, but he is afraid that Li Dong will be scared away by the $5 million without even returning the price. Now that he saw Li Dong opening his mouth to talk about the price, he was relieved. Immediately beat the spirit and Li Dong talked. The 2 partners around also from time to time to speak out to help. Several people talked for almost an hour, and the 2 sides mainly disagreed on the price. In the end, Li Dong bit the bullet and did not let go of 4 million. Li Chengui, a few people then find an excuse to go out to discuss. In fact, even if it is a little more expensive, Li Dong is willing to buy. After all, wait until the second half of the price will rise. But he doesn't have that kind of money right now, and even the down payment won't come out for a while, and it depends on how long the dumping lobster business will last, and he out to 4 million is also sure. Anyway, the real estate capital is not high. Even if 4 million, Li Chengui, a few people are sure to make money. After waiting for a few minutes, Li Chengui's trio entered the door again. Li Chengui and his 2 friends glanced at each other and said, Mr. Li, 4 million is indeed a bit less. Let's each give up 1 step. 38 million, just as a friend. This friend is too expensive. $380,000. Can buy 2 suites in Dongping? Li Dong is naturally reluctant. After considering for a moment, Li Dong said, take an auspicious number. 180,000, and send it out even if you die. A win-win situation is a win-win situation. Li Chengui and the others looked at each other and conferred in a low voice for a few sentences. And finally Li Chengui clapped his hands and decided, deal. We can sign the agreement now. After signing the initial agreement has been 12 o'clock. A few people agreed to 10 days after the formal signing of the purchase contract. After all, Li Dong still need time to raise money, but also to wait for the Blue Ocean building is completely completed. Li Chengui, a few people are not in a hurry these days. In Dongping at a time can come up with a few million to buy a house is after all a minority. As long as the time is not too outrageous, they can wait. After refusing Li Chengui's invitation to treat him to dinner and exiting the tea house, Li Dong was a little tired in spirit. Hurriedly rushed to the food market. Mom and Dad had already bought a meal, was waiting for Li Dong. Seeing Li Dong arrive, Chow Fong set up a small table behind the stall and served the purchased rice. Lunch was scrumptious, with rib soup, braised beef, braised carp, and a few vegetarian dishes. Li Dong found a stool and sat down, saying to his mom and dad, you guys must not have eaten either. Let's eat together. You eat first. Your dad and I will watch the booth and eat later. It's noon. Where's the crowd? Let's eat together. It's no fun to eat alone. Chao Feng's two families couldn't argue with Li Dong, so they had to sit down and eat together. This kind of scene is rare. There are really not many days when a family of 3 eats together. When I was a child, Li Dong also liked to stay in the market to eat with mom and dad, and then grew up because of the love of face will rarely come. Every time either to the school cafeteria is waiting for mom to bring back to eat at night. Then I went to college myself and rarely came home. My parents passed away after college, and counting the days we had dinner together were really few and far between. Eating in silence, Li Dong's thoughts drifted far away. Mom and dad were afraid that they wouldn't realize that their son, who was sitting in front of them at dinner, had just negotiated a multi-million-dollar deal to buy an entire 3-story building on Commercial Street. Waiting another 10 years, he won't sell the 3-story building without tens of millions of dollars, and just collecting the rent will be enough for the whole family to spend their days drinking. Just thinking about things. The middle-aged woman selling fish next door laughed loudly. Yo, this is Dongzi, right? It's been a long time since I've seen anyone, and in the blink of an eye, they've all grown so big. Li Dong returned to his 6 gods and looked up and smiled. Auntie Wang, you haven't changed your appearance even after not seeing you for such a long time. You look younger than my mom. Ha ha ha, Xiao Dongzi can talk. It's almost time for the college entrance exam. Which school are you going to take? Your parents have been chattering about it all day. My ears are getting calloused, so you should do well in the exam. Auntie Wang's voice was loud. The business people in the vegetable market had this habit. Smaller voices cannot be heard by customers. Plus the usual quarrels are common, not loud enough to suppress the scene. There is also a custom in the food market that you don't usually talk about business, only about your children. The people next to them heard Auntie Wang's words and came over to greet Mr. and Mrs. Li Changyuan, and by the way, they also took a look at Li Dong as if they were looking at something rare. Li Dong was admitted to the First County High School was a sensation, but also the First County High School experimental class. That is even more enviable. Usually, Li Changyuan two families did not less show off Li Dong. Plus Li Dong in the past few years less. The people have come forward to ask questions. The exclamation in the eyes cannot cover. Li Dong coped well and chatted with all of them, not leaving anyone out in the cold. This is even more impressive to everyone. And repeatedly praised Li Changyuan couple gave birth to a good son. The future will certainly have a future. Chao Feng's mouth couldn't close with a smile. And although Li Changyuan didn't show it, but looking at his eyes, he knew that he must be stealing joy in his heart. Li Dong also smiled, but his heart was sour. This is the parents. Praise them 100 words is not as happy as praise their children. Children is their all. In my previous life, I rarely came to the food market myself, so I thought my mom and dad must have been lost. Sighing slightly, waiting for the crowd to go back to do business, Li Dong only opened his mouth. Dad, Mom, wasn't it the school physical examination some time ago? The physical examination report came out, and it said that I seemed to have hepatitis B. The teacher asked me to take my parents to the hospital to check if it was hereditary. What hepatitis B? Son, is it serious? When she heard Li Dong say that she was sick, Chao Feng was instantly anxious, and she couldn't even bother to ask what hepatitis B was. Li Dong hurriedly explained, this doesn't matter. There are 1 to 200 million people in the country who have hepatitis B. The teacher is just asking to bring the parents for a review to see if it's hereditary. This is also Li Dong helpless. Anyway, the parents do not know what hepatitis B is. As for hereditary or not, they do not care, as long as the son is fine. Li Dong wanted his parents to go to the hospital to check their health, but he knew that his parents would not agree, and the only way to put them in their place was to use the teacher's mouth. Nothing is more important than Li Dong today. As long as Li Dong is good, they will be willing to do whatever they are asked to do. Sure enough, Chao Feng didn't hesitate at all and quickly said, okay, I'll go for a checkup in a couple days. Son, it won't have any effect on you, right? It's not too much. You guys go get checked out and I'll just hand in the medical report to the teacher then. Chao Feng practiced nodding her head. Seeing Li Changyuan's indifference, Li Dong added, let's do it this way. Tomorrow morning you and Dad will go to the county hospital together. The teacher's side is in a hurry. What's the rush? I and your father turn off to go okay. This rest day. Not waiting for Mom to finish. Li Dong was anxious. Teachers are in a hurry. This physical examination report is not then can come down. And then late if delayed college entrance exams on the trouble. Now Li Changyuan two families have no second thoughts. Rest day on rest day. Cannot delay the son's college entrance examination. This is a major life event. Then it's a deal. Tomorrow you guys don't go on the stall. I'll accompany you tomorrow morning. Having taken care of his mom and dad, Li Dong sighed in relief. His mom and dad's health was something he had always worried about. I hadn't thought of an excuse for a while, but I just found just the right one. And I was able to convince mom and dad in a few words. You're going to? Then school tomorrow. It's fine. You won't know what to check if I don't go. It's all revision now. It's okay to delay for a morning. After saying this and not waiting for the two to refuse, Li Dong got up and said, I'm going to school. You guys close up early today and remember to get enough sleep. Waiting for Li Dong to go, Li Chengyuan Two Talent shook his head and smiled bitterly. This break a day to earn how much less money? It is really difficult to raise children. Chapter 17, Mr. Li returns to school. Saturday, April 24th. With only 40 days to go before the college entrance exams, the senior class is still in session today. In the morning, Li Dong accompanied his parents to the hospital for a trip, while mom and dad were not there to let the hospital do a full body checkup. Anyway, mom and dad do not know what to check. The test report will not come down for a while. Cannot argue with the old couple of chanting. Li Dong only let them continue to open the stall in the afternoon. The Blue Ocean side is in no hurry to formally sign the contract yet because Li Dong hasn't raised enough money for the down payment. The business of dumping lobsters is also on the right track because the money is contacted by phone and the payment is made without his personal presence again. So for a while Li Dong had nothing to do. Rebirth back these days. Li Dong has been busy in the busy. This suddenly idle still a little uncomfortable. It wasn't really nothing. For example, Li Dong hadn't been to school for a long time. Last time, he and Shen Guohua took a week's vacation. But until now almost 2 weeks Li Dong did not go to school. In the middle of the day, Li Dong did give Chen Guohua a call to extend the vacation. Otherwise the old Chen would have shouted parents. Even so the old Chen tone on the phone is not too good. Thinking of this Li Dong decided to go to the school trip. After all, now the main business is still students. Too much old Chen that is not good to explain. Although now it is already very excessive. Of course, the actual situation is that Li Dong somewhat misses Qin Yuhan. And now there is really some feeling that one day is like 3 autumns. It was 1:30 p.m. when Li Dong arrived at the school, and the school was not yet in session. However, Li Dong knew that at this point Lao Chen must be in the office, and Lao Chen usually didn't go home at noon with his senior year. Walking to the office in the teacher's building and knocking on the door, old Chen's voice did come from inside. Seeing Li Dong enter the door, Chen Guohua's face was not his nose, and he was close to directly blowing Li Dong out. Li Dong also knew that it was unjustified, and had a flattering smile on his face, a pleasing look. Chen Guohua was a bit speechless at the sight and said with a black face, I thought you forgot that you are a student. What? Today Mr. Li is free to inspect the school? Li Dong dry smiled 2 times, but secretly he is not Mr. Li. It seems that the old Chen vision is good. However, he did not dare to say this to Chen Guohua. The old Chen is still good, quite a responsible teacher. Mr. Chen. I admit my mistake. My sin is unforgivable. Li Dong made a bow to beg for forgiveness, and thievishly stuffed a packet of Zhonghua in the past. He knew that the old Chen had a big addiction to cigarettes. Chen Guohua's face darkened with a swish and his tone was stern. Who did you learn the crooked ways from? Take it back. Don't. Mr. Chen. This is what I got from my dad. You know, it's not good to smoke too many cigarettes, and I don't smoke, so I can't take it back and continue to wreak havoc on my dad. Li Dong knew Chen Guohua as a person and had expected it. Seeing this, he hastened to playfully gag and nail a few sentences, eliminating Chen Guohua's fire in 3 or 2 times. Chen Guohua was a bit helpless and said in a bad mood, feelings you also know that smoking is not good, especially come to wreak havoc on me, right? Which can this does not feel that I sinned a lot, especially come to atone for their sins. Didn't let the teacher smoke, usually smell to relieve the addiction. Go aside. You kid. Chen Guohua laughed, shook his head and said, Li Dong, in the past you are also quite leathery, but not now so out of tune, with where to learn these. Seeing Li Dong cheeky and silent, Chen Guohua did not ask more questions. His face once again returned to seriousness and said, Li Dong, listen to the teacher's advice. Do not take the college entrance examination seriously. This is a critical moment that affects your life's future. There's not much time left before the college entrance exams. And at this time you didn't even come to class for 2 weeks. Do you know what the consequences will be? If you hadn't come today, I was going to visit your house tomorrow on my day off, and I wanted to ask your parents if they had your future in mind. Speaking later, Chen Guohua was simply pained. Reaching out and pointing to Li Dong did not continue to say. Li Dong secretly said a close call. If not for the fact that he wanted to get up and come to school today, if this was known by his parents that he had skipped school for 2 weeks, then it would not be a big deal. It seemed that old Chen was also enduring to the limit. Li Dong hurriedly assured. Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely come to class next and won't let teacher down. It's not that I'm disappointed. You have to take responsibility for your own future. Don't wait until later to regret it. Chen Guowo rubbed his temples. Encountering a prickly student like Li Dong when he was about to take the college entrance exam was really disturbing. And Li Dong is a good seed. The person is really smart. He doesn't want to give up just like that. Although time is running out. But Chen Guowo believes that as long as the next time Li Dong used his heart in learning, a book is not without hope. Thinking about Chen Guowo said, May 1st school will organize the last mock test. This time you have to take a good test. Go back and review by heart. By then the results are not good, I will really call the parents. Li Dong walked out of the office with a bitter face. How humiliating it would be if he was really called a parent. What he is sure of is the college entrance exam, not the mock exam. And besides, is it useful to do well in the mock exam? Unfortunately, old Chen didn't give him a chance to retort and directly kicked him out. So it seems that he really needs to review properly in the next few days before he can do so. When returning to the teaching building, Li Dong deliberately spared a turn to pass by Qin Yuhan's class. The class had not yet begun, but the students were almost all there. Qin Yuhan sat in the third row of the window seat. This position is actually not the best, but people like, coupled with the results of the croak. The teacher also went along with her. Li Dong cat's waist from the window reached out and pulled Qin Yuhan's ponytail. Qin Yuhan did not lift her head and said in a bad tone, Li Dong, can you not be so boring? Li Dong's entire body was Spartan. Qin Yuhan would have supernormal capabilities? Unbelievingly tugged again. This time Qin Yuhan was angry, gritted her teeth and hated. Li Dong, believe it or not, I'll expose your scandal. The corner of Li Dong's mouth twitched. Besides the bald bird, what other scandals did he have to expose? This girl is really ruthless. Li Dong was a bit depressed. How did you know it was me? He is really some curiosity. In the past, because of junior high school, he never came to Qin Yuhan class. Usually blocking people is also in the alley. This was the first time he had come this way, and he didn't expect Qin Yuhan to guess it was him without even looking. Qin Yuhan raised her head, wrinkled her delicate little nose. Half angry, who else would be so boring besides you? Only elementary school students like to do this kind of thing. How grown up are they? In fact, what she didn't say was that no one in her own class dared to do that. And that feeling of having her pigtails ripped off just now was all too familiar. Li Dong used to pull her pigtails all the time in junior high school. 3 years had passed in a flash, and no one would bully her anymore except for Li Dong. I'm bored. I'm a schoolboy? Li Dong exploded his sting like a cat stepping on its tail, but when he met Qin Yuhan's clear eyes, Li Dong instantly softened. Laughing dryly, he changed the topic and said, well, it's indeed quite boring. Yuhan, let's go out together in the evening? No time, Qin Yuhan said and looked at Li Dong. Seeing Li Dong's face full of anticipation, she suddenly lowered her head and blushed. I'll think about it. After school, Li Dong rubbed his hands together excitedly. The girl said such words with this expression there was no need to guess. It was clear that he had promised him. I don't know if this is considered a date. After all, I hugged her yesterday. If she didn't mean it, she definitely wouldn't have said yes, and her tone wouldn't have been the same as it is now. Seeing that class time was approaching, and the eyes of the class were a bit off, Qin Yuhan said slightly shyly, hurry up and go. We'll talk about it in the evening. Li Dong hurriedly nodded his head, and incidentally swept a provocative glance at the boys who were itching to eat themselves. What's one to look at? Any more than that is my cup of tea. In a good mood, humming a little song and taking a lordly step, he walked into his 8th senior class, entering at about the same time as the math teacher. Math teacher Wu Hao is a young man wearing glasses, the age of 32 years old, because it is not the class teacher. Usually on the 8th class is not too strict, usually on good terms with Li Dong. Seeing Li Dong and himself enter the door back and forth, he opened his mouth and joked, Brother Dong, your old man is back from his world tour? Ahem. Li Dong dryly coughed twice and said with a straight face, MS. Wu, class time is here. Let's talk about these personal matters in private. Ha ha, you brat. Go back to your seat and listen to the class properly. Seeing the students in the class staring at the two of them, Wu Hao also realized that something was wrong and let Li Dong go with a smile. When Li Dong returned to his seat, Wang Jia, who hadn't seen him for days, had a look of admiration and whispered, Dongzi, you're really bullish, missing 2 weeks of class and actually not being disciplined. Generally speaking, Brother Dong, I have an aura to protect me, so of course I can't be the same as you mere mortals. Li Dong was in a good mood and didn't mind bull ting his classmates. As he was chatting vigorously, he heard Yuan Shui in front of him drink in a low voice. Don't talk in class. If you don't learn, others will have to learn. The tone was unkind, as if he owed her $100,000 or $80,000 that he hadn't paid back. However, Li Dong is in the wrong, and does not have the good sense to top the bull. Shrugged at Wang Jia and began to read the book. The 1st of May still have to practice the test. Chapter 18, The Schoolmaster and the Schoolmarm. The math class passed quickly with Li Dong reading carefully. Li Dong was really serious about this class. But of course, what he was reading was certainly not a math book. Yuan Shui, who had held back a lesson, turned around without waiting for the math teacher to leave. Li Dong, why don't you come to class these days? The tone was punchy, and the frosty face showed some signs of transforming into an iceberg face. Li Dong scratched his head, somewhat helpless. What did this girl really mean? Is that caring? Or is it caring? But the resentment was so heavy that Li Dong was somewhat unable to bear it. Busy. The relationship with Qin Yuhan is not even clear. At this time Li Dong how dare to be ambiguous. Flung a word over and buried his head in a book. Yuan Shui's face was covered with aggravation in an instant. Was she too cheap? Did she need to worry about this asshole? There was some worry, but now it's turned into anger and shame. She's unseemly or something, not even looking at herself. It's too much. Li Dong. The sound was a few notches louder. A very familiar scene, and the eyes of the class converged once again. Li Dong spat out his breath. This man with a handsome face also had a lot of trouble. I can only explain helplessly. There's really something I have to do. I won't take a vacation starting next week. There's also an exam on May 1st. I'm reading right now, so please sympathize with the pain of the school slags. Comrade school bully. The term schoolboy and schoolgirl doesn't exist at the moment, but it's literally well understood. Yuan Shui wanted to laugh a little at that, but she still held back her laughter, and even the irritation she had just felt went down a lot more. It was like this every time. It was obvious that he had a belly full of anger, but he was put off by this guy in a few words. Yuan Shui didn't even know if Li Dong was sent from heaven to torment her, and she was afraid that if she continued like this, it would cause her endocrine disorder. Okay then, read the book and ask me if you don't understand. As soon as Yuan Shui's slightly tender words left her mouth, the glass hearts of the entire class shattered. What did Iceberg Beauty just say? You can ask her if you don't understand? The crowd suspected that they were hallucinating. Not that Yuan Shui was very exclusive and refused to help other students. Rather, it's because she has a cold face even when she's interpreting for you. Once or twice is fine, but a few times down the line the male students who want to approach her again are afraid to come and ask. Little boys' red fruit envy and jealousy surrounded Li Dong. Even with the table Wang Jia are a little indignant. Murmured in a low voice, what world? A few days have not turned back to talk to me. As soon as Dongzi came to become a chatterbox. Yeah, why don't I have Xiao Shui accompany you to talk? Chen Yu said with sharp ears, squinting her eyes and looking at Wang Jia with a smile. Oh, just kidding, it's you. The flirting of the young couple. Li Dong is not interested in participating. Some sympathy for Wang Jia. Sometimes distance can only produce beauty, understand. As for what Yuan Shui just said was automatically filtered by Li Dong. Do not understand to ask her. Staring at that cold face himself cannot ask which is not as good as staring at our family Yuhan's smiling face. Li Dong is not a young boy who is easily overwhelmed by beauty. He dares to say that if he is really hot with Yuan Shui, Qin Yuhan will be able to receive the news in less than a day. Don't underestimate the influence of beautiful women. Although Qin Yuhan is not in the same class as himself, but it's too easy for them to know something. After staying up all afternoon, Li Dong was finally liberated. Numbly picked up his school bag and rushed towards the alley outside the school. He knew that Qin Yuhan would definitely wait for him there. Even if he didn't wait, there was nothing he could do about it. Who let that alley be the way Qin Yuhan must pass through? Yuan Shui behind her was a bit lost. She guessed what Li Dong did. Don't forget that alley was also her way home. However, she was a school bully, and school bullies rarely left school early, so Li Dong rarely ran into Yuan Shui in his 3 years of high school. When Li Dong rushed to the alley, Qin Yuhan had already arrived. Previously, Li Dong had not cared about it, but today he somehow thought of one thing, and that was that Qin Yuhan surprisingly came earlier than him sometimes. You should know that dragging the class is not only a habit of the teacher, but also a practice of the schoolmaster, and usually the students who study well are the last ones to go in the class. But Qin Yuhan was not slower than him, and a few times she was even faster than him, which was a bit unbelievable. Yuhan, how did you get here so fast? Qin Yuhan simply did not bother to reply. This question is really no level. Listen with their own eyes waiting for him like. Li Dong also seemed to have realized something, and his eyes were a little fiery. Naturally, he changed the topic and said, Yu Han, let's go out for dinner tonight. Tomorrow is a vacation. Not going. Who knows if this snow that month will also be there. No common language with her. Shin Yuhan grunted and arrogantly shrugged off Li Dong's hand that wanted to reach out. Li Dong is not discouraged. On the contrary, he is a little happy. Is this jealousy? To be honest, the relationship between the two now Li Dong was also a bit scratchy. After all, neither had said anything. Shin Yuhan's attitude Li Dong is also a little uncertain. But just for that sentence just now, Li Dong feels that it should not run. Don't worry. No one else this time. Just the two of us. I won't go if there's no one else. What's the relationship between the two of us? Why would I want to eat with you? It's not like we don't have food at home. Little girls are forever mouthing irrelevant things when they're clearly smiling like a flower. Li Dong wanted to laugh. Hard to hold back. Arrogant little girl pouting really cute. Pulling the tender hand swaying in front of his eyes with a strong attitude. Li Dong said in a domineering manner. You are my girlfriend. Do you need anyone's approval to have a meal with your girlfriend? In fact, Li Dong was a little apprehensive in his heart, and his palms were a little sweaty. He had been alone for too long in his previous life, and had been in a mediocre relationship once or twice, but had never had a heartfelt feeling like he did now. At that time, Li Dong just wanted to find a home, just want to have someone to talk to make themselves less lonely. There was nothing at all like the apprehension of falling in love. Even the breakup seemed uneventful, saying goodbye to each other, but never missing it again. And now this relationship with Shin Yuhan, which he didn't know if it counted as the beginning of, actually made him a bit fascinated. Li Dong wasn't sure if it counted as his first love now, and looked a little soulful. Shin Yuhan's face was flushed, struggled twice without breaking free from Li Dong's hand, found that Li Dong's palm was wet, and suddenly stopped struggling. A charming smile also spread on the arrogant face, and her eyes curved into a crescent shape. Neither of them spoke. They just kept walking forward, but their bodies were getting closer and closer together. Li Dong's nervousness gradually relaxed, seeing that he was about to arrive at Shin Yuhan's house. Li Dong then voiced out, You go back first and say a word. I will wait for you downstairs later. Aha! Shin Yuhan nodded with a red face, didn't dare to look at Li Dong's face, and trotted into the neighborhood. When Shin Yuhan disappeared, Li Dong immediately clenched his fists and cheered. His own this is even goodbye to single? Some uncertainty, more excitement, driving around for more than 10 years. Who thought that in the end the dream lover has become a true lover? This is not the money to stick up those women. Is he Li Dong completely rely on their own charm hooked up? As for what kind of charisma he had, hell no. Li Dong didn't care anyway. Flying home to take a shower and change clothes, and making a phone call to tell mom and dad that they would be late for dinner with their classmates tonight. Before and after less than 20 minutes Li Dong reappeared downstairs in Shin Yuhan's house, sweating profusely. The bath just now was considered a waste. Before Shin Yuhan went downstairs, Li Dong was waiting downstairs with eager eyes, waiting to become a woman watching stone. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Shin Yuhan came down. The little girl had also changed her clothes. Her hair was still wet, and when she saw Li Dong staring blearily at herself, she couldn't help but giggle. It's beautiful. Li Dong heartfelt admiration. Just out of the bath of the little beauty is even more beautiful. See Li Dong want a gulp. Come on, you just know how to be poor. Shin Yuhan blankly glanced at Li Dong who had a piggish look on his face, but in her heart, she was beautiful and voiced, Where are we going now? Let's eat first. Come with me. I know a place that has great food. Li Dong went forward and pulled Shin Yuhan's hand away. Feeling slippery and tender, he couldn't help but gently pinch it a few times. Shin Yuhan blushed, especially in front of her own house, but she was a little embarrassed, wanting to let go of Li Dong's hand, but she couldn't let go of the warmth of this moment. Eating, shopping, swinging. This was the first time that Li Dong had spent so much time alone with Shin Yuhan. Before 9 times out of 10, he had Wei Yuan that light bulb following him. The two holding hands also from the beginning of the unnatural to now gradually accustomed to, looking at Shin Yuhan from time to time kicking the little legs with a face of leaping. Li Dong's mood is also with the cozy up. Enjoying the rare moments, Li Dong dreamily lamented. I really didn't think that there would be such a day when the girl standing beside me would be you. Shin Yuhan, who had been happy earlier, let out a light grunt and snapped. Then who else do you want to stand beside you? Is it that big little snow one? Li Dong froze for a moment, then was laughing. The little girl was so cute when she was jealous. Gently gathering up the girl's scattered hair, Li Dong said with a straight face, There is no such thing as big or small snow. Only you, Han. You are the only girl who has walked into my heart for so many years. Not just this life, but the last one as well, Li Dong added in his mind. Qin Yuhan did not know what was in Li Dong's mind, but she could see Li Dong's seriousness. Gently leaning her head on Li Dong's chest, she murmured, I didn't expect it either. You are so bad, but I just like you. You're just a big bad guy, and you used to bully me every day. I've cried in anger many times. The two of them just embraced, and neither spoke for a while. After a long time, Li Dong recovered and happily said, well, there will be plenty of chances to hug in the future. It's almost 10 o'clock now. Let me send you home, or else mother-in-law will be worried. Qin Yuhan, who had just been a little touched, was instantly annoyed and pushed Li Dong away, saying hatefully, I know you can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Who is your mother-in-law? Okay, don't be mad. I was wrong. Not mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, okay. Ignore you. Bad guy. Don't run. Wait for me. Under the lights, Li Dong caught up with the girl in front of him and took her hand, really wanting time to stay in this moment forever. Chapter 19, Who is Little Red? On the afternoon of May 2nd, the last subject of the mock exam was over. The exam is over, and Li Dong is in a relaxed mood, feeling that the exam is good, and he should not have to ask his parents. It's been a pretty free little life for a few days now, with money and love. Originally thought to be no more than earn a few pocket money, lobster business has brought him a lot of surprises. Last night Li Dong checked. The bank card already has $1.5 million or 600,000. Cluelessly crossed into the ranks of millionaires. Li Dong smiled from ear to ear. Adding to the fact that he and Qin Yuhan were sweet as honey these days, it made Li Dong smile all day long. Of course, what makes Li Dong happier is that mom and dad's medical report came down. Nothing serious, just insufficient nutrition and excessive fatigue. There are some minor illnesses, but no major illnesses. The doctor said that rest for a period of time will be able to make up for it, and finally remove the biggest knot in Li Dong's heart. After leaving the school, Li Dong did not wait for Qin Yuhan to join him. Earlier, I had an appointment with Li Chenggue to make the down payment and sign the contract today. When he rushed to the tea house next to the Blue Ocean Commercial Building, Li Chenggue was already waiting. The two men exchanged a few pleasantries and began to sign the official contract. The last time was just a cursory sign. This time Li Dong paid the down payment to get the right to use the mall. As for the real estate license, we'll have to wait for the bank's loan to come down. Li Dong is not ready to pay in full. Not to mention that he does not have so much money. Even if he has, he is not ready to spend it all. The supporting documents and formalities for the loan have already been done earlier. Li Dong has more than 1 million deposits in the CCB. Together with the property mortgage, it is actually very easy to get a loan. After signing the contract, the two of them went to the bank again, and Li Dong paid $1.5 million to the third-party account, and then just wait for the loan to come down. But the right to use the mall he had now gotten. The contract was clearly written. From now on Li Dong could renovate and remodel the mall. Looking at the bank card in the 7 digits into 6 digits, Li Dong some empty. But the good thing is that the thought of spending money in a few years will be able to double. Li Dong mood a lot better. Out of the bank, Li Dong both took a long breath of relief. A few $1 million of the deal is so reached. In Dongping, worth celebrating. Li Chenggue breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Mr. Li, we will be neighbors from now on. Ha ha, that's true. It's an honor to be neighbors with General Li. Please take care of me in the future. Li Dong also smiled. Although the 4th and 5th floors were still in the hands of Li Chenggue and the others. But in the future, he was the real owner of the Blue Ocean Commercial Building. And all the essence of the Blue Ocean Commercial Building belonged to him. After chatting with Li Chenggue for a few moments about the mountains, the two of them dispersed. Li Dong pondered that now should also go to find a decoration company. But Dongping cannot find a decoration company that meets their hearts. Li Dong is not sure. If they cannot find their own, still have to go to the city or the provincial capital to be able to do. There are big supermarkets in there nowadays. The remodeling company has experience. And it's definitely a lot more convenient than Dongping. Thinking that he had to be busy next, plus the college entrance exam was coming up, Li Dong did not dare to delay. While there were still 3 days of vacation ahead, it was best to get it all done. After running around Dongping for an afternoon and looking at several decoration companies, Li Dong really didn't find a decoration company that met his expectations. The decoration companies in the county have no experience in decorating large supermarkets, and the design sketches and plans given are old-fashioned things that make Li Dong very dissatisfied. There is no way. Li Dong had to choose to go to downtown Xingyang tomorrow to see. If it does not work, can only go to Pingchuan. The next day Li Dong woke up early in the morning, simply scratched a few mouthfuls of rice and then took a car toward Qingyang. After strolling around Qingyang for the morning, Li Dong had looked at 5 or 6 decoration companies, and compared to Dongping County, the level of Qingyang was obviously much higher. Although the design given was still some gaps from Li Dong's imagination, a slight modification would be able to meet his requirements. Supermarkets are actually quite simple to decorate. Nothing too complicated after all. Finally, Li Dong selected a decoration company called Yongding. Li Dong simply said his own requirements. The other party promised to visit the site tomorrow, within 3 days to give the design program. Li Dong only then take the car to rush back to Dongping. When he returned to Dongping, it was not even 2 o'clock in the afternoon. With Qin Yuhan in mind and no one at home, Li Dong went directly to Qin Yuhan's house. Standing downstairs at Qin's house, Li Dong dialed the phone number of Qin Yuhan's house. Hello? The voice coming out of the phone made Li Dong startled, and he forced down his nervousness and said, "Hello auntie, I am Qin Yuhan's classmate. Is Qin Yuhan at home? Yuhan, it's for you. Coming." Qin Yuhan's voice coming from the phone made Li Dong relieved. This is the future mother-in-law. It is strange not to be nervous, waiting for Qin Yuhan to pick up the phone. Li Dong was afraid that his mother-in-law would not dare to talk nonsense if she eavesdropped, and hurriedly said, "Qin Yuhan, today Xiaohong celebrates her birthday. We are waiting for you at the old place. When will you come over?" The Qin family. Qin Yuhan held the phone and heard Li Dong's voice first with joy, then with some nervousness, until she heard the lies made up by Li Dong. Qin Yuhan almost couldn't hold back her laughter, and if it wasn't for glimpsing her mom listening with her ears sideways, she was ready to open her mouth and scold Li Dong for talking nonsense. Holding back her laughter, Qin Yuhan said in a serious manner, "Sorry, I almost forgot. You guys play for a while? I'll be right there." After saying that, he hung up the phone and said to his mother, "Yang Yun, Mom, my classmates are having a birthday. I won't be back for dinner tonight." Yang Yun frowned. Her daughter often didn't come back for dinner lately. It's not easy for her to go out again on vacation, and she didn't know where she got so much trouble, and just called or male classmates. Yang Yun is even more uneasy. Pretending to be careless, said, "Yuhan, which classmate birthday Mom, no?" Qin Yuhan quietly spat out her tongue and stifled a laugh. "Little Red, you don't recognize it." Yang Yun searched his intestines and began to think about who Xiaohong was, and after thinking for half a day, he couldn't remember such a person. But seeing his daughter's face of certainty, he could only instruct, "Then you go. Don't come back too late." "Yeah, got it. Mom, bye." Qin Yuhan picked up her small backpack, put on her shoes and ran downstairs with a leap of faith. Yang Yun in the house muttered, "Why is this girl so happy lately?" "Don't be in love," said his own and shook his head in the negative. Looking at the almost graduated, the daughter should not be this time to fall in love. Qin Yuhan, who went downstairs, looked around downstairs and did not see Li Dong. Thought Li Dong was waiting for her there in the alley, and was just about to go when she heard someone call out to her from the arbor next to her. Looking back, Qin Yuhan couldn't help but laugh. Jogging over and laughing, "What are you doing hiding here? Like a thief?" Li Dong patted the blades of grass on his body and grunted, "You don't understand this, right? This is to prevent my mother-in-law from secretly staring upstairs. Hiding here she won't be able to see." The two now have a hot relationship. Qin Yuhan also does not care about Li Dong haphazardly called, playfully said, "Just you chicken thief. My mom is not stalking it. Who's to say? All daughters are their parents' coats, and now that I've stolen your parents' coats, how can I not be more careful?" Saying that, he pulled Qin Yuhan's hand and walked out. Qin Yuhan was still thinking about what had just happened on the phone, and laughed as she walked. "Li Dong, where is Xiaohong? Luckily you thought of this name, causing me to almost laugh. Who cares where Little Red is? Let's go. We'll take you to today, Dad." Both of their footsteps stalled at the same time. Li Dong stared at the oncoming middle-aged man's face was green. The flow of the year was unfavorable. Duck and Cover didn't expect the old man to actually come back from outside, which is a bit of a problem. This is if you usually encountered Li Dong is not at all afraid, but now is pulling the hand of someone's daughter. The old man should not be blind. Qin Hai's eyes were naturally not blind, and when he saw his daughter holding hands with the young man in front of him, his eyes narrowed to a slit. However, the father is always calmer than the mother, which if Yang Yun saw it is not allowed to be a battle of the century. Qin Hai restrained forced to smile. "Yuhan, this is where to go As for Li Dong, Qin Hai directly ignored. "Asshole kid, did not kill him, count him calm. Dad, Frozen Qin Yuhan then remembered to shake off Li Dong's hand. Her pretty face reddened and said, "This is my classmate. Let us go to give Xiaohong for Xiaohong's birthday, right?" "I heard it. This young man is Xiaohong, right?" Qin Hai bit his teeth and let out a laugh. When he was deaf, just laughed so loudly did he not hear. It's the little bastard in front of him. His own daughter never used to lie. Listening to Qin Hai's laughter, Li Dong's teeth soured. His old husband's ability to undermine people is not shallow. Dryly coughing twice to attract Qin Hai's attention, Li Dong said with a humble face, "Hello uncle, my name is Li Dong. I am Yuhan's friend." "You are Li Dong?" A dangerous glint appeared in Qin Hai's eyes as he grunted with a thick nasal tone. "The same Li Dong who often bullies our family, Yuhan?" Li Dong had cold sweat came out. Kilden did not expect the old man actually know him. Some grudgingly glanced at Qin Yuhan. This girl at home in the end, what bad words she said about herself. The old father-in-law, this look is not too friendly. Qin Yuhan secretly spat out her tongue, somewhat blushing and helpless. How could she have thought that there would be such a day? Besides, Li Dong used to be the one who bullied her, and he bullied her to tears several times in middle school, so it was only right that the little girl should go home and complain a few times. However, she didn't expect her dad to remember Li Dong's name until now, which was a bit of a problem. "Uncle, you must have misremembered. I am Li Dong, but I have never bullied Yuhan." Li Dong was somewhat overwhelmed and hurriedly explained, "This is going to be a big trouble in the future if we get convicted." Qin Hai didn't know if he had listened to his explanation or not, and sneered a few times without saying anything. Seeing his daughter's eyes looking at her, his heart softened and he forced down his fire. "Remember to come home early when you go out to play. And also, if anyone bullies you, tell Dad. Dad will make sure to break his legs." This last sentence was pretty much said against Li Dong's head, almost as if he had directly said to break Li Dong's legs. Li Dong had a cold sweat on his face, and without getting close, he pulled Qin Yuhan and hurriedly fled from this dangerous area. It was better to run away before his old husband got mad. Today, for the time being, just one more. The next 3 days to travel is not convenient to code. Not much savings, save a little use. So the next 3 days can only keep one per day. I'm really sorry. When the business trip back will be discretionary to make up for it. Chapter 20. Qin Hai makes a move. He didn't stay outside for long, and before it got dark Li Dong sent Qin Yuhan back home. The little girl's cheek was no better than Li Dong's, plus she was a little distracted by the fact that she had just been discovered by her father. Li Dong comforted for a while to see that she still looked worried, but had to reluctantly send her home. Downstairs in the Qin family's house, Li Dong was enjoying the little girl's separate hugs when the spoiler came. Ahem! The annoying coughing sound would always ring at inappropriate times. Hearing the familiar sound, Qin Yuhan jumped away from Li Dong's embrace like a panicked bunny. Li Dong hated his teeth, but when he looked up he was already smiling. Qin Hai looked at the sky at 45 degrees, as if he wasn't the one acting as a stirrer at all. Not looking at Li Dong either, Qin Hai squeezed out a smile on his face and said to Qin Yuhan, "Don't go home yet. Your mom is still waiting for you at home." Qin Yuhan looked at Li Dong and then at Qin Hai with some hesitation. Qin Hai saw the lungs are almost bursting with anger. This is still their own that well-behaved and obedient daughter? Glancing at Li Dong, Qin Hai secretly hated in his heart. It was all because of this little bastard. On the other hand, he said kindly, "You go back first. I'll go up after having a word with Li Dong." Li Dong naturally saw Qin Yuhan's movements and rejoiced in his heart, but he did not move and said, "Yuhan, you go home first. I will accompany uncle to talk." Only then did Qin Yuhan take a step and turn back 3 times to go up the stairs, and as she walked, she also instructed, "Dad, you should say less. It's dark and Li Dong still has to go home." Qin Hai heart sour. They have not done anything about it. Daughter began to protect. If really how this little bastard that is not a mess. A couple of grunts were a perfunctory response to his daughter. Only after watching his daughter really leave, Qin Hai drooped and said, "Students don't think about studying properly, and wander around all day like what's going on." Li Dong laughed dryly and piled on the smile. "Uncle is right. It won't happen next time." "What next time? There is no next time." Qin Hai was furious and jumped straight to his feet. No longer in the state of a loving father that he had previously been in front of Qin Yuhan, he was close to pointing at Li Dong's nose and cursing. He was very upset with the guy in front of him who wanted to steal his daughter from him, especially when he saw this kid hugging his daughter. Qin Hai had the heart to kill. Li Dong was still smiling. Even though Qin Hai's spittle was about to be sprayed on his face, he didn't care. Who let this person in front of him be his future old husband? Qin Hai's mentality he understands. It is said that the daughter is the parents of the little cotton jacket. Winter someone to rob Li Dong's little cotton jacket. Li Dong will not be happy. And I've only heard of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law and liking him more and more. But I've never heard of a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law and liking him more and more. Seeing that Li Dong was calm and relaxed, Qin Hai also calmed his mood. He could not be compared to a brat. Taking a deep breath, Qin Hai said in a serious tone, Li Dong, it's not that uncle has to beat up the lovebirds. After all, you are still young. Life is just starting. Nowadays, your responsibility is not love but study. And the college entrance exam is coming up soon. Don't you think about the future? Uncle, don't worry. I understand what you mean. Yuhan and I are both adults and know what to do and what not to do. Li Dong was very uptight. Not a single word of retort. Qin Hai saw that what he had to say had been said by Li Dong, and opened his mouth without knowing how to continue. Somewhat disillusioned. Yes, my daughter is an adult. She can't still be in charge of everything like she was when she was a child. Somewhat bored, he waved his hand and grunted. Just understand yourself. Let's go. Are you still waiting for me to treat you to dinner? Li Dong lost his smile, said goodbye to Qin Hai and turned to leave. Looking at Li Dong's departing back, Qin Hai stroked his chin. This kid was calm enough in nature, but want to be his son-in-law of Qin Hai this point cannot be enough. And line and see it. May 4th, Blue Ocean Commercial Building. Mr. Li, we've pretty much surveyed the grounds. The marketing manager of Yangding Decoration walked out from the mall wearing a helmet, wiped his hands and continued. For a mall of your size, we have a lot of experience in decorating Yangding, and we will definitely not let you down. Manager Su, when will the specific design plan be ready? Li Dong asked after him. Su Haoran looked back at the few employees behind him and said, Xiao Lu, give Mr. Li a word. Xiao Lu was an employee of the design department and spoke with more professionalism than Su Haoran. Seeing Li Dong looking over, he said, Mr. Li, if we follow the previous decoration plan we can come up with a design tomorrow. But because you have some needs, we need to change it. But the extent of the change is not big. The day after tomorrow if the fastest. Li Dong nodded. This speed is not slow. Although the supermarket decoration is simple, but it can also be seen that Yangding is indeed experienced. I'm not in a hurry for 3 or 2 days in this regard. Can I ask how much it would cost roughly if it were to be furnished as I said? This is what Li Dong cares about. He does not have a lot of current money now, and he cannot spend money indiscriminately. If the price of Yangding was high, Li Dong did not mind changing to another one. Xiao Lu glanced at Su Haoran, saw Su Haoran nodded, and then said, Before the specific program is not down I can only estimate it according to past experience. According to your requirements I estimated. Plus the labor cost material costs probably need to be about 1.2 million to 1.3 million. I do not know if you can accept. That means the average is almost 500 per square foot? Li Dong frowned. 500 in the future is not high, but now is 2004. The supermarket decoration average of 500 a flat is a bit high. As soon as Su Haoran saw Li Dong frowning, he instantly realized that it was beyond Li Dong's budget. Business is not easy these days. More than $1 million of business for Yangding is almost the biggest single so far this year. Otherwise, he, the marketing manager, wouldn't have come to Dongping personally, knowing that there were a lot of things waiting for him in Xinjiang. Seeing this, Su Haoran then spoke out to explain, Mr. Li, listen to me a few words, because you asked for the materials are the best, and you are in a hurry to open. The construction period should be accelerated. 1.2 million of the budget is not outrageous, but after all, the specific program has not been done, such as the program out of the price we can talk again. You see how? Li Dong nodded his head and agreed after thinking about it. In fact, more than $1 million is indeed not too outrageous. After all, some of his own requirements are in accordance with the latter days. For now the cost increase is normal. Tell you what then, you guys get the design as soon as possible, and we'll talk about it then. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Dong said, Manager Su, after looking at the morning is also tired. Let's have a meal together. I've already booked it at the Dongping Grand Hotel. Su Haoran also did not refuse to talk about business without eating and drinking out of line. To the table a few cups of wine go down, everything is good to talk about. Then let Mr. Li break the bank. It's our first time to come to Dongping. Mr. Li must introduce us to some specialties before we can do so. Several people walked and chatted, and Su Haoran was even more witty, causing Li Dong to laugh a few times as well. After eating and sending off Su Haoran's few people, Li Dong's face was red and he hadn't fully sobered up. He was not a light drinker, and he hadn't had many drinks with clients in his previous life, but today was the first time he'd had a drink since he'd been reborn, and he was a little out of sorts, going home and leaning on the sofa for a while. Mom and dad are not at home. Want to go to find Shin Yuhan, but think of the future father-in-law must be staring at him tightly in the past 2 days. Think about it or don't stimulate him. Was squinting when the cell phone rang. Li Dong glanced at the number with a smile on his face, and answered the call softly. Yuhan, is it because you miss me? Thinking about you. Shin Yuhan's joyful and angry voice rang in Li Dong's ears. Li Dong smiled and did not retort, saying softly, what? Are the in-laws not at home? Shin Yuhan didn't have a cell phone and usually called from her home landline. If her parents were at home they definitely wouldn't dare to call themselves, so thought Li Dong patted his head. How did he forget to buy a cell phone for Shin Yuhan, so that the future contact is not much more convenient? However, when he thought that Shin Yuhan definitely did not want it, Li Dong was a little depressed again. Sometimes it is not good for women to be too independent. Don't talk nonsense. They just went downstairs and will be right back. Shin Yuhan lowered her voice a bit, followed by a somewhat depressed, yesterday, my dad told me that I can't go out at night before the college entrance exam, and that I have to study well at home. Li Dong gritted his teeth. The old man is really a kettle of fish. A simple move. KO. Li Dong must not be convinced. Yesterday, I thought that Shin Hai had no way out, but today, he taught himself a lesson, and it is true that Ginger is still old and hot. Hearing Shin Yuhan's tone a little lost, Li Dong quickly comforted. It's okay, just go home. Anyway, the college entrance exam will be in a month. When the college entrance exam is over I will accompany you wherever you want to play. They can't restrict you at that time. Shin Yuhan thought about it. A month is not too long. And besides, she can see Li Dong during the day, so she is not so lost. Thinking that her parents would be back later, Shin Yuhan didn't dare to say much, and the two of them hung up after saying a few words. Chapter 21, Sun Tao. In his previous life, Li Dong hadn't done business on his own, and only realized how difficult it was when he actually did it. The renovation of the mall side has already begun. Yang Ding finally quoted $1,100,000. Li Dong agreed after some consideration. Can want to open a large supermarket? Light decoration is useless? A variety of qualifications to apply for approval. Business registration, purchase channels, staff recruitment, personnel management. This big spread down. Li Dong is going crazy. This is not just money can be solved. Just a document application. Let Li Dong fry dizzy head. Business license, organization code certificate, tax registration certificate, health permit, food circulation license, tobacco retail business license. When he saw the flurry of applications for qualification certificates, Li Dong completely gave up on the idea of having to do it himself. If you keep this up, you'll go crazy from exhaustion, and you won't be able to take the college entrance exams anyway. The Yang Ding side said that the renovation can be completed in 2 months' time, and when the smell is dispersed, it should be ready for business in early August. But Li Dong had nothing at the moment, and it was simply unrealistic to expect him to play around with a large supermarket by himself. Without too much hesitation, Li Dong now just want to find a professional manager to help himself to get everything done. It is best to go to those large supermarket chains to dig a few management over. Of course, want to poach people is not so easy. Not only but the problem of money. There is no development prospects. Have the brains of the management will not arbitrarily jump ship. Li Dong is now in Pingchuan. Want to find the right management, only to come to the provincial capital of such a big city to have hope. Cafe Light. Li Dong made an appointment to meet with the headhunter consultant he had contacted earlier. The woman sitting opposite Li Dong was in her 30s, in a standard professional outfit, and was holding a pile of information in her hand to introduce something to Li Dong. Wu Qibua, male, 48 years old, deputy manager of logistics department of CR Vanguard Pingchuan branch. Lu Yuan, male, 44 years old, deputy manager of purchasing department, RT Mart Pingchuan branch. Sun Tao, male, 34 years old, deputy general manager of Carrefour Pyeongchon branch. Wait, Li Dong interrupted the other party and said with some surprise, Ms. Yang, this Sun Tao is the vice president of Pingchuan branch? Yang Chung understood Li Dong's meaning and explained. Yes, we also contacted with the attitude of trying, but I didn't expect manager Sun to be very interested after hearing it and wanted to talk to you. Li Dong grinned. There was no surprise but skepticism. He's a provincial vice president of a world-renowned outlet and is willing to jump ship to become the boss of a private supermarket in a county-level city. Did I hear wrong or are you wrong? Other people Li Dong can still understand. A little older, and only the department vice president. The future development space is also limited. Li Dong opened the price is not low. Interest is not unexpected. But Sun Tao is only in his 30s, and now he has become the vice president of Carrefour Pingchuan. Not to mention too much, and it should not be difficult for him to become the boss of a certain region in a few more years. Would such a person be interested in the general manager of a county supermarket? Li Dong couldn't understand and said bluntly, meeting is fine, but Miss Yang should focus on a few other people. My family's small business is small, so I can't invite a big god. What is the appropriate annual salary for such a person? Even if he comes? Li Dong does not dare to think. Don't become him working for someone else at that time. That is not what he wants. To be honest, it's also a bit of a fuss. It's not like he's in a chain now. He only has one storefront. He doesn't need such a high-end talent. Yang Shang nodded her head to show that she understood. In fact, she was not optimistic about Li Dong either. But people wanted to meet and talk, so she could not stop them. Then Mr. Li meets with Sun Tao first? Okay, you call him. If you have time this afternoon we'll meet. The others will talk after I've met Sun Tao. Okay, I'll contact it for you right away. Yang Qing was very dry and started calling Sun Tao on the spot. Li Dong listened silently from the sidelines, and after a few minutes Yang Qing said, Mr. Li, he has promised to wait for you at the South Lake Tea House at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. South Lake Tea House. Li Dong came many times in his previous life when he met with clients. It was very smooth to meet Sun Tao, who was dressed in casual clothes. The person looked younger than his actual age, 30 years old at most. Sun Tao gave Li Dong a very good first impression. Temperament gentle and elegant, unlike a businessman. But on the contrary, and some university lecturers are somewhat like. Seeing Li Dong, even if Li Dong looked young at a glance, Sun Tao did not lose his temper and got up with a light smile. Mr. Li, please take a seat. Mr. Sun, why don't you have a seat as well? Li Dong nodded and sat down, opening the door. I wonder what Mr. Sun would like to talk to me about? Sun Tao smiled and said with understanding, don't misunderstand Mr. Li, I know Mr. Li must have doubts in his heart. I will explain to Mr. Li next. Wash your ears. Li Dong didn't say anything more. He had nothing to say. If Sun Tao is really willing to come, the salary to be not too outrageous, can hire such a talent. Li Dong what is not happy? As for experience and specialization, can anyone who has made it this far in a foreign company like Carrefour not have some real skills? Since Mr. Li is willing to listen to me, that's good. I will only say 3 points. First, I am from Dongping and my parents have always been in Dongping. Li Dong nodded his head, recognizing the reasoning. Close to home to take care of parents is the reason, but certainly not the main reason. Or else with Sun Tao's income can be received by parents to Pingchuan support. Secondly, the general manager of Carrefour Pingchuan is 52 years old and is ready to retire in Pingchuan all the time. And some of the leaders at the top of the East China region are a little dissatisfied with me. Words do not say through. Li Dong understand what he means. The boss hogging the position does not go. Want to transfer the leadership and do not agree. There is no room for upward mobility. This is indeed important, but not enough to convince Leiden. Li Dong asked, Tesco, Walmart, RT Mart. These are well-known domestic and foreign outlets. Not to belittle myself, I ask myself that I do not have that ability to compare with them. On what basis you will look at me? Mr. Li is a man of understanding, so I won't hide it. Sun Tao sat upright and said with a straight face, originally I had my eye on the market of county-level cities, and I wanted to take advantage of the big box stores have not yet moved in, and take a step ahead to start my own business to seize the market, which coincides with General Manager Li. Li Dong nodded his head. There were quite a few people who could see this point, though fewer paid it into action. One is not that capital. The second is the uncertainty of the future. Not everyone has the certainty that they can win the battle with those big box stores. The next and most important point I'm going to make is that if it were 3 months ago I would have chosen to start my own business instead of working for someone else. But 3 months ago I had some sudden situation at home, and all the savings I had on hand were depleted, and even my house in Pingchuan was mortgaged. And I also borrowed $800,000 from a friend. I have this confidence that I can pay it back soon, but if I open my own supermarket, I won't have the funds, and if I wait a few more years, those big box stores will surely move into small cities, and the opportunity will be fleeting, and I'm afraid I won't have a place for me by then. Sun Tao's face was slightly lost after saying this, but it was quickly replaced by confidence. Li Dong looked at the man with a confident face in front of him and had to sigh. It is a talent. But unfortunately there is no space to play. These days being penniless and owing $800,000 in foreign debt, One is actually so blandly confident and sure that one has the strength to earn $800,000 very soon, which ordinary people can't do. And Sun Tao vision is also very good. If there is no accident, he opened his own supermarket, with so many years of experience and level. A number of years after the rise of a multi-millionaire billionaire is not impossible, but unfortunately he does not have the capital now. And then wait a few years to go down the rise of big box stores, as he said, and then create their own small brand is no room for survival. Mr. Sun is very frank, but, Li Dong shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, unfortunately I can't invite Mr. Sun. Why? Sun Tao was a little unbelievable. He was really willing to do this, and he was also 100% confident that Li Dong would not refuse. But on the contrary, Li Dong refused. To be honest, he thought that he could be willing to already condescend. What makes Li Dong not see him? Li Dong laughed at the somewhat out-of-place man and took a sip of tea and said, seriously, Mr. Sun is very good, so good that it makes me a bit uneasy. Let me put it to you this way. I need a professional manager, not an ambitious entrepreneurial dreamer. Who am I to feel comfortable putting a supermarket with millions of dollars in assets in the hands of a manager who is thinking of leaving at any time? I need to be down to earth and steady, not too pioneering. If my supermarket isn't on the right track yet, and you're going to run away because of other opportunities, I'll be in a lot more trouble then. And Li Dong pointed to himself and laughed, the most afraid of his trouble. I like to get it done once and for all. Sun Tao finally understood why Li Dong had refused, and wanted to say something, but couldn't. That he's willing to work for Li Dong for the rest of his life? Joking aside, he might as well just stay at Carrefour if he really had the heart. Why did he jump ship? Wasn't it because there was no room for upward mobility coupled with an unwillingness to settle for less? Thank you, Mr. Li, for hearing me out. Sun Tao understood that it was almost time for today's conversation to come to an end and got up, ready to leave. Li Dong gently knocked on the table, some hesitation in his heart. After a moment before he spoke out, Mr. Sun, I have a suggestion. I don't know if you want to hear it? Sun Tao's eyes brightened slightly as he sat down again and said, please speak. Mr. Li, to be honest, missing out on a talent like Mr. Sun makes me a bit upset. I'll say a program you can consider. I can hire Mr. Sun in the form of dividends, and every year for the first 3 years Mr. Sun can get 10% of the net profit. If Mr. Sun can make it to the full 3 years, these dividends can be turned into fixed shares. And by then Mr. Sun will be the boss. No different from starting your own business. Sun Tao's eyes narrowed as he lowered his head and began to ponder. Chapter 22, Dad's Private Money. Sun Tao hesitated, but finally agreed to Li Dong's invitation. Not only because of the share incentive, but more importantly, Li Dong has ambition. If Li Dong is only satisfied with this small place in Dongping, honestly, even if there are shares Sun Tao will not agree. A county supermarket, high profits and how? Sun Tao is not too old, do not want to spend their lives in Dongping pension. Even if he earns $3 to $5 million a year, Sun Tao got his hands on only $300,000 to $500,000. It would be better to go elsewhere to put up a fight. The key is the prospect described to him by Li Dong. First stand firm in Dongping, and then penetrate the surrounding counties and cities, to make the flag, expand the fame, and finally enter the provincial city, to surround the city with the countryside. It sounds and feels quite like a flim-flam. But when he heard that Li Dong was still a senior, and that Dongping's supermarket funds were all earned by him, Sun Tao immediately believed Li Dong. There's no way around it. The world of cowboys is something he doesn't understand. He was still a good student when he was 18, but when he was 18, he had a supermarket with millions of dollars in assets, and that was the difference. Although the high-minded and proud Sun Tao is not quite convinced by Li Dong, he feels that giving Li Dong a hand is not insulting. Li Dong's return to Dongping was a relief. Sun Tao had promised to give him some time to deal with Ping Chuan, and would be in Dongping in a week or so to take over the whole situation. Li Dong believes in Sun Tao's ability. If he can't even handle a supermarket that doesn't exceed 3,000 square feet, then he'd better leave obediently. And even Carrefour's reputation will be swept to the ground. There are dividend incentives, plus Sun Tao still owes 800,000 yuan of foreign debt. Li Dong is not worried about that guy will not be attentive. After getting rid of the biggest trouble, the next big trouble that Li Dong had to face was the college entrance exam. Today is already May 8th, only 1 month away from the college entrance exam. Time is very tight. The past 2 days Li Dong has taken a vacation again. The old Chen almost did not spray him to death. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Dong did pretty well on the mock exams and moved up 8 or 9 places in the rankings, Chen Guowo would never have allowed this guy to take a leave of absence. Even so, Chen Guowo's face didn't look very good. When he returned home it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Li Dong hastily made 2 mouthfuls of food and then prepared to go to the food market to take a look. Before he could leave the house, his cell phone rang sharply. Scanning the number, Li Dong frowned slightly and picked up the phone and laughed softly. "Brother Su, how are you?" After talking for 7 or 8 minutes, Li Dong put down the phone. His brow remained furrowed, the call bringing down his previously high spirits. The phone is one of the 3 lobster suppliers in Dongping called. Nothing else, that is. Into May, the lobster purchase price has increased. The weather has warmed up in May. More people are eating lobster than ever before, and lobster prices have gone up. Previously they supply Li Dong as $2 a catty. Just said on the phone now rose to $3. Ask Li Dong still want, although it has long been expected that there will be such a day. But looking at the white flowers into the account instantly shrunk a cut. Li Dong or meat pain cannot be. Li Dong knows that the price increase is only just beginning. And so into June, Pingchuan and Dongping, this piece of the difference in price will gradually flatten out. Then there is no room for him to survive. The next hour Li Dong received a few more feeders on the phone. Are said to increase prices. Several surrounding counties' market is similar. Price increases will not be a natural. One by one. I told those suppliers to continue to supply. Li Dong also made a few phone calls to Pingchuan. The result is not too good. Pingchuan's lobster market is also hot. But the price is not much change. Wholesale prices for the time being there is no room to rise. After sitting on the sofa and contemplating for a while, Li Dong finally adjusted his mind. After all, it's not a serious business. Until now I've earned more than $2 million. What's there to not know? Li Dong murmured, a sort of self-congratulation. And it's not that the business is all of a sudden no longer just less money. According to the current profits of at least 50,000 to 60,000 a day, there are still about 20 days until the end of the month, and prices shouldn't change much during that time, which means there's still at least 1 million more coming in, together with the 600,000 or 700,000 dollars in his own card. There should be no problem to make up $2 million. With $2 million, leaving out the $1,100,000 for the renovation, the remaining money is enough for the supermarket's later financial needs. Once the supermarket is officially open for business there will be an income, which should be more than enough to pay back the loan and the salaries of the employees. Relieved, and then looked up to see that the time was already 7:30. Li Dong did not realize that he had been thinking about this for such a long time. Mom and Dad will soon be back. Xin Yuhan cannot come out at night, and thought about their own nothing to do, or read a book to review their homework. When Li Chengyuan and Chao Fong came home and saw Li Dong reading seriously in his room, both of them had a smile on their faces. Calling Li Dong out for dinner, Chao Fong was concerned. Son, this is going to be a test soon. Are you sure? Li Chengyuan glared at her and pretended to be unconcerned. Don't listen to your mom. Just do well on the exams. We don't have a problem with whichever school you go to. Li Dong acted as if he didn't see the interaction between the two's eyes and said with full concern, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Anyway, this section is 9 out of 10. So sure? That 1 or 2? Chao Fong continued to pursue the question. There is a difference between a first and a second school. 1 book. It should be about right. After gulping down the bowl of soup, Li Dong rubbed his belly to eliminate food. Chao Fong was overjoyed at the news and quickly said, good son, tomorrow at noon go to the market for dinner. Mom will buy you something delicious to replenish your brain. Don't. Li Dong's face was green, bitterly smiled and said, Mom, who told you to eat what makes up for what? Pig brain that is for people to eat? Last time, Mom said to give him a tonic brain. The result came a Tianma stewed pig brain. Almost did not eat. Li Dong vomited. Who says it can't replenish the brain? What do kids know? I've asked a lot of people and they all say the same thing. Chao Fong muttered twice, but when she saw that her son's face was not looking good, she had to dismiss the idea. Li Chengyuan silently listened to the conversation between mother and son. Although his mouth did not say anything, his heart was joyful. If my son can really get a bachelor's degree, or a first class, that's really the smoke coming out of the Li family's ancestors' graves. Li's ancestors were born poor farmers for 3 generations, until Li Chengyuan's generation only began to go to the city to fight. The family brothers and sisters are not much culture of the big old man. If you train a college student for the old Li family, then you will have face when you go back to your grave in the future. Li Chengyuan heart happy. Tired day now, even sleep mind or not. Only think can son nagging. Seeing Xiao Fang pack up the dishes and go to the kitchen, Li Chengyuan lowered his voice and said, Dongzi, when you get into college, Dad will buy you a computer. Startled, Li Dong looked back at the kitchen and also lowered his voice to ask, Dad, you're hiding personal money? These days computers are not cheap. Plus Li Dong used to like to play games on the internet. Xiao Fang would never be in favor of buying a computer for Li Dong. Then Li Chengyuan said so certainly not use the family's money. Can only be their own private money. Li Chengyuan he smile, some complacency, squeezed his eyebrows and said, I saved a few years to save. Originally thought of one day to make money to subsidize some of the exchange of a larger set of houses, but also for you to marry a daughter-in-law with. But if you can get into a good university, you'll definitely have to go to a big city in the future. And this amount of Dad's money won't last by then, so I might as well buy you a computer. Li Chengyuan said simply, but Li Dong is listening to the heart hard. Dad has suffered all his life. It's not easy for him to have some private money to think of himself. He never thought for himself. In his last life, Dad didn't buy himself a computer. He must have thought that he didn't do too well in college, and that he would still need the money later on, and he must have wanted to save it up to buy himself a house. Unfortunately, in the end, the money was supposed to be taken for medical treatment, and after saving it all my life it ended up being given to the hospital. Seeing Li Dong did not say anything, Li Chengyuan thought that he was happy, and cheerfully said, Kid, don't tell your mom. When you finish the college entrance exam, I'll secretly buy it for you. Well, I won't say. Dad, you might as well keep this money for yourself. I have the money. You have a few money. Usually pocket money, don't save it. Said to buy you a computer surely for you to buy. I usually can't use it anyway. Li Chengyuan interrupted Li Dong's words and hammered out. Li Dong cried and laughed. Wanting to say something, he paused but still did not open his mouth. Chapter 23, A Savior has arrived. The contract hasn't worked out so far. No. Dongping bus station. Outside the station Li Dong is eagerly waiting for Sun Tao to finally return to Dongping. I'm looking forward to the stars and the moon like finally Sun Tao to look forward to coming back. Think of the hand accumulated a large number of chores. Li Dong is a big head. Sun Tao and then do not come, he wants to go to Pingchuan to arrest people. Son, this way. Outside the station Li Dong saw Sun Tao and waved his hand and shouted. These days he and Sun Tao on the phone, no less communication. The two mixed familiar. And no longer Sun General call. Sun Tao was still in a casual outfit, dragging a large suitcase, and a smile appeared on Li Dong's face when he saw him. Laughing, Mr. Li, from today onwards, I can be your man. Don't call me Mr. Li, call me Dongzi. I've said it several times. Sun Tao smiled and didn't say anything, but refused to change his words. It is not that he is cheap, but Li Dong is too young. Called Li, at least there is a primary and secondary. If you really call Dongzi, outsiders may not see how. There is no need to because of this small matter in Li Dong heart-rooted thorn. After more than 10 years of mixing in the business world, if Sun Tao cannot even see this, then it is also a waste of time. Not picking up Li Dong's words, Sun Tao directly said, until now I still don't know where our supermarket is opened. Leaving Dongping for many years, there are a lot of changes. Some places are not recognized. It's okay, I'll pick you up today. You have a day off. And I'll take you around tomorrow. Sun Tao shook his head. It's better to go and take a look now. Up to now I'm still confused. You said you're ready to open in August. Up to now you haven't even taken down the business license. The time is a bit urgent. Li Dong is a little embarrassed. Really not much time, plus he was too lazy to deal with the officialdom. The business license thing also dragged down. Ready to wait for Sun Tao to take over it. That's fine. Anyway, it's not far from here. It's just over there on North Street. I'll take you to take a look. Li Dong is not a procrastinator. Today is indeed a critical period. The sooner it is done the sooner it is assured. Taking a cab, the two of them arrived at the Blue Ocean Mansion in less than 10 minutes. After briefly scanning the location, Sun Tao gave Li Dong a thumbs up and praised. Have a vision. Not only is the location good, but the site is perfect for a supermarket. With 3 floors up and down plus an underground parking lot, the place is big enough. With such a big supermarket in Dongping County, it is hard for the later to surpass it. After all, the county's market is limited. Was Li Dong grabbed the first opportunity. The later also have to consider whether it is worth reinvesting. Not profitable business is no one to do. Anyway, the country is so big, there is no need to spend blood money to compete. Li Dong smiled, pleased with himself. It's not obvious when you look at it now, but when it's 2 more years you'll know if it's as simple as having a vision. especially when a few of the surrounding neighborhoods that haven't been built yet are officially occupied. And that's when it's all about day-to-day money. After greeting the person in charge of the construction site, Li Dong took Sun Tao up and down for a few turns. Sun Tao nodded from time to time. Sometimes some of Li Dong's ideas and suggestions gave him a feeling of enlightenment, thinking that he has been working in Carrefour for so many years, but he still doesn't have a layman who understands. Sun Tao is a little ashamed of himself, until Li Dong talked about getting the real estate license in 2 more days. Sun Tao was really a bit surprised. Mr. Li, you bought this place? Sun Tao is a bit unbelievable. He originally thought that it was a rented store, but he did not expect Li Dong to buy it with a large sum of money, which he did not know earlier. Li Dong nodded and smiled. Isn't it a surprise? Sun Tao nodded his head. Indeed it was a bit. This would be a lot less trouble. After all, there is still a difference between owning and renting someone else's. After all, but the house doesn't count against the supermarket's share. The rent can be waived and the mall is my personal property. Li Dong finished, then narrowed his eyes and watched the reaction of Sun Tao. The mall can be worth tens of millions of dollars in the future. He is not stupid. And Sun Tao is not yet so close. Sun Tao is not a person who does not know the difference. Quickly said, can be exempted from the rent has been Mr. Li generosity. Shopping malls Mr. Li dare to give me still dare not want it. Just such a large venue. According to the current market, the annual rent is absolutely no less than 3 or 400,000. Rent-free he can make an extra 30 or 40,000 per year for nothing. Seeing that Sun Tao did not have any grievances and his tone was sincere, Li Dong was slightly relieved. If Sun Tao just had a grudge, it would be insatiable, and Li Dong would not dare to have such a person. Shopping malls such as the battlefield, not Li Dong. Careful eyes, really cannot be careful. The human heart is the most difficult to measure. In order to money even brothers can betray you, not to mention an outsider. What use of people? This is a fart in Li Dong's opinion. Only the development of a good system, the division of rights and mutual supervision, which is a necessary condition for an enterprise, can survive. These days Li Dong is continuing to look for a suitable candidate. All the affairs of the supermarket he can be handed over to Sun Tao. Only the financial power he has to find a person who can rest assured to look at it. The good thing is that there is no rush yet, and it would be nice to find someone before we officially open for business. Well, I've seen it too, brother Sun. It's almost 1:30. Let's go eat something. I still have to go to school afterward. Li Dong looked at his cell phone. It had been more than an hour since this turn. He was getting a little hungry. Sun Tao then remembered that Li Dong still has to attend class today, patted his head and said, "Don't. It's better not to delay your class. I'll take another look here, and then I'll go straight home afterward. The old couple at home are still waiting for me." Li Dong didn't persuade any further. Anyway, there would be plenty of time in the future. Before leaving, Li Dong urged, "Brother Sun, this period of time will trouble you. Back to me to send you all the documents you need. License, tax, those things will trouble you to deal with. Personnel recruitment thing also need to hurry. The first also need to train for a period of time," said Li Dong, again a little embarrassed. Dry smile. "When busy this period of time, I give brother Sun a long vacation, then go wherever the travel I have wrapped. Ha ha, it's fine. The sooner the supermarket is opened up, the sooner I can also make money, isn't it? I am now penniless, just waiting for the supermarket opening fire to make money to pay off the debt." Sun Tao also smiled. Sometimes it is good to be busy. If one day he is idle and can drink tea and read the newspaper, then I am afraid that he will not need him. The two chatted a few more words. Li Dong instructed Sun Tao to recruit a few people to help out first, and then you can hold a job fair to recruit people, and looked at the time. "I'm afraid that I will be late again," so I left in a panic. When Li Dong returned to school, the bell had already rung, and the first class was Lao Chen's language. Seeing Li Dong enter the classroom sweating profusely, Chen Guohua let Li Dong return to his seat without saying much. Compared to the previous period, this time Li Dong is considered to be more honest. A few class quiz results are also somewhat improved. The old Chen also do not want to be too harsh at this time. Just returned to the seat and sat down. Wang Jia whispered, "Dongzi, this is not tomorrow's rest. Thinking that after the college entrance examination we will go our separate ways. Tonight we get together? Which ones? Chun Yu, Wang Xiang, Li Yuan, Huan Yutao. Right, Yuan Shui is also going." Li Dong frowned and thought for a moment. "Forget it, I still have some things to do in the evening. You guys go ahead." "Don't, Dongzi, it's not easy for everyone to have time. Why don't you call Qin Yuhan on as well?" Wang Jia squeezed his eyes. He knew that Li Dong had recently been hitting it off with Qin Yuhan and often ran to Qin Yuhan's class. Li Dong shook his head. If it was okay in the past, recently there are not many days before the college entrance examination. Qin Hai watched very tightly. Qin Yuhan wanted to come and could not come. Seeing that Wang Jia was sincere, Li Dong did not want to appear out of place, so he nodded and said, "That's fine. Just call me when the time comes." After dealing with Wang Jia, Li Dong lowered his head and began to review. These days even if he was busy he also took out a lot of time to study. Plus Qin Yuhan couldn't get out at night. Li Dong had even more time to study. Now, not to mention that Li Dong had found almost 156 points of the college entrance examination questions. Even if he hadn't found it, he was sure that he could do better than he did in his previous life. It was mainly because Li Dong's memory had been enhanced a lot more than before, and he had almost memorized some things after reading them once. 2 times added up. Originally on the examination of Jiangda is still not too confident. Li Dong is now full of confidence. I thought that if mom and dad knew that they had gotten into JNU, they would be absolutely crazy happy. In the entire Jiangbei province, Jiangda is the deserved hegemony, and it definitely has face when you say it. Speaking of Li Dong willing to study so seriously, the main reason is still want to make parents happy. Otherwise according to his nature casually get a university is almost, which will study until 1 or 2 o'clock every day. Chapter 24, Drunkenness. The afternoon class is finally over. Wang Jia hadn't stopped all afternoon, and this side had just talked to a classmate about the time and place. Seeing Li Dong get up and prepare to leave, Wang Jia hurriedly said, "Dongzi, don't forget to go to the Nanting Grand Hotel at 7 o'clock. I know. How many times have I read it? Am I that forgetful?" Li Dong complained. It turned out that this party was organized by Wang Jia. No wonder this guy was so active today. Chun Yu, who was still packing up her textbooks, turned around and snickered. "Li Dong, now you're a big lord in our class. Who doesn't know that Master Dong is the hardest to invite? So you can't be too solemn. Go, 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 you two are a couple. I can't say anything with 2 mouths. I'll go back and take a shower. I'll turn around and rush over there." Okay. Chun Yu recently in Wang Jia's relationship gradually clear, also not shy, but laughed. "Who said you a mouth? Xiao Shui is not also in it. 2 against 2 more fair." Yuan Shui, who was silently packing up her desk, sniffed and grumbled, "Don't drag me along. Don't they have Qin Yuhan? What am I?" Li Dong gritted his teeth. "Your sister. Who did I provoke? Who is this?" It was clear that he had already kept his distance, but what was with Yuan Shui's tone of a deep-rooted woman? "In the school, there are a lot of handsome men. Li Dong looks in RMB is not like this is if the Qin Yuhan know how wrong Not daring to take this, Li Dong acted as an ostrich, picked up his school bag and ran out. 7 p.m. Nanting Grand Hotel. The name sounds quite impressive, but it's actually a small restaurant. They are students, not yet to the time of vanity, and then again or AA system. Spend their own money, and no one wants to spend money. The restaurant was small enough to have a table in the lobby, and there was no need for someone to wait outside, just to walk in the door. There were already 5 or 6 people seated when Li Dong came, and Wang Jia Chun Yu, the 2 families, had naturally arrived a long time ago. A few people were talking about interesting things in school. When they saw Li Dong arrive, Wang Jia hurriedly greeted him. "Dongzi, sit down. I was talking about you. Say anything bad about me?" Li Dong smiled and did not mind, casually finding an empty seat and sitting down. "Which is a bad word. These guys are envying you. I heard that you and Qin Yuhan got together. Is it true? Usually in Shen Yu good relations Li Yuan face gossip. Qin Yuhan in a middle school fame cannot be small. For Li Dong can and Qin Yuhan together also do not know how many people's jaws dropped." Li Dong laughed but did not reply, picked a peanut peeled and thrown into the mouth. Li Yuan didn't get a definite answer and was a bit bored. She turned to look at Chen Yu and said, "Little Yu, how did you and the watermelon head get on? Tell us about it?" Before Chen Yu could say anything, Wang Jia fainted. "Who are you talking about? Who's the watermelon head?" he said and lowered his head towards Li Yuan, showing off his freshly shaved green-skinned head. Li Dong wanted to laugh a little. He didn't know if it was this guy's unique taste or the barber had a grudge against him. Every time he got a hairstyle, people couldn't help but laugh. "I think it is the whole day the whole watermelon head was called some annoyed push the hair. But unfortunately, this only left the stubble of the green skin is not very good." The crowd laughed, and Chen Yu felt a little humiliated and slapped Wang Jia's outstretched head. "Not in a good mood. Next time don't go to that barber store. Burying people. Ha ha ha." Several people couldn't hold back their laughter. Wang Jia's face snapped, touched his head and sat down. Changing the topic, Why hasn't Yuan Shui come yet? Chun Yu, did you talk to her? Said. Xiao Shui said she came. This is not enough. Xiao Shui, come quickly. Just waiting for you. Shen Yu was talking, looked up and saw Yuan Shui enter the door, and hurriedly shouted. As soon as Yuan Shui arrived, the people were all together. A small circle gathering. Just those who can still play together usually get together. Aside from a few girls and Li Dong, the other two boys were more or less formal. Sorry to be late. Yuan Shui apologized, looked around, and sat down next to Chen Yu. The others even said it was okay, and Wang Jie shouted for the waiter to start ordering. Li Dong did not get together this hilarious. Let the other people rush to order a mess. Thinking a few days did not have a few days alone with Qin Yuan, tomorrow to see if you can ask to come out and turn around. Yuan Shui, who was directly opposite Li Dong, was also peaceful and quiet, only sweeping a glance at Li Dong, who was in contemplation. From time to time, feeling more and more that he was different from others, Shen Yu was aware of Yuan Shui's mind. Seeing this, she secretly tugged on her shirt and shouted in a low voice, Xiao Shui. Yuan Shui returned to her senses and shook her head without making a sound. The restaurant was not crowded and the food was served quickly. People drinking beer, looking out of the college entrance exams, talk about the future, chatting to the rise of even Yuan Shui red-faced, and a few girls muttered up. Li Dong also drank a lot, did not pretend to be deep. Classmates gossip from time to time to interject a few sentences can also make people laugh. The atmosphere was cordial. All students in the ivory tower, not yet drenched in the dike of society, without all the boring rivalry and climbing of the latter days. Yuan Shui, who had just been muttering with the girls, suddenly picked up her wine glass and got up. Li Dong, let's both have a drink. Li Dong saw that her face was flushed and her body was swaying slightly, so he knew that she should be a little drunk. Frowning slightly, he finally picked up his glass and said, drink less. Just mean it. Who knew that Yuan Shui's face changed as she coldly said, you look down on me? Li Dong had a bit of a headache. This said flip-flop. Women are really fickle. There was no reasoning with drunk people, especially women. And Li Dong sullenly drained his glass of beer in one gulp and sat down to stop talking. Yuan Shui saw this but became even more angry and said in irritation, drinking a glass of wine with me is reluctant. Am I so unappealing to you? The lively atmosphere instantly became stagnant, and Chen Yu hurriedly pulled Yuan Shui to sit down. Yuan Shui, however, did not comply and glared at Li Dong with a stubborn face. Li Dong's heart was depressed to the extreme. He had long had a premonition that tonight would definitely not be so smooth, and sure enough, it still came. He was a macho man, and did not distinguish with Yuan Shui, and said somewhat helplessly, okay, I have a problem with my attitude, so I'll punish myself with 3 cups. Okay, said he, picked up the bottle and poured a full glass and drank it in one gulp, pouring 3 glasses full in succession. A bottle of beer almost empty. Li Dong moved quickly, and with the fact that he had already drank a lot earlier, these 3 cups were drunk in a hurry, and his face was a little white. It was Yuan Shui's turn to be at a loss for words, looking at Li Dong's face and whispering somewhat aggrievely, it's not like I asked you to drink. Li Dong rolled his eyes and ignored her. Seeing that the scene was a bit cold, Li Dong laughed. I'll continue. Don't pay attention to her. Drinking too much and playing drunk are like this. The others could not help but laugh out loud when they saw Li Dong's funny words, regardless of what they thought in their hearts. The atmosphere was instantly lively. Yuan Shui, who was pulled by Qin Yu, but drummed her mouth and sulked secretly. Who played drunk? She was very sober, right? But seeing Li Dong's face white from drinking, she didn't dare to lose her temper now. The impulses were all instantaneous, and she felt a little embarrassed when she calmed down. Li Dong, who was chatting with Wang Jie sideways, sneaked a few glances at Yuan Shui and was relieved to see that she was pulled back to talk by Qin Yu. Wang Jie also saw Li Dong's small movements and lowered his voice. Dongzi, are you really not moved at all? Yuan Shui's mind present as long as they are not blind can feel, although some surprise, but all hold in the heart is not good to say anything. Wang Jie is different. Among these people he and Li Dong have the closest relationship, plus Yuan Shui and Chen Yu are bosom friends, which is why he asked. Li Dong glared at him in an unfavorable manner. It's not like you don't know me. Alas, that's true. Your kid is really blessed with a lot of color. The arts and science school flower has her eyes on you. And I don't see you looking more handsome than me? Wang Jie shook his head and sighed with emotion, somewhat not understanding the mind of a woman. By the way, what kind of boyfriend can't be found by a girl like Yuan Shui? How come she just stares at Li Dong? If they didn't know that Li Dong had a girlfriend, it would be fine, but the relationship between Li Dong and Qin Yuhan was clear to several of them. and Yuan Shue's insistence on this was a bit hard to understand. Not to mention that Wang Jie didn't understand. Even Li Dong was depressed. He really did not do anything. Even the classroom does not stay much. Usually a bit of free time to find Xin Yuhan to offer to go. Who knows what Yuan Shui think? Don't guess what's in a woman's mind. You can't understand even if you guess. I don't understand. Li Dong is lazy to think. Anyway, more than half a month after the college entrance exams will not be able to see. He does not believe that Yuan Shui went to college can still think of him. It's not that he's pretentious. If Qin Yuhan hadn't appeared and was missed by a beautiful woman like Yuan Shui, then he would have been too happy to find his way out. But since he has Qin Yuhan, Li Dong is not a philanderer and naturally does not want to get too entangled with Yuan Shui. Li Dong is not afraid of ugly women, but he is afraid that a beautiful woman like Yuan Shui will not be able to say anything when the time comes. Li Dong, who has something in his heart, drank more wine, and his eyes were blurred when the show was over, barely able to stay awake. He waved his hand and refused Wang Jie to send him back, saying vaguely, "My house is close. No need for you to send. You send Chen Yu back." Wang Jie is still a little uneasy. Originally did not drink too much Yuan Shui, now by the cool wind also woke up. See the situation. I send him back. Li Dong's head cleared for a moment and he shot a fierce glare at Wang Jie. Wang Jie still favored Li Dong, and quickly said, "Don't. It's inconvenient for you to be a girl. By the time Dong Zi arrives home, should I let you go back alone?" Saying so without giving Yuan Shui a chance to retort, he hurriedly pulled Yuan Shui along with Chen Yu. Li Dong also hurriedly ran back while he was still awake. This woman is really scary when she is persistent. He is not Lu Xiaohui, always by a beautiful woman pestering him, also dare not be sure that he cannot move other thoughts. It is better to break this idea before it is too late. P.S. The contract has been made. Thank you friends for your concern. Please rest assured that the book will never break or eunuch. Chapter 25, Trivia. June 1st, the last week of high school. School isn't over yet, but classes are almost non-existent now, and these last few days the teachers are talking about experiences and mindset. Li Dong has come through all the big storms and waves, and naturally has no interest in these platitudes, so he showed up at the school and went over to the supermarket. These days everything goes well. Sun Tao is indeed a talent. All kinds of complicated and chaotic affairs are handled in a well-organized manner, and progress is fast. The business license is also in the Sun Tao ran a few trips to the Trade and Industry Bureau, eat and drink a few days on the smooth down, along with various other documents. It's a green light all the way, and it will all come down in no time. When Li Dong arrived at the supermarket, Sun Tao was talking to the construction workers of Yangding. Seeing Li Dong, Sun Tao hurriedly sent away the construction party, complained to Li Dong with a bitter face, "Mr. Li, you're really a hands-off. I know that in a few days will be the college entrance exams, but you can't throw all the supermarket's things to me alone." Li Dong was a little embarrassed. Sun Tao had lost a lot of weight and darkened a lot in the past few days. Seeing that Sun Tao's eyes were bloodshot, Li Dong said with an apologetic face, "These days also need to be treated more by brother Sun. I can't help it. It's only in these 2 days that I can come out and turn around. The previous 2 days my mom wouldn't let me go out at night." As the college entrance exams approached, Chao Fang's two families became more and more strict with Li Dong. Not to mention the supermarket side. Even with Qin Yuhan he has been a few days to meet and break up. Xin Hai, that old man, even to the end of the school day to pick up. Depressed Li Dong would like to commit suicide. Sun Tao was just making a gesture. If Li Dong really came to stare at him every day, it would in turn make him uncomfortable. After complaining to Li Dong, he said with a straight face, "Mr. Li, I have nothing to do with the rest. There is no big problem for the time being, but the financial must be put in place as soon as possible. Whether it is the renovation payment, capital registration, or the next channel laying, all need to use money. This aspect I am not familiar with. Must find a professional to do. Familiarity is a cop-out, and a blood brother has to keep his accounts straight, so some caution in the money department is a must." Hearing Sun Tao's words, Li Dong is also a difficult face. This matter he has long thought about, but just has not been able to find a suitable candidate. He was less afraid to use anyone he didn't know well, and no one he knew well was proficient in this area. He'd like to be a nepotist, but he needs to have a pro available. Their own parents to keep a small stall is not a big problem. Expect the old couple to do a good job of the big supermarket finances. Can only think about it? Li Dong patted his head in difficulty, thought for a moment and said to Sun Tao, "This is temporarily put on. When I end the college entrance examination, immediately give you to find someone. The money matter temporarily also, please you bother. Anyway, The early stage of the use of money is not much. He has his own heart. Handed over to Sun Tao management, he is not too worried. By the way, how's the hiring coming along? There's training to be done later. If it's any later, it'll be too late. This has been in contact. The county and city TV stations I have advertised, as well as in newspapers and outdoor are advertised. The time is set for the 12th and 13th, just the weekend. Well, where is the location? I will go and take a look when I am free. Li Dong did not expect Sun Tao to be quite fast. Even the time was set. He has to recruit a lot of people this time, not to mention some middle and lower level leaders. Just cashier, loss prevention, security, logistics, procurement. With all these miscellaneous additions, it is initially expected that there are not 80 or 90 people who can't hold up the field. Most of these people are inexperienced, and even if they are experienced, they will have to be trained again, and they will certainly not be able to do so without tossing them around for a month or so before and after. Sun Tao purposely chose to recruit after the college entrance examination is to accommodate Li Dong. Sniffing then said, just in the party school. That place is big. I contacted with the party school side. They are willing to lend it to us for 2 days. Borrow? Li Dong heard the key and said uncertainly, borrow or rent? Of course it's a loan. Someone on the county government side has greeted us. We're recruiting a lot of people and providing so many employment opportunities for Dongping. It's nothing to borrow a recruitment venue for 2 days. Sun Tao did not feel that there was anything wrong. Dongping is not a developed county or city. Providing nearly 100 jobs in Dongping is considered a large enterprise. The government will not be no indication. At first he would like to rent. And then I do not know which leader of the government side of the greeting. The party school people directly do not charge money to lend him. In fact, even if money is collected, there is not much, but after all, it is an attitude that at least shows the government's support for local industries. Li Dong was not too surprised, nodded and did not say anything more. What do you care so much about things that do not cost money? What about the feeder? Li Dong continued to ask. In addition to the recruitment of personnel, the spread of goods is the most important. In fact, he is not too worried. As long as the supermarket opened up, there are suppliers to come to the door. But now time is short. In 2 months he is ready to open, well prepared in advance to get the most favorable policies and benefits. Sure enough, Sun Tao said with a relaxed face, I've contacted almost all of them. They are all old relations from the past. The general agent of Jiangbei. They will come to Dongping in a few days. We'll talk about the specifics then. If Mr. Li has time, it's best to talk to them personally. Sun Tao said easily, but in fact he spent a lot of favors for this channel. After all, Dongping is only a small county-level city. The general situation of the provincial general agent will not even open channels in such a small county. It is also Sun Tao, and the circle of contacts is not bad. Otherwise rely on Li Dong himself can only go to find those 2 or 3 agents. The difference between the general agent and the second and third level agents can be very big. The profit in the middle can be at least 1% higher. Li Dong obviously understood this, so he shook his head and said, it's better for you to go. You're familiar with them and they don't feel comfortable with me going. This Li Dong is still self-aware. He is too young, and he is not familiar with others. Even if he goes, he may not be able to get the best incentives. Sun Tao is different. On the one hand is familiar. On the other hand is that he used to be the provincial boss of a large group. People always have to give some face. The two talked for over 2 hours about various pre-opening chores. In the end, Li Dong stretched his back and exhaled. Brother Sun, I've said what I need to say, so the rest is up to you. He didn't have much time to put on the supermarket right now, so he could only trust Sun Tao. This is what I should have done in the first place. Besides, I'm also making money for myself, aren't I? Sun Tao smiled back. Alright, I won't be polite with you. Li Dong smiled and got up. I still have things to do over there. I'll leave first. Call me if anything happens. Said phone. Li Dong's phone this rang. Sweeping a glance, Li Dong sighed, picked up the phone and said a few words before hanging up. The supermarket side went well, but annoyances came. Li Dong's prediction is always accurate once, not just into June. Dongping several counties of lobster surprisingly increased prices again. It's only been a little over half a month, and this time it's actually gone up to $4 a pound. Li Dong is no longer interested in doing it. Throw away the labor and freight. The profit has been extremely low, although according to the current market there are still $10,000 or $20,000 a day. But it cannot last a few days. Li Dong is ready to wait for the college entrance examination after all, the end of the lobster business, and then raise the price, not to mention making money. Loss of money are possible. Calculating their current liquidity, a total of almost 2 million. The next probably have more than 100, 000 to 200, 000 incoming. And then we have to count on the supermarket profit. And the 2 million also includes more than $1 million for the renovation. Now we can only hope that the rest of the money is enough to pay for the purchase of goods. Otherwise it will be a bit of a problem. I had just hung up the phone when the bell rang again. Li Dong thought it was a few other suppliers. Connecting to here is Li Chengguei. It turns out that the bank loan came down. Let Li Dong go to the bank side of the formalities. And then today you can apply for the real estate license. It's kind of a happy event. Almost $3 million owed to the bank. But it's still worth celebrating. Even the depression of just learning about the lobster price hike has dissipated quite a bit. And with the real estate license in hand, this mall really belongs to him. In the future, even if business is difficult, just renting out this mall will be enough for him to get away with it for the rest of his life. Son, let's go. You're busy. Li Dong looked at Sun Tao, who was still waiting on the side, smiled and waved his hand before leaving Blue Ocean. He met the waiting Li Chengguei over at the bank, and like Li Dong, Li Chengguei was happy. By now he was really relieved to get his hands on the money. With this more than 4 million into the account, the Blue Sea side of the rent he is not too worried about. This more than 4 million will almost have returned to the capital. Li Dong and he greeted him, went into the bank and spent half an hour signing dozens of names. This thing is done. From now on he became a house slave family again, plus the deed tax of nearly $3 million loan, divided into 10 years to pay back. Li Dong almost every month to pay back more than $30,000. But now Li Dong is not too worried. When the supermarket is officially profitable, $30,000 is nothing. Next in Li Chengguei ran to the real estate bureau. Li Chengguei familiar with that side, and soon completed the various procedures. Real estate license on the spot in the hands of Li Dong. The harm Li Dong kept sighing. Someone network is not the same. In his previous life, he bought the house, before and after a number of trips to get the real estate license in the hand, which with the present like drinking tea a little bit of nonsense will be sent to the hands of someone. And Li Chengguei and the real estate bureau of a few leaders can for a while. Li Dong excuse at prior to leave. It's been a long day with hardly any downtime, and all the time has been spent on it. By the time Li Dong returned home it was dark, so it was good that the things that needed to be done were almost done. Taking care of these trivial matters, the next thing Li Dong had to do was to silently wait for the college entrance exam to come. Chapter 26, Retaliation. On June 6th, there was only one day left before the entrance exam. Li Chengyuan and Xiao Fang closed their stalls early, and the two of them returned home before 6 o'clock. Li Dong is watching TV at home. Before he had time to make a sound, he heard Xiao Fang complaining. How can you still watch TV at this time? What do you want to see after the exams? Can't be. Dongzi, go back to your room and review your textbook. I'll call out to you when your mom makes dinner. The usually steady Li Changyuan couldn't sit still and quickly agreed. Li Dong is helpless. Those college entrance examination questions he has read dozens of times. The review of 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 the review. The temporary clasp is simply unnecessary. But he sympathized with both families and turned off the TV and shook his head as he went into his room. At 7:30, Li Dong still wanted to go out for a walk after dinner. And in the meantime, he wanted to see if Qin Yuhan could go out. I didn't expect Li Chengyuan two people live and die not to comply. Must he rest well? More afraid of him going out to cause trouble hurt where it's not good. Laughing bitterly for a few moments, Li Dong had no choice but to honestly return to his room, not wanting to read a book, coupled with the fact that the time was still early and could not sleep. Li Dong lay on the bed and called Qin Yuhan. The phone was answered by Qin Hai, who heard Li Dong's voice with a bad tone, but still gave the phone to Qin Yuhan, until he heard Qin Yuhan say that he could not leave the door either, and that his parents were watching him closely. Li Dong only died. Didn't say much time. Li Dong already heard the grumbling of Qin's father and Qin's mother at the other end of the phone. Qin Hai even yelled out loud on purpose, tomorrow's college entrance exams. Call it this time and still don't let people rest. Li Dong couldn't help but cry and laugh, so he carefully admonished Qin Yuhan for a few sentences before hanging up the phone, emptying his mind and thinking of nothing in his mind. Soon Li Dong entered dreamland. On June 7th, Li Dong got up early. Xiao Fang didn't go to the food market today, but made breakfast and stayed home with Li Dong. Seeing Li Dong packing up his things, Xiao Fang kept on urging, take all the things, bring a few more pens. Don't wait for the exam when the pens are broken, it will be troublesome. Li Dong hurriedly responded, refusing Xiao Fang's company for fear that it would be too hot. Because the examination room is in the first middle school, Xiao Fang did not insist, just said that at noon at home to make a good meal. waiting for Li Dong to come back to eat. Li Dong arrived at the first school at 8:20. Although it is still early to the examination time, the examination room cannot be entered, but the entrance to the first middle school is still surrounded by students and parents. For these parents and students, more than 10 years have survived. Waiting for an extra hour is nothing. If you missed the time, that is a big deal. Li Dong looked around in the crowd and squeezed for half a day without seeing Qin Yuhan. Although Qin Yuhan is a liberal arts student, but there are 2 teaching buildings in the first middle school, and the one at the back is the liberal arts examination room. In fact, Li Dong has some small doubts in his heart, as if the students who usually have good grades in the examination room are all assigned to the first middle school. However, Li Dong did not bother to think too much, stretched his head and looked around. There were too many people now, and he could not find anyone for a while, until the time came to 8:30 and the exam room opened. The crowd was all surging towards the examination room, and it was only then that Li Dong saw Qin Yuhan behind the crowd. Yuhan! Li Dong swept a glance and realized that there were no parents present around Qin Yuhan before he shouted loudly. He knew that Qin Yuhan's parents shouldn't have come, and Qin Yuhan's home was near the school, so he didn't need to come over to accompany her. Qin Yuhan also saw Li Dong, as if she had seen a life-saving straw. She quickly ran to Li Dong and cried out with red eyes, "Li Dong! What?" Li Dong's heart panicked. This is almost the exam. Why does Qin Yuhan seem to be crying? Qin Yuhan tugged on Li Dong's hand and said with a panicked face, "Li Dong, I lost my pass. What should I do? Lost my pass?" Li Dong was shocked in his heart. How could it be? I don't think I have heard of it in my previous life. And he remembered that Qin Yuhan had ended up going to the capital university. So how could she have lost her pass? It is too late to think about it. See Qin Yuhan face panicked. Li Dong face calmly said, "We are not in a hurry. First look for, cannot find it does not matter." And the invigilator teacher explained the situation. First let you enter the examination, and then let your class teacher to make up the pass. Before the end of the examination to make up the good will be no problem. Qin Yuhan's mood gradually calmed down after hearing Li Dong say this. She just found out that she lost her pass and she was really scared. And if she didn't hold it back, she would have cried out. Seeing that Qin Yuhan looked much more relaxed, Li Dong was secretly anxious in his heart. What he had just said was merely comforting Qin Yuhan. Now is 2004. Zhang Bei has not introduced the policy of replacing the side of the test. Once the loss of the pass is not admitted to the test, the fastest to the afternoon to replace the good documents to enter the opening of the test. That means if she can't find her pass, Qin Yuhan can only miss the morning language test. The language is 150 points. Once the absence of the examination, Qin Yuhan, even if the results are good again, less than 150 points of this college entrance examination is also considered to be a waste. Thinking of this, Li Dong hurriedly asked, "Yuhan, do you still remember where you lost your pass?" "I don't remember. I brought it with me when I went out, and halfway there I even looked at it and didn't lose it. But just now I took a look at it and it's gone." Qin Yuhan's tone was tinged with a crying voice, regretting and blaming herself. Although Li Dong said it easily, she didn't dare to believe it all. If she really couldn't get in, she could cry to death. Seeing that Qin Yuhan could not say anything, Li Dong did not ask. So he said, "Wait for me here. I will look along the road. So don't be in a hurry. I'm coming with you." "No, you wait here, and by the way, go look for your homeroom teacher. I think I just saw him, so clear the situation with him, and come back for you when I find my pass." Li Dong comforted Qin Yuhan, and could not care much about it, and hurriedly searched along the road from the school to Qin Yuhan's home, because Qin Yuhan said that the pass was not lost halfway. Li Dong has been found almost to the Qin family downstairs before giving up the idea of continuing to look for it. Running all the way back to the first school, the time was already 8:45. Li Dong was gasping for air. His sweat had soaked through his shirt, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. He knew how important the college entrance exam was to a student, especially an honor student like Qin Yuhan. Once this college entrance exam is failed, even if you can repeat the exam, it will still have a great impact on Qin Yuhan. Waiting for the entrance of the first middle school, not only Qin Yuhan is there, Qin Yuhan's class teacher is also anxious. Headless flies around. Seeing Li Dong, without waiting for Qin Yuhan to make a sound, her homeroom teacher hurriedly said, "Classmate, have you found it?" Li Dong gently shook his head. Seeing this, Qin Yuhan's homeroom teacher pounded her chest and said, "It's over. I just looked for the candidate's office. Even if I apply for a replacement, it will take an hour or two at the earliest. I can't enter now. It's too late. Even if the replacement is done in an hour or two, Qin Yuhan won't be able to enter, and it's too late to say anything. Moreover, Qin Yuhan was the seeded candidate of this year's first middle school to get into Beijing University. Once Qin Yuhan lost, it would be a big blow to the whole first middle school. The bespectacled Qin Yuhan's face turned pale, and tears fell down in a crash. Although she has a bright personality, but after all, is only an 18-year-old girl, suddenly experience this kind of thing cannot not panic. Li Dong saw the formerly cheerful Qin Yuhan crying sadly, and his heart did not feel good. Before I had time to open my mouth to comfort, I saw Qin Yuhan wipe away her tears and barely smiled at Li Dong. Li Dong, you go to the exam. Don't delay yourself because of me. I myself also look for a look first. Cannot find a big deal to repeat a year? Say this year's examination Beijing University I am not sure. Maybe. Said so, but thinking that he had prepared for so long and did not even have the opportunity to take the test, Qin Yuhan tears still unconsciously fell again. Li Dong was heartbroken, grabbed her hand and said, "It's okay, it's not just for a year. I'll accompany you." "Oh, it's my fault for being careless. I must have lost it when I was showing it to Feng Jinsong. There are so many people, I'm sure I won't be able to find it." "Feng Jinsong?" Li Dong hurriedly asked. "What is the relationship with Feng Jinsong? I just met him on the road. He had to say he wanted to see which exam room I was in. I couldn't stop him, so I had to." Without Qin Yuhan finishing, Li Dong understood that this was definitely Feng Jinsong's doing. Feng Jinsong's house was not even on the same road as Qin Yuhan, so how could he meet Qin Yuhan on the road? Moreover, Li Dong and Qin Yuhan's matter could not be hidden from people, and Feng Jinsong was nakedly taking revenge. Feng Jinsong? One really underestimated him. It is really the dog that bites does not bark. This period of time did not hear Feng Jinsong's movement. Li Dong thought that he had given up. I didn't expect this guy to hold back his badness and actually come in hard at this time. Which exam room is he in? As he watched the time pass by, Li Dong was too late to explain and hurriedly asked. Qin Yuhan seemed to understand. A little unbelievable, but still said, 31 or 35 exam room to come. It should be these two. He said it was right next to my exam room. Li Dong looked at the time and hurriedly said, "Go and wait at the entrance of the examination center. I'll come to you right away." Saying that, he didn't wait for Qin Yuhan to make a sound, and quickly ran towards the liberal arts examination room. P.S. Briefly say a few words. Thank you for the support of brothers and sisters since the release of the book. Whether it is a vote, comment, or reward friend's name I can see. Specific will not be listed. The eagle has a number in mind. I also hope that friends can support me as always. There are recommended to give too. No collection of the collection by the way. Thank you all. Chapter 27, The End. 8:49. Li Dong angrily rushed into exam room 31. Ignoring the dumbfounded invigilator and the other students, Li Dong walked straight to Feng Jinsong, grabbed his collar and coldly said, "Quickly take it out." "Take what?" "Li Dong, what do you mean?" Feng Jinsong's eyes flickered for a moment, but he ignored Li Dong and shouted to the invigilator, "Teacher, he is not from our exam room." The two invigilator teachers had long since walked over when they saw this, and one of them, a male teacher in his 40s or 50s, voiced out and shouted, "Do what? Today is the college entrance exam. Do you want to be disqualified from the exam?" Li Dong simply ignored him and stared coldly at Feng Jinsong. "If you don't take it out, you won't be able to take the exam. Even if I can't do anything about you now, there are still 3 more classes to come." A flash of panic flashed in Feng Jinsong's eyes as Li Dong threatened him. Li Dong is a person he knows. If he is really determined to retaliate against him, he certainly cannot hide. At that time, even if Li Dong was arrested, even if he went to jail, but then is it still useful to say this? He is a rich kid. His academic performance is good. His future is bright. Why should he fight with Li Dong? A barefoot? The heart is a little shaken. But if you admit that you did it, wouldn't that? Feng Jinsong was about to deny it, but when he looked up, he saw that Li Dong's eyes were cold and stern, or even fierce, and Feng Jinsong was instantly afraid. The barefoot is not afraid of the shoe wearer. Li Dong is just a tile pot. He is a jade. There is no need to fight with Li Dong. Seeing that Li Dong refused to give up, Feng Jinsong could only grit his teeth and hatefully said, "I didn't take it, but I seem to have seen it at the trash can at the entrance of the school building. Humph. You better pray I find it or you're dead." Time was too tight. Plus it was not a good time to retaliate. Li Dong grunted and turned around. The two invigilators saw that he left and did not ask for trouble, but only looked at Feng Jinsong and frowned slightly. Looking for trouble, have found the examination room. It seems that it is not a good student. 8:55. Qin Yuhan stood at the entrance of the school building, her eyes both expectant and full of worry. She wanted to accompany Li Dong to find Feng Jinsong, but without a pass the doorman simply did not let her enter the examination room, so she had to stand at the door and wait. While this was going on, Li Dong flew down the stairs. Breathing heavily, he hurriedly said, the trash can by the door. Look for it. Saying that he could not care about anything else, Li Dong hurriedly picked up the garbage can on the left side of the doorway and turned it over. And for a while the garbage was all over the place. A few janitors of the teaching building were about to go forward to stop them when they saw this, and Li Dong said sharply, Teacher, I lost my pass. I'll definitely pack it up after the exam. A few doormen froze, and one of them, a man who looked somewhat like a small leader, sniffed and hastily droned, all of you help look for it. Don't miss the exam time. The others rushed forward to help when they saw this, and a trace of gratitude flashed in Li Dong's eyes, but he knew that this was not the time to say thank you. And next to her, Qin Yuhan didn't care if it was dirty or not, and directly reached out to rummage through the trash. 857. Qin Yuhan wept with joy as she held the dirty pass. After Li Dong and the several gatekeepers finished thanking him, he was relieved to see Qin Yuhan smiling happily, and after catching his breath, he said, Go into the examination room. Calm down for a while before doing the questions. Don't delay. Qin Yuhan also knew that time was running out. Seeing Li Dong sweating profusely also couldn't care less that his clothes were still dirty. He directly used his sleeve to help him dry the sweat on his face, and with tears in her eyes, she gratefully said, Li Dong, thank you. She didn't even dare to imagine whether she would have done something stupid if she had missed this exam without Li Dong. We don't need to talk about this, just go. Li Dong showed his teeth and smiled, reaching out to help Qin Yuhan dry the tear tracks on her face. He himself also hurriedly turned around and ran towards the school building in front of him. 15 minutes late, but he couldn't enter. Luckily there was still enough time. At 9 o'clock, Li Dong panted into the examination room, and his body was already completely soaked. The several invigilators did not make things difficult for them, and after checking Li Dong's ID card and pass, they nodded and let Li Dong go back to his seat. Li Dong ran for a whole half hour without stopping. This sitting down immediately felt sore. After resting for a little more than half an hour, Li Dong felt much more comfortable, and his head was finally not a piece of mush. At this moment, it is also too late to think about how to take revenge on Feng Jinsong, not to mention that this incident will not affect Qin Yuhan. The first and foremost thing to do is to take this test. He had worked hard for this college entrance exam, and it would be a nightmare if he failed. Li Dong did not rush to do the questions, and flipped through the test paper and his heart was finally relieved. Most of the language topics Li Dong does not remember, but he still remembers the essay questions of the language exam, and it is the same as in his memory. History hadn't changed in any way, which made it a lot easier for Li Dong. He was afraid that those topics he remembered had changed, and that could be a bit of a problem. A question to do down. Difficult to Li Dong, not much. The languages, this is a lot of rote memorization. Li Dong memory is good. Do it naturally easier. Essay topics he remembered. In advance also played a good belly. 800 words of composition written smoothly to the extreme. After writing the essay and checking it twice before and after, Li Dong looked at the time. It had only been 2 hours, and he had spent just over an hour doing the paper himself. This idle time Li Dong thought of Qin Yuhan. If it was before, Li Dong would definitely not be worried about Qin Yuhan's results, but now Li Dong was worried that it would affect her because of the pass. If Qin Yuhan didn't do well on the exam, she would definitely be sad. Associating it with Feng Jinsong, the dominant person in the matter, Li Dong's eyes flashed with a vicious color. I did not expect that. I also looked away. Feng Jinsong, that guy, although childish, but the heart is also black enough, but can endure until now to retaliate. And the college entrance exam is a major event in a lifetime. Feng Jinsong is so bold. He'll never let that asshole off easy. At 11:30, the language exams were over. Li Dong waited for Qin Yuhan at the entrance of the school. Seeing that Qin Yuhan's face was still normal, Li Dong was slightly relieved. How did the test go? Qin Yuhan let out a long breath before she laughed. It's not bad. I was nervous to death when I first entered the exam room. Then I realized that I could do almost all of them, so I wasn't nervous again. Saying this, he asked Li Dongdao again with some concern. What about you? You've traveled so far. Will it have any effect during the exam? I'm fine. I feel like I did pretty well on the exam, so don't worry about me. By the way, wait for me in front of the house in the afternoon. I'll accompany you. Li Dong was afraid that Feng Jinsong would make another mistake, and he was a little uneasy about Qin Yuhan. Qin Yuhan was obviously also a little worried that the incident in the morning would happen again, so she nodded and said, Well, I'll wait for you. After saying that, a touch of hesitation and resentment appeared on his face, biting his lip and whispering, "Did Feng Jinsong really do it? She is not stupid." Li Dong went up to look for Feng Jinsong and came back to find the pass, and it is already clear who did it. However, she still had no way to imagine that Feng Jinsong would do this. After all, Feng Jinsong's reputation was still good in the first middle school. Even after being rejected by her, he still acted very sunny and atmospheric. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let her guard down and let Feng Jinsong have his way so easily. That guy brought this on himself. Stay out of this matter. I'll make him look good sooner or later. Li Dong's face was a little ugly, still holding fire in his heart. No. Seeing Li Dong's gloomy face, Qin Yuhan hurriedly advised, "Anyway, we got it back in the end. Injuring someone is against the law. It's not worth it for him." Li Dong rolled his eyes, and seeing Qin Yuhan's eager face, he was speechless. "Am I such a person in your mind? Only solving problems with your fists?" Qin Yuhan didn't say anything, but from the corner of her curled lips it was clear that she was acquiescing. Li Dong bristled, although he did have this in mind. It was not now. Now if Feng Jinsong is smothered, he will definitely guess that it is himself, and Li Dong will not miss his college entrance examination because of this. In Feng Jinsong's opinion, Li Dong is a tile pot, but in Li Dong's opinion, Feng Jinsong is nothing. Want to take revenge on him? There are plenty of means and opportunities. He will not be because of Feng Jinsong to implicate himself. Li Dong accompanied Qin Yuhan for the next exams. Feng Jinsong also did not show up in the past 2 days. I do not know if he is hiding from Li Dong or really did not meet, but Li Dong couldn't care less about him. The 2 days of exams had exhausted him, although it was said that Li Dong had prepared in advance, and had even done a number of topics several times in advance. The topics that he did not remember still took up the bulk of the work. Math and science synthesis. Li Dong felt that the test was not bad, but when it came to English Li Dong was blind. Li Dong does not have the ability to remember what English topics were examined more than 10 years ago. Just the dense letters make him dizzy. Barely able to finish the English exam, Li Dong has lost any spirit of fun. After sending Qin Yuhan home, Li Dong honestly rested at home for a day. Chapter 28, Estimating Scores. June 10th. Because he had to go to school today to get the answers to the college entrance exams to estimate the scores, Li Dong also got up early to the school when it is just 8 o'clock out. The class has come to most of the people, gathered together to chat about the college entrance examination questions, right or wrong. A few gasps came from the crowd from time to time, and from time to time someone bemoaned the wrong answer and the loss of a few more points. There were also sounds of rejoicing, and Li Dong heard someone shouting, "I didn't expect to really pick B. I was blindly lucky." Li Dong could not help but lose his smile. It seemed that sometimes not having hope was the only thing that would surprise him. Chen Guohua had also arrived a long time ago and was standing by the podium handing out answers one by one to the students who had come. After taking the answers from Lao Chen, Li Dong sat down in his seat and started to correct the answers. Because of his good memory and the fact that the college entrance exam had only passed, he remembered almost all the answers he had written on the exam. After some back and forth comparisons, and throwing in some subjective questions and essays, the scores for several classes combined were not bad. Li Dong estimated that if the language composition and English composition were budgeted according to the usual results, his total score should be around 610, which is not low. You know, last year's book was only about 560, and this year's he remembers like it was only 565 or 567, which is about the same as last year anyway. He is 40 to 50 points higher than a book, and should have little problem applying to JNU. Next to him, Wang Jia also matched the answers and turned to Li Dong and smiled. "Dongzi, how did you estimate? How much can you probably get?" Without replying, Li Dong asked instead, "What about you?" "Hey, it's not bad. About 600 points. You should have no problem applying to a better school." Wang Jia had a smile on his face and was in a happier mood. His usual grades were just fine, and 600 points met his expectations, without the luxury of breaking out, as long as he played normally. Even if you can't get into those name brands with that score, you can still enroll in some regular 211 schools, but I'm afraid it's a bit hard to apply to a 211 school in the capital. After all, there are too many outsiders who want to go to the capital. Without continuing to pursue Li Dong, Wang Jia patted Chen Yu in the front row and asked, "Chen Yu, how many points did you estimate?" "Not too good. About 580 or 90. Chen Yu was a bit sullen. Obviously this score didn't meet her expectations. Because the 8th class is a middle school experimental class, a line rate is still very high. Chen Yu's usual performance and Wang Jia about the same. The estimated score is less than 1 or 2/10 of a natural some reluctance. 1 point difference in the college entrance exam can be hundreds or thousands of places. 10 or 20 points want to apply for a school can be difficult. Unless Wang Jia was willing to enroll in a poorer school. The two were afraid that they would have to be separated. Wang Jia quickly consoled. It's fine. You girls like to estimate a few points less. By then your grade should be about the same as mine. I'll enroll in the same school as you. Seeing this, Li Dong also laughed. I can't say that the final score down Wang Jia is not as good as you. This guy likes to make false claims. Asterisk 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 you. I'm not that kind of person. Wang Jia laughed and cursed, before continuing to pursue. Your kid hasn't said how much you got on the test yet. If the scoreline doesn't change much this year, Junda should be fine. Li Dong didn't hide it and casually said that everyone knew about it anyway when the scores came down. Wang Jia was a little surprised. Junda scoreline is not low. No more than 600 points, don't even think about it. So Li Dong test more than 600 points. A deep hide. Wang Jia stretched his thumb in praise, but there was nothing to be jealous of. His relationship with Li Dong was quite good, plus there was no competition, so he naturally didn't think too much about it. Chun Yu also expressed envy and jealousy, saying that Li Dong had luck, and was actually higher than her exam, which was unforgivable. A few people were fooling around when Yuan Shui, who had been silent in the front row, suddenly turned around and said, Li Dong, you still want to stay in Jiangbei even though you did so well in the exam? Didn't Qin Yuhan say she was going to take the Beijing University exam? Li Dong smiled without making a sound and didn't want to say too much. Chen Yu saw Yuan Shui's face gloomy, afraid that this time also want to make a quarrel, and quickly interrupted. Xiao Shui, how much did you take the exam? Can Beijing University? I don't know what's going on, but the people in Dongping are obsessed with Kyungsung University, and almost all of them with good grades want to go to Kyungsung University. Yuan Shui saw Li Dong did not make a sound. Some loss, coupled with their own assessment of the score, is not good. The face is even more grim and said, Beijing University probably not. I'm going to apply for the NPC. NPC is already very good. Yuki, you're still disappointed after such a good test. How else can you let us live? Chun Yu pretended to be angry and envious and pulled Yuan Shui to say a lot of congratulations. Although the NPC is not as good as Kyoto University, it is still a prestigious university. Only a top student like Yuan Shui would be disappointed. I'm afraid that in others, they would have already rejoiced without knowing why. Wang Jia listened and also complimented a few words, and said that everyone's test is good, and we will have a meal together later. Ask Li Dong. Li Dong hastily refused. Last time it was embarrassing, this time he was not going to go. Yuan Shui also refused when she saw this, and the school bully felt that she did not do well in the exam, so naturally she was not in the mood to eat. Wang Jia realized that there is something wrong, then no longer say this, and Chen Yu, two people joyfully together to prepare for the world of two people. When Li Dong arrived at Qin Yuhan's class, Qin Yuhan was talking to her homeroom teacher. Seeing Li Dong arrive, Qin Yuhan said a few words to her homeroom teacher and hurriedly walked over. As soon as they met, Qin Yuhan hurriedly said, how was it? What's the estimated score? Li Dong hemmed and hawed and said with a smug look on his face, needless to say, with my level, with my looks, 600 points is still a matter? Qin Yuhan rolled her eyes, unable to look at his smug look, and deliberately cracked down. Only 600 points. I thought you were higher than me, but I didn't expect it to be so much lower. Li Dong was not ashamed and still dejected. You are in the liberal arts. The score is not worth anything. By the way, what's your estimated score? Don't tell you, but I asked my homeroom teacher. If the scoreline of this year's Kyoto University doesn't change much this year, I should have no problem applying to Kyoto University. Qin Yuhan was full of joy, although the scores hadn't come down yet, but she felt that Beijing University should really have little problem. The score she told her homeroom teacher was actually about 10 points less than her own estimate. Beijing University had always been her goal, and now that she was expected to enter this highest institution of learning in China, she was naturally ecstatic. Li Dong heard but slightly froze for a moment. Beijing University? Wasn't Qin Yuhan's former world the capital university? Could it be because of his own influence? He did consciously ask Qin Yuhan about some of the college entrance examination questions, but there is still a difference between the arts and science papers. Never mind. Li Dong was too lazy to think about it. As long as Qin Yuhan was happy, the heart is happy for Qin Yuhan, but the mouth is deliberately blowing. You say Beijing University is Beijing University. Your class teacher deliberately comfort you. just be envious and jealous. The corner of Qin Yuhan's mouth curled up slightly, knowing that Li Dong deliberately spoke to tease her. She was not angry. The two walked and chatted, jostling a few times from time to time, and their laughter carried far and wide. Not long after the two left, a man stepped out from behind the large tree at the main entrance of the campus. Feng Jinsong grimaced, looking at the two who were holding hands and leaving with resentment in their eyes. After sending Qin Yuhan all the way to the door of her house, Li Dong left reluctantly. Not want to stay a little longer. Today mom deliberately rested at home waiting for him to go back to report the situation. A long time is not anxious to die. When Li Dong came home, Chao Feng was already impatient. As soon as he saw Li Dong, he hurriedly asked, "Dongzi, how is it? Is it an undergraduate?" The two families actually do not have high expectations of Li Dong. As long as it is a bachelor's degree they will be able to do what they want. They are afraid that Li Dong will not even be able to get a bachelor's degree. When that happens, not only will he lose face, but Li Dong's future is also worrisome. "Mom, don't worry. One book is a sure thing. We'll know exactly when the scores come down. I did well on the exam anyway." Li Dong did not say exactly how much. This time to say again hi mom will not believe, or wait for the score down to let them rest assured. Chao Feng's face blossomed with smiles at the words, and without saying much to Li Dong, she hurriedly put on her shoes and headed for the door, saying as she did so, "I'm going to go and talk to your father. He's still waiting." Seeing his mother trotting downstairs, Li Dong shook his head helplessly, but his mood was pleasant. One's rebirth had finally changed something, and it wasn't in vain that one had stayed up all night reading so many heavenly books. Chapter 29, Meeting Without Knowing Each Other. Saturday, June 12th. Dongping County Party School. The recruitment point of the Far East Supermarket is located in the square of the party school in Dongping. The place is very spacious, and there are a lot of people coming today. As for why it is called Yuanfang Supermarket, this is the name that Li Dong thought long and hard before deciding to take the name of Li Chengyuan and Chao Feng's names of the harmonies. Li Dong had just entered the party school when he heard someone next to him discussing, "Second brother, why don't you leave a phone number as well? And if they recruit you, you'll quit that job you have now. That's not good. I've been in my current job for 7 or 8 years. You're stupid. How much is your job? It's a manual labor job. Look, this supermarket security guard has 1,200 a month. Where can you find such a good job?" But the man who was called second brother was obviously a bit moved, but still hesitated. Although the current job is not much money, but it is very stable. This supermarket has not yet opened. Who knows whether the business is good or not? And if it collapses, how to do? How can it be? I heard that the owner of the supermarket is a family member of a county leader, worth tens of millions of dollars, and still can't afford to pay $1,000 salary? The corners of Li Dong's mouth twitched, and he had no desire to listen any further. I did not expect the rumors to spread so outrageously. What leadership family members? Worth tens of millions of dollars? And I do not know where to spread out. When Li Dong found Sun Tao was directing several personnel department employees who had not long joined the company to maintain order at the meeting. Seeing that Li Dong had arrived, Sun Tao sighed in relief and introduced himself to a middle-aged man wearing glasses beside him. Section Chief Wang. This is our Mr. Li. Saying so, he introduced Li Dong again. Mr. Li, this is Section Chief Wang of the logistics section of the party school. Li Dong smiled as he stepped forward and reached out his hand. Section Chief Wang, this time I have caused you trouble. Where? Mr. Li is really young and promising. Section Chief Wang shook Li Dong's hand forcefully with a look of admiration on his face. After all, Li Dong looked too young. Not at all like the rumored millionaire who started from nothing. Li Dong humbled himself with a smile on his face, and after saying a few polite words to Section Chief Wang, he politely sent Section Chief Wang away. As soon as Section Chief Wang left, Li Dong asked, "Brother Sun, there are quite a lot of people coming. It looks like the situation is not bad. How many resumes have been received?" Not too many resumes were collected. Something like 20 or 30, but there were quite a few phone numbers left, maybe 50 or 60, and a lot of them were interested. Sun Tao briefly explained the situation. Dongping is not developed. In fact, the resumes submitted are some of the applications for the middle and lower leadership positions. As for ordinary salespersons and security guards and the like, some of them were settled on the spot with a few words, without even an interview. Li Dong also understands all this. Sniffing his heart, he complimented, "Brother Sun organized the propaganda well. I didn't expect so many people to come today. In this way it may be possible to recruit all the people today, And the sooner the framework is put up, the sooner Li Dong can also rest assured. Sun Tao's face also showed a look of relief, but his mouth modestly said, "This credit is not mine. If it were not for the high salary given by Mr. Li, these people would not have rushed in." The salary package offered by the Farside supermarket was indeed not low, or else Li Dong would not have heard that earlier. In the case of the average salary in Dongping is only 7 or 800, Li Dong gave 800 a month during the training period, officially joined the 1,000 to 1,500 salary treatment, can be said to be comparable to the general state-owned enterprises, and there is no heavy work in the supermarket. The work is easy and decent. The salary is more than doing hard labor. Of course, enough to attract people. Li Dong smiled at this and did not say much, casually picking up a resume and looking at it. After a glance, Li Dong shook his head and said, "A county is a county after all, and there is too little talent. Oh, Mr. Li, we are just recruiting some grassroots leaders nowadays. The supermarket is also in the initial stage, and the demand for talents is not that urgent. When we open a chain, then we don't need to recruit people in Dongping. Jiangbay's population of 60 million people is lacking in everything, but not in talent." Sun Tao is a look of anticipation. Dongping is not no talent. The key is that Dongping cannot keep these elites. The real elites are in the big city to fight it. Like himself, he wouldn't have returned to Dongping to develop if it weren't for an unexpected situation. Sun Tao said Li Dong also understands, just casually lamented a few words, avoiding the topic. Li Dong spoke up and asked, "Has anyone applied for the finance position I asked you to keep an eye on?" Since scanning around the circle of people he knew in his neighborhood and not finding any suitable candidates for finance, Li Dong stopped the idea of nepotism. And finance must be a professional talent, or the market recruitment oriented to a wide range of opportunities to find the right candidate is also greater. "I forgot about it if you didn't say it. There are, but I don't feel it's too suitable." Sun Tao picked out a few copies from the resume pile and handed them to Li Dong. Li Dong took it and flipped through it, and was instantly filled with disappointment. The applicants did apply for the job, but they were either too old or not professional enough. Not even one of them has officially gotten an accounting license. And that's not taking Fargo supermarkets seriously. At least it is an enterprise that invests more than $1 million, and it is not one of those 5 or 6 people's purse companies along the road. Do these guys think that they are opening a charity store? Li Dong casually threw down the several resumes on hand and shook his head. This definitely won't work. The supermarket has a large cash flow. I don't feel comfortable leaving it to these people. You can't be sloppy with money. A slight mistake could cost you a lot of money. Li Dong would rather have a shortage than a perfunctory job. Just as Li Dong and Sun Tao were discussing the financial candidates, another employee next to them brought several resumes and placed them on the table. Li Dong absently pulled out a copy to look at. This look was immediately joyful. This person is gone? The personnel employee who had just brought the information over saw the big boss asking, stretched his head to look at the resume, and hurriedly said, "Just handed it in. It should still be there." After saying that, he looked around and pointed to a back not far away and said, "There it is." Li Dong hurriedly chased after him and shouted, "Ms. Yang Yun, wait a moment." Yang Yun handed over her resume and was about to leave when she heard what sounded like someone calling out to her behind her. Turning to look, he saw a half-dozen lads catching up with him. Yang Yun was slightly puzzled. "You are?" Li Dong smiled and reached out his hand. "Hello, I'm the general manager of the Farside supermarket. My name is Li." "Hello, Mr. Li." Yang Yun subconsciously shook hands with Li Dong, and then her brows furrowed slightly. "You're the general manager of the Farside supermarket?" There was a clear hint of doubt and distrust in his tone, obviously not expecting the general manager of the Farside to be so young. Li Dong coughed dryly and pointed to the several faraway supermarket employees at the back. "Ms. Yang wouldn't think that I would lie to you here, would she?" Yang Yun released. "Think about it. Under the eyes of others, cheating guts that is too big." Confirming Li Dong's identity, Yang Yun was a little less wary on her face and asked out loud, "Mr. Li, is it about applying for a job?" "Yes. I just looked at your resume and the finance manager position you applied for is very important to me. Can we sit down and talk?" Yang Yun nodded. She came here to find a job. The old boss interviewed naturally. The job was promising. She had no reason to refuse. It is to see that Li Dong is too young, and Yang Yun's heart is a little shaken. She is over 40 years old. It is the time to seek stability. Two young bosses in her opinion rather a little unsteady. But it's done. It's better to talk about it and then reject it if you're not happy with it. Conference room. This is a small conference room that the party school has specially set aside for the Farside supermarket, just for interviews. In the conference room at the moment sat Li Dong, Sun Tao, and Yang Yun. It was not until this moment when he sat down that Li Dong had the time to scrutinize Yang Yun. Early 40s, well-maintained, and with a good temperament. He looks like a shrewd and concise person. Of course, these are not the point. The long and beautiful people are also more than 40 people. When Li Dong's mom is old enough, Li Dong naturally will not have any other thoughts. He kept Yang Yun for her professionalism and ability. Ms. Yang, are you a graduate of the Pingchuan University of Finance and Economics? Li Dong was the first to exit and asked. Yeah, graduated in '83, when it was still the Pingchuan School of Finance and Economics. Over 20 years ago. The resume says you've been working for a state-owned enterprise, which should pay well. And after so many years of work, why did you choose to leave? Li Dong took the resume and looked carefully. Yang Yun is not only the accountant of the state-owned enterprises, or the head of the financial department. Such a person will choose to leave at this age? Yang Yun was slightly silent for a moment, but still answered. My daughter took the college entrance exam this year, and I did a leave of absence without pay to take care of my daughter in the second half of last year. When I went back, the position was taken over and the old leader retired, so I chose to resign. Li Dong was relieved. It is good that it is not a problem in other areas, but I am afraid that the hands and feet are not clean. Next, Li Dong asked a few questions. Yang Yun answered them one by one, giving Li Dong a very good feeling. Sun Tao also added a few specialized questions. Yang Yun also answered very smoothly. This time even Sun Tao feel quite good. A college student in the 1980s. A department head in a state-owned enterprise, with experience and ability, is simply too good to pass up, and people are still interested in coming to work at their supermarkets, or they wouldn't have come over to apply for the job. Thinking of this, Li Dong directly said, Ms. Yang, I have no more questions. Do you have any questions on your side? Any questions can be asked now if you have any. Yang Yun is not coy, opened the door and said, Mr. Li, how much is the salary? What is the arrangement of work and rest time? The basic salary is 3,000 a month, with bonuses on top of that. The working hours are from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. with an hour and a half break at noon, doing 6 off. Nowadays it is absolutely rare to get a 3,000 salary in Dongping, and Li Dong thinks that there are not many people who can offer a higher salary than him. Yang Yun is obviously also satisfied. As for doing 6 off, one that is more common. This time the state-owned enterprises are rarely do 5 off too. Treatment and vacation are satisfactory. Yang Yun is still a little uneasy, mainly because Li Dong is too young. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Yun still asked, Mr. Li, is the salary paid that month? Li Dong and Sun Tao looked at each other in disbelief. Was this a case of not trusting their strength? Even though it was a bit upsetting to be questioned, Li Dong nodded and said, Yes, all you do is be the treasurer. Are you still afraid that I'll underpay you? Yang Yun was also embarrassed when she heard this, but in her heart, she was relieved. That being said, it was mainly because Li Dong looked too young, otherwise she would not have asked such questioning words. Next, Li Dong briefly said a few words about the time of arrival and so on. The conversation officially ended, and Yang Yun became a member of the Far Side supermarket. I'm afraid Leiden won't anticipate how much this decision will affect him. P.S. Remember who Yang Yun is? If you don't know, please go back and read chapter 19, then vote and collect. By the way. Thanks. N_N_O. Chapter 30, Money Can't Be Spent. We're just entering late June and it's frighteningly hot in East Pennsylvania. When the days get hot, the lobster crowd is on the rise. Pingchuan's lobster market has exploded at an alarming rate, and the entire north of the river has set off a lobster fever. Young River Internet Cafe. Li Dong hung up the phone and leaned back in his chair, fuming. Although Early told himself that this business does not last long, but the thought of white money from their hands flew away. Li Dong heart or indescribable loss. He had to end his lobster business when others started making money. Dongping several counties he now cannot get the goods. Even if you can get the goods, the purchase price is also ridiculously high. Those fishmongers simply blackheart general crazy price increases. The wholesale price of Pingchuan is only $8 now, and these guys in Dongping dare to shout at $7. How can there be any room for him to survive? Quietly Li Dong calculated the total account. By a building down payment of 1.5 million, the renovation of the prepayment advance payment of 400,000, the supermarket before the various expenses to do the license almost spent 100,000. Scattered together the expenses totaled about $2 million, and I have almost $1.8 million or so in savings on my own hands right now. That is to say in just 2 months' time. He made almost $4 million from the lobster business. $4 million? It is time to be contented. Those who are contented are always happy. Li Dong muttered. The 4 million in 04 is still worth a lot of money. At least the money to buy a building are almost earned back. Dongzi, what $4 million? Is that Qin Yuan's call? Wei Yuan, who had dragged Li Dong out to surf the internet with him, took off his headphones and asked with some confusion. Li Dong rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, "No, I'm telling you, stop hitting on Yuan. Be careful, I'll clean you up." Cut. Wei Yuan grunted and mumbled, "Am I that kind of person? I don't like it when Qin Yuan's eyes are going blind." Since knowing that Li Dong and Qin Yuan got together, Wei Yuan has always thought that Qin Yuan is blind. He did not think that Li Dong has any point better than him. Qin Yuan will even look at Li Dong. This is not blind is what? What's the weird thing to say? Nothing. Wei Yuan snorted perfunctorily and continued to pursue. Right, Dongzi, what did you just say about 4 million 5 million? Did I say that? You got sidetracked. Li Dong muddled a sentence and changed the topic. Did you ask what I asked you to ask for me? What is it? Wei Yuan was halfway through his sentence. When he saw Li Dong staring at himself with a murderous gaze, he hurriedly laughed dryly and said, I've asked. I've just inquired with my friends. This is not today to come, just want to tell you. You do not ask, I almost forgot. That guy Feng Jinsong hasn't been home since after the college entrance exams. I heard from their classmates that he went out on a trip. I'm not too sure exactly when he'll be back. Wei Yuan said and started to go off on a tangent. Slightly curious, what are you looking for Feng Jinsong for? Could it be that that guy is still not dead to Qin Yuan? Are you going to clean him up? Li Dong was too lazy to explain to him and just lamented that Feng Jinsong guy was lucky. I don't know whether Feng Jinsong really went out to travel or deliberately avoided himself. Since that time in the examination room, Li Dong has not encountered him. He couldn't even meet anyone. And Li Dong didn't even have a chance to retaliate if he wanted to. Forget it. Count Feng Jinsong lucky this time. Sooner or later there will be an opportunity. Li Dong is not in a hurry. He is a person who holds grudges. Feng Jinsong does not think that it will be fine if he avoids himself now. He is not in a hurry. He is a person who holds grudges. Not in the mood to continue surfing the internet either. Li Dong got up and said, I'll go back first. You can go on by yourself. Don't. The college entrance exams are over. It's hard to have time now. So play with me for a while longer. I still have things to do. You play by yourself. Li Dong said and patted Wei Yuan's shoulder with slight emotion. Cherish this opportunity. Take care of yourself after tomorrow. When Li Dong left, Wei Yuan froze for a while before returning to his senses, muttering, what does it mean? Naturally, Li Dong would not tell him that when the college entrance exams could check the scores tomorrow, this guy's good days would be over. I don't know how Wei Yuan is estimated. People estimate the difference between the top and bottom of a 10 or 8 points is not good. This guy actually hard to estimate more than 50 or 60 points. Can reach last year's second line. Wei Yuan's parents really believe this guy. These days in the neighborhood did not say a lot about the son examined a second bachelor's degree. Even Li Dong's parents have heard about it. With Wei Yuan's usual results, if you can really get into the second, it is indeed worth celebrating. No wonder Wei Yuan's parents are overjoyed. But Li Dong knows that Wei Yuan will be miserable when the score check passes tomorrow. Wei parents who have lost all their face will not let Wei Yuan have a good time. Li Dong can only wish Wei Yuan to get through, and hope that the memory of the tragic situation will not reappear. After leaving the internet cafe, Li Dong went to Blue Ocean. The renovation of the supermarket is nearing completion and should be finished by early July. When Li Dong arrived at the supermarket, Sun Tao was not there, and Yang Yun, who had already joined the company, was discussing something with the site manager of Yang Ding. Seeing Li Dong, Yang Yun left behind the people from the opposite side of Yang Ding and walked to Li Dong and said in a hurry, Mr. Li, you came just in time. I was about to look for you. What's wrong? Yang Ding's side said that the construction period is almost over and asked when we can settle the payment for the second phase. I was about to talk to you. Today's Yang Yun no longer dared to question Li Dong's strength. Just the supermarket renovation spent millions of dollars. You can imagine Li Dong's strength is absolutely strong. Will not be less than her salary of a few $1,000s. Li Dong slightly pondered for a moment then said, what did Manager Sun say? Manager Sun said the quality should be fine. He's been on site all the time in the early stages. Li Dong nodded. The quality is fine. But the thought of spending another large sum of money just made Li Dong's heart ache. Alright then. I'll transfer $500,000 to the company's card later. And you take care of Yang Ding's side. Putting aside the meaty feeling of spending money, Li Dong asked, where is Manager Sun? People are coming from Pingchuan side. Manager's son is talking things over with them. He should be back soon. Yang Yun looked at her watch. She should be almost done talking at this point. Just as he finished speaking, Sun Tao came over sweating profusely. Seeing that Li Dong was also there, Sun Tao and Yang Yun nodded and then spoke. I was just about to call you. It's better to come early than coincidentally. Seeing that he was sweating profusely, Li Dong was not in a hurry to talk about things and said, first find a ventilated place to blow off some steam, and let's talk about things slowly. Sun Tao didn't refuse and went out of the supermarket with Li Dong. The two looked for a shaded place to sit down randomly without regard to image. Sun Tao unbuttoned his shirt and rested his breath before saying, the main thing is still paving the way. The past few days I talked about a few, because the market in Dongping is too small. Some large manufacturers cannot see. Preferential policies to give is not too good. Finally, I picked a few foreign manufacturers in the north of Jiangbei's general agent. The conditions talked about some is ready to come back to discuss with you. Li Dong also did not pursue the details. This aspect of Sun Tao than their own understanding, since he picked certainly is suitable for the far side of the supermarket. His concern was the payment for the goods. He didn't have much cash money on hand, excluding the $500,000 that he would have to cross out later. What was left was just over $1,300,000 in cash. Yang Ding's final payment is not urgent for the time being. At the time of signing the contract said that the formal operation of 3 months before the settlement of the final payment. This aspect of the temporary can also save hundreds of thousands of dollars. Li Dong believes that after 3 months, the several $100,000 of the final payment should not be a difficult task. After thinking about it, he asked, how will the payment for the goods be made? A minimum of 30% of the purchase price is to be paid in advance, and the rest of the payment is to be settled within 3 months. If the second purchase is not more than 3 months from the first, the final payment for the first shipment is to be settled in advance. 30%. Li Dong did the math, which meant that even if he didn't keep a single penny, he would only be able to get in a maximum of $4 million of goods. $4 million. That should be about enough, right? Li Dong is not sure if it is more or less. $4 million is the purchase price. The supermarket's profit percentage is about 20%, which means that sales are around $5 million. $5 million. With Dongping's consumption level, it should last for a month. Whether it was more or less, Li Dong felt that it shouldn't be much different. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, I can accept the conditions. Then I'll trouble brother Sun to continue to talk to them. The goods have to arrive in Dongping before the end of July, so we can't miss the time. That's no problem. As long as the contract is signed, they can ship it over in 3 days. Sun Tao is now energized. And when the decoration is completed, the staff is in place, the goods are in place, the supermarket can be officially opened. Only officially open for business he has money to get. If not, the conditions do not allow. He would like to be able to open the supermarket now. Li Dong also smiled when he saw this. Sun Tao was in a hurry to make money, and he was even more in a hurry. You know, he still owes several $1 million to the bank, and he can't even pay back the loan if the supermarket doesn't open. Money this thing really does not spend. Obviously he earned nearly $4 million in 2 months, but the result is that by now instead of signing a butt of debt. Chapter 31, Score Check. June 24th. The time for checking the scores of the high school exams. Although the local news had told them that the score-checking hotline would not be opened until after 6 p.m. Li Chengyuan and Xiao Fang were on guard at home before 5 p.m. Waiting to make the call. Li Dong had no choice but to wait with his mom and dad. At 5:58, before the time, Xiao Fang dialed the score-checking hotline, and all that came out was a busy tone. Undaunted, Xiao Fang repeated the call over and over again. Li Dong looked all anxious and couldn't help but advise, Mom, what does it matter if it's a little early or a little late? Just call later. Xiao Fang gave him a blank look, grunted and ignored him. The redial button still kept pressing. It wasn't until no less than 30 times, and the time had reached 6.5 minutes, that the call finally went through. The old couple was so excited that they did not need Li Dong to help, and they quickly entered Li Dong's pass number, and they did not even need to look at the pass. Li Dong is both amused and heartbroken, if not too concerned. How could the old couple remember so skillfully with such a long number? A mechanical female voice had come out of the phone, which was on speakerphone at the moment. 124 in language arts, 137 in math, 246 in science, 108 in English for a total of 615. When the total score was reported, Li Chengyuan and Xiao Fang were already trembling with excitement, and if it wasn't for their scruples, they were afraid that they would have already burst into tears. 615 points. My son got a 615. Chao Fang rubbed her eyes, grasping Li Dong's hand in a death grip, her tone a little choked. Li Changyuan was also in a stirring mood, and he, who never smoked at home, lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. All that came out of his mouth was a loud, "Good, good, good." Looking at his mom and dad's happy and excited appearance, Li Dong was also in a surging mood. He had finally done it. In his previous life, although his parents were also happy when he got a second bachelor's degree, they were by no means as thrilled and excited as they are now, and he's doing much better in this life. Afraid that his parents were agitated and bad, Li Dong hurriedly comforted a few voices, and only after seeing the two people gradually calm down did Li Dong go into the room to call Qin Yuhan. After talking to Qin Yuhan on the phone, Li Dong was somewhat incredulous. Just less than 3 minutes after the scores came out, the principal of the first middle school personally called the Qin family, and Qin Yuhan turned out to be this year's top scholar in the arts in Dongping County. 672 points, nearly 30 points higher than Qin Yuhan in her previous life. Liberal arts scholar even the county level that is the first prize. Beijing University is almost a nail in the coffin. In the phone Qin Yuhan tone is very excited. If it is not her family today just came to relatives cannot go. Qin Yuhan cannot wait to see Li Dong nibble on a few mouths. Still immersed in the surprise that Qin Yuhan had taken the top grade, Li Dong's cell phone rang again. The call was from Wang Jia, who was in a good mood. The reason for the good mood wasn't because he scored 604, because that was about the same as when he estimated his score. What really makes Wang Jia smile is Chen Yu. Chen Yu surprisingly also took the test 599 points, and he was only 5 points difference. This time the two as long as the coordination is good. Enroll in a school hope is very big. And Wang Jia incidentally told Li Dong the news that Yuan Shui had scored 653 points in the exam. 653 is genuinely not low, but I'm afraid Kyoto University is out of the question. In previous years, KYU enrollment in science in Dongping is usually above 660, and I'm afraid this year it's going to be a little higher. I heard that Yuan Shui was very disappointed, although the evaluation of the score was expected, but really lost with the Beijing University still let this proud girl doubly hit. However, Li Dong did not sympathize with her. All the exams are so high and still not satisfied. Then how to let others live? Besides, NPC is not bad, also a top institution in China. After talking to Wang Jia on the phone, it was almost 7 o'clock. The parents in the master bedroom were also on the phone constantly, not sure who they were informing. Anyway, both families sounded proud and kept repeating, "I scored 615 on the test. I'll let you know when it's time for wine." Li Dong corner of his mouth revealed a smile. His own this can be considered to give mom and dad a long face. The two families to go to the market at that time also doubly face. Mood good body naturally also better. As he was thinking about it, there was a tap on the door. Li Dong went forward and opened the door, but it was Wei Yuan, who he had just met yesterday. At this moment, Wei Yuan does not have the vigor of yesterday, drooping his head with a constipated face. As soon as he saw Li Dong, Wei Yuan cried and howled, "Dongzi, help! My father and my mother said they would beat me to death. What to do?" Li Dong almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. The scene from his memory had indeed happened again. Remember, this guy did the same thing in his previous life, and was whisked all over the neighborhood by his parents in mixed doubles on the day the scores came down. That's when this guy also ran to himself for help. History really does have inertia. The scene repeated again. Li Dong saw his howling piercing ears, stifled his laughter and interrupted. "I've told you to go to the internet cafe less before the college entrance exams. Who told you not to listen?" Wei Yuan bristled and grunted. "I would have gone less, but this time the paper is too difficult. Can you blame me for not doing well?" Saying that, he looked at Li Dongdao. "Dongzi, how much did you get on the test?" Wei Yuan's eyes were full of anticipation, and those who did not know thought that this guy was blessing Li Dong. But Li Dong knows what he is thinking. Is not just thinking that if he did not do well, go back and parents also have an explanation. When the time comes to go back and tell your parents, "Look, Dongzi didn't do well either. He's still in a key class. It's just that the papers are too hard." Li Dong knew his mind. Naturally he would not fulfill his wish, and said with a relaxed face, 615 points. The test was average. There were a few questions that should not have been wrong. Wei Yuan was instantly bitter. Although he knew that Li Dong must have scored better than him, hearing 615 points still made him unacceptable. He only scored 468 points this time, more than 10 points away from the third book. Li Dong is fully 145 points higher than him, all equivalent to an extra paper. San Tian Ah, you bastard online is not less than me. and there is still time to fall in love. Also do not see you study every day. Actually test so high. This time I am really finished. Wei Yuan once again dry-howled. Which all live in the same neighborhood. Mom and dad will sooner or later know how much Li Dong test, by the time the two are compared. Not to mention mixed doubles. I'm afraid the grandparents at home will have to join in by then. So it'll be 4 dozen. Glaring at Li Dong for a few moments in a mournful manner, Wei Yuan, who had originally come to seek comfort, was once again struck down. Not wanting to see Li Dong's smug face, Wei Yuan grunted a few times, muttered a few words under his breath, and without Li Dong's need to drive people away, he turned his ass upside down and ran down the stairs. But the words Li Dong said yesterday suddenly rang in his head. Take care after tomorrow. Damn it, Azuma is a crowbar. On June 28th, Li Dong went to the school to fill out a volunteer. There were much fewer people who came this time because they were not in the same batch for filling up their aspirations. Chen Guohua lamented for a while when he saw Li Dong. Even he didn't expect Li Dong to turn the tables at the last moment of the college entrance examination. And he actually scored 615 points. This achievement could already rank in the top 15 in the class, and in the top 50 in the first middle school, and it was not known how many people had dropped their eyes. Learning that Li Dong decided to stay in Jiangbei and enrolled in Jiangbei University, Chen Guohua did not persuade. After all, Jiangde University is also a key university, and is a local school. With Li Dong's score to enter Jiangde University can also choose a good major. There is nothing to pity. Wang Jie and Chen Yu also came. Both of them chose to apply for the construction engineering college in the capital. According to the previous enrollment standards should be able to get in. Yuan Shui people did not come. I heard that it is out of traveling to take a break. Volunteering is the old Chen to help fill in. Anyway, she has already chosen a good school. Qin Yuhan's side has been very busy lately, because she is the top student of arts in Dongping. The Education Bureau and the county TV station have gone to her house several times, and Li Dong has not bothered her during this period of time. Today fill in the volunteer Qin Yuhan people also did not come, because Qin Hai let her go to the countryside grandparents to report the good news. The volunteer is Qin Hai over to fill in. Li Dong did not want to chat with Qin Hai and went straight home without even showing his head. Because of the small number of people, coupled with the weather is too hot. Wang Jie originally also wanted to organize a last party also ended without a trace, but the young couple didn't mind at all. No one was better, and no one disturbed them when they had a two-person world. Parents are loosening up after the high school exams, and lately the youngest two have been spending all day together. Sweetly, Li Dong ruthlessly despised the two men, but his heart is looking forward to. This volunteer filled out Qin Hai will not be able to lock up Qin Yuhan every day. It seems that his own happy little life is not far away. Qin Yuhan went to the countryside for a few days should also come back. By then he can also live a sweet life. It is worth looking forward to. Full of expectations of Li Dong joyful home. Did not expect Qin Yuhan this countryside is a month to live. Gingerly, Qin Hai once again made a move calling Li Dong. Chapter 32 Opening. The entire month of July has been a busy one for Li Dong. Yuanfang Supermarket is scheduled to officially open on August 1st. Opening soon. The preparatory work busy Li Dong dizzy. Even with Qin Yuhan a month did not come back to Li Dong can not care. During this time Li Dong went to the school to retrieve the notice of Jiangde University, read it once and casually threw it to his parents. Li Chengyu and two families holding the notice smiling. Even Li Dong all day morning and evening did not bother to ask. July 31st. There were so many things to discuss today that Li Dong was busy until very late at night. When they arrived home, Li Chengyuan and Xiao Feng had not yet fallen asleep. They were also very busy during this period of time. Xiao Feng had already scheduled a dinner party for August 8th, and was so busy making phone calls and informing people that she usually didn't go to bed until 10 o'clock these days. When Li Dong saw his mom and dad enjoying themselves, he didn't bother with these trivialities and let them toss and turn. Seeing Li Dong all tired home, Xiao Feng two families summed out, always feel that this period of time their son is busier than them, and do not know what to be busy all day. But the kids are getting older and there are some things you can't control too closely. Xiao Feng cast aside her doubts and brought the freshly heated meal to the table. Li Dong had barely dripped from noon until now, and was also starving hard. So as soon as he sat down, he wolfed down his food. As he was eating his meal, Li Dong heard Xiao Feng ask, "Dongzi, do you know that there is a supermarket opening over on North Street tomorrow?" Li Dong did not expect his mom to ask about this, but it is not very surprising. This month Li Dong's publicity work is in place. Those opening advertisements which are rotten in the latter days are scattered by him everywhere in the whole Dongping, and the effect is not generally good. After all, At this time this kind of colorful leaflets are not very common. Especially in such a small place as Dongping is also very few people willing to spend this money to print this. Seeing his mom ask, Li Dong nodded and said, I heard about it. Why? This does not hear that the opening of the discount. And I heard that what supermarket everything is sold. Food where all have. I think tomorrow to go shopping. If you are fine to accompany me. Li Dong thought about it. He will definitely have to go tomorrow to keep an eye on. But accompanying mom around is not impossible. After all, there are still Sun Tao they are watching. So think Li Dong nodded and should be down. Chao Fang started planning what to buy tomorrow, while Li Changyuan also helped out at the side, thinking about what the family lacked and offering a few suggestions from time to time. Seeing his mom and dad's excitement, Li Dong had a bad feeling. I hope mom doesn't carry a few carts of stuff home tomorrow, Li Dong secretly prayed. As he was praying, he heard Li Changyuan suddenly curse. Rich people are really not things. This guy who runs the supermarket has blackened his heart. Li Dong's face turned green, and with a dry cough, he asked, Dad, people open supermarkets properly. Where did they mess with you? Li Changyuan waved the leaflet in his hand and pointed to one of them, saying indignantly, What did you say that pissed me off? This is not stealing business with us little people. Such a big supermarket still sells fish. Don't you mind it? Li Dong heard the reason almost a mouthful of rice sprayed out. This is not only allowed to the official fire is not allowed to light the lights of the people it. Do not know what to say good. Seeing that her dad was still complaining about the owner of the supermarket, Chao Fang chimed in. Li Dong had to interrupt. Dad, the supermarket mainly sells frozen seafood. It won't have any effect on you. Oh, that's okay. It's not easy for our small business. People who run supermarkets don't lack these $2, so they won't be able to steal business from us. Li Changyuan said somewhat thankfully. Li Dong was speechless. Who is stealing business from you? Supermarkets opened up would have caused a considerable impact on the traditional retail industry. The aquatic market is considered to have the least impact. August 1st. Cracking firecrackers sounded for more than half an hour. Half of the Dongping city people know that the first supermarket in Dongping on North Street opened. When Li Dong accompanied Chao Fang to come, he was stunned by the sea of people in front of the supermarket. Even though he had experienced the fiery scene of that supermarket in his previous life, Li Dong still did not expect Dongping to have so many people coming over. Whether they really came to buy something or just watch the fun. At least the supermarket is baked with popularity. The Far Side supermarket is not too big, but also not too small. 3 floors of nearly 2,500 square feet. At this time has been overcrowded. A few security guards crowded in the crowd sweating to maintain order. Shouting out words simply cannot be transmitted, and in a short time was covered by the boiling sound of the people. Although he had prepared for this situation, at this moment, Li Dong still could not help but feel a little worried. Business was good, but if there was a stampede, it would be over, and he didn't want to close the business right after opening. Fortunately, in no time Li Dong saw Sun Tao holding a megaphone and squeezed over, loudly commanding the security personnel to maintain order and evacuate the crowd, which was finally not as crowded as it was at the beginning. Chao Fang was also shocked by the surging crowd, staggered and sighed. How good this business must be. This supermarket owner is still not earning crazy. Li Dong now mind but not to earn how much. He only hoped to open smoothly. So many people do not have an accident is good. Dongzi, let's also go in. Don't be snatched up in a while. The first day of opening 88% off. I heard that 3 days later it will be restored. What do you want to buy today? Quickly buy good. Chao Fang leaped forward with a warlike look on his face, itching to rush in and do a sweep right away. Li Dong cried and laughed. There were too many people and he really didn't want to squeeze in right now. Visible mom's appearance. Li Dong dispelled the idea of refusal. Forget it, to satisfy mom once and how. The two of them killed the crowd. And mom was taking what she saw. And the list of items she had previously planned at home didn't even work. From time to time, Li Dong heard someone shouting, Hey, why is that rice cooker just gone? I want to buy one too. Don't grab it. I got it first. There's more behind me. So what's the point of grabbing it? Boss, get me 100 of these. Why is the stuff so small? Li Dong is speechless. You think this is a wholesale market? Who buys 100 at a time in the supermarket? Just after spitting on others, Li Dong heard his mom shout, Dongzi, help me get 5 packs of toilet paper for the big packs. Hurry up, or else it will be gone later. Li Dong looked down at the 24 rolls of toilet paper in a package of speechless. 5 packages, which will be used to the years and months. Mom really dared to think. Ritas did not hear mom's words. Li Dong casually took a packet and did not do it. He did not want to be seen as a joke later. An hour later, Li Dong squeezed out of the supermarket sweating profusely. It's almost 10 o'clock now, and the supermarket doesn't feel less crowded. It feels more crowded. Looking at the items in the cart, Li Dong was silent, and those who didn't know thought he was moving. Pots and pans, toilet paper, snacks, knives, cutting boards, underwear, socks. The corner of Li Dong's mouth twitched fiercely for a few moments. Was this considered a cocoon? Chow Fong finished the checkout, came over, gasping for breath, joyfully said, "Really cheap. This supermarket is good. No one stares at. Want to take what? To take what? Buy so many things, only $980. Too cost effective." The corners of Li Dong's mouth twitched even more. Take whatever you want? Don't you want money? And $980 is cheaper? You know that in the past, my mom used to buy things that cost $100 for days and days, and this time she spent almost $1,000 and actually said it was cheap, except for the rice cooker, which is considered a big item. Almost everything else is a daily necessity. Isn't $1,000 expensive? Thinking that this black-hearted businessman was himself, Li Dong didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Anyway, the whole person was a little numb. Chapter 33, The Fire. Chow Fong didn't care what Li Dong thought, and happily pushed the shopping cart to the activity area. Because the supermarket has a lottery, spending over 100 can be drawn once. So at this time the activity area is also surrounded by people. From time to time, Li Dong heard someone exclaim twice, and it looked like the prize was not bad. Chow Fong threw the cart to Li Dong and squeezed herself into the crowd to watch the fun. After a while Chow Fong squeezed out and said with some excitement, "Dongzi, it's too good a deal to come to the supermarket to buy things. You can even draw prizes after you buy things. I just saw someone win an induction cooker." Li Dong skimmed his lips. Mom is really naive. He had planned this raffle himself, and no one knew better than him how low the probability of winning was. There were a total of 10,000 raffle tickets, and there were no more than 30 prizes worth more than 100, showing how lucky the guy who had just drawn the induction cooker was. But even a low win rate couldn't dampen the crowd's enthusiasm, and the event area was filled with cheers, with some people overjoyed even when they won a consolation prize, a pair of socks costing a few cents. Chow Fong watched some hand-itching, took the invoice and squeezed into the crowd again. Li Dong didn't bother and waved to Fong Hao, the operations supervisor who was maintaining order on the side. Fong Hao had actually seen Li Dong a long time ago, but it looked as if Li Dong was shopping with his family, so he didn't bother. However, his eyes kept falling on Li Dong, and when he saw Li Dong waving, Fong Hao hurriedly went forward and greeted. "Good day, Mr. Li." Li Dong nodded and opened his mouth to ask, "Are the employees able to adapt? Are there any problems?" Apart from some panic at the beginning, it's all pretty much adapted now. The main thing is that there are too many people, and the cashier side is a little too busy. The lottery side is also. "Mr. Li, do you think it's a good idea to set up another lottery box?" Fong Hao stared at Li Dong's face and asked carefully. Li Dong looked at the lottery area surrounded by layer after layer of people, pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Set up 2 more. Too many people are not safe. Try to let these customers who have finished purchasing go out quickly." Fong Hao nodded his head and responded. Then he heard Li Dong add, "Also, customers with a 3rd prize or higher can be informed on the public broadcast to promote their desire to buy." This was something he had forgotten to arrange earlier. In fact, the customer who had just won the induction cooker could have been briefed. A lot of people don't actually pay attention to these events, and they don't always know when there is a sweepstakes, but love to take advantage of small advantages is the nature of most people in the country. Once they know that full of 100 can be lucky draw, and there are really people who won the prize, will certainly make a part of the crowd with a look at the mentality of the crowd into a real consumer. Those who shop for less than 100, or just a little short, may make secondary purchases, all of which can add to the supermarket's revenue generation. Seeing Fong Hao nodding again, Li Dong waved his hand and said, "Go ahead and make the arrangements. See manager's son and have him come over." "Okay, Mr. Li." Fong Hao turned around and trotted off to make arrangements. Li Dong waited in place for a while and saw that his mom was still waiting for the lottery in the crowd. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Sun Tao stepped over with big strides. There was no time to be polite when he saw Li Dong, and he hurriedly said, "Mr. Li, there's a bit of trouble." "What kind of trouble?" Li Dong frowned. The first day of business he is most afraid of accidents. Not only affect the reputation will also hit the enthusiasm of the staff. Seeing that Li Dong was a bit anxious, Sun Tao quickly waved his hand and explained, "Nothing happened, it's out of stock." Li Dong's head was on the spot for a moment, and he said with some disbelief, "Out of stock?" Li Dong's first reaction is that he heard wrong. It's only been more than an hour. There are $5 million worth of goods in the warehouse. Sun Tao even told him that the shortage of goods? Not all, but some of the best sellers are about to sell out. It's just been notified by the treasurer's side that there are a few items that are running low on stock. Sun Tao is both happy and worried. The goods sold quickly is naturally good, but sold too fast shortage of goods will be trouble. Li Dong then sighed in relief and glared at Sun Tao, who did not understand. He thought that the warehouse was about to be sold out. You know, that is the selling price of nearly $5 million of goods. If really sold out, he will not laugh crazy. The profit will be nearly $1 million. Don't be in a hurry. Call and notify the manufacturer's side of the supply. The out-of-stock ones are temporarily off the shelves. And there will be no problem if we survive today's peak period. Most of the people here today are just looking for something new to see. And the crowds will stabilize after this shopping frenzy. While talking about the treatment, Li Dong asked, does the turnover have a statistic now? There was a count half an hour ago. Mr. Li, I'm afraid you can't even imagine how good the business is. Sun Tao also put down the worries he had just had, his face glowing. Although he had long predicted that the supermarket's business would not be bad, he was still a bit incredulous when he saw the statistics handed over by the financial side. Okay, don't sell it. How many were sold? Of course Li Dong knew that business was good. Didn't see that people were almost crowded into a pile. 150,000. 150,000 an hour is a miracle even in the center of Pingchuan City. $150,000? Li Dong was indeed a bit shocked that the data tallied half an hour ago, when it had only been open for about an hour. The sales were actually this much. It's really a miracle to know that it's 04 and the Fargo supermarket is less than 3,000 square meters. Despite the fact that this is the first supermarket in Dongping, despite all the promotional tactics used by the Far Side supermarket, and despite the fact that the people of Dongping have exploded with unimaginable spending power, there were many reasons to support Li Dong's belief in this statistic, but he was still a little incredulous. With 1 hour's sales reaching 150,000, Li Dong could even clamor that it would be difficult for supermarkets of the same size to break this myth within 10 years. Li Dong vibration to vibration. Head is still sober. Said, do not be happy too early. The previous wave of foot traffic are interested in shopping customer base. I'm afraid that the flow of people will fall back later, and the turnover will definitely drop. I know, but it's Sunday, and there's sure to be another rush in the evening, so we can't afford to have a low turnover today. Sun Tao said, clenching his fists and cheering up. Strive for a turnover of more than 1 million today. I want to create a legend that no one can break. Breaking 1 million is probably impossible. Halfway through the words, see Sun Tao a look of doubly struck. Li Dong lost his smile. Did not expect to always look at the steady Sun Tao also has this side. Li Dong paused and consoled. I believe you can do it. You will inform down later. If you can really sell over 1 million, I will give everyone a big red packet this month. 1 day million, what concept? Throw away all kinds of expenses. Pure profit is definitely not less than 150,000. Li Dong will not care about a red envelope. However, Li Dong is actually not hopeful. The morning opening that will be the performance of the hot because of publicity, so many days of customer accumulation, such as these customers are gone. Most of the remaining again are scattered customers, and then want to create a miracle almost impossible. While talking to Sun Tao, the supermarket radio suddenly rang. Congratulations to MS Chao Fong for winning a cell phone in the lottery. Congratulations to MS Chao Fong. The radio rang 3 times in a row, and Chao Fong's surprised cheers came from the crowd. Li Dong opened his mouth wide, somewhat incredulous. Sun Tao didn't think much about it when he saw it, and said smilingly, there are a total of 3 cell phones. I didn't expect to be drawn away from one right now. It's quite good luck. Li Dong rolled his eyes and did not say anything more, but glared at Fong Hao, who was staring at his fawning smile not far away. He's not an idiot. He doesn't believe that his mom is really that lucky. 3 out of 10,000 chance of winning the lottery. That's too much of a child's play. Fong Hao was somewhat emboldened by Li Dong's glare, and he dryly laughed twice before hastily turning his head away. Sun Tao also saw Fong Hao's actions and immediately frowned. Did he do that? The raffle is handled by the operations department, and while a cell phone isn't worth much, it's a different concept if someone on the inside cheats. This time, Li Dong and Sun Tao are not prepared to come to the fake. The supermarket has just opened, is the time to build a good reputation. Fong Hao do so as to cut off their own future. Seeing that his mom was pushing her way out, Li Dong waved his hand and said, forget it this time, the winner is my mom. But you go warn Fong Hao later. I don't want there to be a next time. Although Fong Hao's purpose was to please himself, Li Dong didn't like people who didn't follow the rules, and Fang Hao cheating to make his mom win the lottery was breaking the rules. Li Dong of the Far Side Supermarket is the biggest, and only he can break the rules, and no one else, not even Sun Tao, can. Chapter 34, Building a Legend. Today's author's birthday. Set the bowl to ask for support, favorites, recommendations, rewards. Everyone feel free, come as you are. Oh, N_N. Oh. Just after sending Sun Tao away, Chao Fang squeezed out from the crowd. Seeing Li Dong, Chao Fang said joyfully, Dongzi, did you hear that? I won the lottery. Said raised the hands of the beautifully packaged cell phone box, smiled and said, I am too good luck. Even drew the first prize. This is a cell phone. Just now the supermarket people said this cell phone is worth more than 3,000. Chao Fang was in such a great mood at the moment that she couldn't wait to announce to everyone that she had won the lottery. Although Li Dong was annoyed with Fang Hao's self-interest, but seeing his mom in such a good mood, the hint of displeasure in his heart quickly dissipated. But it's just a cheat, and to make his mom so happy, Fang Hao is also considered to have made up for his mistakes. Mom, I heard it. The radio in the supermarket broadcast it 3 times. Li Dong's face was also filled with smiles as he joked. Your old man is famous this time. At least several hundred people know that mess. Chao Fang won the lottery. Chao Fang was a bit embarrassed by Li Dong's jokes, and feigned anger. Don't talk about these useless things. Hurry up and go home. Speaking of going home, Li Dong swept a glance at the items organized into 8 or 9 packages in front of him somewhat frozen. How was he supposed to take back so much stuff? Li Dong's journey home is tragic and inhumane. Chao Fang then insisted on walking back with Li Dong just to save a few dollars on the taxi fare. Li Dong had resisted, and was even willing to pay his own traveling expenses, but they were all refuted by Chao Fang. The reason is very sufficient. Chao mother is very patient to teach her son. Grow up to learn to live. Just a few steps far away but also to fight. Think of when your mother I walked from the countryside to the county. Dozens of miles did not call the bitter. Li Dong could only report a bitter smile and honestly walked back with his mom. Although it was only a 10-minute trip, Li Dong was still drenched when he arrived home. And it was really because the weather this year was too hot. Chao Fang, however, was still in high spirits and did not feel tired at all, even though she was carrying nothing less than Li Dong. While packing up his things, he also said to Li Dong that the newly opened supermarket is really good. Things are cheap and affordable, and more importantly, you can also draw prizes. Li Dong cried and laughed. I'm afraid the last sentence is the point. Mom really thought that winning the lottery was so easy. Tens of thousands of tickets. A few 10,000ths of the probability, if not cheating how to win. But Li Dong did not say much. Anyway, it is their own property. Mom, even if empty, the supermarket is not cheap others. When Li Changyuan came home at night, Chao Fang couldn't wait to talk about what happened during the day, and even handed her cell phone to Li Changyuan to show it off. With a proud look on his face, he said, how about it? I've got good luck with my hands. Li Changyuan had long been accustomed to his wife's character and automatically ignored the words. After flipping the phone back and forth for a moment, it was with some surprise that he said, this phone isn't cheap, is it? Well, I asked. And they said over 3,000. Chao Fang was joyful at first, and then said with some regret, it just can't be exchanged for money. If it's exchanged for money, it's worth what we earn in a month. Where did you get so many requests for something you picked up for nothing? This cell phone is good. It just so happens that Dongzi is going to college. It's just right to give it to him. Li Changyuan said smilingly, handing the cell phone to Li Dong. Li Dong sniffed and quickly shook his head. Dad, you keep it. You have to support yourself in business. I have my own. His used cell phone had long been discovered by his family, and because it was old his parents didn't ask about it in detail. And Li Changyuan's cell phone is even older than his, or bought 2 years ago. If not for the fact that people often call for deliveries, Li Changyuan would not have bought a cell phone. That won't work. That's an old one you've got. And people will laugh at you for using an old one when you go to college. Li Changyuan waved his hand and refused. He is fine with the old one. The young people cannot use the old cell phone. Take it out to lose face. Father and son pushed back and forth for a while, and Chao Fang said sourly, how come no one thinks of me? Li Dong and Li Changyuan wide-eyed, paused for a moment. Li Dong hastily piled up smiles and said, which can this is not. I think this is a men's style for dad first. When I make money and then buy a women's style for mom. Li Changyuan also laughed and nodded his head in agreement, and in no time at all, he coaxed Chao Fang to be happy. As for Li Dong's words of earning money to buy a cell phone for give, the two families did not put it on their minds. The cell phone thing is not mentioned again. Li Changyuan cannot argue with Li Dong. and finally had to change the card to use on their own. However, the heart is thinking that when the school should also give his son to change a cell phone is good, but also afraid of their own private money to buy a computer is not enough to use, looking for whether to move the family's money. Not to mention the little nagging in Lee Chang-yuan's heart. After dinner, Li Dong went into his room. He didn't go to the supermarket to wither and wait. He knew that the supermarket crowd would be working late tonight, too late for mom and dad to let him out. Not having the heart to do anything else, Li Dong laid down on the chair and kept staring at the ceiling in a daze. It wasn't until around 12:30 at night that Li Dong's cell phone finally vibrated. Li Dong rolled over and hurriedly picked up the phone, answered the phone and asked, "How much?" The phone call was from Sun Tao, who understood Li Dong's meaning and said with strong suppression of excitement, "Guess what? 800,000? Li Dong said a number, which he himself budgeted based on the morning's market, feeling that the difference between the upper and lower should not be too big. Sun Tao on the other end of the phone suddenly laughed out loud, holding the phone to the crowd around him and shouting, "Mr. Li said 800,000. You guys tell Mr. Li out loud. 800,000 high-low? Low." There was a roar from the phone, both male and female. Since today was the first day, the leadership pretty much stayed behind to work overtime in order to organize the list to tally the accounts. Li Dong rubbed his ears and a smile spread on his face, slightly amplifying his voice. He said, "Regardless of whether it's high or low, you've all worked hard today, and you won't be missing out on any of the red packet bonuses." Ha ha ha. Sun Tao laughed loudly and said triumphantly, "We didn't get the red packet by gaining sympathy. The red packet you promised in the morning should be ours, because we did it. 1,020,000. We've worked a miracle." Sun Tao waved his arm vigorously, even if Li Dong could not see it at all. "We have made a legend." The crowd shouted in unison, each face overflowing with joy, not because of Li Dong's red packet, but they saw a bright future. A supermarket with a daily turnover of over $1 million and a business with a strong cash flow is enough to bring them home. Now the Farside supermarket is not Li Dong's alone. It is all of theirs, and the daily sales of 1 million is the effort of all of them. They didn't tell Li Dong that at the last moment all the leaders all collectively went to help check out, and even Sun Tao personally went to the door of the supermarket to solicit customers, just to accomplish this great goal. They eventually made it to the mythical $1 million a day sales. 1,200,000. Li Dong shook. Even if he wasn't there, he could feel the effort the crowd had put into it. It's not 10 years from now. It's 2004. Dongping is not the capital city. It's just a small county inland. Although the area of the Fargo supermarket is dominant in the county, it has less than 3,000 square feet of usable space. However, in this case the far side of the supermarket still did a daily sales of 1 million. Even if 999,000 will not let Li Dong so moved, because 1,100,000 is not a concept. The small Dongping surprisingly will have such spending power. Although it is the first day of opening, although it is the first supermarket, Li Dong clenched his fists fiercely and couldn't suppress his excitement. "You guys are good. The far side won't treat you poorly, and I, Li Dong, won't treat you poorly either." Sun Tao laughed out loud. Not only was Li Dong excited, his excitement was no less than Li Dong's. Why? Not just because they work miracles, but because he gets tangible dividends. 1 million turnover, even if there was a discount on the first day, the profit wouldn't be less than 150,000, and he had 15,000 in one day today. 15,000 a day. That's incredible. It was a night that I'm sure many of you stayed up all night. Li Dong lost sleep. This was the first time he had lost sleep since his return from rebirth. It wasn't because of the $150,000 profit. When he was selling lobsters, he sometimes made no less in a day, and it was easier. But back then, Leiden was thinking about just making money. Today he feels about the business. Lobster dumping in Li Dong seems to be just a speculation, while the supermarket profit is a successful business, which is different from the two concepts. In the darkness, Li Dong clenched his fists with an extremely determined expression. The success of the supermarket gave him great confidence. He was mediocre in his previous life, but 2 lives plus foreseeing the future. If this cannot create a piece of splendor, it is simply too much of a failure. Chapter 35, Confession. August 7th. Downstairs at the Qin family's home, Li Dong met Qin Yuhan, who had been away for a long time. After not seeing her for more than a month, Qin Yuhan had tanned quite a bit, and her barley-colored skin gave Qin Yuhan more of a wild beauty. Li Dong's mouth slightly curled up. A period of time before the busy still do not feel much. These days idle is extraordinarily thinking about his little girlfriend. The heart rejoices. But the mouth does not spare people to snicker. A hit of the eye almost did not recognize. This month you are not going to Africa, right? You're the one who went to Africa. Shin Yuhan made an angry face, knowing that she could not say anything good from Li Dong's mouth. Having known Li Dong for 6 years, Shin Yuhan had long seen through him. A typical knife mouth and tofu heart. However, they are much darker is a fact. Shin Yuhan slightly sad. In the countryside is not feel. Come back to see only know that black so much. The harm I dare not see people. Li Dong pinched her little face. Hey, it is quite slippery. The feel is not bad. With a smile on her face, she said, what's there to be afraid of if you're a little darker? Your face is still so tender that you can pinch out water. Shin Yuhan rubbed against his hand like a kitten, shaking her head to shake off Li Dong's strange hand. But in her heart, she was relieved. In fact, she didn't care at all what other people thought, as long as Mom, Dad and Li Dong didn't mind. Seeing that Li Dong's smile was still there, Shin Yuhan also threw down her grudge of tanning and pulled Li Dong's hand and started to talk about her experiences in her old home. Shin Yuhan was like a tireless bird, chattering about her joy and happiness in the past month or so. Li Dong acted as a loyal listener and didn't feel bored at all. After talking like this for more than half an hour, Shin Yuhan suddenly said with a red face, Li Dong, did you miss me during the many days I was away? The flowers that I thought of have all thanked me. Look, have I lost some weight? It's all because I thought of you. Li Dong showed his mouth and laughed happily. He did not expect that Shin Yuhan would also say love words. Shin Yuhan observed Li Dong very carefully. A touch of gentleness appeared in her eyes, touching Li Dong's cheeks painfully. It seems like he's lost weight. He's such an adult and still doesn't know how to take care of himself. Li Dong did not expect Shin Yuhan to take it seriously, dryly laughed a couple of times not knowing what to say. The other day he was busy with the opening of the supermarket, plus the weather was too hot to eat. Thin only normal. As for whether it is to think of Shin Yuhan want, Li Dong cannot dare to admit that the previous month busy almost all the Shin Yuhan to forget. Li Dong sidetracked the topic and said with a complaining tone, you can be cruel enough. Once you left for more than a month, why did you not come back until now? I actually wanted to come back earlier, but my grandparents are getting older and I can't let them go. Soon I'll be going to college, and I'll have less time to come back. After saying that, Shin Yuhan paused and didn't continue, a touch of gloom on her face. Yeah, almost college. She and Li Dong are about to go their separate ways, thousands of miles apart. Can the relationship survive? Shin Yuhan is a little confused. This is her first love. She can stick to it. Can Li Dong? There is no distrust of Li Dong, but this is the truth. No matter how much the examples of older siblings told her that the long-distance relationship in college is the grave of love, she used to believe that she and Li Dong wouldn't be a part of it, and she had confidence in herself. But now she was confused. Why did Li Dong have to stay in Jiangbei? The capital is the capital city with so many good schools and so many opportunities for a bright future. More importantly, she was also in the capital. Why did Li Dong choose to stay? Is it just because Pyeongchang is close to home? Or is Li Dong's feelings for her not as deep as he thought? Shin Yuhan's heart was empty, suddenly sad and wanted to cry. Li Dong saw Shin Yuhan's eyes red in the middle of her words. Her heart ached, and she hurriedly comforted. Just now she was fine. What's wrong? Shin Yuhan was sobbing, tears welling up in her eyes. Li Dong, do you like me? Love it. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Dong spoke the answer very firmly, associating it with what Shin Yuhan had just said. He somewhat understood why. Li Dong took her hand and said with a straight face, don't think nonsense. I stayed in Pingchuan for a reason. It's not that I don't like you. What's the reason? Shin Yuhan pouted her lips and rubbed her red eyes as she pursued. She had to ask for clarification. Otherwise her heart was always hanging in the air, and the feeling was just too much to bear. In fact, since the first day of the supermarket's profitability, Li Dong was not prepared to continue to hide it, previously concealed because the supermarket is not yet open. Coupled with the bank owes millions of dollars in loans, Li Dong is afraid of parents and girlfriend together with follow the worry. Now the supermarket is gradually on track. This week's profit is close to $1 million. Li Dong has long wanted to find an opportunity to talk to everyone. At this moment, seeing Shin Yuhan asked, Li Dong pulled Shin Yuhan's hand and walked out. Saying more is not as convincing as seeing it with your own eyes. Shin Yuhan did not ask Li Dong what he was going to do and silently followed him forward. After keeping walking for 10 minutes, Li Dong stopped at the entrance of the far side supermarket and turned to Shin Yuhan. See, this is the supermarket. The first supermarket in Dongping. Shin Yuhan nodded her head somewhat confused, although she had just returned to Dongping. But how could she not know about the faraway supermarket? But what did Li Dong bring her here for? I do not know what came to mind again. Qin Yuhan's face suddenly red. He will not be too. This time, Li Dong did not notice the change in the little girl's face and continued. It is still just a seedling. I will stay in Jiangbei, pamper it, guard it, and let it grow into a heavenly tree. A moment's separation means nothing. A lifetime is long. And what I want is gray hair joining hands. Having love is just a fairy tale. I want to give the person I love the happiest and most fulfilling life so she doesn't have to be busy running around for money. Li Dong. Qin Yuhan weakly interrupted Li Dong as impassioned. Slightly embarrassed. You are talking too high and deep. Can you say a little more straightforward? Ahem. This time it is Li Dong's turn to be embarrassed. It is not easy to wenching a hand. I did not expect to pretend to be unsuccessful. Qin Yuhan, this is a deliberate blow to their own right. It seems that he had overestimated this liberal arts scholar. Li Dong had to be blunt. I mean, I'm the one who opened the Yuanfang supermarket. I'm going to stay in Jiangbei and open a supermarket to make a lot of money. And I'm going to support you so that you won't worry about money for the rest of your life. Got it? Qin Yuhan's brain was on the spot for a moment, nodding mechanically and muttering, I thought you came to find my mom. Your mom. Feeling that the tone was somewhat like cursing, Li Dong dryly coughed and said, what's the point of looking for my mother-in-law? It's not too good for me to come to the door right now. Isn't it a bit early? Qin Yuhan had already returned to her senses somewhat, and sniffed and blanked him, saying in a bad mood, who let you come to the door? Okay, let's go back. It was Li Dong's turn to be confused. What kind of reaction was this? He guessed that Qin Yuhan would have a reaction. Maybe happy, maybe surprised, maybe worshipful. The only thing I didn't expect would be this. Too calm. Too calm. This is not normal at all. Qin Yuhan had already turned around and was ready to go. When she saw Li Dong still staying in place, she couldn't help but get angry and said, what are you still standing there for? Find a better reason. Is it fun to lie to me? Li Dong was embarrassed, feeling that Qin Yuhan did not believe it at all. It hadn't occurred to Li Dong that this was actually the reaction of a normal person. You're a high school student who, for good reason, runs up to the front of a large supermarket and impassionately says that the supermarket is yours, and that you're going to open up a chain of supermarkets and make a lot of money to support your girlfriend. It's a good thing people don't arrest you as a psychopath. Who would believe what you say is true? After more than 10 minutes, Li Dong talked nicely, but Qin Yuhan was still skeptical. It wasn't that Li Dong didn't understand. It was just that the world was changing so fast that she was a bit unable to accept it. The bad boy who used to block her in the alley is now a big boss. That's not the point. The world of little girls is still pure. More or less money is not really something they care too much about. The point is that her old mom comrade Yang Yun became a pawn under her boyfriend. It turns out that the young, capable boss her mom was talking about is her boyfriend. Qin Yuhan only felt that the world was too chaotic and she wanted to be quiet so badly. Li Dong also wanted to find a place to be quiet now. He was even more messy than Qin Yuhan. When Qin Yuhan said Yang Yun is my mom, Li Dong was confused. His future mother-in-law is working for him, and it's such a sour feeling. He wondered if his mother-in-law knew his identity, or else how could she think of taking control of his money bag, which was a man's lifeblood. Going in for a look? Li Dong wanted to slap himself when he uttered these words. And watch. Originally, he would like to show off in front of Qin Yuhan to show off the might of Mr. Li, but when he knew that Yang Yun became the future mother-in-law, Li Dong, this mind is gone. He is timid, afraid of being beaten. Qin Yuhan even less this heart. The thought of mom knows that expression of their own love. Qin Yuhan shuddered. So terrible. The two of them were now out of any kind of mind, and both needed to go back and digest the situation. After saying a couple of words to each other that no one understood, Li Dong dispersed with Qin Yuhan. He needed to go back and think about how to deal with this. Find a reason to fire Yang Yun? Now is cool. Can after the door how to do? Offend the mother-in-law is a capital offense. Pretend you don't know Yang Yun's identity, and try to please her more? Not to say what other people in the supermarket think. I'm afraid that Yang Yun himself is difficult. There are a few bosses who go to please their employees every day. So annoying. Li Dong complained. In the end, he could only think that he could simply break the pot and forget about it. And anyway, Qin Yuhan should not say anything when she went back. Chapter 36, Such a Relative, Request for Recommendation. Evening of the 8th. East Peace Hotel. Dongping Hotel should be considered the highest grade hotel in the county, and the consumption level is definitely not low. Today, the Li family hosted a banquet and invited guests, but Li Dong's parents, who have always been thrifty, booked a banquet at the Dongping Hotel. According to Chao Feng's words, everything can be saved. but definitely not on this kind of face-raising thing. At this time Li Dong is standing in front of the hotel with his mom to welcome guests, smiling all night, face paralyzed. Seeing another acquaintance coming over, Li Dong hurriedly smiled. "Hello Uncle Wang. Hello Auntie Chen." These were the vendors of the food market, and Li Dong knew almost all of them. Most of the people who came to eat wine this time were market vendors, but also some regular customers who often buy food heard the news also came to eat a cup of wine. But not many relatives. Chao Fong and Li Chengyuan relatives less. Li Dong grandmother's home is even far away in Qian province. By train are 2 days. Too far to notify. Yo, Donzi is really getting ahead. Zhengde University is a prestigious university. As usual, the two just came to Li Dong a burst of fierce praise. These words tonight Li Dong heard no less than 10 times, but still smilingly accepted the crowd's bragging. As soon as the people went upstairs, Li Dong exhaled and said to Chao Fong, "Mom, is there anyone else?" "No one, let's go up." Chao Fong looked at her watch. It was almost 7:30, and almost everyone who should be here had come. Then he spoke. "Let's go up first." "Almost. Chao Fong, why are you here?" Chao Fong's words trailed off as she turned to look at the person who had spoken, and her face dropped. Li Dong also looked back at this time, and when he saw the visitor, his face darkened even more than Chao Fong. "Big brother, what a coincidence. When did you return to Dongping?" Chao Fong forced a smile. Li Chenghui clutched his briefcase, straightened his stomach, and said with his head held high, "I just came back in the morning, invited people to dinner, and I haven't even said how come you're here too." Li Dong really couldn't get used to Li Chenghui's condescending look, even though this person was still his nominal elder uncle. At this moment, seeing his mom stuttering and unable to speak, Li Dong nonchalantly interjected, "Do we still need to ask the eldest uncle to come to dinner?" Li Chenghui's face darkened with a swish and he hummed heavily. Seeing Li Chenghui's ugly face, Chao Fong was afraid that he would have a fit on the spot, and tugged on Li Dong, smilingly digressing. "Little kids don't know better. Big brother, don't bother with him. You've taught your sons well. Where's the second?" Li Chenghui was a bit overwhelmed by Li Dong's top, so he skimmed his mouth and asked about Li Chengyuan. When Chao Fong heard earlier that Li Chenghui was also going to eat here, she knew that she couldn't hide it any longer, and when she saw Li Chenghui asking about it, she had to say, "Chengyuan is entertaining guests upstairs. Yo, you two still have money to treat yourselves to dinner at the Dongping Hotel? Getting rich?" Li Chenghui rubbed his stomach and stared at his glasses with an expression of "You guys even have money to eat here," causing Li Dong to almost explode with anger. Was about to voice back. Chao Fong tugged on Li Dong's shirt, reluctantly returned. "Where we got rich? It's not Dong Zi got into college. Today invited people to eat wine. Can't be too provincial, is not it? Going to college?" Li Chenghui obviously do not remember Li Dong as this year's college entrance examination, but in his view it is a matter of course. Sniffing face, "How do I not know the examination of the university? Eating wine also do not say notify me. Lao air is so do the job?" Not that he wanted to come and have a drink, but it was one thing to come or not with notice, and not to notify him was to not take him seriously. He was the boss of the Li family, and Li Chengyuan was not giving him face if he didn't call out to him. This is not a good thing for Chao Fong to take. After all, it is true that he didn't inform anyone, and coincidentally just happened to run into it. Li Dong, however, said in a mocking tone, "How would we dare to notify uncle, for fear that we would be kicked out before we could even visit your home? Humph, you've been studying for so many years and you're still like this. There's nothing to be gained by going to college. I don't care about you, but your father's like that. I don't think he can teach you anything good." Li Chenghui's face was gloomy. He was a man who wanted face, and with so many people around him, he couldn't afford to snap. "My dad walks the walk, earns his living and supports his family by his own efforts, so what's there to be ashamed of?" Hearing Li Chenghui talk about his dad several times, Li Dongqi couldn't suppress his anger, and the scenes in his memory flashed in his mind again and again. As the saying goes, blood is thicker than water, and a broken bone is still a broken tendon. Even if there was a gap between the brothers of this Li family's own family, it was not so great that Li Dong, a junior, had contradicted Li Chenghui 3 times. The previous dispute between the two brothers of the Li family is put aside. After all, Li Dong's position is certainly on the side of his own dad, and cannot be said to be completely objective and fair. But Li Dong knew that Li Chenghui was not cold and archaic on the surface, but a real cold-blooded animal. To this day, he cannot forget, when Li Chengyuan seriously ill lying in the hospital, Li Chenghui as the boss did not even look at a glance. Not a million miles apart, Li Chenghui's family is in Xinjiang, less than a 2-hour drive from Dongping. Li Chengyuan and Xiao Fong seriously elate. The family deposit is exhausted. The house was sold. Li Dong desperate under the cheek to find the door to borrow money. Money did not borrow a point. The taunt is collected a basket. If Li Chenghui was a dirt looking for food, he, Li Dong, could not care. After all, no one is easy. But he's a big boss of a construction company. He's not worth tens of millions, but millions for sure. Pro-nephew door to borrow money for his own brother to see a doctor. But also borrowed not much, 2 or 3 million only. Is a person will not be a hair. But Li Chenghui did it. Not only did he do it, but he did it so thoroughly that he didn't even look at his brother and sister-in-law's funeral matters. To know that Li Chenghui is Li Chengyuan's only real brother. Li Dong grandparents passed away a long time ago. This kind of thing how to say also to help the nephew. But Li Chenghui didn't. Not even a single person from his entire family came over to even take a look. So cold. So unfeeling. I'm afraid no one would believe it if I told them. Of course, there's a reason for that. Supposedly, according to that cousin of Li Dong's, their whole family went on a trip abroad and didn't have time to come back. And that's why. The younger brother and sister-in-law are seriously ill and dying. When the older brother is still in the mood to take the whole family abroad to get away. How cold-blooded. It would be fine if Li Chengyuan had done anything to wrong him, but Li Chengyuan really had nothing to say to him as his big brother. This kind of person still expected Li Dong to treat him as a relative. It was simply ridiculous. Li Chenghui iron blue face, several times and 3 times by the nephew in the face of the collision. This face is considered to be lost. He had nothing to say to Li Dong. He knew that Li Dong had a smart mouth, and immediately pointed at Xiao Fong and drank. Is this the good son you taught? This is how you taught him. No family education. Who knows who doesn't have a tutor? Li Dong laughed coldly. In his heart Li Chenghui was not even as good as a stranger. He would not spoil him. Asshole. Li Chenghui's face turned white with anger as he pointed at Li Dong and cursed. When Li Chengyuan received the news and rushed over, Li Dong was all but about to Li Chenghui. If it wasn't for Xiao Fong pulling at the side, with Li Dong's temperament there was a real possibility that he would have punched Li Chenghui. Until Li Chengyuan came. Li Dong, which forced the fire to shut his mouth. Li Chenghui he did not care. Dad's face should always be taken into account. Li Chengyuan hurriedly made amends to the gloomy Li Chenghui, before turning his head to fiercely admonish Li Dong. Make amends to your eldest uncle. Can you stand it? How do you talk to elders? Li Dong stalked his neck and did not say anything. Being able to ignore Li Chenghui was already the limit of what he could do, and he would not apologize to Li Chenghui even if he was killed. Li Chengyuan knows that his son is stubborn. Since childhood and Li Chenghui are not dealing with. Now is not the time to teach. Turn to Li Chenghui pile of smiles. Big brother. Dongzi does not know how to do things. Go back to I'm sure to pack him. After all, today is to eat the wedding wine. Li Chengyuan afraid Li Chenghui refused to stop. And explained, eat wine did not notify the big brother is my not. Originally I thought you were busy in Xinjiang. Come back to a trip is also troublesome. Which did not tell you. Now it just so happens that you're back in Dongping. The banquet hasn't opened yet. Big brother, go up and have a drink. Drink my ass. I'm still missing your 2 drinks. Li Chenghui didn't give Li Chengyuan a good face. And when Li Chengyuan finished he cursed with a black face and turned around to enter the hotel's private room. Li Chengyuan's face was a bit embarrassed. Li Dong saw this and said in disbelief, why bother with him? We won't eat without him. After saying that, he pulled Xiao Fong to go upstairs. Anyway, he disliked his dad's treatment of Li Chenghui's attitude. People do not treat you as a relative. You treat him as a relative will only be hurt more deeply. Li Chengyuan sighed and shook his head without explanation. How to say Li Chenghui is also his elder brother. He is only such a brother. Can he really not recognize? Chapter 37, No Bun Without a Breath. A new week has begun. One more chapter early to ask for some points. It was nearly 10 o'clock when the drinks broke up. When he went out, he did not meet Li Chenghui. He did not know if he had already left or had not finished eating. But Li Dong was too lazy to care. Li Chengyuan was happy today and drank a little too much. Li Dong and Xiao Fong helped him walk back one by one. Blown by the evening breeze, Li Chengyuan was much more refreshed. Patting Li Dong's shoulder, he said with slight emotion, in a flash you are so big. Today you have given your father a long face. You haven't raised your eyebrows so much in so many years. Your father was useless and didn't make a good life for you guys. Whether your eldest uncle looks up to me or not, it's all about our generation. Don't stand up to him, just go along with what he says. You won't see him more than a few times a year anyway. Li Dong was not happy to hear this. Retorted. Their family Li Nanming and Li Qing is not a late generation. I have not seen them treat you as an elder. All these years I have not heard them call you a second uncle. After a pause Li Dong added, besides, we don't beg him. We can't beg, so why should we obey him? After all these years, he has made a fortune in the city, and our family hasn't even taken advantage of him. Not to say that we have to take advantage of his family. We can support themselves, do not need to take advantage of others. But you go to the city to see him. Although the big bag is not worth any money, but the intention is always to not. The results he did not even stay for a meal. This is also worthy of being called elders? The more he said, the more he was angry. Li Dong hated to say, or don't mention their family. A family is not a good thing. See, the poor eyes are crooked. Anyway, I'll pretend that there is no such relative. Li Changyuan fell silent, and Chao Feng didn't make a sound. She couldn't say anything about the Li brothers. However, Li Chenghui's family looked down on them as a fact. Along with Li Chenghui's son and daughter, to see Li Changyuan is also contemptuous and vigilant, for fear that Li Changyuan door to hit the autumn wind. The family was just quietly walking home, until they reached the downstairs of the neighborhood. Li Changyuan sent Chao Feng back first. Only then did he sigh to Li Dong. I know what kind of person your eldest uncle is, but after all, he came out of the same mother's womb. If you really don't treat him well, forget it, but he's always my elder brother. I still have to go and see him during the New Year's festivals. Li Changyuan parents died early. The family is such a brother. Although Li Chenghui looked down on him, but he cannot really do not care. Li Dong did not say anything. Li Changyuan had said so. What else could he say? Father and son were just quiet. After a while, Li Dong spoke. Dad, don't worry. Don't fight for buns to fight for breath. No one will dare to look down on you in the future if I'm here. Li Changyuan froze for a while, then lost his smile and said, mixed kid. Then Dad will wait for you to fight for me. But don't be blowing smoke. Seeing his dad's teasing face, Li Dong gritted his teeth and said, Dad, isn't it true that he looks down on us when he has a few bucks? I have no less money than he does. Does this count as fighting for his honor? Well, enough about that. Do your schooling, and I've got your dad for the money. Dad, you don't believe me? Originally, Li Dong was ready to find a chance to talk to his parents about this matter, and today this opportunity was just right. Otherwise, when he went to school and his mom and dad continued to open the stall, he was afraid that he would go back to the same path as in his last life. And Li Dong didn't want to go through that again. Dad, tell me, how much can Li Chenghui be worth? $1 million? $2 million? Or $3 million? At this time, Li Chenghui is not rich, but only $2 or $3 million. Seeing Li Changyuan frowning at himself, Li Dong added, Dad, do you know how much that Yuanfang supermarket on North Main Street is worth? Li Changyuan some cannot keep up with his son's thinking. Said a good how to jump to the supermarket above? Dongzi, let's not compare ourselves with others. Li Changyuan was afraid that his son had been stimulated tonight and wanted to open his mouth to comfort him, but before he could finish his sentence he was interrupted by Li Dong. Dad, I'm having a serious conversation with you. Do you know how much Fargo supermarket is worth? Li Dong did not wait for his father to answer. He said, not counting the supermarket itself, just the supermarket that mall is worth 4 or 5 million. And housing prices are still rising. In a few more years, 1 or 2 million cannot be beaten. Li Dong took a break and continued. Also, do you know how profitable supermarkets are? With at least $1 million of net profit every month, we can make tens of millions a year. Even if business isn't as good as it is now in a few years, a few million a year is no problem. Is it so profitable to run a supermarket? Although Li Changyuan knew that the supermarket business was good, he did not expect the profits to be so high. Li Dong was speechless. The momentum he had just gained was instantly interrupted, and he said in a depressed manner, Dad, what I'm talking to you about isn't about how much money I earn. What the hell are you trying to say, kid? Dad is confused. Li Changyuan is also very depressed. Did not see his son drink much. How to talk upside down. What I'm saying is that all of this is mine. Your son mine. The faraway supermarket. The stores. All of these are mine. Li Dong's voice amplified a lot. His face filled with pride. All of these were his own. Reborn back in just 3 or 4 months. He already had such a big industry. Wasn't it something to be proud of? Li Changyuan touched Li Dong's head and muttered, talking nonsense? Did not drink much. Dad! Li Dong shouted in exasperation, and without further explanation, pulled his dad and hurried up the stairs. Chao Feng is packing things. See the father and son into the door. The son also looked annoyed. Suddenly scolded, what's the matter? 2 cups of wine down on the confused. That big brother of yours, Dongzi not used to seeing me, also 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 not used to seeing me again. Li Chengyuan was full of depression and said in a bad mood, "What are you talking about? It has nothing to do with him. Your son drank himself into a stupor. I'm not confused. You guys wait." Without further ado, Li Dong went into his room and rummaged through the back of the bookcase to find the real estate license he had hidden. Li Chengyuan in the living room was explaining something to Chao Fong in a low voice. Li Dong came out and heard Li Chengyuan sigh. The sun is stimulated today. Non saying that the Yuanfang supermarket on North Street is his, and that the 3-story building is also his. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Dong snapped and threw the real estate license onto the coffee table. Li Chengyuan was a bit puzzled. Chao Fong picked up the real estate license and flipped through it, and then said in a confused voice, "Son, where did you get this? It's against the law to make a fake certificate." "It's true. I've said it all. I own the Far Side supermarket, and I bought them all. Your son is rich now, and it's definitely not a problem for him to be worth over $10 million by the end of the year." Li Dong had explained for more than half an hour, and Li Chengyuan's two families were still in a daze. Li Dong is a little discouraged. Yesterday in Qin Yuhan said she also do not believe. Today in parents said they also do not believe. Does not he look like a boss? Li Dong said dry mouth, picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful of tea, gasped and said, "This time you still do not believe that I cannot do anything. Tomorrow I will take you to the supermarket, after the family's stall is closed." Chao Fong heard Li Dong said so understandable. Even the capital is selling lobster earned thoroughly. In fact, has long been some letter. It was just that she was still a little unable to accept how her normally mischievous son was so capable of tossing around such a large fortune. At this moment, once heard Li Dong said shut down the stall. Immediately anxious, that which line? Shut down the stall, you tuition. Well, I can't go on in the middle of the sentence. My son is worth millions of words have come out, and I'm still afraid of not being able to pay the tuition. Li Chengyuan was still stroking his stubble and froze, as if he didn't hear Chao Fong and Li Dong's words. Li Dong waved his hand and danced in front of his dad's eyes, and when he saw that his dad didn't respond, he hurriedly shook. "Dad, are you okay?" Being shaken a few times by Li Dong, Li Chengyuan came back to his senses, opened his mouth, and only after a long time did he uttered, "In that case, I'm now a multi-millionaire's old man?" Li Dong did not expect his dad to hold back such a sentence for half a day, and he was a bit in tears and laughter. But when I saw that dad was okay, I had to respond. "Yeah, you're a multi-millionaire's old man now, and you'll be a billionaire's old man later. It's like a dream." Li Chengyuan mumbled, looked up and said to Chao Fong, "Fongzi, we've been working together for so many years. How much have you saved?" 64,000. Chao Fong thought nothing of returning a number. The family's bankbook she had to look at almost every night to feel at ease. After hearing this, Li Chengyuan lost his head and said, "I feel that we have been working for so many years, but we can't match what he earns in a day." This is the pride was hurt. Heard Li Dong said supermarkets are now a day to earn at least 70,000 to 80,000. Li Chengyuan himself cannot understand what to say. Good. If you cannot think about it, you do not want to think about it. Li Chengyuan patted Li Dong's head, with not a small amount of force, half a long time before revealing the big incisors and laughed out. Li Dong showed his teeth, and when he saw his dad smile, he let go of his heart. Chao Fong had lived with Li Chengyuan for so many years, so he naturally understood what he was thinking. Seeing that he had thought it over, he ranted, "You're still not happy that your son is capable, are you? And you're only happy if he's like you? Where's the displeasure?" "I'm overjoyed." Li Chengyuan grinned, and patted Li Dong's head again, laughed. "This kid has made such a big career without saying a word. I'm so happy I'm confused," he said and muttered in a low voice, "How come he's so capable? Did you get it from me?" Li Dong and Chao Fong were lost in laughter as they listened, but no one interrupted Li Chengyuan's speculations. Chapter 38, The Arrival of the Supreme Boss. Thanks to all the brothers who voted, rewarded, commented, collected. Too many people to name. In short, thank you very much. Keep asking for votes. Thank you, Mr. Li. Good morning, Mr. Li. Early the next morning, Li Dong took his parents into the supermarket, and along the way, people kept uttering greetings. Li Chengyuan's mouth grinned, especially when he heard others call his son Mr. Li. In the past, it was always him who called others this general and that general. When is it someone else's turn to call him? Well, it was calling his son Mr. Li. but Li Chengyuan still had a feeling of honor with him. Chao Feng did likewise, but with some apprehension in her heart. At one time, I was afraid that my own two families dressed too poorly and lost face to my son, and at another time I was afraid that my son was too young to be fooled by others. The thought of such a large supermarket being owned by her son made Chao Feng both excited and nervous. Seeing his parents' tense faces, Li Dong knew that they were nervous and spoke out to comfort them. Mom and Dad, I'm the big boss of this supermarket, and you guys are just two boss, so why are you afraid of them? Ahem. Chao Feng almost choked on her saliva and gave her son a blank look. What Tai Shang boss? You just know how to talk nonsense. But also because of Li Dong's interruption, the two did relax a lot. Think about your son's words. They're a bummer, but they're true. The supermarket is owned by the son. Everyone has to listen to the son, and the son still has to listen to them. So what's there to be nervous about? This relaxation put the two families in the mood to take a closer look at the supermarket. It was Monday and not a peak shopping day, but the supermarket was still crowded. It was the first time for Li Chengyuan to come here, and he only felt that there were more people in the supermarket than in the food market. No wonder my son said he would make at least $70,000 to $80,000 a day. With so many people, you can't make less money by just buying anything. Chao Feng, on the other hand, thought more. She was here on the opening day of the supermarket, which was called a real sea of people, considering that he, who usually doesn't spend money, spent almost $1,000 that day. You can imagine how much money was sold on the opening day. Thinking again of the cell phone she won in the lottery that day, this time Chao Feng didn't feel lucky anymore. It must be her son's doing. Li Dong accompanied the old couple around the supermarket, from the third floor all the way back to the first floor, before saying, Mom and Dad, how do you see the supermarket business? Good. There are so many people. Li Chengyuan sighed with emotion and turned to say, it would be great if all these people went to my place to buy fish. Li Dong was choked for a moment. His dad's brain was so big, how did he turn to buying fish? However, his purpose was not to show off the good business, and turning back to the topic, he continued, didn't I say yesterday that I'd let you close your stalls? So what do you think about the two of you opening a supermarket as well? We, open a supermarket? Chao Feng and Li Chengyuan looked at Li Dong in surprise at the same time. Li Chengyuan subconsciously wanted to light a cigarette. I'll look at the no smoking signs in the supermarket which put the cigarette back. Puzzled, Dongzi, you said let me and your mom also open a supermarket? Well, but not a supermarket like this one now, but a neighborhood convenience store. Li Dong finished to see Mom and Dad look confused, then explained, and now the neighborhood in the form of the agency store almost, but more formal than that, and the far side of the supermarket almost this kind. Li Dong briefly described the operation mode of the community convenience store, and Li Chengyuan and Chao Feng nodded with seeming understanding. After a while, Chao Feng said uncertainly, Dongzi, can you make money by opening this? Will it take away your business? Li Dong lost his smile. Nowadays Dongping only had him as a supermarket. It was impossible to eat the entire market. Moreover, the small size of the community convenience store will not have any impact on the distant supermarket. It was a decision he had thought about for a long time before he made it. Before he had only thought about letting his parents shut down their stalls and stop being busy and enjoying themselves. But Mom and Dad have been busy all their lives, and now that they're both in their early 40s, it's really hard for them to retire. People are used to being busy and are more likely to get sick once they are idle. Didn't Li Dong do all this to prevent the tragedy of his last life from recurring? How could he let this happen again? So he thought of a convenience store, and it's actually pretty easy to open one, especially with Fargo supermarket behind it. There is Li Dong in nature will not let parents tired. Into the goods on the goods are responsible for this side of the far side. To Mom and Dad's side to hang a sign of joining. The two only need to be responsible for collecting money on the line. Easy and at ease. As for whether it can make money, there is no doubt about it. Today there is not a decent convenience store in Dongping. There is no competition how can not make money. The two of them fell silent after listening to Li Dong's instructions, and only after a while did Li Chengyuan say to Chao Feng, since Dongzi has said that it's profitable, let's do it. Is the capital large? Chao Feng was also a bit impressed, but still asked, with me there's no need to worry about the capital. I'll pay for it. No way. Li Chengyuan suddenly interrupted Li Dongdao with a voice, keep your own money and spend it yourself. Your mom and I can still support ourselves. Now that you've made a name for yourself and we have no more worries. Your mom and I have saved some money over the years, plus my private money should be about the same, right? Li Dong was just about to make a sound when he heard Chao Feng suddenly pinch Li Chengyuan's waist and growled, you still have private money? Li Changyuan, make it clear to me, what do you want to do with the hidden money? No, not trying to, Li Changyuan regretted. Why was he so mouthy? And hurriedly used his eyes to send a signal to Li Dong for help. Li Dong forced a smile and pacified Chao Fong. Mom, there are people watching. Give Dad some face. Humph. Chao Fong saw that there were indeed people watching around, and it was still in her son's supermarket, and she didn't want her son to lose face. So she let go of her hand and said, I won't get into it with you now, but I'll get back to you when I get back. Li Changyuan was bitter and rubbed his waist without saying anything. Li Dong sought his father defeat. Stifled laughter back to the topic, if you rent a storefront, our family's savings is enough, but I think it's best to buy it. In these few years the price of the house will surely rise. Buy it does not lose. Seeing that his dad was still about to speak, Li Dong interrupted. Dad, I'm your son, and you're still bothering with me about this? I don't make money just so I can give you guys a good life. Humph, he just wants to save face. What's wrong with our son having money to honor us? Son, your father doesn't want me. He deserves to be poor for the rest of his life. Chao Fong scoffed at Li Changyuan's pretentiousness. Her son was born to her even if he was capable, so what was there to be embarrassed about? Li Dong smiled happily. His mom behaved like this is what he wanted to see. If it's because of money that even affection is rusty, then Li Dong would rather not make money. Li Changyuan also figured out at this moment, since his son is willing to filial piety to their old couple, refusal will instead make his son sad. Besides, a facade shouldn't cost much, and they'll still have to leave it to their sons when they're old. So think of the heart is not so twisted. Although his own old man is not as capable as his son, but to have a capable son that is also capable. Seeing Li Changyuan nod his head, Li Dong was also happy. So mom and dad don't have to guard the market stall after all. Convenience store thing himself let Sun Tao help out a little. Mom and dad sit and collect money should not be tired out of the disease again. Next, Li Changyuan and Chao Fong didn't have the heart to shop in the supermarket anymore, and pulled Li Dong to ask about the various processes of opening a convenience store. Chapter 39, Sun Tao's Ambition. Continue to ask for votes and collections. By the way, congratulations to the Cow Brother debut child shoes to become the first deacon of the book. An unexpected surprise? Thank you, because there are still some things to wrap up after closing the stall. Li Changyuan and the two of them didn't stay in the supermarket for long before going over to the food market. Li Dong sent his mom and dad away and paced to Sun Tao's office. Sun Tao's office is on the third floor of the supermarket. At first, the second floor and above of the Blue Ocean commercial building were all prepared to be partitioned into small stores for rent, and most of the walls had already been constructed at the time of completion. Li Dong bought it, and although he tore down part of the wall, but still left a few separate storefronts to be used as offices. When Li Dong entered, Sun Tao was talking about things with Yang Yun. Seeing Li Dong, the two of them hurriedly rose to greet him. Because Yang Yun was there, Li Dong was a bit embarrassed and gestured for the two to sit down and talk. Despite telling himself that Yang Yun was now just his employee and not his future mother-in-law, Li Dong still felt awkward. Sometimes he really wants to fire Yang Yun forget. But think about the consequences. Li Dong had to dispel this idea. He is really afraid of the future door when the mother-in-law and his own bank account. Turning his head to try not to look at Yang Yun, Li Dong said to Sun Tao, Brother Sun, it didn't disturb you guys, did it? What disturbing or not? Mr. Li, you came just in time. We were ready to look for you if you didn't come. Anything? Li Dong asked. Supermarket side. He now tried to give Sun Tao decentralization. Not a big deal, almost not much to ask. Let manager Yang talk to you first. I'll talk about what I said later. Sun Tao signaled Yang Yun to speak first. Li Dong nodded and turned to Yang Yun and said, Young manager, is there any trouble on your side? He subconsciously wanted to call out Auntie Yang, but he held back the words as they came out of his mouth. Work is work, and it's not the right time to please his mother-in-law. Yang Yun didn't notice Li Dong's hesitation and opened her mouth. It's not a big deal for me. It's just that the supermarket's cash flow is huge. Recently a few banks have contacted me and wanted us to transfer the company's account to their bank. Mr. Sun asked me to ask for your opinion. And financial matters Sun Tao has always been rarely intervene. So although things are not big, Sun Tao still did not make decisions without authorization. Li Dong is also very satisfied with Sun Tao's attitude. Other things can be handed over to Sun Tao. The money aspect, or forget it. The matter of transferring the account was not a big deal. Li Dong shook his head without much hesitation and said, Forget it, the CCB side has been cooperating well with me and my loan is also from there. So I don't need to bother for the time being. He also did not ask what benefits the other banks gave. These small profits Li Dong still do not see. It's nothing more than a waiver of the management fee or something like that, and for $1,000 a year, Li Dong is just too lazy to bother. Upon hearing Li Dong's refusal, Yang Yun said no more. This is indeed not a big thing. Change or not have no impact on the supermarket. If it is not, Sun Tao must avoid suspicion. Do not even need to ask Li Dong. Yang Yun didn't leave after the report, and Sun Tao didn't directly talk to Li Dong about things, but said to Yang Yun, "Manager Yang, you first talk to Mr. Li about the recent profitability." Li Dong realized that what Sun Tao was going to say should be related to this, and nodded when he saw Yang Yun looking over. Yang Yun then picked up the book and reported, "Because it is not to the end of the month. The detailed accounts we have not counted. I will first briefly say about the general situation. We opened on the 1st, and as of yesterday, we were open for a total of 8 days. After a pause, Yang Yun continued. In 8 days, the supermarket's total sales were 850,000, and the gross profit was about 1.2 million. Just after Yang Yun finished speaking, Li Dong said with an excited look on his face, "So much, a profit of $1.2 million in 8 days? In just 8 days, the profit was more than $1 million, which is almost as good as robbing money." Ahem. Sun Tao voiced out to break Li Dong's imagination. "Mr. Li, Manager Yang is talking about the gross profit." "Oh, and the net profit?" Li Dong then remembered that the staff expenses and so on had not been counted, so he asked a follow-up question. "Not counting the rent, the net profit is around $800,000. Yang Yun gave an answer after silently calculating for a moment. Li Dong sniffed but froze for a moment. This up and down difference of 400,000. Too exaggerated. The stores in the Far Side supermarket are rent-free. And the supermarket has such a big overhead for 8 days? Both Yang Yun and Sun Tao knew that Li Dong should not know much about it, and fearing that Li Dong would misunderstand, Yang Yun explained, "Just paying taxes alone is almost $300,000. Holy, Li Dong really didn't hold back his foul mouth. Such a high tax. The tax side is robbing money. Originally, he also thought that he had earned so much in 8 days was robbing money. Now it seems that people are still more bullish. Even if robbing money, you still have to send yourself to the door." Sun Tao and Yang Yun did not answer. The tax is no more. This is inevitable. Unless you do false accounts almost. Li Dong is just complaining a few times, and he really won't do it if he is asked to evade taxes. He was ready to make a lot of money and live a free life, and he didn't want to fall on his sword for this. After a burst of meat pain, Li Dong will no longer be entangled. The tax is not their own. The more they pay means they earn more. There is no need to be unhappy about these things. Sun Tao waited until Li Dong calmed down before continuing. "Because it has just opened, the sales may be a bit inflated. According to my estimation, the average daily turnover from now on will probably be between 300,000-350,000, and after expenses, the net profit should be around 1,200,000-1,500,000 per month. So that means the net profit can be over $10 million a year?" Although Li Dong heart disk accounts, but really heard the annual profit of more than 10 million or some disbelief. Excluding the $4 million or so in real estate, the investment in the supermarket is actually not too high, totaling just over $2 million. Moreover, expenses like renovation are still one-off, and there is no need to invest again for at least 5 years. I am afraid that I can make a return on my investment in the first month after doing the math, which is too much. If the market doesn't change too much, 10 million in profit shouldn't be too hard. Speaking of this, Sun Tao also has some feelings. Although I knew that the first person to eat crabs will certainly make money, but I did not expect to actually make so much money. To be honest, when he knew the profitability of the Far Side supermarket, Sun Tao was really a bit regretful. If it hadn't been for the accident in the first place, maybe he'd be the one sitting around counting his money right now. But there's no medicine for regrets in the world, and there's no point in talking about that now. The key reason is still he has no capital, plus owes a large debt has not yet been paid, and now cannot borrow money. Otherwise Sun Tao really want to leave the Far Side to start over. Of course, these are just thoughts. Now that the foundation of the Yuanfang supermarket had been laid, if he could really make the Yuanfang supermarket bigger, his 10% share might not be less than what he would get if he went it alone. These thoughts flashed in Sun Tao's mind. Seeing Li Dong still immersed in the surprise, Sun Tao interrupted. "Mr. Li." Li Dong finally came back to his senses and awkwardly said, "Brother Sun, go on." "I think so. The supermarket can't hide the money from the people. I'm afraid that some people have already moved on. Shouldn't our chain plan be implemented earlier? In such a hurry?" Li Dong this time finally completely sober. Open a chain of supermarkets is the future plan, he said when he first invited Sun Tao to join. However, the Far Side supermarket has just been open for a week. Li Dong slightly pondered for a moment and said, "Isn't it too hasty? There are several things we haven't prepared." Sun Tao shook his head in disapproval. "Although it is a bit hasty, time is not on my side." Yuanfang supermarket was successful because she was the first supermarket in Dongping, monopolizing the entire Dongping market. Now the large domestic and foreign hypermarkets are still in the second and third tier cities blooding for market share. Once the dust settles, their sights are going to fall on the county and city level. Li Dong suddenly fell silent. What Sun Tao said he understood, but step so big really good? Is it worth it to have all his previous efforts undone if something goes wrong? Li Dong is thinking about the gains and losses. Sun Tao and Yang Yun are silent waiting for Li Dong's decision, and Li Dong is the master of the distant supermarket. Chapter 40, Opening a Branch. Li Dong considered for about 5 or 6 minutes before finally making up his mind in his heart. Branches are definitely in order, but it's not something that can be opened with a touch of up and down lip service. Resolutions are resolutions, and there are some things that need to be made clear. Li Dong did not answer directly under Sun Tao's expectant gaze, but asked, "Where does the money come from?" Don't look at the fact that Fargo Supermarket seems to be making a great profit right now, but there's just too little time to come up with much cash at one time. The money thing is fine. We can take out a loan. It doesn't need to be too much. $6 or $7 million is enough. Enough to hold up the 4 counties and 1 district of Qingyang stall. Take a loan for what? Now that the supermarket has just opened, the bank will lend us so much money? Li Dong shook his head. The bank is not run by your family. How can it lend $6 or $7 million to you? Shops can be used to mortgage. The far side of the supermarket profitability of Mr. Li also saw. There is no risk. Without waiting for Sun Tao to finish speaking, Li Dong rolled his eyes and interrupted. Don't think about it. The stores still have almost $3 million in loans that have not been paid back. Only then did Sun Tao think of this, and was a bit depressed. But he still wasn't willing to let it go and watch someone else make money and then come and take over the territory of the Far Side supermarket. Seeing that Sun Tao was a bit lost, Li Dong was helpless. He did not mean to hit Sun Tao, but the fact is that this is the case. He is not a money printing machine, cannot change money. In fact, seeing that the Far Side supermarket is so profitable, Li Dong also wants to open the branch earlier, but he can't do anything about it without money. Li Dong and Sun Tao fell into deep thought at the same time. It's still the lack of money that's causing the problem. Otherwise, it is indeed the best time to take advantage of the popularity of the Far East supermarket to take the lower counties of Qingyang City. Yang Yun, who had been silently listening to the two men's discussion, seemed to have been forgotten, and Sun Tao and the two men didn't even notice Yang Yun's existence. Until this moment, Yang Yun saw the two old bosses with a sad face, and couldn't help but dryly cough to attract the attention of the two. Mr. Li, Mr. Sun Tao and Li Dong returned to their senses at the same time, looking at Yang Yun with doubts in their eyes. Yang Yun suffocated hard. She couldn't figure out. These two old bosses usually look quite shrewd. Now how to become stupid. Two bosses. Let me say this. The supermarket's net profit for the first month should be no less than $2 million. Li Dong scratched his head. Of course he knew that. After all, he had already made so much profit in only 8 days. But does that have anything to do with what they're talking about? After all, water from afar can't quench a thirst. Seeing that Li Dong still didn't understand, Yang Yun couldn't hold it in and said helplessly, "There has to be a time to open a branch, right? We are renting, not buying. How much more can we spend on rent? There's no provision for a one-time payment for decoration, is there? We have ready-made channels. It seems that we do not need to spend much. Employee expenses will have to wait for the official opening, so there's no need to think about it now, right?" Yang Yun said a lot in one breath and was relieved to see that Li Dong and Sun Tao seemed to understand. You mean? Li Dong understood. Sun Tao also understood. The two looked at each other, and in the end, they both couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It feels like they've both walked into a dead end, thinking that opening a branch requires a large amount of cash to do so. In fact, even if we start to select a site to build a branch now, we will not be able to finish it without 3 or 4 months before and after. All they need to do in the early stage is to find a good address, rent a good storefront, pay a rent of 6 months and a year, and that's it. It doesn't cost a lot. Not to mention that the supermarket made a $2 million profit this month. I'm afraid $1 million would be enough to pull the plug. Even the renovation, if you are looking for Yang Ding's people, maybe they can also advance funds to take over the project. dragged on for a few months with the horrible profitability of the far side of the supermarket, completely enough to support a few outlets. When the two thought they understood, Yang Yun added, "In fact, our funds are really sufficient. The supplier side of the payment can be delayed for 3 months. This few million we can also be diverted first, then in the bank interest good." Li Dong and Sun Tao are more embarrassed. Yes, just said that there are banks trying to pry the corner. Is not precisely because they have enough cash. The far side supermarket is now importing and exporting a frighteningly large amount of goods. And if you really want to, it's not difficult to raise $5 or $6 million. Sun Tao was embarrassed, at the expense of his self-proclaimed business elite, but even Yang Yun, a layman, could see more than him. But the good thing is that not many people know about it. Plus there is Li Dong accompanied by him to lose face. Sun Tao's heart is finally comforted. Li Dong did not think so much, since the money aspect is not a problem. Naturally want to do a big job to do. Brother Sun, since the problem of funding has been solved, let's do what you said. Let's take the several counties in Xinjiang first. Good. I'll take care of this. The Dongping side is gradually getting on track. I'll focus on the branch next. Sun Tao no longer dwelled on the disgrace he had just suffered, and was suddenly energized. A little bit of hard work is nothing. He's still young and not waiting for old age. As long as the far side grows and develops, his 10% share will go up, and there will be plenty of opportunities to rest in the future. So it would be better to fight for a few more years while he is still young. Next Li Dong and Sun Tao Yongyan began to discuss the details of the opening of the branch. Although the problem of money is solved, does not mean that the branch can immediately start. Budget and all that aside, after all, the site selection is all still being planned. The key is that Li Dong is now short of people. Ordinary employees do not matter. The main thing is to be able to stand alone. Sun Tao, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, is not able to guard 4 or 5 stores alone. Dongping cannot really put down regardless. After all, a lot of things have not been straightened out, and Li Dong himself had to go to school in Pingchuan, and simply didn't have much time to stay and watch over Qingyang. According to their current plan, at least 4 outlets will be in the pipeline at the same time, 1 each in Nanping, Huchuan, and Yanghe, and a branch in downtown Xinjiang is needed to hit the mark. And the downtown side of the branch must have a heavyweight figure to sit in the town. Preferably Sun Tao personally to sit in the town is good. Xinjiang city is not developed, but after all, it is a prefecture-level city. As early as 2 years, there have been large stores stationed. Just Li Dong knows now there are CR Sugo and Century Lianhua too have branches there. Downtown and Dongping Yuanfang a dominant different. By the time the branch opened up, certainly less trouble. In addition to Sun Tao and Li Dong, others are not necessarily able to hold down the field. When you do the math like that, and nothing else, you need at least 3 or 4 store managers of comparable ability to hold up the far side of the plate. Brother Sun, you are familiar with this line, so if there are any suitable candidates you can introduce me to them. Li Dong also had a big headache. He could not go to the provincial city to poach people every time. Besides, not everyone wants to go back to the county to fight. Sun Tao was a bit hesitant, but he still nodded. It's not that he can't find anyone, but if Li Dong really uses all the people he introduces, I'm afraid there will be no shortage of trouble in the future. It's fine that Li Dong is short of people now, but once the far side develops in the future, won't Li Dong be concerned about his own tail? However, it is still a little early to think about this. Sun Tao did not say anything. If Li Dong can find someone on his own, better. Seeing that Sun Tao nodded and agreed to find someone, Li Dong added, Brother Sun, you are responsible for downtown and Yanghe County, and I am responsible for Nanping and Huchuan, so let's finalize the store location as soon as possible. I'm going to Pingchuan in September, so I'll have to trouble you to be attentive at that time. Now that September was only 20 days away, Li Dong wanted to finalize everything before he went to Pingchuan. With the address selected, the rest of the work is well underway. After all, there had been a previous experience. Even if he wasn't there at that time, it didn't matter. Everything would just be copied from Dongping side. Chapter 41, Parting. Brothers begging for support. Recommendations and clicks feel good. Why the collection does not rise? If you haven't collected it yet, please do so. On the evening of August 26th, Li Dong rushed back to Dongping from Huchuan overnight. It was already past 11 o'clock at night when I arrived downstairs at Qin Yuhan's house. Seeing the vague figure in the light from afar, Li Dong's heart softened, and his footsteps accelerated by a few points. What time do you leave tomorrow? Li Dong asked. Qin Yuhan, who had been waiting for a long time in the night, said with a somewhat hoarse voice, take the bus to Qingyang at 6:30, the train at 9 o'clock. I'll give you a ride, Lydon said. A ray of brightness flashed in Qin Yuhan's eyes, followed by biting her lips and shaking her head. No need. My dad will accompany me to the capital then. Li Dong was a little bitter in his heart and apologized. I'm sorry, I've been busy with too many things during this period of time and haven't had the time to accompany you. He had met with Qin Yuhan no more than 10 times during the entire summer vacation. In the front because Qin Yuhan had gone to the countryside, and in the back because he was busy choosing a location for the branch and hardly stayed in Dongping. The summer vacation passed in the hustle and bustle, and at this moment he realized that he seemed to have neglected the girl waiting for him in the dark of the night. No need to tell me you're sorry. Qin Yuhan silently helped Li Dong straighten his somewhat messy collar and softly said, I asked Mom. She said that you are busy with the opening of the new store. You don't even have time to eat all day long, so you need to learn to take care of yourself. Li Dong nodded his head and wrapped the girl in front of him into his arms, smelling the fragrance emanating from the girl's hair without speaking. It has been going on for a long time. Qin Yuhan forced to hold back her soreness and laughed. It's not like you can't see me anymore. Although Pingchuan is far away from the capital, it's just a dozen hours drive. So don't forget to go to the capital to see me. Won't forget. I'm still afraid of someone prying my corner. Li Dong gave a strong laugh, but he felt empty. Qin Yuhan, this go is 1,000 miles away, and then want to see a side than now is more than 100 times more difficult. In this instant, Li Dong had some regrets. Early the next morning, waiting hall of Qingyang railway station, Qin Yuhan was a bit distracted, looking back toward the station entrance from time to time. Qin Hai frowned and swallowed back several times when he opened his mouth to speak, until the train started checking the tickets. Her daughter still acted like she didn't hear it. Qin Hai couldn't help but say, Yuhan, it's almost time to drive. That kid definitely won't come. Last night, his daughter and Li Dong in the downstairs to get tired until more than 12 o'clock to go home. Qin Hai on Li Dong has long been holding a stomach of dissatisfaction. At this moment, seeing that his daughter was still in love with him, Qin Hai was even more furious. I know. Qin Yuhan was in a low mood. I was the one who told him not to come. He had things to do. What does he have to be busy with as a student? I think he just doesn't have you in mind. Li Dong. Qin Yuhan interrupted Qin Hai's agitated words with a shout of extreme surprise. Qin Hai turned to look and saw Li Dong running over from the station entrance with a sweaty head, and was instantly filled with black lines. This guy is intentionally having a hard time with himself, isn't he? Li Dong gasped for air, ignoring the beard-blowing Qin Hai beside him. Pulling Qin Yuhan's smile, the car broke down halfway. But it's good that we didn't miss the time after all. Qin Yuhan's heart rejoiced, but her mouth was angry. I have said for you not to send. Why did you still come? It's so hot, and we'll have to sit in the car for more than an hour later. It's fine. I'm a bit regretful for not accompanying you to the capital. If I don't come to see you off again, I'm afraid I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Ahem. Qin Hai listened to Li Dong's increasingly meaty words. In his heart is not a taste. Ruthless cough a few times to remind Li Dong. He is not a transparent person. Li Dong heard this annoying coughing sound and inwardly wanted to ignore this big light bulb beyond measure. However, seeing Qin Yuhan blushing and pulling her hand out of his hand, Li Dong could only raise his head to greet. Good day, uncle. Aha. Cough. Qin Hai pretended to clear his throat and urged. Yuhan, the car is about to leave. Let's enter the station. Qin Yuhan's face was full of reluctance, pulling Li Dong's hand and refusing to let go. Qin Hai on the side of the eyeballs are almost staring out. See, the good girl even ignored their own. Suddenly heart greatly sour. Look at Li Dong's eyes are more eager to strangle him. Li Dong now cannot care about what Qin Hai thought. By Qin Yuhan initiative to hold hands, face immediately smiled like a flower. Seeing that it was indeed getting late, Li Dong took advantage of Qin Hai's lack of attention to pull out a bank card from his pocket and quickly stuffed it into Qin Yuhan's hands. Moving to her ear, he whispered, the password is 6/8. I'll call you back when I run out. Qin Yuhan wanted to refuse, but she was held by Li Dong's dead hand and refused to let go. Don't say no. You know me. Li Dong's attitude was tough, and the strength in Qin Yuhan's hand gradually loosened. Hearing that the ticket inspector was already rushing, Qin Yuhan reluctantly said, I'll take it. You go back, and make sure you remember to visit me. Won't forget. Li Dong nodded heavily and released Qin Yuhan's hand. Watching Qin Yuhan reluctantly being pulled through the ticket gate by Qin Hai, Li Dong waved his hand vigorously and shouted, Yuhan, call me when you arrive. Aha! Qin Yuhan also responded loudly, but she didn't see Qin Hai's neck thickening with anger. Only when Qin Yuhan's back disappeared at the ticket gate did Li Dong turn around and exit the station. After sending off Qin Yuhan, the time for Li Dong to start school was getting closer and closer. On August 28th, the construction of the 4 branches of Yuanfang Supermarket started at the same time, and Yuanfang Supermarket formally took the footsteps of expansion. The same day to start the renovation of a small supermarket in Dongping. The area is only 80 square feet. This is a convenience store that Li Dong's parents are planning to build, just in time to start construction before Li Dong starts school as well. On September 1st, the August performance inventory for Fargo supermarkets was completed. The supermarket reported sales of $14.8 million in August, with a net profit of $2.26 million. 4 branches of the preliminary investment of $1.4 million, the remaining $860,000 in addition to Sun Tao 86,000 dividends. Li Dong accounted for $40,000. In order to celebrate the first month to open the door to the Big Red, Li Dong just bonuses will be issued nearly $100,000. Yang Yun is to take a big red bag of 8,008. Happy Yang Yun mouth or smiling bloom. In addition to the 1,800,000 spent on buying a store for his parents halfway through, Qin Yuhan's card hit 50,000, and repaying the loan of 30,000. Li Dong's actual hand is almost 400,000 or so. On September 3rd, Li Dong received a call from Yuan Shui. NPC starts a few days later than Kyoto University. Yuan Shui called to say goodbye to Li Dong. It was the first time the two had conversed since the high school exams. On the phone, Yuan Shui's words remained concise, only telling Li Dong that she was going to the capital tomorrow and then lost her voice. Just when Li Dong thought that Yuan Shui had forgotten to hang up the phone, Yuan Shui on the other end of the phone suddenly spoke out. Li Dong, have you ever liked me? Li Dong was suddenly lost in thought and did not open his mouth until Yuan Shui said in a lost tone that she understood and then hung up the phone. September 5th, the day before JNU starts. Chao Feng packed Li Dong's luggage at home and pulled Li Dong to talk all night. Li Chengyuan has been quietly accompanied by the side. Did not say anything warm words, just let Li Dong assured home. Went to college to get along with classmates and teachers. This time away from home Li Dong did not stay too much. Dongping Supermarket has been on track. The branch methodically in the middle of the construction, with Sun Tao to watch without him worrying too much. The parents of the family are also in a happy mood waiting for the opening of the convenience store. No disease or disaster to reassure Li Dong. Early in the morning on September 6th, Li Dong did not let his parents send him. Alone boarded the bus to Pingchuan. Chapter 42, Admission to the School. JNU. Li Dong had been here many times in his previous life and was no stranger to Jiangda. Standing at the entrance of the Jiangmen Gate, Li Dong was momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. In his previous life, he was very envious and jealous of the students of Jiangnan University, and he remembered that when he graduated from college, the students of Jiangnan University did not worry about finding a job at all, and no one took care of them with a monthly salary of less than 3,000 or 4,000. The agricultural university can be much more miserable. Li Dong still cannot forget the time in order to fight for a job with a base salary of 12,000. At least 7 or 8 people to compete with him. I did not expect to go round and round for more than 10 years. I started over again and even became a student of Jiangnan University, when it is really the creation of the people. Class, are you a freshman? Which major? A deep male voice interrupted Li Dong's musings. Leiden looked up, shook his head and sighed. I'm not a freshman. Wei Hao was a bit confused at this point. Not a freshman? But the older students are already in class. How is this guy dragging a suitcase not a freshman? Is the older student late? Li Dong couldn't help but laugh when he saw the boy in front of him gawking. Wei Hao reacted to the smile, and immediately said in a bad mood, lying to me, right? Quickly say, which major, or I will not help you report. Leiden still didn't answer and sighed deeply again. What's wrong with this? Wei Hao was a bit curious now. Why was this guy always sighing? Jiangda is full of beautiful women. Why is it that when it's my turn, I become a senior brother? Alas, senior brother, you'd better go first. I'll wait here for the beautiful woman to pick me up. Li Dong was filled with resentment, only feeling that fairy tales were all lies, clearly saying that he would be received by the school flower. After hearing Li Dong's reasoning, Wei Hao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, feeling that this guy was disliking himself. Without a good-natured glance at Li Dong, Wei Hao familiarly took Li Dong's suitcase and said, Kid, don't be sentimental. The beauties are all busy falling in love. How can they have time to receive you? Besides, I was unlucky to meet you. Originally, I was thinking of meeting a beautiful schoolmate, but who knew I'd just meet you? Li Dong laughed, feeling that this senior brother's speech was also quite amusing. So he continued to jest. Why don't we just continue to wait for a while? You wait for your schoolmate, and I will wait for my schoolgirl. Screw you. You kid isn't a good bird at first glance. Wei Hao laughed and cursed, formally saying, "Get to know me. My name is Wei Hao, a junior in the School of Economics and Management. Li Dong, majoring in International Economics and Trade." Li Dong also formally introduced himself. Although it was the first time that the two met, they felt quite compatible and became acquainted in no time. Climbing down with Wei Hao along the way, Li Dong found that Wei Hao was very able to talk and had a cheerful personality, so the conversation was quite enjoyable. The process of enrollment is very smooth. Wei Hao is quite broad. Reporting point of the students and teachers almost know he is not familiar with Wei Hao leading the way. It took less than an hour for Li Dong to complete all the formalities. It was just after 11 o'clock when I received my bedding. Li Dong was somewhat curious. "Senior brother, you have quite a big face. Student council leader?" Wei Hao laughed, full of unconcern. What leadership is not leadership? Is it dry chores? That being said, how could Li Dong not understand that this guy was the cadre of the student council? General junior students are at least a minister. Li Dong did not expect Wei Hao. This guy is also quite cattle. Jiang University's student union cadres are not so good when. However, Li Dong is not very concerned. He feels and Wei Hao chat only a few words. If the personality is not compatible, he does not care if you are a minister or chairman. Putting down this conversation, Li Dong and Wei Hao continued to kibitz for a while, and the dormitory building arrived. Li Dong's dormitory is in the 12th building, which is also a new dormitory building not long after Jiangnan University, and the building is very new. Wei Hao kept sending Li Dong to the dormitory floor before he patted Li Dong's shoulder and laughed. "Li Dong, your dormitory is at 351. I have something to do later, so I won't send you up. Don't. Let's have dinner together later." Li Dong smiled and invited. Wei Hao waved his hand and said, "It's really something. I'll treat you next time I have the chance. Anyway, I know where you live, so next time I'll go directly to your dormitory to look for you." Li Dong saw that Wei Hao did not look like he was being falsely polite, so he said goodbye to Wei Hao. Dormitory 351. When Li Dong arrived at the dormitory, the door was open and someone had already arrived. Because it's a new building, the dormitories in Block 12 are all 6 to a room. The beds aren't the old-fashioned bunk beds either, but the kind with a computer desk and cabinet underneath the bed above. Hearing the knock on the door and seeing Li Dong still carrying his luggage and bedding, a small fat man standing by the door rushed forward to help, introducing himself in passing. "My name is Meng Cheaping. Buddy, what's your name?" Seeing that the little fat man was smiling in a joyful manner, Li Dong immediately said happily, "My name is Li Dong, a Qingyang native. From now on, we will all be brothers in a dormitory." After saying that, Li Dong's sight swept around the dormitory. The other 5 beds already had luggage on them, leaving only the bed near the right side of the balcony still empty. Li Dong put his luggage on the empty beds and saw that the parents of 2 of them were still there, so he nodded to a few others without saying much. The beds and cabinets were a little dirty, so Li Dong took the basin to the public sanitation room to collect water in preparation for cleaning. By the time Li Dong came back after receiving the water, the parents of both families had already left. As soon as the parents left, the atmosphere livened up. One of the men with long hair and glasses smiled when he saw Li Dong return. "Hello, my name is Su Chen. My family is from Tanshan in Jiangbei." Another boy with a small flat-shaved head also hurriedly said, "My name is Zhang Hao, a native of Jiangbei Lu Tai." Aside from Meng Cheaping, there were 2 other people who were not there, and a tall boy that he had just met was supposed to have sent his parents away. The other Li Dong never saw it, but the person should be here. "The luggage is here. Li Dong, from Qingyang." Li Dong reported his name again, and the few people were considered to be officially acquainted. Students from the province of Jiangda University occupy the majority, and Meng Cheaping is also from Jiangbei, and the 4 people who have arrived now are all from Jiangbei. After all, it was the first time they had met, and there wasn't much to talk about, so Li Dong accompanied a few people as he cleaned and gossiped. Not long afterward, Li Dong packed up and saw that he was still short of a lot of daily necessities, so he said, "I'll go down to buy some things. Do you have anything to bring?" No, my parents bought it all for me when they came." Zhang Hao hastily shook his head and pointed to the items piled up on his table. Su Chen and Meng Cheaping also shook their heads, indicating that there was no need. By the time Li Dong finished shopping and went back to the dormitory, the 6 people in the dormitory had already arrived. Zhang Hao, Su Chen and little fatty Meng Cheaping naturally don't need to be mentioned. The other one is Yuan Qingfeng, who sent the parents back earlier, a native of Shannon, at least 1.85 m or more tall, and quite handsome. However, the nature looks quite arrogant, and the speech is also a hitch. usually not much initiative to open the mouth. The last boy with a naive, dark and strong face introduced himself. My name is Li Tai, a native of Jiangbei Qingyang. Li Dong smiled at his words and answered. We have a destiny. Both are Qingyang people. Both surnamed Li. I Qingyang Dongping. You Qingyang which? From Nanping, connected to Dongping. Li Tai smiled slightly nervously. Nanping and Dongping are so close that even their accents are not too different. A few people introduced each other in general and sort of got to know each other. And then they each recounted the age. Li Tai in the crowd is the oldest. Listening to him say as before repeating a term. Then Yuan Qingfeng came second. Li Dong was the third oldest. Su Chen was fourth. Meng Qiping was fifth. And Zhang Hao was the youngest. The age sizes are ranked out, but people continue to call them by their first names. The crowd today is only the first time to meet. How can we call out the big brother and two big brothers affectionately? This name only in the future. Good feelings will call out. If the deal is not good, no one will take it seriously. A few people were talking when there was a knock on the dormitory door. Zhang Hao got up and busied himself to open the door. A look is a beautiful woman suddenly a little stunned. Mu Mu said, You, who are you looking for? This is the boys' dormitory. Not looking for anyone. Looking for yours. My name is Fang Qingfei, your counselor. Everyone get to know each other. Fang Qingfei let out a laugh, revealing two shallow dimples on her face. Zhang Hao's face was red, not expecting his counselor to be so young, 26 or 27 at most, and a beautiful woman, who froze in place for a moment without even saying a word. Li Dong hadn't expected his counselor to be a woman before, and she was also so young. However, at this moment, he still reacted and answered. Hello, Mr. Feng, I'm Li Dong. My name is Su Chen. Several people said their names, and Fang Qingfei took a small notebook and scratched a few times, not knowing what to write. After exchanging a few sentences, Fang Qingfei said, All the people are here, so I'll notify them that a class meeting will be held in the 502 classroom of the third teaching at 3 p.m. tomorrow, and those who are willing to run for the class cadre should prepare their speeches in advance. Seeing that several people had answered, Fang Qingfei didn't stay long and left after explaining a few things. As soon as Fang Qingfei left, the little fat man Meng Qiping immediately said excitedly, Beauty, hey! Our counselor is actually a big beauty. We are blessed. We don't have to doze off in class from now on. Sleep in peace. Counselors don't usually take classes. A sigh of disappointment came from Leiden as he struck a quiet blow. Disappointed as they were, though, the crowd still looked happy at the thought of interacting with their counselors quite a bit over the next few years. It's still true that everyone loves a beautiful woman. And even if it's not theirs, it's still nice to look at them. Li Dong is indifferent. Qin Yuhan's growth is no worse than anyone else's, and he doesn't need to be eye-catching. And Fang Qingfei is a counselor. These guys want to pick her up or wash their hands of her. It's really unlikely. Of course, these guys were just paying lip service, and if they were really asked to go for a dip, they wouldn't necessarily have the guts to do so. Chapter 43, Fighting in the Ring. The first day's dinner was a trip to the cafeteria with 6 people from the 351 dormitory. Along the way Li Dong several people met a lot of small groups of people out at the same time. Look at their appearance, should be freshmen. Freshmen just entered the school usually like to dormitory as a unit to hold a group. The Jiangnan University campus is very large, and it takes almost more than 10 minutes to walk from Li Dong and their dormitory to the nearest cafeteria. When he came back, Yuan Qingfeng complained that the food in the cafeteria was awful, not to his taste, and that he would not go to the cafeteria in the future. Li Dong's several people feel okay, mainly because Yuan Qingfeng is from Shannon, not accustomed to the taste of the north side of the river. Meng Qiping, on the other hand, spoke up and suggested, why don't we all buy bicycles? Otherwise we'd be exhausted from walking every day, and the teaching building is quite far from our dormitory. This suggestion was unanimously agreed upon, and the group discussed going bike shopping in the morning. Su Chen didn't know who to talk to on the phone, hung up the phone and shouted, I know a senior who is a senior. He said that we can just buy a second-hand bicycle. He has a way. They're all left behind by graduating seniors, and they're cheap and cost-effective. Everyone else had no problem with it, and Li Dong also agreed that it was just a transportation tool, and it didn't matter if it was old or new. It was a night of excitement and a lot of messy chatter, and the voices didn't die down until it was late in the night. Early the next morning, several people in the 351 dormitory started in unison. First, they went to the cafeteria to have breakfast, and then all of them started strolling around the campus together to familiarize themselves with the environment of Jiangnan University. Although Li Dong was familiar with Jiangda University, this was the first time he had wandered around the campus as a student of Jiangda University, and his identity was different and his feelings were naturally different. After strolling around until around 10 o'clock, Su Chen answered a phone call. After briefly saying a few words and hanging up the phone, Su Chen said, "Our senior brother called and told us to go to the plaza under the 9 teachings. He'll be waiting for us there. There are more than a dozen teaching buildings in Jiangnan University, and each building has its own name, but we are still used to calling it the first and second teaching. Over time, everyone got used to it and the tradition was maintained from generation to generation. The 9 religions were not too far away from the crowd's current location, and in less than 10 minutes Li Dong's few people arrived at the square in front of the 9 religions. Su Chen shouted from afar, "Brother Tao!" A boy not far from the crowd waved his hand in a gesture. "Come this way." A few people followed Su Chen over, and the boy wasn't too enthusiastic, just nodding with the crowd as a greeting. Then he led Li Dong several people to the parking shed on the side of the square, pointing to the corner end of the parking shed and said, "These cars are for sale. Pick one for yourselves." Li Dong took a look. There were about a dozen bicycles, all of which were of the half-old but not new kind. Li Dong casually pointed to an 80% new shifter bike and said, "How much does this one cost?" The boy scanned it and said, 200. The car was just bought 6 months ago. It will last you until you graduate. Li Dong feels okay. The price is not too cheap, but it is not too expensive. If you buy a new car, it is about 400 or 500. From the wallet took out 200, handed to the other side. Took the other side, handed over the key. Li Dong unlocked the cart out of the test ride around. No big problem, the chain is out of oil. The others also picked, and before long the crowd had chosen their cars, with prices ranging from a few dozen to a few hundred. In the end, Yuan Qingfeng was left untouched. Seeing the crowd looking over, Yuan Qingfeng shook his head and said, "I don't want it. I'm tall. These cars are too low to fit." What other people think Li Dong does not know, but Li Dong can see that Yuan Qingfeng does not want to buy an old car. Looking at Yuan Qingfeng's clothes, he should have a good family environment. To buy or not to buy is the freedom of others. Others see the situation did not say much, but Li Dong clearly sees Su Chen some dissatisfaction. Last night when Su Chen said to buy an old car, Yuan Qingfeng also nodded his head, and in the morning when he called, he also told his senior that he wanted 6 cars. Now that Yuan Qingfeng wasn't buying, Su Chen naturally felt that he had lost face. The senior who sold the car didn't say anything, and seeing that the crowd had chosen a car, he said a few words to Su Chen and left in a hurry. The car was picked out and it was almost 11:30. The crowd had just bought bikes and all wanted to take them for a walk, so they decided to ride together to the cafeteria for dinner. Because Yuan Qingfeng did not have a car, Li Dong said he wanted to drive him. Yuan Qingfeng shook his head and refused, saying that he could not eat the meal in the cafeteria and was ready to go out and find some food on his own. Li Dong also did not go to persuade. Eating habits are different. Cannot force people to eat in the cafeteria. As soon as Yuan Qingfeng left, Su Chen complained, "This guy is also too out of touch." He flew solo the next day. Old Yuan is from Shannon. It's normal that he's not used to eating on our side. Don't complain. Meng Qiping smiled and digressed, saying, "I'm leaving first. Who's racing me? I'll compete with you." Su Chen also put down his grudge against Yuan Qingfeng and hurriedly rode his bike to catch up. Li Dong and Li Tai and Zhang Hao were riding slowly at the back, and Li Tai said as if offhandedly, "Dongzi, what do you think about me running for class president at the class meeting this afternoon?" Li Dong glanced at him with his afterglow, nodded his head and smiled. "Good. If you become the squad leader, it will be easier for us in the future. I support it too." Zhang Hao hastily chimed in. Li Tai smiled at the sight and didn't make another sound. At lunchtime Li Tai and Su Chen Meng Qiping, 2 people also said about the campaign. Both of them have no opinion. Expressed support. Meng Qiping, in particular, was even more excited. "If Brother Tai becomes the class president, it will be much more convenient for us to skip classes in the future." The crowd scoffed at him. This guy was thinking of skipping class before school even started, so he really wasn't a good bird. Su Chen also laughed. "Let's go early this afternoon and help Li Tai pull votes." Hearing several people all say that, Li Tai had a lot more smiles on his face and talked a lot more than yesterday. After eating in the cafeteria, several people went back to the dormitory together. Yuan Qingfeng was not there when they returned, and it was not until about 2:30 that Yuan Qingfeng hurried back. Li Dong and the others didn't ask where he'd been, and dinner obviously didn't take that long, because the meeting was to be held at 3 o'clock, and there was no time to chatter. The 6 people in the 351 dormitory killed together toward the third religion. When Li Dong and the others arrived at the classroom, there were already quite a few people in the classroom. The crowd was pretty much seated according to one dormitory, with small gangs clearly separated, all meeting for the first time and not having much to say. Li Dong's several people looked for empty seats and sat down. Su Chen, this guy is quite bold, sat for a while, really ran to help Li Tai canvassing, without a moment's effort. Li Dong and the others saw Su Chen chatting with a few girls, and from time to time, they even pointed in Li Dong's direction and said something. Li Tai couldn't sit still when he saw this and hurriedly got up and headed over to Su Chen's side. Yuan Qingfeng had been sitting still since he entered the classroom, until he saw Li Tai leaving. Yuan Qingfeng frowned slightly and said, Li Tai is running for class officer? Is it class president or something? Squad leader. We'll all vote for him in our dormitory later. We'll be blessed if we become the squad leader. Meng Qiping hemmed and hawed, as if he saw a happy life in the future. Yuan Qingfeng's face, however, showed a hint of hesitation and struggled for a moment before saying, I also want to run for class president. All 3 of Li Dong froze for a moment. What did this mean? 2 people from one dormitory running for class president. Is this a fight? As if he was afraid that Li Dong and the others would misunderstand, Yuan Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said, I have been the class president for 3 years in high school, and the class president can also join the party in advance, and I am preparing to take the civil service exam after graduating from college, so having a longer party age has an advantage. Li Dong did not know what to say. Yuan Qingfeng meant to let dormitory 351 support him. If Yuan Qingfeng had told them in advance, they definitely would not have hesitated. After all, it doesn't matter who they vote for if they don't run. But previously, Li Tai has already said goodbye. They have promised to support Li Tai. And now Yuan Qingfeng suddenly inserted a bar. What can they do? Li Dong thought about it but still advised, if you just want to join the party early, it's just as easy to run for other positions. Class officers are almost always qualified. Yuan Qingfeng did not say anything, and Li Dong did not know whether he had given up or was ready to continue competing with Li Tai. After about 2 or 3 minutes of silence, Yuan Qingfeng, as if he had made up his mind, got up and walked toward the other students, presumably to canvass for votes. Meng Qiping habitually squinted his own small eyes and lowered his voice. Brother Dong, do you think old Yuan is still planning to run for class president? Li Dong shook his head. He was not a god. How could he guess what Yuan Qingfeng was thinking? Zhang Hao, who had been almost as transparent as a person, suddenly said, whether he runs or not, I'll give this vote to Brother Tai. Neither Li Dong nor Meng Qiping said anything. However, Li Dong heart or hoped that Yuan Qingfeng running for other positions, after all, are a dormitory. If there is any conflict in the future is not good to get along. Chapter 44 Election Campaign. When Fang Qingfei entered the classroom, people had almost arrived. This was the first class meeting of the first class of international trade. Fang Qingfei didn't say too much. The main purpose was still to let everyone familiarize themselves with each other. After saying a few condescending words, Fang Qingfei asked everyone to go up and introduce themselves on their own. The first one to volunteer for the stage turned out to be a girl, and it was also a good-looking girl. Even with Li Dong's critical eye it could score 85 points. Hello everyone, my name is Bai Su, a native of Pingchuan. My hobbies include singing, dancing, and playing the piano. Bai Su on the stage was still gushing out introductions, and Meng Qiping's fat face revealed a cheap smile as he said thievishly, Brother Dong, good looking, we're blessed. Li Dong gave him a blank look. The little fatty was quite philandering, and he said the same thing when he saw Fang Qingfei yesterday. I think you're so hormonal that you feel good about growing up whenever it's a woman. Li Dong snickered and added, don't just stare at our class. There are a few school flower level beauties over at the foreign language college, much better than our class. Brother Dong, I didn't realize that you're the one who's high up. Next to him, Su Chen looked adoringly at Li Dong Dao. You've only been here for a day and you've already gotten the situation clear. I'll let you have my title of Little Prince of Intelligence. Asterisk 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 Q. When did you become the Little Prince of Intelligence? Really? Don't believe me. Think back when I was in high school. Asterisk 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 off. And to think, you've only been in college a few days. A few people laughed and pulled at it for a while. The Bai Su on the stage had long since gone down, and now on the stage was a boy. And a few people took down the name and weren't interested in caring about it anymore. By the time Li Dong got on stage, he simply said his name and where he was from, and came straight down in less than 30 seconds. Su Chen and Zhang Hao were pretty much the same as him, except that when it was Meng Qiping's turn to be introduced on stage, The crowd almost burst out laughing. Hello handsome boys and girls, my name is Meng Cheaping. I'm 18 years old this year. I'm still unmarried and I don't have a girlfriend. You guys don't look at me as fat, but I'm very gentle. My phone number is 138 for interested female students to contact me. As soon as Meng Cheaping finished speaking, someone on stage coaxed, "Can a male student contact you?" Ha ha ha. The atmosphere of the class was instantly driven up. Even Fong Qingfei revealed a smiling face, the two dimples surfacing once again. Meng Cheaping didn't care about the other people's flirting and hightailed it off the stage. He also squeezed his eyes at Li Dong and the others with a smug look on his face. Li Dong, several people are speechless. This little fat man is really in the mood for spring. Even the self-introduction did not forget to flirt with girls. After another roughly half an hour, the self-introductions of the first class of international trade finally came to an end. Fong Qingfei went on stage to say a few words, nothing more than we are a collective, from all corners of the world to meet his fate, and work together for the prosperity of the class to make efforts. Toward the end, Fong Qingfei cleared her throat and said, "The following students who wish to run for class cadres will come up to the stage to give their speeches. Students, listen carefully, the final choice is in your hands." As soon as the words fell, Yuan Qingfeng, who was next to him, got up and went to the podium. Li Dong's heart thumped when he saw this. Yuan Qingfeng chose to make a preemptive strike. He wouldn't still be running for class president, would he? Li Tai and Su Chen both still didn't know the situation. Seeing this, Su Chen curiously said, "Yuan Qingfeng is also running? Haven't heard him say anything about it." The few people who knew the situation didn't say anything, and at the same time cast their eyes towards Yuan Qingfeng. After a while, the crowd fell silent. Yuan Qingfeng on the stage was still speaking passionately. "I've been class president from middle school through high school, and I'm willing to contribute to my class. If you'd like to elect me class president." Li Tai's face was ugly, and Li Dong noticed that Li Tai's hands were clenched so tightly that his veins were showing. Su Chen was also indignant. How could he do that? Didn't Brother Tai say it was okay? Forget it, it's his freedom to run for class president. Meng Cheaping shook his head and digressed. The crowd lost the desire to speak and just stayed silent. When Yuan Qingfeng got off the stage and walked back, he didn't talk to everyone, just sat there silently by himself without saying anything. The next one on stage was not Li Tai, but Bai Su, the first girl to introduce herself earlier. She was running for study committee member, and when Bai Su finished her speech, Fong Qingfei even interjected from the side. Bai Su was the highest score in this year's International Trade Class 1. Li Dong could not help but roll his eyes. Fong Qingfei was nakedly showing favoritism. Bai Su was originally good-looking, just introduced herself and was multi-talented, and now with the addition of still being number one in the class, isn't it obvious that the others will despair? However, looking at the exuberant faces of the boys in the class, Li Dong was too lazy to say anything more. Even without Fong Qingfei's favoritism, these guys would have voted for her. A few more people took the stage next. Legionnaire, Life Committee, Literary Committee. There were other class cadres competing, and even the class president had several people up for election, except for the study committee, which had no one else besides Bai Su. Li Tai also chose to run on the stage, with the position still being class president. This time just to run for class president there are 5 or 6 people. Earlier by Yuan Qingfeng gas to the Su Chen, a few people also slowly extinguished the fire. After all, the campaign is not Li Tai won, and not a 9 out of 10 can take the class president. When no one else came on stage to give a speech, Fong Qingfei asked everyone to start voting. Each person gets 1 vote for each position, with the possibility of abstaining, as do the candidates themselves. A total of 48 people in a class of international trade. Fong Qingfei chose to sit in front of the 2 students on the stage to sing the vote check. Less than 10 minutes to campaign results will come out. Class president, Li Tai 18 votes, Yuan Qingfeng 16 votes, a few others have 5 or 6 votes, some only 1 or 2 votes. Learning committee, Bai Su 42 votes, because she is the only one, except for the abstention can only vote for her. Youth League secretary, Huang Shanshan was elected with 22 votes, which is the other girl in the class besides Bai Su who reached 80 points or more. Yuan Qingfeng finally lost the election. Not his strength is not as good as Li Tai. Yuan Qingfeng is long, tall and handsome. Many girls voted for him, but Li Tai had the support of the rest of the dormitory, plus Su Chen's help in canvassing, and in the end, he narrowly beat Yuan Qingfeng by a difference of 2 votes. From the time the results of the election campaign came out, Yuan Qingfeng had been keeping a stern face and not saying a word. Li Dong's several people do not know what to say. They finally voted for Li Tai. Yuan Qingfeng himself should know. On the second day of the report, it seemed as if the 351 dormitory was splitting up. Li Dong sighed in his heart. Why bother? There are still 4 years to come. Is it interesting to make such a mess for a class president? The next elected class officers will stay for the meeting and everyone else may disperse. Yuan Qingfeng waited for the class meeting to end, then left first alone. Meng Qiping shook his big head inside. Alas! In the morning, he also said that the evening gathering was going to be held, but it seems to be hopeless. You just know how to eat. Su Chen scolded with a laugh. Meng Qiping stuck his neck out and retorted, don't eat if you're capable. Come on, Dong, rat, let's go eat. Don't. I'll go too. I thought you said you weren't going to eat? When did I say? Chapter 45, The Temple is Small. 121. 121. On September 10th, the military training at JNU officially began. This year's summer has been extraordinarily hot, and Pyeongchang is still scary hot in September. The big playground was alive with the sound of trumpets, but the students' slogans were breathless. Just when Li Dong was almost too hot to bear, the instructor finally opened his grace and let the people find a shady place to start resting. Taking advantage of the break, Li Dong took off his military uniform and wrung it out, the soaked sweat dripping down. Meng Qiping gasped and complained, this day can't be lived. If I had known, I would have gotten a sick note. I would have been better off. Saving me from this crime. Thinking of those students who took early sick leave, Meng Qiping was envious and jealous. Be satisfied. You, other girls have not complained. You, a big man, have what to say. Besides, it's good to lose weight. Don't see your eyes are squeezed out of sight. Li Dong laughed and joked. Meng Qiping didn't even have the energy to retort. The fat man was already more afraid of heat. Glancing at the girls' squad not far away, Meng Qiping sighed and said, I don't know if the end of the military training will all turn into black girls. Bai Su and Huang Shanshan are both snow white and pink, and I don't know if it's good to look good when you're tanned. Next to lying on the ground playing dead, Su Chen listlessly said, is it good or not? It's not your turn. Don't see those guys one by one like a wolf. All day Barbara went to offer attentions. Che, what's the use of being attentive? Didn't you see that they didn't pay attention to it? What's the point of rushing up to them when they don't have any skills? Meng Qiping faced contempt. Obviously do not see that if you go up to offer attentively, send water boys. These days want to chase girls, a bottle of water is also too cheap. Yo, you sound like you have high tech? Why? If it works I'll try it. College is a good way to end being single. What's the point of teaching you? Teach the disciple to starve the master. I'm not stupid. Li Dong ignored the two's bickering. It would be strange for these two guys not to bicker any day. With his head down and texting to himself, Li Dong didn't notice that the noise around him had stopped at some point, and there were two more heads next to his shoulders. Yo, Dong, who are you talking to? I'll go. Yu Han. A girl's name, Dong. It can't be your girlfriend. Li Dong gave the two a blank look and slipped his cell phone into his pocket. Ignoring the two, Meng Qiping smiled shamelessly. Brother Dong, tell us, is it your girlfriend or not? That's right, we have 6 bachelors in the dormitory. You're not going to break away from the masses. Dong. Su Chen picked up with a laugh. Seeing that Li Dong was still ignoring them, Meng Qiping's small eyes turned and deliberately sighed. It must be that it's too ugly to grow, and Brother Dong doesn't dare to talk to us for fear of falling. It's very likely. Just Dong's looks. TSK. Su Chen cooperated and continued to stimulate Li Dong. Li Dong grunted and said with some pride, ugly your ass. I won't brag to you. As far as the level of the girls in our class is concerned, when my girlfriend comes, it's just one word, seconds. Really? Bull asterisk. If she was that pretty, she'd be looking at you? Got a picture? Bring it to me. Dong is probably confused with his tan. Seconds is clearly 2 words. These two guys were so annoyed by one sentence after another that Li Dong said in a bad mood, why should I show you guys? Of course my girlfriend is only for me to enjoy. Cut. Su Chen and Meng Qiping raised their middle fingers at the same time, clearly not believing in Li Dong's words. Li Dong also does not argue with them. Secretly, wait for one day Qin Yuhan came. Let you guys properly open your eyes to see whether your brother Dong in the end is bragging. In Li Dong's eyes Qin Yuhan is a full score. Even Meng Qiping they regarded as a goddess of Bai Su, and Li Dong this also only took 85 points. Li Dong can predict Meng Qiping their reaction when they saw Qin Yuhan. A few people were talking and laughing when Li Tai came over and said, what are you discussing? I can hear you guys laughing from far away. Nothing, just kidding. Li Dong did not want Qin Yuhan to become material for talking and laughing, and casually said a perfunctory sentence. Li Tai didn't ask too many questions, but talked about the main thing. Tonight the student council will go to the dormitory to check the hygiene, and the result will be counted into the usual assessment. Later you guys go back early and help clean up. Several people said that they would go back early, and after Li Tai finished, he went to inform the rest of the class. As soon as Li Tai left, Meng Qiping and the others forgot to ask after Li Dong's girlfriend. Coupled with the fact that break time had arrived, the crowd was back in the water for military training. It was after 6 when I got back to my dorm after dinner. When Li Dong's several people entered the dormitory, Zhang Hao was the only one in the dormitory sweeping the floor. Seeing Li Dong and the others return, Zhang Hao shouted, "Brother Dong, Brother Chen, fold the quilt yourselves and clean up the table." Meng Qiping responded and asked, "Where is old Yuan with the squad leader?" Zhang Hao lowered his head and returned in a muffled voice, "Something went out." Meng Qiping froze for a moment, then said angrily, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. What do these two guys mean? They haven't cleaned up since the beginning of the school year. Every time there's something wrong. Who's ing fine?" Li Dong frowned. "Forget it, it's not a heavy job. We'll just do it ourselves. It's not a question of whether the work is heavy or not. The key is the attitude. These two guys are treating themselves as a big man, right? Are we the only ones living in this dormitory?" Meng Qiping said, more and more angry. "Although the matter is not big, but every time this is also disgusting enough. Su Chen usually and Li Tai relationship is not bad. See the situation to help defend. Lao Tai is probably really something. They usually often meet. Don't bull asterisk 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 me. I don't know if there's going to be a meeting or not. You think you're superior because you're the class president." Su Chen was suddenly speechless. He also felt a bit like this. But at first Li Tai became the class leader, but he supported him. Now what to say is not a slap in the face. Seeing that Meng Qiping was going to say more, Li Dong interrupted. "Alright, it's only been a few days since the start of the school year. What's there to argue about? Let's talk about it after a while." Meng Qiping skimmed his lips and didn't say anything else, and the others also stopped saying anything. By the time Yuan Qingfeng and Li Tai entered the door back and forth, the student council had all finished checking the hygiene and left. Meng Qiping and the others were still sulking because of the earlier incident, and no one was talking to them. Li Dong is lying on the bed and Qin Yuhan texting. This time Qin Yuhan and him sticky very. Nothing like to send a text message to tell Li Dong around and what interesting things happened. Just now the little girl complained that the weather in the north was too dry and the food in the cafeteria was difficult to eat. Li Dong was texting back to comfort. Before Li Dong finished editing the text message, he heard Yuan Qingfeng suddenly say, "Who moved my things? Why is my MP3 gone?" The movement in Li Dong's hand suddenly stopped. Frowning slightly, "Look again and see if it's in the drawer." Yuan Qingfeng rummaged through the drawer and shook his head. "No, I put it on the table when I left at noon." "Which one of you moved my table?" Zhang Hao, who was washing his feet, stiffened his body for a moment and said in a muffled voice, "I cleaned it up. The student council inspects the hygiene at night, and your place is too messy." "What about my MP3? I didn't see it. It wasn't there when I cleaned up the table. Look for it again yourself." Zhang Hao pursed his lips a little irritated. Yuan Qingfeng, this tone is not to suspect that he took it. Yuan Qingfeng rummaged around again, and rummaged through the cabinets for a long time before grunting, "Not there, can't find it." After saying that, he sat alone in a chair and sulked, and the other people in the dormitory didn't say anything either. Li Dong had a bit of a headache. From the moment Yuan Qingfeng said his first words, he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, there's right and wrong again. Not caring to continue texting Qin Yuan, Li Dong got out of bed, walked over to Yuan Qingfeng's desk, and said, "I'll help you look for it together. Maybe it fell into some corner." "Don't look for it, it's all been searched." Yuan Qingfeng darkened his face. "If it's lost, it's lost. It's meaningless to really pursue the matter of $1,000. Yuan Qingfeng, things have to be said clearly. What do you mean by innuendo?" Zhang Hao turned red and said angrily, "Is it wrong for me to help you clean up when you're not there? Everyone was there at the time. Ask them if I took it." "I didn't say it was you. Why are you so excited?" Yuan Qingfeng lightly grunted and sneered. "It's just an MP3. It's not a great thing, just lose it and buy it again." Meng Qiping and Su Chen also couldn't sit still. Both of them got down from the bed. Meng Qiping frowned and said, "Old Yuan, we are all brothers in the same dormitory. It's meaningless to say these words. You don't care about an MP3, do we care?" Su Chen also picked up the conversation. "Zhang Hao help you clean table is not wrong. If you lose something, then look for it, and if you can't find it, then you're out of luck. So who are you talking about? At that time, we were all in the dormitory. Are you saying that we took the things?" When Yuan Qingfeng saw that everyone was accusing him, he said angrily, "What's wrong with me? What did I say? I lost something. Can't I even say something? Did I say you guys stole it?" Chapter 46 An opportunity to take off. Because of Yuan Qingfeng's word steal, the crowd was in an uproar. A few people in the dormitory were arguing and no one was letting anyone in. Li Dong's head was big from the noise made by a few guys, and he twisted his head to look at Li Tai who was still watching the fun, and then he held his anger. This guy's head is in the water. Right. Even if there is some disagreement with Yuan Qingfeng, but now is the time to count? Not to mention that we are all in the same dormitory. As the class president, shouldn't you step in and talk things out when you encounter this kind of thing? Really want to fall out? Spread out the whole 351 dormitory have no face. Is he Li Tai face light? There was no time to argue with Li Tai. Li Dong pressed Yuan Qingfeng who was still about to speak. Sweeping a glance at the crowd, Li Dong squarely said, "Old Yuan, I'll testify that the stuff is definitely not taken by someone from our dormitory. Do you believe me?" Yuan Qingfeng opened his mouth, and only after a long time did he say in a muffled voice, "I believe it. If you say it's not, it's not." He and the dormitory a few people relationship although general, but also know that Li Dong do things very positive. Li Dong since so said, even if he does not believe it is not good to refute the face of Li Dong. Besides, there's no point in arguing anymore when the stuff is already lost. Hearing Yuan Qingfeng say this, Li Dong's heart was also slightly relieved. He was afraid that Yuan Qingfeng would not give face to anyone, and that would embarrass him. In fact, Yuan Qingfeng's MP3 in the end is not the dormitory people take he does not know, but Li Dong know things should be really lost. At noon when Yuan Qingfeng left Li Dong also seems to see him put the MP3 on the table. Li Dong did not want to figure out what the truth was, and drew 700 or 800 from his wallet and put them on Yuan Qingfeng's table. Yuan Qingfeng's face reddened. Just wanted to speak. Li Dong interrupted, "No other meaning. I know you do not lack of money, but this money you must take, and then go to buy an MP3. Today's matter has never happened. Should be a brother or a brother? Just give me a face." After saying this, no matter what Yuan Qingfeng's reaction is, Li Dong also said to Zhang Hao, "Today's matter is like this. Living in a dormitory room is destiny. Even if you can't be a brother, don't become an enemy." Li Dong also did not care what exactly was in everyone's mind, and went to bed after doing what he had to do. He's not paying to quell this because he really has too much money to spend. He just wants to be less of a pain in the ass. It was only a matter of a few $100s. It was nothing to him, and he was happy to be the wrongdoer as long as there was a little peace in the dormitory. If he returned to the dormitory all day without any peace and quiet, Li Dong would have to consider whether it was time to move out. Thinking about the roommates of the agricultural university in his previous life, Li Dong can only sigh with emotion. Once the sea is hard to be water. The rest of the day went on as it should, and it was as if that night had never happened. The only thing that has changed is that no one in the dormitory is now willing to help Li Tai and Yuan Qingfeng clean up. Even if they are dirty and stinky, no one cares more about this idle matter. Yuan Qingfeng is nothing. He also knows that he is not popular. He has time to clean himself. Li Tai, however, jokingly complained twice to Su Chen and the others, saying that everyone was not righteous enough, and no one helped to clean up a bit. But after the words were said and everyone did what they were supposed to do, Li Tai didn't mention it again after that. September 25th. The morning parade was completed. Jiangnan University half-month military training officially came to an end. The girls on the playground and instructors are waving goodbye in tears. Li Dong, these boys cannot do tears like rain. Looking meaningless, they are scattered. Because he had something to do in the afternoon, Li Dong did not join Meng Qiping's few people and went out of the playground alone. Just out of the playground, Li Dong met his classmates. Despite some curiosity as to why Bai Su did not stay on the playground to say goodbye to the instructor, but since he had not dealt with her, Li Dong did not say much. After nodding his head as a greeting, Li Dong was ready to leave, but he did not expect Bai Su to suddenly voice out, "Li Dong's student, wait, something?" Li Dong stopped in his tracks. A little strange. He and Bai Su didn't have much to cross paths with. Bai Su nodded and said, "On the evening of the 30th, there's a welcome party on the college side. Our class is also going to organize a few programs, and I want you to sign up for a singing program." Li Dong was a bit depressed and waved his hand. "Sorry, I don't know how to sing. Find someone else." After saying this, Li Dong took a step and walked away. He did not have the time to accompany Bai Su to pull his punches. Unexpectedly, Bai Su also caught up and continued, "Li Dong, you can sing, and the class president said that you sing very well. so why don't you want to make a little contribution to the class? Li Dong frowned. Li Tai said that? Thinking back, I don't think I've ever sung in front of anyone before. It seems that a few times after talking to Qin Yuhan on the phone, in a good mood humming a few pop songs from the previous life, Li Tai would not be talking about this, right? Too lazy to count on Li Tai, a guy with a broken mouth. Li Dong still shook his head and said, I'll have something to do at that time, so find someone else. After saying that, just stepped Bai Su followed up again. Li Dong was immediately on fire. He's not interested in Bai Su, so what's the point of pestering himself? Li Dong's face was a little unsightly as he said with a stern face, Ms. Bai Su, I have said that I have something to do, so please stop following me. Taking advantage of Bai Su's stunned effort, Li Dong accelerated his pace and disappeared in a puff of smoke before Bai Su's eyes. It was not until Li Dong walked away that Bai Su bit her lip hard, somewhat gnashing her teeth. This was the first time a boy had spoken to her so impatiently. Bai Su's side Li Dong didn't take it seriously. After finding a quiet place, Li Dong dialed Sun Tao's phone. Sun Tao briefly told him about the business situation of the supermarket. In short, everything is good. Whether it is the construction of the Dongping side or a few branches are very smooth. Li Dong had a number in his heart, so he asked, Brother Sun, what do you think about me opening a Yuanfang supermarket in Pingchuan? Pingchuan? Sun Tao hesitated for a moment. He has struggled for more than 10 years in Pingchuan, and he knows Pingchuan like the back of his hand. For a moment Sun Tao was tempted to say just do it. He wanted to show those guys who laughed at him for being down and out after he left his job how he was returning in style. But after thinking about it, Sun Tao still said honestly, Mr. Li, Pingchuan is the capital city of the province, and it is also a place where soldiers must fight. Nowadays, there are 4 large supermarket chains in the downtown area alone, and I'm afraid that with our strength to enter Pingchuan, we will lose more than we gain. I understand what you're saying. Li Dong found a place to sit down, lit a cigarette and took a drag, saying, but for the far side to develop, Pingchuan is an unavoidable choice. Pingchuan is the capital of the province. The far side wants to be big. It is necessary to occupy the market in Pingchuan to make a name for themselves. There are some things Li Dong did not say. He is ready to set the headquarters of the far side supermarket right in Pingchuan. Dongping's layout is too small to operate there as a headquarters. Now entering Pingchuan is a tiger's mouth, and in another year or two it will be suicide. While those large supermarkets have not yet gained a firm foothold, and popularity has not been accumulated to a certain extent, the far side is now stationed in Pingchuan can still grab a piece of meat, and then wait for even the soup will not be able to drink. Sun Tao on the other side of the phone also considered for a long time before he voiced, Mr. Li, I am not opposed to opening a store in Pingchuan. However, in Pingchuan side of the small fight cannot drive the development of the far side. But if you want to be bigger and stronger, the financial aspect, Pingchuan is not Xingyang. Want to make a big supermarket? Not hundreds of thousands of millions can be solved. Although Dongping supermarket is highly profitable, it's already hard enough to support 4 branches, and it's a bit difficult to get blood transfusions from Dongping's side. Li Dong was also a bit troubled, but he still put aside the issue of money for the time being and turned to say, money aside, what do you think of this side of the university town? University city. Sun Tao recalled the pattern of Pingchuan, thought for a moment and said, although there are many people in the university town, it is still mainly students, and is not a mainstream consumer group. There are few residential neighborhoods there, and students are still used to spending money on campus, which can't support a large supermarket. Brother Sun, do you know how many students and staff there are on this side of the university town? Li Dong did not answer Sun Tao directly but asked an irrelevant question. Without the need for Sun Tao to answer, Li Dong said to himself, 6 universities, nearly 150,000 students, and more than 30,000 faculty members and family members. And that's just one aspect. Secondly, the Longhua Plaza, which the government built at great expense, was officially put into operation at the end of the year, with a total floor area of more than 150,000 square meters. Thirdly, the Nanting Food Street next to it is already open for business, with over 300 tenants. Fourth, Wan Yuan, Nanfeng 2 new neighborhoods have been developed in the first phase. More than 5,000 households. The second phase is being developed. The university townside will become the largest business district in Pingchuan. Li Dong fell silent after saying this. In fact, he was not trying to convince Sun Tao, but to cheer himself up. He wanted to open a supermarket of more than 10,000 square meters as the flagship store of the far side. but that investment was so big that even he was a bit shaken. Originally, Li Dong would not be in such a hurry. He was prepared to take a steady step by step. But when Li Dong inadvertently remembered that Longhua Plaza will be officially operated at the end of the year, Li Dong had to be anxious. He remembered the pattern of large-scale stores in Pingchuan in the future. The first Tesco in Pingchuan will be officially stationed in Longhua Plaza next year, and Tesco will become the leader of Pingchuan after 3 years. And it's all because of Longhua Plaza, which forms the largest shopping district in Payankan and is bursting at the seams with foot traffic. Li Dong can't help but be in a hurry. Longhua Plaza will soon be in operation, and leasing has long since begun. Tesco since next year. I'm afraid that now there is a possibility that they are negotiating with Longhua side. Once the negotiations are over, Tesco formally settled, there is no chance of Li Dong. The university town can support a supermarket of more than 10,000 square meters, but not 2. Li Dong does not want to miss this opportunity, so he wanted to gamble once, and succeeding would allow the far side to take off and lay a solid foundation. Chapter 47 Longhua Square. Longhua Plaza is jointly invested and built by Yaocheng District Government and Longhua Group, officially put into use at the end of 2004. The LW Plaza has been officially completed in September, and now it is just the stage of leasing. Li Dong does not know whether Tesco has already begun to negotiate with Longhua. After all, the large-scale stores to move in is not a short period of time can be completed, and Tesco opening is in March next year. However, Longhua's tenancy has only just begun, so Li Dong can only pray that Tesco's sights haven't yet fallen on this side of Longhua. That afternoon, Li Dong went around to Longhua Square, although it hadn't officially opened yet, but even so, the Longhua Plaza at this time of the day still had a huge flow of people. Longhua Plaza has the advantages of being the center of traffic flow, passenger flow and consumption, and it is the first truly urban complex in Jianbei. The location is also excellent as there are 6 universities next to JNU, Nandang University, JNU Medical University, JNU College of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Payankan Normal and Payankan Finance and Economics. The main reason why it didn't grow before was that it was still dominated by students, who really weren't a mainstream consumer group before 2000, but now it's 2004, and the consumer base of student groups is becoming more and more active. The simplest comparison is the increase in the cost of living. A few years ago students 300 or 400 a month is enough. Today's college students from slightly better off families at least 1,000 a month. That money is certainly not enough to spend on food alone, and that creates a demand for spending. Nowadays, online shopping is not popular, and the mall is where they go the most. Li Dong had been circling around Longhua Plaza for more than 3 hours, doing some simple statistics on the flow of people. Even if he knew the results he had to center himself. Dinner was at the Nanting food court, and by the time I got back to my dorm it was after 9. The dormitory was full tonight. Everyone was there. Seeing Li Dong come back, Meng Qiping shouted, "Brother Dong, where did you go to play? And you didn't say you'd bring us along." "Going out for a bit. I'll call you to join me next time I go out." Li Dong responded and was about to fetch water to wash up when he saw Li Tai waving at him and said, "Dongzi, let's go out and have a chat." Li Dong was a bit puzzled, but he still put down the water bottle and followed Li Tai out of the dormitory. When he reached the entrance of the building, Li Tai handed a cigarette to Li Dong and lit one himself. Li Dong took the cigarette and sniffed it without lighting it, smiled and said, "When did you start smoking?" Usually Li Tai is not smoking. Li Dong in the dormitory also did not see him smoking. Li Tai exhaled smoke. It didn't take long. People often pass cigarettes. After smoking a few times, I know how to do it. After saying that he was skirting around the topic, Li Tai hesitated for a moment and said, "Dongzi, Bai Su looked for me today." Li Dong narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. Li Tai waited for a while and saw that Li Dong did not make a sound, so he had to say, "The class wants to report a few programs to participate in the orientation meeting as you know. However, these class cadres of ours are not familiar with what specialties our classmates have. I heard you sing a pretty good song last time, so I mentioned it to Bai Su and wanted you to help out. Do you mean it or does Bai Su mean it?" Li Dong flicked the ashes of his cigarette and didn't answer directly. "Shiresu told me all about it. Said he asked you and you wouldn't say yes. As you know, it's quite difficult for me as the class president. Everyone doesn't sign up. It's a mandatory task under the academy, so consider it a favor for me." Li Dong waved his hand and interrupted. "Lao Tai, it's not that I'm not helping, I really have something to do these days. Besides, I can only hum a few lines. I can't sing if I'm really asked to go on stage. So let's forget about it." He is ready to go to the Longhua recruitment side to explore the situation tomorrow. There are still a lot of things to be busy next. How can he be in the mood to sing any song? Besides, it's not like he's a fan of the limelight. Does he sing a couple of future songs and then say he wrote them just to put on a show? Lee Dong wasn't that bored. He didn't sing for a living. Besides, if you accidentally plagiarize a song that someone is working on, how will you explain it then? There is no benefit of things Lee Dong will not do. As for Lee Tai, for not difficult, he is also lazy to care. The class, so many people Lee Dong do not believe that without their own cannot be. Being rejected by Lee Dong. Lee Tai's face was a bit ugly. Not only because of Lee Dong's refusal, but also because of not fulfilling Bai Su's request. It was no secret that he wanted to chase Bai Su. Lee Dong should have known about it as well, and doing so was not giving him any face at all. But in the end, he did not say anything unpleasant. Silently finished a cigarette and went back to the dormitory with Lee Dong. Sunday, September 26th. Today was a day off, and the others in the dormitory were still huffing and puffing, but Lee Dong woke up early. From his suit, he rummaged through his suit, which he had bought earlier when he had gone to talk about the construction of the new store, costing over $3,000, and had only worn it a couple of times. Seeing that the suit was a little wrinkled, Lee Dong simply ironed it with an iron rice bowl filled with hot water. It wasn't until the creases were not visible that Lee Dong changed into a suit, wore leather shoes, and had his hair done up briefly. After looking in the mirror and looking a lot more mature, Lee Dong was satisfied. Pingchuan is not like Dongping, not to mention that the matter he went to talk about today is not small. If the dress code is taken lightly, it will not be favorable to the negotiations later, plus he's too young to do as he pleases. And the only way to be taken seriously is to have a more robust dress code. Just as Lee Dong polished his shoes and prepared to go out, the mesmerized Su Chen suddenly exclaimed, "Holy, brother Dong, are you going on a blind date?" This exclamation also woke up the other people in the dormitory. Meng Qiping probed from the bed to see Lee Dong with the new person seems to be a little confused. Lee Dong ignored the other people's astonished gazes and simply said that he was out for something before directly flashing away. As soon as Lee Dong left, Meng Qiping finally came to his senses and curiously said, "You guys say that brother Dong is dressed so handsomely. Is he going to meet his girlfriend?" "No way. Isn't Dong's girlfriend in the capital?" Su Chen yawned and laughed a bit thievishly. "I think it's to pick up a girl. It's a day off, but there are a lot of girls outside. Good morning. Let's get up too and go pick up girls together later." The topic was instantly sidetracked, and the crowd forgot to discuss where exactly Lee Dong was going. Lee Dong didn't bother about how a few people in the dormitory slandered himself. Longhua Plaza is not very far from JNU, and it's only about a 10-minute walk. It was not even 8:30 when Lee Dong arrived at Longhua Plaza, but the rental office on the first floor of the plaza was already open. Lee Dong knocked on the door and waited for the sound of "please come in" from inside before pushing the door in. "Hello, are you looking to rent a store?" The girl who came up to receive Lee Dong was not very old, just 25 or 26 years old. Her voice was sweet and her looks were not bad, but beauty cannot seduce Lee Dong. He has long passed the adolescence of the colorful and wise. Lee Dong swept a glance at the office. The office was not big. The staff totaled only 5 or 6. The girl who received herself was the youngest. The others swept a glance at Lee Dong, all retracted their eyes. There are many people renting stores these days, and there is nothing special about Lee Dong. Instead of replying directly, Lee Dong asked, "Is the person in charge of you there?" He was not talking about 1 or 2 stores, but an entire floor, and the woman in front of him clearly had no right to make decisions. "You're looking for our manager?" Wang Jia was a little hesitant and was tempted to tell him that the manager was not receiving small customers. He was about to find an excuse to shrug it off when he thought about it and added, "You can just talk to us if you're renting a store. It's all the same. I am looking to rent commercial space." Before Lee Dong finished speaking, Wang Jia said with a big smile, "Then you and I can talk. May I ask what kind of business you are running?" "If it's the clothing category, our 3rd floor is the main business of all kinds of clothing brands. The 4th floor is the catering category, and the 5th floor is the theater KTV entertainment venues." Lee Dong was somewhat speechless. He did not finish a sentence. The opposite side of this woman crackled a large series of words, not even give him time to interject. "And he has been in the door for so long, and he didn't say to let himself sit down. Not even a glass of water. He didn't come to the wrong place, did he?" Longhua Group is also a big group of companies. How did this kind of horse get in? Wang Jia didn't know that she had been positioned by the man across from her as a horseman. In one breath, all the floors of Longhua Plaza were introduced. Wang Jia returned to the topic. "Sir, do you need to go and look at the stores? Longhua Plaza rentals have only begun in the past few days. You come early. there are more choices. Li Dong was a little unable to carry on, and hurriedly interrupted. Please help me find your manager, and say that I have something to talk to him about. Wang Jia stared at Li Dong with a grimace. I've said so much. Don't you understand? Do you have to force yourself to say that the manager is too busy to see a little person like you to be happy? Seek recommendation and collection. Friends with recommendation tickets to smash a few over. The book review area message. Plus essence. Chapter 48, The Paymaster. After several setbacks, Li Dong finally met the person in charge of the Longhua recruitment and leasing office. The manager's surname is Wang. I don't know if there is any kinship with the girl just now. Li Dong is very skeptical that the other party came in through the back door. Wang Yunqing was very polite when he saw Li Dong, and after sending Wang Jia to Porti, he invited Li Dong to go to the conference room with him to talk. Li Dong lamented. This is the style of a large company. Not judging people by their appearance is a basic requirement. Who knows which guy in slippers might be the boss of such and such a listed company. Besides, he's not wearing slippers today. He's just a younger person. Once inside the conference room, the two men found a seat facing each other. After Wang Jia poured a cup of tea for both of them, Li Dong got up and reached out to introduce himself. Hello Manager Wang. I'm Li Dong, the general manager of the Yuanfang supermarket chain. Hello, Mr. Li, nice to meet you. Wang Yunqing also hurriedly got up and shook hands with Li Dong. Although he hadn't heard of this whatsoever far-flung supermarket chain, but he had been in the mall for a long time, so naturally he wouldn't say such obnoxious words. After a few words of courtesy with Li Dong, Wang Yunqing opened the topic. Is Mr. Li preparing to let the Yuanfang chain station in Longhua this time? There is that idea. Li Dong nodded. Since he is here naturally for the purpose of renting a room, Li Dong did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I wonder if the second floor of Longhua has been rented out? When Li Dong finished speaking, Wang Yunqing froze for a moment. He thought that Li Dong was merely preparing to rent a few small stores to open the market, but he did not expect the other party to open his mouth to the second level. Fortunately, he has much experience, and soon returned to his senses and said, for the time being, no, the second floor we are indeed ready to rent a large supermarket, but, the latter words were not finished, but it was clear that they did not favor Li Dong's side. A small supermarket that has not even heard of its name, a company boss of about 20 years of age, has the whimsical idea of opening one of the largest supermarkets in Pingchuan. Well, Wang Yunqing admitted that he had judged people by their appearance. Li Dong was not surprised and smiled. Can Manager Wang introduce me to the specifics? Wang Yunqing head clear, regardless of whether the other side is really thinking or blowing smoke. Since the door is a potential customer, even if you can't rent the second floor, it's good to rent a couple of smaller stores. Clearing his throat, Wang Yunqing began to introduce. The second floor of Longhua has a total construction area of 12,820 square meters, with a useful area of 11,800 square meters. Wang Yunqing is the person in charge of recruiting and leasing, and he knows the mall like the back of his hand. Li Dong cares about a few points Wang Yunqing has highlighted, so that Li Dong also has a number in his heart. When Wang Yunqing finished speaking, Li Dong suddenly said, selling? Wang Yunqing was truly confused. At this moment he had no doubt that Li Dong was here to amuse him. Good cultivation allowed him to hold back his fire and returned. Sold. 6,000 a flat. Total price 70 million. Mr. Li can buy it back. The last sentence 70 million said extraordinarily loud. Just like telling Li Dong, no money, quickly get out. Li Dong smashed his mouth and did not care about Wang Yunqing's attitude. He was broke. If he had money he would have loved to buy it. Only 6,000 a flat only. 10 years after the first floor of Longhua Plaza's prime store's unit price of 50,000 a flat are being robbed crazy. The peak of even 70,000 or 80,000 a flat are there. The second floor is not as good as the first floor, but 40,000 to 50,000 a square foot is not hard to come by. Nearly 7 times the rate of return. A $400 million profit in 10 years is faster than a money grab, but now is not the time to fantasize. 70 million killed Li Dong cannot take out. Li Dong returned to the topic and said, if we rent it, how will the rent be calculated? Wang Yunqing sighed in relief. He was really afraid that Li Dong would continue to mess around. Seeing Li Dong asking about the rent, he immediately replied, the annual rent is $8 million. The contract can be signed for 5 years and 10 years of 2 kinds, and the first year's rent is paid in a lump sum. Stores of this size usually have longer leases. 5 or 10 years is normal. $8 million? Li Dong silently calculated for a moment. The The rent of $8 million a year was actually not too expensive. After all, the place was big enough. But at today's market prices, $8 million would be too much, more than 11% of the purchase price. Typically the annual rent of a shopping mall is between 6% and 9% of the original purchase price. Manhwa, despite its future prosperity, is not up to this level yet, and Wang Yunqing has overpriced the mall. Manager Wang, give a base price. I'm here with sincerity. Over 10,000 square feet of shopping mall is leased out as a whole. I'm afraid that not many supermarket chains in Pingchuan would dare to make this determination. Li Dong heard it before. Tesco should not have made a move now. Or Wang Yunqing could not have not mentioned it. Since he was now the exclusive negotiator, Li Dong naturally wanted to press the price. Opening the price is to make people counteroffer. But Wang Yunqing still has some doubts about Li Dong's strength. If the price is negotiated, and in the end, Li Dong does not rent it, is not a waste of time. Wang Yunqing is not in a hurry to say the price, but laughed, the price we are not in a hurry. Mr. Li has not gone to the second floor to see it, or I will let Xiao Wang accompany you around? How could Li Dong be in the mood to turn around? He knew the layout of the second floor better than anyone else. Do not say that now is only rough, is decorated with what effect he knows. On the college that he did not come a lot. Manager Wang, a bright person doesn't say anything in secret. You are probably questioning the strength of the far side. So let's do it this way. We can talk about the price now, and I can sign the contract and pay the deposit on the spot after we talk about it. How about it? Although the heart is like this, it is still a little embarrassing to be exposed by Li Dong to the face of Wang Yunqing. However, after so many years of mixing in society and practicing his face, Wang Yunqing quickly returned to normal. After fixing his mind, Wang Yunqing then began to complain to Li Dong. Mr. Li, 8 million is really not high. And you know the advantages of Longhua Plaza. Wang Yunqing said a whole lot. Nothing more than how good the prospects of Longhua Plaza. How advantageous the location. How bright the future of development. Li Dong had been listening without interrupting, and waited until the end to strike a blow. $5 million. Wang Yunqing's eyes widened as he looked at Li Dong with an unbelievable expression, as if he was insulted by the 5 million. Mr. Li, Wang Yunqing voice hoarse, shaking his head vigorously shouted, 5 million? You open your mouth as 3 million. This is a rent, not to buy. If you rent 10 years we can lose more than 30 million. The two had a long war of words, and Li Dong was a bit tired. The price was temporarily set at $7.2 million, which was still a bit beyond Li Dong's bottom line. Not only the price, there is also the issue of the contract. Wang Yunqing wants to sign a value-added contract. The annual rent increase of 5%, which is also unacceptable to Li Dong. Although it seems that 5% is not much, but if calculated according to 7 million, after 10 years of rent is 15 million, 10 years down to pay tens of millions of extra rent. Li Dong how willing to agree. Li Dong picked up a cup and prepared to take a sip of water to truce for a moment, but as soon as he picked up the cup Li Dong shook his head. Wang Yunqing also saw it, and his face suddenly darkened as he shouted, Little Wang, quickly go and pour a cup of water. They talked for more than half an hour inside. The office actually did not think of pouring a cup of water in, which made Wang Yunqing furious. LW is a big group. Isn't this a disgrace in front of outsiders? This was an internal matter of Longhua, so Li Dong was too lazy to care about it. Instead he continued the previous topic. Manager Wang, it is impossible for me to accept the conditions you have offered. If I sign a value-added contract, the rent I will have to pay in 10 years will be more than $80 million. If I have that strength, I might as well just buy it. Mr. Li, that's not how the account works. If you were to deposit $70 million in the bank, at the current interest rate of 5%, the interest would be over $30 million, while your rent would only go up by a fraction of the interest. Wang Yunqing cleared his throat, and said, not to mention that housing prices have been rising, who knows what price next year? Maybe you still pick up a bargain. Li Dong was just about to retort when Wang Jia pushed the door in with a cup of tea. Wang Yunqing's face darkened again, and he reprimanded with a stern face, don't you know how to knock? Wang Jia's face was aggravated. How could she knock on the door when she was carrying a tray in both hands? Because of the presence of outsiders? Wang Yunqing couldn't say anything more and gave Wang Jia a hard glare before letting her go. Then he said, Mr. Li, the annual rent is $7 million. That's Longhua's bottom line, but the contract has to be a value-added contract. Wang Jia, who had not yet gone out, froze for a moment when she heard 7 million, and glanced at Li Dong. who was opposite Wang Yunqing, and was immediately surprised. I didn't expect it. This guy is still a money man. Chapter 49, Wearing It Out in the Sun. Li Dong walked out of the rental office that is both excited and apprehensive. Excited that the mall is leased, a step ahead of Tesco and worth celebrating. The apprehension is that the stall is big, and there is a lack of people, money, experience, everything. The contract was finalized for 10 years, still a value-added contract, but the annual increase was reduced to 3% and the first year's rent became $6.8 million. Li Dong paid a deposit of $100,000 and agreed to pay the remaining $6.7 million within 45 days to get the right to use the mall. If the rent cannot be delivered within 45 days, manhwa has the right to terminate the contract, along with the $100,000 deposit. In fact, according to the meaning of Wang Yunqing, $100,000 deposit or a little less, the last or Li Dong argued before signing the contract. At $6.7 million in rent, plus the cost of renovation, you certainly can't get it without $10 million. The key is, where does the money come from? Dongping's far-flung supermarket is profitable. September is not yet over, but Sun Tao expects it will not be less than $1.5 million. But there are still 4 branches in Xinjiang waiting for money. Where can we squeeze out tens of millions of dollars? Let's not talk about the renovation. The rent of $6.7 million must be settled within 45 days, which is even more difficult for Li Dong. Li Dong sighed. Money is not enough when it comes to use. There is no time when he, a rich man with nearly $10 million, is not short of money. Just as Li Dong walked out of Longhua Square, there were also people discussing him not far away. Shannon, look, is that Li Dong? Huang Shanshan glanced in the direction of Bai Su's finger and said with some confusion, Li Dong? Is that Li Dong from the class president's dormitory? Although he was in the same class as Li Dong, he had only met him once during the class meeting, so how could Huang Shanshan recognize who Li Dong was? Li Dong, and not handsome, shocking big handsome man, can remember the name thanks to Li Tai, class president of the housemate. A few class cadres still know the name. Bai Su also knew that he had asked the wrong person, and expecting Huang Shanshan to recognize him was simply disastrous. Today, on vacation, she came out with Huang Shanshan to prepare to buy something, and did not expect to just see Li Dong, and it was the suited and booted Li Dong. And if she hadn't just seen him yesterday, she would have wondered if she had been mistaken. On this day, it's hot as hell, and Li Dong is either in over his head or has a big secret. Then look at the place where Li Dong came out. Longhua Plaza, she knows, recently advertised a lot, but not yet open for business. A mall that's not open. What's Li Dong doing there in a suit? Looking for part-time? Not really. There are no merchants on board. Looking for any part-time jobs. Bai Su's curiosity was bursting and she said to Huang Shanshan, let's follow him and see where he goes. Not good. Before Huang Shanshan could hesitate to finish, she was pulled by Bai Su and ran away. Her unfinished words were hardly held back in her stomach. Pinechen Park. Li Dong was talking to Sun Tao while sitting on a reclining chair in the park. Son, can the supermarket raise $7 million in cash by mid-November? Ahem. Sun Tao, who was supervising the renovation of the Qingyang branch, coughed when he heard Li Dong's first words. After a while, before quietly said, Mr. Li, I'll talk to you. The speed of the 4 branches will be able to decorate and start business in 2 more months. Li Dong froze for a moment and said, you mean there's no money? Since the new store has been renovated to start business, there will certainly be large expenses to pay for the renovation, as well as laying out the goods and preparing the reserve. You're right. The 4 branches of the end of the renovation to business, the investment of no less than $6 million, completely rely on Dongping's side of the blood supply, where there is money left. I'm afraid we can't pay dividends for the next few months, and the employees' salaries will probably be diverted from the payment. Yeah, there's still the payment for the goods. Pull it out first for emergencies. Li Dong hurriedly said. The payment for the goods can be deferred for 3 months. With a 3-month buffer, the far side will make enough profit to pay off the goods. Sun Tao hesitated and asked, Mr. Li, the payment for the goods can be borrowed first, but the Pingchuan side. Sun Tao was really worried about Li Dong making a big noise on the Pingchuan side. Unlike Dongping, Pingchuan's market is not a blank slate. The 4 supermarket chains are not small in scale. With the strength of the far side, can they spell them? If you lose money, it's not just about losing money. He was afraid that the failure of Pingchuan's investment might deal a major blow to Li Dong, thus affecting the entire far-flung industrial layout. Don't worry. I came through with nothing in the first place. Big deal. I'll start all over again. Although Li Dong has put most of his energy on the supermarket, it does not mean that the supermarket is his only choice. Even if he falters above the supermarket, Li Dong is also confident to create a base again. Who let him be reborn? Listening to Li Dong all said so. Sun Tao will no longer persuade. That's fine. You need to use the money, say a word. I prepare in advance. Hanging up the phone, Li Dong's heart was slightly relieved. It would be good to raise all the money. And when Qing Yang's side slowed down, a few million wouldn't be too hard for him. He was wondering if he would take over the mall in the near future when a somewhat familiar female voice suddenly sounded behind him. Li Dong, why are you here? Li Dong looked back and secretly said, what the hell? How can I meet them everywhere? However, when people greeted them with a smile, it was not good for them to be too cold. Li Dong smiled and nodded. Bai Su, Huang Shanshan. What a coincidence. Well, it's quite a coincidence. Before Bai Su could finish her sentence, she was yanked by Huang Shanshan and almost fell on her face. Turning around, he saw Huang Shanshan's face reddened, clearly ashamed of Bai Su's open-eyed behavior. What coincidence? It's obvious that he was followed all the way here, right? Bai Su rolled his eyes and came to Huang Shanshan's ear and whispered a threat. Don't say it, or the night. Hums. Huang Shanshan's face reddened again and she glared at her without a good look. Seeing the two girls muttering and not knowing what to say, plus not being familiar with each other, it was a bit awkward to stay. So Li Dong said, you guys keep playing, I'll go back first, bye. Later, Bai Su was the one who followed Li Dong Lai, so she was willing to let him go so easily. Seeing Li Dong's skeptical face, Bai Su hurriedly said, Li Dong, why are you wearing a suit out in such a hot day? The corner of Li Dong's mouth twitched, secretly saying, am I familiar with you? Asking about everything. But the mouth still perfunctorily said, it's nothing, it's just that the clothes are a bit damp, wear them out in the sun. Put. Bai Su and Huang Shanshan couldn't help but laugh out. Even if they were perfunctory, they didn't need to find this odd reason. Li Dong also blurted out, and when he said it, he realized that it was too much of a ripoff, and immediately laughed sarcastically. Just kidding, that I'll leave first, you guys continue. Don't. Bai Su reached out to stop Li Dong, but realized that it was inappropriate, and hastily shrunk her hand and said, Li Dong, do me a favor about the singing, enrollment time is almost over. This is still Shanshan's responsibility. If she can't do it right, Mr. Fong will definitely dismiss her. It's so tragic. Li Dong was speechless. Bai Su's tone completely coaxed himself as an elementary school student. And removal, why don't you say dismissal? Besides, Huang Shanshan is the secretary of the Youth League. How can this not be her turn to be responsible for it? And it is not an activity organized by the Youth League committee. Sorry, I really don't know how to sing. You guys find someone else. Meng Cheaping from our dormitory is good. He's a great singer. There's definitely no problem finding him. Li Dong didn't hesitate to sell little Fatty. Who let that guy get horny all day long? Now he's offering him a good chance to maybe get a few girls. Said Li Dong also did not want to listen to Bai Su's reasoning. Footsteps accelerated, hastily disappeared. Behind him came Bai Su's vaguely petulant voice. Li Dong took it for granted that he didn't hear it, and in a short while he was out of the park. Bai Su shouted several times but did not see Li Dong turn back, and immediately said in dissatisfaction, this guy is really cold-blooded, not at all compassionate. Huang Shanshan suddenly laughed out when she saw Bai Su's appearance and said, you also have times when you are defeated. Not everyone is the same as the class president. Don't mention him. When it came to Li Tai, Bai Su was a little troubled. Originally she did not see it, but recently Li Tai always find excuses to approach her. Often also used the class as something as an excuse to find her to talk, and then cannot see Li Tai's meaning she would be really stupid. But when she thought of Li Tai being dark and strong, Bai Su couldn't help but shudder. Not only men like beautiful women, women also like handsome men. Bai Su aesthetics is not so bad. Killed and do not want to have anything with Li Tai. At the mention of Li Tai, Bai Su was in no mood for anything. No longer obsessed about Li Dong's business, but the heart is still a little curious. Previously Li Dong called when she vaguely heard what payment supermarket and so on. Is Li Dong doing business outside? It's not out of the question. JNU has a number of students who start businesses on campus every year. Forget it. Forget this Li Dong guy. Go back and look for Meng Cheaping. Li Dong said he sings very well. Listen to see if it's true then. Meng Cheaping, who was looking at beautiful women at school, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose he cooed. What pretty girl is this that misses me? Chapter 50, Meng Cheaping, the god of song. Begging for favorites. Begging for recommendations. Monday, September 27th. In the afternoon, there was only one English class for the international trade majors, and it was not even 4 o'clock when Li Dong returned to his dormitory. Su Chen was playing CS in the dormitory, and Zhang Hao moved a chair to sit behind and watch. Li Dong entered the door. Two people did not return their heads. A serious play. A serious look. Li Dong shook his head and said with some admiration, "You guys are bulls. Class is not even 10 minutes old. You two are sharp enough. Even going up and down the stairs would have taken several minutes. These guys must have pedaled their bikes off the ground to get back so fast." It was only when Li Dong finished speaking that the two Su Chen realized that Li Dong had returned. "Dong, when will you also buy a computer? Let's play together." Su Chen still didn't turn around, his eyes staring at the screen, his fingers flexibly operating the mouse. "Feel like I'm going to buy a computer just to play games with you, right?" Li Dong let out a laugh and wasn't prepared to buy a computer right now. Nowadays, computers are expensive, not to mention that they have very little memory, and they are so stuck on the internet that he doesn't want to buy one. Previously, Li Chengyuan was prepared to buy one for him with his private money, but then his private money was confiscated by Chao Feng, and his family's convenience store had to be invested, so Li Chengyuan didn't mention it. Although Li Dong himself was not short of money, he didn't want to spend $10,000 or $20,000 on an old thing. Putting down his textbook, Li Dong stood behind Su Chen and watched for a while. CS Li Dong used to play often. The level is not bad. Looked at a moment to find Su Chen. This guy technology is not good, will not be interested in their own. Take a book to lean back in the chair to read up. Not long after, Li Tai and Yuan Qingfeng also returned, and Li Dong realized that the dormitory was a lot quieter than usual. "Where's Fatty?" Li Dong looked around and found out the reason for the quietness. That guy Meng Qiping was actually not there. "Back!" Meng Qiping's voice came in from outside the dormitory, and the little fat man was a bit sullen. When he entered the dormitory, he didn't say anything, sat down at his desk and began to stare. Li Dong was a bit curious. This guy was usually quiet for a while. What was wrong with him today? "What's wrong? Did Wu Qin confess to you?" "Put." Li Dong just finished. The crowd burst out laughing. Su Chen cannot even care about the game, vigorously pounding the table. Maniacal laughter. Even Yuan Qingfeng grinned, wanting to laugh but stifling it. Meng Qiping's face turned a little white and he glared fiercely at Li Dong without saying anything. "Who is Wu Qin?" "That's a fighting hen among hens." Meng Qiping himself is fat enough, but there are still strong hands in the strong people. Wu Qin one is almost equivalent to his two. The thought that if Wu Qin really confessed to himself, Meng Qiping simply shuddered. At that moment, he did not pretend to be deep, and quickly said, "Not Wu Qin, it is Bai Su." "Holy, really? Are you hallucinating? No way." Before Meng Qiping finished speaking, the dormitory exploded. Li Tai even gasped and shouted, "Don't joke around." Normally, he rarely lost his temper, but now he couldn't help but be on fire even after hearing Meng Qiping's words. Meng Qiping was a bit speechless and said in a bad mood, "Wait for me to finish. Will you?" "You say." Li Tai, despite realizing that he had lost his temper, hurriedly pursued the question. "Bai Su said he'd take me to dinner." After saying that, he looked up and swept his head, seeing that the crowd was showing signs of storming out again. Meng Qiping scratched his head and laughed dryly. "Well, it's an invitation to dinner for all of us at 351. What's she inviting us to dinner for?" "Yeah, why didn't Bai Su tell me? It's not like you're familiar with her." Li Tai was now somewhat suspicious that Meng Qiping was lying. By the way, even if Bai Su wants to invite them to dinner, will not go through Meng Qiping. He and Bai Su often meet. The treat should also be to find himself as a middleman. Meng Qiping bristled and ignored Li Tai as he continued. "Don't mention it. It's enough to get angry just talking about it." Said briefly will be the matter of the passage of time. Just finished to find the crowd sighing, a face showing sympathy, not sympathizing with Meng Qiping, of course, but with Bai Su. Li Dong even couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was too funny. Bai Su wouldn't be ready to hack himself to death, right? Meng Qiping gave Li Dong a disgruntled look and said glumly, "Brother Dong, is it that funny?" Li Dong waved his hand in a hurry, but he really could not hold back another laugh. What happened was simple. Today after class, Bai Su suddenly found Meng Qiping and wanted to talk to him alone. This is the goddess of the international trade program. Meng Qiping was so excited that he didn't care to greet the others in the dormitory, and followed the goddess with his ass. As a result, when the two arrived downstairs, Bai Su first complimented Meng Qiping for a few words, and he was so happy that he couldn't find his way out. After the opening words, Bai Su then went on to say, "I heard that you sing very well. Can you sing a song for me? A song for a goddess. How romantic." Meng Qiping was going crazy with excitement. Without saying a word, this guy immediately sang at the top of his voice, a tenor song down. Baisu's face has been white several times. In the end, Baisu didn't say anything, just said that he would invite them to dinner in the evening in dormitory 351 and left. When he left, he also covered his mouth, and it looked like if he wasn't concerned that Meng Qiping was still there, I'm afraid he was ready to throw up for a while. When Meng Qiping finished speaking, Li Dong guessed what happened. There was some amusement and some sympathy. He was just joking yesterday, and Baisu actually took it seriously. And Baisu had actually gone to listen to Meng Qiping sing. Thinking about it made Li Dong pity Baisu. The little fat man that which is singing, is simply destroying people's hearts. 351 dormitory. No one dares to let Meng Qiping sing a whole song. But Baisu did it. You say, white vegetarian, why good, let me sing to her, listen. Sang also, even if, that expression with eaten, that seems, there is so horrible. Meng Qiping was still a bit indignant, but he was very serious about dedicating a song to the goddess. As a result, there wasn't a single word of praise not to mention. Baisu's expression was a fatal blow to him. For Meng Qiping's uneven crowd not to make a statement. There is really nothing to make a statement. Baisu's performance is not bad. The average person will not listen to a whole song. I am afraid that would have run away. The crowd didn't care if Meng Qiping was lost. The focus of their concern wasn't on that. Li Tai hurriedly said, Baisuzhen said to invite me for dinner? He had invited Baisu several times earlier, and Baisu didn't agree, but now he even took the initiative to invite him for dinner. Well, it wasn't him alone, but Li Tai automatically ignored the others. Meng Qiping grunted. These guys know that they are more interested in color than friends, and no one said a word to comfort themselves, but the goddess's words still had to be conveyed. Meng Qiping was full of reluctance and said, 7 o'clock in the evening, Chuanfu's house. By the way, this is the opportunity one fought for. You guys don't steal the limelight from me at that time. By the time he finished the first half of his sentence, there was already no one in front of him except Li Dong. Watching Li Tai rummaging through boxes and boxes looking for clothes. Yuan Qingfeng flirtatiously spraying gel water on his head. Su Chen is carrying a basin ready to take a bath. Meng Qiping opened his mouth wide. Nima, it's too much. Look at Li Dong. He's not moving. He's a real man. Meng Qiping was finally comforted. It's still Dong who's good. These guys are too heartless. Li Dong smiled without commenting, but said, I won't be there in the evening. I have things to do. He was afraid that Baisu was ready to seek revenge on himself, and the culprit who caused her to listen to Meng Qiping singing was himself. So how could Li Dong be willing to ask for trouble? Don't, brother Dong. We 351 are in this together. Meng Qiping hurriedly advised. Zhang Hao, who was washing his hair next to him, also helped out. Yes, brother Dong. We're embarrassed to go if you don't. You have to think about everyone. Li Dong lost his smile. You guys are still embarrassed? And look at Li Tai's demeanor. I'm afraid I can't wait for as few people to go as possible, and it's better if he's alone. Just as he thought so, Li Dong heard Li Tai reluctantly say, Dongzi, since people have invited you, why don't you go along as well? Yeah. Li Dong smoothly picked up the sentence, and after finishing, he realized that Li Tai had a constipated look. Li Dong wanted to laugh. It wasn't that it was intentionally directed at Li Tai, it was just that Li Dong had also figured it out. It is not the same thing to always hide. Besides, people Baisu is not necessarily want to retaliate against themselves. Why should they think of the human heart so complicated? Chapter 51, Baisu's treat. The devils are in turmoil. At 6:30, all hands were on deck in room 351. To be honest, in fact, by the time a few douchebags finished packing, Li Dong had some regrets about not wanting to go. There's really no such thing as a face. It's too embarrassing. Leading a group of demons and monsters out in the middle of the night, Li Dong was really afraid of getting beaten up. Fatty. After dilly-dallying and accompanying a few people down to the dormitory building, Li Dong became a bit desperate for words. Meng Qiping blinked his small eyes vigorously, revealing a puzzled look. Li Dong held back and took several deep breaths before finally sidestepping. Aren't you a little hot? Meng Qiping shook his head, his face full of fat meat shaking with the movement of shaking his head. Li Dong forced a smile and said in a good way, it's also sweltering at night. Fatty, why don't you go back and change into something cooler? Why? I'm not hot. Don't you think this dress is a little small? It seems like it's a little tight. Li Dong reminded again with a clear conscience, but in his heart, he had already cursed. Does room 351 specialize in this kind of douchebag? Other people are, even if a little flirty. Li Dong can still pretend not to see, but this guy, Meng Cheaping really can't stand it. In this hot day, the dead fat man was wearing a small slim-fit suit, and all his fat flesh was taut and tight, especially the stomach piece, as if the whole body's meat was squeezed together. Similar to pregnancy, simply two-faced to the home. And you say it's not hot, your face is starting to get oily. Meng Cheaping is no self-consciousness, wildly shaking his big head, said, to be this style, tight skinny, style your sister. Li Dong cursed in his heart, but his mouth still advised, this style doesn't suit you very well. Dong, you don't understand. Women love this fan. Meng Cheaping dabbled a bit. You're not afraid I'll steal your thunder, are you? Get out. Li Dong violently rolled his eyes, really lazy to persuade again. Anyway, the one who is humiliated is not himself. He actually wanted to ask, what woman is blind enough to like your douchebag style? But think about it and let the fat man get high. Kawasaki family. When Li Dong and the others arrived, Bai Su had already come. There was more than just Bai Su in the private room, plus Bai Su a total of 6 girls. It should also be the whole dormitory. The only ones that Li Dong could name were Bai Su and Huang Shanshan. The others looked familiar and just couldn't remember their names for a while. It was Li Tai, the class president, who dealt with them more and greeted each of the several girls. The other few women were Chang Nan, Zhao Tingting, Li Wan, and Song Wan. Chang Nan and Li Wan were considered above average, and Li Dong, the humanoid scoring machine, gave a high score of 75. Zhao Tingting is also okay in terms of looks, but the person is a little darker, and Li Dong barely scores 70 points. As for Song Wan, well, the machine malfunctioned and automatically ordered a bad grade. Failing. Of course, all of this was a flickering thought in Li Dong's mind. He didn't dare to really say it, otherwise he suspected that he wouldn't be able to walk out of the hotel. Seeing that the 351 crowd had arrived, Bai Su and the girls got up and greeted a few of the boys individually. When the line of sight fell on Meng Cheaping, Bai Su's eyes widened steeply, and then she couldn't help but cover her stomach and burst out laughing. A few other girls did pretty much the same, laughing their asses off. It was just that Meng Cheaping's outfit was too comical. Chang Nan, who had a big grin, even joked while laughing. Meng Cheaping, eating and bringing a child along, too good at calculating, right? Put. The men and women in the booth almost burst out laughing. Meng Cheaping also did not think. He wanted this effect, did not see the girls' eyes are focused on their own body. Laugh all you want. Master Fatty has thick skin anyway. The little fat man said with a playful smile. The child has been brought, but it still lacks a mom. Which one of you wants to be it? Go to hell. Shame on you. The girls laughed and cursed a few times, and because Meng Cheaping was there as a living treasure, the crowd, which had been a bit rusty earlier, suddenly became much more relaxed. By the time the drinks and food were served, the atmosphere was more lively than if we had just sat around dry. Wine is a great thing to open up conversation and ease awkwardness. Li Tai first filled a cup for himself, squeezed his eyes towards 351 people and got up. Let's all toast Bai Su. If not for Bai Su's proposal, we wouldn't have the chance to drink with all the beauties at the same table. The boys got up in a hurry. Even Yuan Qingfeng, who was not dealing with Li Tai, also gave Li Tai face at this time. No, I should say that it was to give face to the beautiful woman, and picked up the wine cup and drank it all. Bai Su also took a small sip from her cup and smiled. Speaking of which, I was still negligent. If I had known that the class president's dormitory was full of talent, this meal should have been eaten earlier. The others didn't pay attention to Bai Su's words and thought she was being polite. Li Dong is secretly vigilant. How do you hear this has a feeling of bad intentions? Sure enough, the next group of women in the group showed the big guys what it means to come to the rescue. Drinking beer. Yes. How can a man drink beer with a glass? He has to blow on the bottle. What? Why do girls use small cups? Hey, 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 hey. We're girls. No girl drinks from a bottle. It's not ladylike. You don't drink beer? That's fine. Waiter, white wine. White wine is not a bottle of blowing. Let's switch to a big glass. At least 3 taels a cup of the kind of deep friendship, a mouthful of awe. As for where the camaraderie comes from at the first dinner, that's a matter of opinion. Half an hour later, the booth was a mess of cups. Meng Cheaping's eyes were dull. His mouth was starting to spit out bubbles, and he still had a silly smile on his face. Who let this guy have to show off and take on 6? Don't you know that a gun hits a bird? Slightly red-faced Bai Su put down the glass and spat. In order to take down Meng Cheaping, she was out of the question. Although it was a small mouthful, but it added up to a lot of drinks. It's a good thing that the sisters are united, and they finally put down this fat bastard. Who let this guy torture her ears in the afternoon, causing her to go all the way back to the dormitory from the teaching building and still feel the magic sound in her ears? After putting down manhwa, the next culprit was Li Dong. Bai Su's sight cruised around the private room, saw that Li Dong was talking to Zhang Hao, picked up his wine glass and walked over. Li Dong, let's both have a drink as well. I haven't thanked you for recommending talent for me yet. When it comes to the word talent, Bai Su was practically gnashing her teeth. She was also out of her mind to believe Li Dong's bull **** to listen to manhwa sing. Li Dong forced a smile and hurriedly said, "You're welcome, as long as you like it." "Like the hell you do." Bai Su cursed, raised her cup and smiled. "Li Dong, let's have a drink together." "You can't drink anymore. If you drink anymore, it'll be too much." Li Dong hastily waved his hand. In fact, he really didn't drink much, but he knew that Bai Su was uneasy, so naturally he refused to fall for the trap. Bai Su faced a plate, pretending to be angry. "We come out to eat together is not to have fun. Even if you drink too much, so what? The big deal is that we send you back. You will not." Even this face do not give it. Without waiting for Li Dong to refuse, the red-faced Li Tai beside him drunkenly said, "Yes, Dongzi, you have to give this face." Li Dong cursed. This guy is a pig teammate who specializes in pitting his housemates. However, with the words having been said, Li Dong could not refuse any longer and lifted his cup and smiled. "Alright then, I toast you." "No way, Li Dong, you're just going to take a cup and drink with me? Manhwa could have just used a bottle. You won't even manhwa." Bai Su purposely scared her mouth as if it was simply a disgrace for Li Dong to drink from a cup. Li Dong couldn't help but roll his eyes, secretly saying, "I am not that dish-a-bag fatty. Provocation will not work on me." Seeing that Li Dong was unmoved, Bai Su had no choice but to fall her sights on Li Tai again. Li Tai has long been drinking half confused, has been staring at Bai Su giggling. See, Bai Su seems to be suddenly a hothead. Said loudly, "Dongzi, let's use the bottle to blow. Losing people do not lose the battle." Said surprisingly. He picked up a bottle of beer and opened it for himself. Li Dong was dumbstruck. "How horny are you? People haven't even asked you for a drink yet, and you've put yourself down. Shame on you." Li Dong pretended not to hear Li Tai's words and remained unmoved. "Just kidding, the body is your own. Why do you want to drink more? Don't you know that drinking too much hurts your body?" Not caring that Bai Su was still waiting to see the joke, Li Dong drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and then turned to talk to Zhang Hao. Bai Su was a little embarrassed, more than angry. This guy is really shameless. It seems that the usual methods won't work. Immediately made a wink towards Huang Shanshan. Several people, Cheng Nan's few people, received the signal and instantly understood what Bai Su meant. They could still remember the purpose of tonight. The main goal of today was to dunk manhwa and Li Dong. Who let these two guys offend women? Li Dong was still a little drunk when the show broke up, though always on guard. Though, it couldn't stand up to the girls' rounds of bombardment. People enthusiastically come up to toast, want to break the head to come up with a whole lot of reasons. Li Dong cannot be too unsympathetic. 2 or 3 rounds down is enough for him to drink a pot. Originally, Li Tai also opened up to go singing after dinner, so that he could get close to Bai Su, but by the time the show broke up the guy was long drunk, so naturally no one brought up the subject. By the time Li Dong and Zhang Hao several people dragged the heavy manhwa and Li Tai back to the dormitory, it was already very late. After a simple shower, coupled with a surge of alcohol, Li Dong fell into bed and fell asleep. It was a quiet night for everyone, sleeping through the night until dawn. Bookmark this book if you like it, and better yet, give a few recommendations. Thanks. Chapter 52 Rise Supermarket. Since I came back from dinner that day, Dormitory 351 had changed a little from before. Su Chen's time for playing games became less, and he often dragged Zhang Hao around with him to the girls' dormitory side. At first, Li Dong didn't care until manhwa told him that Su Chen was pursuing Huang Shanshan, and only then did Li Dong come to his senses. Although Li Dong was not optimistic, he nevertheless gave his blessing and hoped that Su Chen would get what he wanted. When he came back from the welcome party on the evening of the 30th, Su Chen became much more silent, and Li Dong realized that something was wrong. Because he happened to receive a call from Qin Yuhan in the evening, Li Dong did not go to the party. However, from manhwa, who had returned to the dormitory a little later, Li Dong still learned the reason. It turns out that Huang Shanshan also had a singing performance at the party and ended up overpowering the crowd. Even Bai Su's piano music was suppressed by her, winning unanimous praise from all over the School of Economics and Management. Huang Shanshan wasn't bad looking in the first place, and she was on par with Bai Su. As soon as she stepped off the stage, a lot of seniors flocked to her. and just the roses Huang Shanshan received handfuls of. Of course, the same treatment is by Su. Originally, this is nothing. The girl grows beautiful to be chased by people is too normal. Seely Tai did not react too much. The point is that Huang Shanshan and a handsome sophomore senior seem to know each other. And not only did she receive roses from someone, but she also talked and laughed and let them send her back to her dormitory. This next one made Su Chen, who was secretly following behind, sad. Li Dong also shook his head slightly when he heard it. It cannot be helped. People are willing to do what you want. He cannot help even if he wants to help. He cannot beat the lovebirds. Besides, he couldn't be bothered to get involved in that sort of thing right now. Tomorrow was the 11th day of the 11th month. The school was on vacation, and there were many things waiting for Li Dong to deal with, both on Qingyang's side and Longhua's side, and he did not have the time to comfort the injured Su Chen. On October 1st, Li Dong boarded the bus back to Dongping early in the morning. Come to pick up the station is Yang Yun. Sun Tao is now people in Xingyang City to preside over the work. People are not in Dongping. When he saw Yang Yun, Li Dong thought of Qin Yuhan. Qin Yuhan did not go home on the National Day this year, and originally wanted Li Dong to go to the capital to see her. However, Li Dong still had a lot of things to deal with at hand, so he had no choice but to postpone his trip to the capital. Seeing Yang Yun, Li Dong was not too polite and asked directly, "How is the decoration of several branches in Nanping Huchuan? Have you encountered any trouble? Usually there is phone communication, but there are some things that can't be said over the phone. Everything is still smooth. Mr. Sun is ready to open 4 branches at the same time in December. Now on the Qingyang side of the progress may be a little unable to keep up. Mr. Sun is urging. Although Yang Yun has been doing the financial side, but recently Sun Tao is often not in the store. Dongping's affairs are almost entirely left to her, so she speaks of these things succinctly. Li Dong nodded. 4 branches opened at the same time where he and Sun Tao discussed, just to create a big momentum. What about the Dongping side? Originally, Li Dong was just casually asking. After all, Dongping's side has been developing well. There should not be any problems. However, Yang Yun hesitated for a moment until Li Dong stopped and looked over. Then Yang Yun said, "The situation is somewhat not so good. What's going on?" Li Dong frowned. Dongping is the key. At this stage, not only Qingyang's outlets are waiting for Dongping to transfuse blood, Lanhua side is also counting on Dongping to support it. If something goes wrong in Dongping, resulting in tight payment for goods, Li Dong's layout in Pingchuan can be lost. Another supermarket has opened on North Main Street, which has had an impact on business in Fargo. Li Dong fell into a deep thought. It seemed that history had returned to its rightful course after all. Originally remembered this year's 11th Dongping will appear the first supermarket, now although by their own preemptive step, or did not change history. However, Li Dong quickly reacted. Today is the 11th day. If the other party opened today, it would not be so quick to have an impact on the far side. When did that supermarket open? Is it a thriving supermarket? Yang Yun was a bit surprised by Li Dong's reaction, but still returned. It's been open for half a month. The supermarket is not called Prosperity. It's Rise Supermarket. Half a month. Uplift. Li Dong muttered. His memory still changed. It wasn't like that originally. The Prosperity Supermarket is gone, but there's an extra rise and shine. Li Dong was not in a hurry to go home, and asked Yang Yun to take him to the newly opened supermarket to take a look. Same location, same signage, but the name of the supermarket has changed. What has changed is not only the name. The boss is not the original boss, but a person that Li Dong did not expect and makes sense. Feng Bin, Feng Jinsong's father, Dongping's premier tycoon. Feng Bin is worth a lot of money. Connections are also wide. Know that the supermarket to make money to insert a foot is normal. Li Dong did not enter the Rise supermarket, so he stood across the road and watched for a long time. He's not as big a place as I am, not as well decorated, not as popular as I am, so why would that matter to Fargo? Li Dong was silent for a long time before he suddenly asked out loud. Yang Yin paused for a moment and was about to speak when she heard Li Dong say, "How much less business is there in the far side?" "It's been nearly 30% less this half month." Yang Yin hurriedly returned. 30%. Li Dong's voice aggravated a bit, but thinking that the woman in front of him was more than just his own employee, he forced down his anger and asked, "How could it be so much less?" The uplift was no more than 500 square meters, less than a fifth of the size of the far side. Plus the fact that the far side had already opened up the market and had a reputation up front. It shouldn't have been robbed of so much business. Uplift is in a price war with us, and his prices are 5% lower than ours for the same items. When Yang Yun finished speaking, Li Dong was relieved. It was good that it wasn't something else. As for the price war, this thing has advantages and disadvantages. Li Dong is not too important. The price of goods in the Far East is honestly not too high, and the importer is still the total agent direct supply. Compared to other small supermarkets, and the price is definitely much cheaper. Uplift Place is not big, for his supply can only be those 2 or 3 agents. The purchase price is more expensive than the Far Side. Selling price is cheaper than the Far Side. It is completely lose money to make money. To say that the Far Side has a 15% profit percentage, Li Dong suspects that Uplift is afraid that it doesn't even have 5%. However, it cannot be left so unattended. Plus the fact that the augmentation is still Feng Jinsong's family, Li Dong is even more unlikely to ignore it. Immediately, he asked, "How is the membership card system doing?" "It has been debugged almost. It is Mr. Sun personally went to the capital side to find a big company to customize it. It is not worse than other large supermarkets in the country." Yes, Li Dong is very satisfied with the speed of Sun Tao's work. The membership card system, he has only just talked about it soon. I did not expect Sun Tao to do it so quickly. Originally, there was only one store in the Far East supermarket. Li Dong had not thought of developing a membership card. But now that there are more branches, the membership card system should naturally be open. Not just a simple membership card, but a shopping card. That's a real killer. Li Dong still remembers when the shopping card just appeared, that called a fire. Whether it's a gift or a consignment, large denomination shopping cards are essential, and the unit company sends out welfare is also based on shopping cards. Li Dong heard a friend say, when he was in the city, there is not too big supermarket. The value of shopping cards sold in a year is equivalent to 100 times the sales. Of course, the Far Side certainly can't sell that much. After all, the Far Side sales are now nearly $10 million a month. 100 times that is $1 billion. And there is no way Dongping can eat it. Manager Yang, how long will it take for the membership card to be launched at the earliest? Yang Yun hurriedly said, the internal debugging is almost done. If it's urgent, it'll be ready tomorrow. Li Dong was even more satisfied. So he said, then tomorrow, take advantage of the National Day to promote the membership card. Also, for the time being, the shopping cards will only be launched for 100, 500, and 1,000, and the first one with a total price of 1 million will be launched to try out the market response. Also take another 200,000 shopping cards and send a little bit to each government department. Just say that they should help them to try it out. Although Li Dong did not like to deal with officialdom, he still understood the human condition. Faraway supermarket money cannot hide from others. Small favors to send a little out, Li Dong does not care. As long as it can be less trouble is good. Yang Yun wrote down Li Dong's words one by one and asked, then the side of Rong Long. Li Dong was somewhat speechless. Yang Yun still did not have a long-term vision. However, when his mother-in-law asked, Li Dong still patiently explained. Membership cards and shopping cards were launched. And the price after our discount is not too different from that of Uplift. You said that for the same price. Would you rather go to Uplift or Far Away? Far Away bar. Seeing Li Dong staring at her, Yang Yun said against her will. In fact, she wanted to say that if she herself, it did not matter which house she went to. Li Dong could see that she was not saying what she wanted to say, but he did not explain anymore. Membership card launch is not just a discount on the one hand, but also increased customer stickiness, which is one of those big supermarkets' enduring magic weapon. I'm afraid that even if Uplift wants to do a membership card, the loss will outweigh the gain. The level of profitability is already low, and if they launch a membership card, then they will really lose money. But if there is no membership card to bind customers, there will be a lack of a central customer base. Once the Far Side of the force, the Uplift will not last long. Li Dong wants to do is to break down the rise. Feng Jinsong is not rich it, and so the rise fell. Even if it cannot shake the root of Fengbin, but also let him lose a lot of money. We must know that the supermarket pre-investment is still a lot of money. Although the Uplift is not as far away, I am afraid that the initial investment is not less than $500,000. If Fengbin does not close the door hard to hold on, that would be better. One more day of opening will be one more day of losing money. Li Dong has this confidence will be played to death by the dragon. Chapter 53, The Wolf is Coming. On October 2nd, Fargo Supermarkets launched its membership card system, with a few elements of free processing, discounts available, and accumulated points for gifts. The Far East Supermarket has launched a powerful publicity campaign. Newspapers, outdoor ads, leaflets, students walk the streets holding up supermarket banners. The multi-pronged approach to publicity has made the Far East Supermarket once again become the talk of the Dongping people after dinner and tea. And the crowd in front of the supermarket has also been reproduced on the opening day. On the second day alone, more than 800 membership cards were processed, while the shopping cards launched were also very popular, with more than 36,000 yuan sold on the first day. On October 3rd, the news that shopping cards could be bought back at 90% cash off the original price also circulated. Many more people came to buy shopping cards that day, and unlike the first day when housewives were the mainstay, this day there were a lot more men, and their handwriting was much bigger than that of the housewives, often amounting to tens of thousands of dollars. The cold-eyed Li Dong could tell at a glance the origins of these people, most of whom were local businessmen in Dongping and some of the logistical staff of government agencies. That night the supermarket took stock. Nearly 1,000 membership cards were processed and more than 180,000 yuan of shopping cards were sold. By the evening of October 6th, the Far East supermarket had handled a total of more than 5,700 membership cards, with a total value of nearly 800,000 shopping cards. The 5,700 membership cards are equivalent to 5,700 families choosing Farfan, and as long as Farfan's supermarket services and prices are in place, these people are Farfan's loyal customer base. As for the shopping cards, excluding the 200,000 given away, the millions of shopping vouchers launched in the early stage were all sold out. These shopping cards won't be circulating in supermarkets anytime soon, or even disguised as a currency in circulation that may never be used in a supermarket. This translates into more than $800,000 of extra liquidity on hand for Li Dong. And that's just the beginning. Li Dong believes that when the end of the year wave of gift-giving frenzy passed, shopping cards sold 10 million are not difficult. The added effect of the introduction of membership and shopping cards is that supermarket turnover is at a new high. During the 6 days of the National Day, the total sales of the Far East supermarket exceeded 6 million, with the average single-day sales exceeding 1 million. On the evening of the 6th, Li Dong met Sun Tao, who hurried back from downtown Qingyang. Sun Tao is darker and thinner than before. Li Dong was a little heartbroken when he saw it. People get along for a long time. There are always feelings. Previously, Sun Tao was a professional manager in his opinion, but now Li Dong treated him as a real partner. Seeing this, he couldn't help but say, "Brother Sun, there's no need to take care of everything. We recruited so many people. It's not for them to eat idle food." Sun Tao smiled, slightly tired. "Mr. Li, I am enjoying myself. On the one hand, there is the incentive of dividends, and on the other hand, there is the sense of accomplishment, the unparalleled sense of accomplishment. He, Sun Tao, is an integral part of the development and growth of the Far Side supermarket." Saying that to skirt around the topic, Sun Tao asked back, "You're leaving tomorrow?" Seeing that Sun Tao did not want to discuss this topic, Li Dong had to let it go and nodded. Tomorrow morning, the National Day holiday is almost over, plus the shopping mall on the Longhua side has to be finalized as soon as possible, so Li Dong had to go. Sun Tao was slightly silent for a moment, wanting to say something but wanting to stop. A few times down the line, Li Dong also saw that Sun Tao had something to say, so he said, "Brother Sun, what is it worth being so difficult for you?" Sun Tao frowned slightly, and instead of getting to the point first, he asked, "How's it going over at Rise?" Li Dong saw this and did not force him. If there is really something, Sun Tao will certainly talk to himself. Seeing him mentioning Rise, Li Dong disdainfully said, "Recently, their business has decreased by more than half. It's just a scabby disease. There's no need to pay too much attention to it." The Far Side series of actions completely dumbfounded Uplift. Previously they could barely compete with the Far Side in a price war, but now with the membership card, Uplift was powerless to fight back. If it wasn't for Li Dong trying to stall the rumble, it wouldn't be too hard to completely break the rumble with just a few more promotional offers. Sun Tao actually didn't take wrong in his eyes, or else he wouldn't have even mentioned it to Li Dong before. After asking about the rumble, Sun Tao was silent again. Li Dong frowned straight as he watched, and said with dissatisfaction, "Brother Sun, if there's something you need to say, it's not like you to procrastinate." Sun Tao took a deep breath and said with a straight face, "Mr. Li, China Resources has taken a controlling stake in Sugo." Li Dong raised his eyebrows and was just about to say what this had to do with him, when his mind suddenly recalled memories from his later life, and he immediately valued it. "Sugo is going to enter Jiangbei?" "Right." Sun Tao's face was heavy, said, "I'm not worried about other large supermarket outlets stationed in Jiangbei. What I'm afraid of is Sugo. Their target market overlaps with the Far Side. The pack of wolves tactics proposed by Ma Jialiang is very marketable. and their favorite thing to do is to open stores intensively in the regional market, to do through the business district, so that the competitors have no way to go. Sun Tao said a lot of things about Sugo, some of which Li Dong had heard of in his previous life, and some of which were only gossip circulating in the industry. The point is not about CR holding Sugo or Sugo's entry into Jiangbei. What really makes Sun Tao worried is that Sugo's strategic goal is the same as that of the Far East, which is to target small and medium-sized cities and even the rural area. Originally, the county-level cities in the north of the river is almost a blank area for large supermarkets, and the reason why the far side can develop is also because there is no competitor on the Dongping side. Whether it's Walmart or Carrefour, their target market is high-end people, large cities, but Sugo is a civilian supermarket, specializing in townships, communities, county development, affordable stores, convenience stores, community stores are all on the line is the usual means of Sugo. This gives Farfarer the biggest competitor in Jiangbei, as Farfarer is now going down that road. Before Li Dong was not in a hurry, because the other large stores in Jiangbei could not see the piece of townships and counties, and he had time to develop. But now the wolf is coming. Sugo is rich and powerful, and the far side cannot be the same. Once the far side and Sugo competition, there is almost no advantage to speak of. No, where did you hear about Sugo's foray into Jiangbei? Li Dong thought about it or felt that it was not right. The coverage of the previous life of Sugo was the Suwanyu region, and the north of Jiangbei was not their target area. And he remembers that in his previous life, the first Sugo supermarket in Jiangbei opened in 2008, when CR just acquired Sugo. It seems that it is not suitable to engage in such a big action. When Sun Tao heard Li Dong say this, he was also a bit bewildered and said, "The industry is rumored to be like this." He was originally a vice president at Carrefour, and he had a wide range of contacts and was much better informed than Li Dong. Could it be a smoke bomb? Li Dong wondered. Sun Tao deliberated for a moment, thought about it and said, "There is really this possibility, otherwise the news wouldn't have spread so fast. At least this side of Qingyang didn't hear that Sugo had a store opening." Hearing that there is no Sugo store opening in Qingyang, Li Dong combined with the memory of his previous life to determine that the news should be a smoke bomb. Just do not know whether it is Sugo itself to pass on, or other people guessed. But even if it was a smoke bomb, Li Dong had to pay attention to it. Sugo isn't coming now, but sooner or later, the day will come. Yuanfang now stores really operate only Dongping this one, and Sugo that behemoth is simply weak compared. Want to occupy a piece of the market in the retail industry in Jiangbei? The far side sooner or later have to go against those large supermarkets. Time. The key is still time. Originally took Longhua Mall. Li Dong also felt that the step was too big, ready to slow down. Now it seems that the step is still not big enough. People Sugo can open hundreds of stores in the north of the river within a year. The far side and then at this rate of development, 100 years cannot compare to others. Brother son, I'm going to renovate the Longhua Plaza side right away, and I'm going to open before the end of the year. Li Dong's eyes were firm. He had already made up his mind. Sun Tao saw it and pondered for a moment. Are you preparing to use the funds on the shopping cart side? Right. And what if there's a shopping cart run? Sun Tao warned. Shopping cart runs are not unheard of, and some small supermarkets have closed down because of shopping cart runs that led to a break in the capital chain. Li Dong, however, didn't care and said, renovating $3 to $5 million will be enough. As long as a few branches start to make a profit, they will soon be able to make up for this deficit. Sun Tao shook his head, disapproved. Not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality. If the branch is not well run, cannot achieve the ideal. Mr. Sun. This is still the first time Li Dong called Sun Tao Sun general manager when no one was around, and saw Li Dong squarely said, fear of the wolf in front and fear of the tiger at the back. Then nothing can be done. What Far East wants now is not to be conservative. Want to be bigger. Want to become the leading retailer in Jiangbei. How can we succeed if we don't take risks? Sun Tao was like an enlightenment. The sadness on his face gradually dispersed, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Became the leader of the retail industry in Jiangbei. This was the first time that Li Dong had ever stated his goals and the direction of a distant future. Yeah, how can you succeed without taking a risk? And how can you beat those well-capitalized big box stores without taking a risk? Want to build up a thick and thin now also missed the best time. The market is changing rapidly, and so far as the thick and thin finished, the market has long been no room for the survival of the far side. Then let's do what Mr. Li said. Sun Tao spoke forcefully, no longer tired from earlier, once again spirited. The far side may be weak, but their creators have ambitions and dreams always come true. Chapter 54 Li Dong's Prank. Requesting collections and recommendations. Brothers support it. Thanks. October 7th. After 9 in the morning, Li Dong rushed back to the school. Only Meng Qiping and Yuan Qingfeng were in the 351 dormitory, and no one else had arrived yet. Yuan Qingfeng was too far away from home and didn't go home on this vacation. Meng Qiping, on the other hand, is completely lazy. This guy is afraid of the trouble of traveling back and forth in the car. Hard refused to go back. Li Dong was smoked by the odor in the dormitory when he entered and pinched his nose and scolded. Are you guys pigs? Hasn't it been cleaned for 7 days? Meng Qiping lay half dead on the bed and returned. Brother Dong, if you guys don't come I'll starve to death. How can I find the strength to clean? Holy! Li Dong cursed and was speechless as he looked at the bucket of instant noodles all under Meng Qiping's bed. You wouldn't really have slept at school for 7 days, right? Li Dong swept a somewhat incredulous glance at him. Otherwise how could he eat instant noodles every day? Meng Qiping, this guy does not lack of money. From the usual life can be seen from the family should be quite rich. No reason to eat noodles every day. Unless, of course, the guy didn't even go out to get food. Meng Qiping dryly laughed twice. Without him making a sound, Li Dong understood. Don't want to say anything but one word, obey. Taking another look at Yuan Qingfeng, who was stifling sleep on the bed next to him, Li Dong skeptically said, You also slept for 7 days? Yuan Qingfeng yawned and shook his head. I went to my high school friend's place to hang out and only came back last night. Saying that, he glanced at Meng Qiping again and grunted. If I had slept for 7 days I would have starved to death long ago, but I don't consume that much fat. Li Dong lost his smile and took out a packet of snacks from his backpack and threw it to Meng Qiping, saying in a bad mood, Eat it, forget about starving to death. Meng Qiping hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything, but the movement under his hand was not slow, and he soon unwrapped a bag of potato chips and ate it. Come down and clean up after eating. I don't want to live in a pigsty. Li Dong cursed and turned around to go out. Seeing this, Meng Qiping hurriedly said, Brother Dong, where are you going? I'll go too. Not until you've cleaned up honestly. I'm going out for a bit. Don't, Dong. I haven't gone out for 7 days. Take me with you. Little fatty hurriedly threw down the chips and rolled out of bed in his pants. Li Dong was a bit amused at the situation. I am really something. Why are you following me? Since last night and Sun Tao had a good talk, Li Dong is ready to speed up the pace. Today is exactly to go to the Longhua side to pay the money to collect the house. I did not expect the little fat man to refuse to comply, and had to go out with Li Dong, saying that his body was swollen from sleeping and he wanted to go out for a walk. Li Dong was a bit speechless and said in a bad mood, Who's going to clean the hygiene when you're gone? It's fine. It's not too late to come back and clean. Meng Qiping returned without hesitation. Li Dong suspiciously swept a glance at him. Why did this guy have to follow him? Did he really just want to go out for a spin? He slept for 7 days, and now he had to go out with himself, so he couldn't have something on his mind. Could he? Thinking of this, Li Dong had a chill. The dead fat man would not have a special hobby. Just as he was about to refuse, Meng Qiping added, I'll just go out and take a look around. You have something to do. I won't bother you. Saying so, he also looked at Li Dong with a supplicating face. His pitiful appearance was amusing to watch. Whatever. Li Dong did not say anything more. Later on, let the fat man wait for himself outside anyway, he does not know what he went to do. Dropping this sentence, Li Dong went straight out the door, turning around to see that Meng Qiping had indeed followed him. Li Dong stared at him for a long time, straight to the heart of Meng Qiping to see the eyeballs rolling before he quietly said, You just wear pants and go out with me? Ahem. That. You wait for me. Meng Qiping was a bit embarrassed and rushed into the dormitory in a huff after saying this. In less than a minute, the guy got dressed and caught up with Li Dong. It wasn't until he was out of the school that Li Dong suddenly said, Fatty, who instructed you? Ha? Meng Qiping's small eyes darted about. His eyeballs darted about, and he shook his head in a bit of a panic. What do you mean? I just want to go out for a walk. Why are you so suspicious? Li Dong glanced at him with a smirk and didn't ask again. Just now is to swindle this guy. It seems that this guy is still truly bad, is ready to internal and external collusion to kidnap himself? But thinking about it, Li Dong felt that it was impossible. Meng Qiping was not that kind of person. Even if he had that mind, he didn't have the guts. This point Li Dong thought that he wouldn't look at the wrong person. Besides, he did not show his wealth in school. The only time he spent money generously is the time Yuan Qingfeng MP3 lost. But it is only a few $100s. It should not be worth other people's heart. Couldn't figure it out. Li Dong didn't bother to think about it anymore. No matter what purpose this guy had, It shouldn't be a big deal. After walking for about 10 minutes, LW Plaza arrived. Li Dong was about to go to the recruitment office when he thought about it and turned to Meng Qiping. Wait for me here. I'll go in and do something. Okay, go ahead. I'll wait for you. Meng Qiping was very good at talking and honestly found a place to sit down. Li Dong was also slightly relieved to see that he didn't have to follow him. In school or lower profile better. He also did not want to show his wealth in front of his classmates, for fear that in the end, the interaction between classmates completely changed the flavor. In his previous life, Li Dong has seen a lot of this kind of situation. Those second-generation people around a large number of friends. But who is sincere and their friends? 9 times out of 10 are not the purpose. Li Dong didn't want this to happen to him. It was better to be pure between classmates. This time into the recruitment office, Li Dong's treatment is very different from the last time. Wang Jia enthusiastically poured a cup of tea for Li Dong and said attentively, Mr. Li, you go to the conference room first to blow off some steam. I'll go and call the manager over. Li Dong stared at her for a while, and only after a long time did he snicker. It's not because you were scolded last time, is it? Wang Jia immediately blackened her face. Li Dong was poking her where it hurt. It's not just a scolding. It's a half a day's worth of scolding. Okay? However, Li Dong is now the gold master. Wang Jia also knows that this guy is a big customer of Longhua, cannot be offended. Grunted and did not reply to turn around and leave. Nasty guys. Rich guys are nasty. In less than 3 minutes, Wang Yunqing came. When he saw Li Dong, he quickly reached out and smiled. Mr. Li, several more branches have been opened. Business is booming. Li Dong smiled and did not make a sound. It was normal for Wang Yunqing to inquire about him. After all, it was a store with an annual rent of millions of dollars. So Longhua would naturally worry that Li Dong did not have the strength. Not only the problem of rent. If Li Dong is not strong enough to be able to renew the lease, then the impact on Longhua Plaza is not good. Longhua is a big group. The far side in Xinjiang side is not a big enterprise, but it is also beginning to emerge. Wang Yunqing can know the situation is not surprising. After a few polite words with Wang Yunqing, Li Dong opened the door and said, Manager Wang, today I am here to pay the rent and sign the official contract. By the way. This is no problem. A smile appeared on Wang Yunqing's face as he hurriedly shouted towards the door. Little Wang, come in for a moment. When Wang Jia entered the door, Wang Yunqing said, call the finance side to come a few people. Tell them to hurry up. Don't let Mr. Li wait for a long time. Said and explained a few words to Li Dong. General store rent they collect on behalf of Can. But Li Dong's side involved in the money is too big. Must be financial presence to do. Li Dong has no problem with this. Naturally, the more formal the better. To save in the end is not clear. The two sat in the conference room and chatted idly. And after about 10 minutes or so, someone came from the LW finance side. The next procedure is very simple. Last time Li Dong and rent office this side has signed a draft agreement. Now sign a formal contract on the line. Rent office this side of the POS machine. Transfer payment is also simple. Before and after spending more than half an hour, the lease contract formally get good. When leaving, Wang Yunqing shook Li Dong's hand and smiled. Mr. Li, when your branch opens, you can notify me, even if people can't go to the flower baskets must send one. Li Dong is not averse to this kind of behavior of drawing close to the relationship, and immediately made a few polite remarks with Wang Yunqing and said that he would definitely notify him when the time came. After all, Longhua Group is the management of Longhua Plaza. The opportunity to deal with the future is inevitable, and it is also convenient to get close to act in the future. After the courtesy is ready to leave, Li Dong suddenly glimpsed Wang Jia sneakily, even made a ghost face toward himself, suddenly crying and laughing. You're 25-6 years old, and you're still playing like a child, so don't be so naive. Bad taste kicking in. Li Dong smiled at Wang Yunqing. Don't scold Miss Wang Jia this time. Although the tea leaves are broken a bit, the flavor is still good. After saying this and not caring that Wang Jia was angry and annoyed, Li Dong turned around and walked away. But his face was wearing a smile of a successful prank. When he walked out of Longhua Square, Li Dong was suddenly at ease. It was a huge payment of almost $7 million, but the good thing was that the right to use the mall was returned to him, and he could now carry out the renovation and remodeling in a drastic manner. Just when he was thinking about whether or not to strike while the iron is hot and simply find the decoration company along with him today, Meng Qiping's complaining voice came from his ear. Brother Dong, why is it taking so long? It's been over for an hour. I told you something was wrong and to stop following me. Who told you to follow me? If it weren't for... Halfway through his sentence Meng Qiping snorted perfunctorily. If it weren't for the fact that you're back, I wouldn't have had to follow you. Li Dong stared at him for a while and snorted. Forget it, too lazy to bother with you in general. Where to next? Dong? Back to the dorm. Ah, it's so early. I haven't even shopped yet. Chapter 55 Fighting. As soon as the National Day vacation ended, Li Dong became busy. It was as if he had gone back to the time when he had just come back from being reborn. When Li Dong had been going out this early and coming back late for the lobster business. School supermarkets on both sides of the continuous rotation. Just a few days Li Dong has lost his circle, causing Meng Qiping do not dare to say walk with him again. As for why exactly Meng Qiping had to follow him that day, Li Dong was too busy to ask again. That evening, Li Dong dragged his tired body back to school from the side of Longhua Square. Just as he walked down to the dormitory building, he saw Zhang Hao running over from the distance in a windy manner. As soon as he saw Li Dong, Zhang Hao was instantly overjoyed and said in a terrified tone, "Brother Dong, there's a fight." What fight? Li Dong was confused, and before he could ask what was going on, he was pulled forward by Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao ran while anxiously explaining to Li Dong, "It's Chen. He fought with someone. He is alone, and the other side has many people." Without waiting for Zhang Hao to finish, Li Dong droned, "I'll go first. You go to the dormitory and shout for someone." After saying this, Li Dong accelerated his pace, and behind him came the faint sound of Zhang Hao's reminder. Over there in Building 6, next to the girls' dormitory, Li Dong ran to the girls' dormitory in one breath, and from a distance he saw a circle of people surrounding the open space to the right of the dormitory, pushing through the crowd of onlookers outside and ignoring the complaints. Li Dong saw Su Chen at a glance. Su Chen's condition was terrible. He was being surrounded by 3 boys. One of them, who was more than 1.8 m, was choking him, and Su Chen's face had turned red. Not being able to think too much, Li Dong rushed forward and pushed away the 2 boys on the periphery, and shouted at the taller boy, "Let go, you stay the out of." Before the taller boy could finish cursing, Li Dong kicked over and the other party stumbled and had to release his hand on Su Chen's neck. Not having time to ask why, Li Dong hurriedly asked Su Chen, "Is everything alright?" Su Chen covered his neck and shook his head, his eyes glaring fiercely at the taller boy without speaking. Li Dong then had time to pay attention to the others, turned to look at the taller boy who was about to rush up again and shouted, "What are you doing? Want to kill someone? Chen Feng, don't make a move yet." One of the short-haired boys who had previously been pushed away by Li Dong pulled back the furious taller man and said to Li Dong, "It was your friend who made the first move, and Chen Feng also acted in self-defense." "Self-defense your mother. Would you have strangled him if I hadn't come?" Li Dong did not listen to his explanation at all. There was a difference between close and distant. He was naturally towards Su Chen. Moreover, the other party was still 3 people, and Su Chen was skinny and small, so how could he possibly take advantage of their hands? Seeing Li Dong open his mouth, the short-haired man's face was a bit ugly and he grunted without saying anything. The boy named Chen Feng was even more furious and rushed up again. This time the short-haired man didn't pull again. However, Li Dong was not Su Chen. How experienced he was in fighting. Not waiting for Chen Feng to rush over, Li Dong delivered another vicious kick to his empty door. Chen Feng's center of gravity was unsteady, and he fell into a fart squat at once, covering his stomach and grunting straight. Li Dong sneered and did not continue, just staring at Chen Feng disdainfully said, "When I fought you still pissed and played with the mud, playing cross you are still tender." Chen Feng was ashamed and angry. He climbed up and was ready to continue. This time the short-haired boy pulled him back. Chen Feng roared, "Xiao Ran, let go, I'll kill him." The short-haired boy, also known as Xiao Ran, frowned and droned. "Calm down first, can fighting solve the problem?" As if this called Xiao Ran's prestige is not small, although Chen Feng is still furious, but is no longer rushed up to find Li Dong trouble, just with murderous eyes dead glare at Li Dong. Li Dong didn't take it seriously at all. Don't say 3 look no not much fight students. Is the social mixing of the old oil bar he also don't care. When doing sales in order to grab a single do not know how many times the hands. Turning around, he asked Su Chen, "They started it?" Su Chen didn't say anything and just shook his head. Li Dong frowned slightly, obviously not expecting that it was really Su Chen who made the first move, but as things stood, there was no point in saying this again. At that moment, he also stopped asking and pulled the still stocky Su Chen outside. Seeing that Li Dong directly ignored them, Xiao Ran was a bit unhappy. "Classmate, you're just leaving?" Li Dong stopped his steps, turned around and swept a glance at him, coldly saying, "Then what else are you going to do? The 3 of you beat up one of him. It's a good thing that you weren't held accountable." "What? You're still being a good boy after getting a bargain?" This student, You don't even know what happened. Isn't it too arbitrary to speak? And it's not like we're three fighting one. Lu Feng and I are just here to persuade the fight. You can ask your friend. Li Dong glanced at Su Chen, and when he saw that Su Chen didn't make a sound, his heart was clear, and he looked at Xiao Ran and said, "Then what do you want?" "Don't say that. It's not what we want. Make it sound like we're bullies." Xiao Ran grunted, obviously dissatisfied with Li Dong's words, and pointed at Su Chen. "Your friend started the fight for no reason, so it's not very difficult to apologize, is it?" Not waiting for Su Chen and Li Dong to open their mouths, Xiao Ran added, "And you just indiscriminately came up and kicked Chen Fong twice. You have to give an explanation." Li Dong gasped and laughed, playing with the flavor. "Account? What do you want to explain?" "Apologize. Then send Chen Fong to the hospital for a checkup. Compensate for the medical and nutritional expenses. And this will be over." Xiao Ran did not care whether Li Dong was angry or annoyed. His tone was flat, as if he had heard a joke. Li Dong narrowed his eyes and laughed. "According to you, the reasoning is all on your side? Not to mention the ins and outs. I saw you almost strangled him. Is this how you pull the fight?" This Xiao Ran seems to be saying the right things, but how can Li Dong not see what he is thinking? As for what pulling the fight are all pretexts. If not for Chen Fong had the upper hand, how could they not care? Or else they would not have watched Su Chen being strangled and did nothing about it. Li Dong just came and saw that Xiao Ran and that Lu Feng seemingly did not make a move, but actually even blocked Su Chen's escape path. This kind of pedantry Li Dong has seen more than enough. At that moment, he did not bother to talk nonsense with him, and directly said, "Apologize, you don't even want to think about it. Either this matter ends here, or you guys will draw down the road. Literary and martial arts as you like." He did not pursue this matter because this Su Chen does not account for. Eat a small loss to learn from the past, but it does not mean that Li Dong really concede. Not to say that this matter in Xiao Ran has nothing to do. Even if the beaten is Xiao Ran, Li Dong will not apologize. Hit on the hit. What else can be done? Classmates, it's no fun to say harsh words. It's you who will suffer if it really gets out of hand. As soon as Xiao Ran's words fell, a loud shout came from outside the crowd. "Damn! Bully us for not having anyone. Brother Dong, let's do it with them. One-on-one or in a group. Whatever." The crowd of onlookers surged, and Li Dong saw Meng Qiping and the sweaty Zhang Hao panting and squeezing in. Meng Qiping saw the red marks on Su Chen's neck at a glance and immediately said angrily, "Asterisk asterisk asterisk asterisk. Old Su, who did this?" Finish line of sight fell to Xiao Ran. A few people. Meng Qiping indignation, "Put what harsh words. Have the courage to go out of the school, let single slip. I guarantee to beat the out of you." Xiao Ran's face went green and white for a while, and only after a long time did he grunt. "Zhangda's standards are getting lower and lower. Recruiting all kinds of trash into it. Says who?" Meng Qiping rolled up his sleeves and prepared to step forward. Li Dong gave him a hand and said to Xiao Ran with a wry smile, "Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. This sentence of yours is scolding all the freshmen into it. You don't take things out of context." Xiao Ran saw that the surrounding onlookers had bad eyes, and hummed, swept a glance at Li Dong. Several people pulled Chen Fong and turned to leave. "Don't go if you dare." Meng Qiping once again clamored. Li Dong blankly glanced at him. "Still not go? Is it really come to a group fight not? Things have happened for so long. I'm afraid that the security department will soon come to the side of the people. If you do not go to the school side of the problem, who cannot be good?" Regardless of whether the fat man was really righteously indignant or bluffing, Li Dong and Zhang Hao pulled the silent Su Chen and the indignant Meng Qiping and quickly disappeared in front of the girls' dormitory. Chapter 56, Weakness. Since the fight, Su Chen hadn't made a sound. Li Dong did not pursue the matter, and instead of taking him back to the dormitory, he led a few people to a barbecue stand outside the north gate for a drink. After a few bottles of wine, Su Chen whimpered and cried. Li Dong did not say anything. From the time it happened in front of the girls' dormitory, he guessed the reason. Meng Qiping is not allowed to see men like this. Eyes glared, angrily said, "Not just a woman. A man who bleeds without shedding tears. No talent." It is no secret that Su Chen is pursuing Huang Shanshan, and Li Dong can guess that Meng Qiping can naturally guess it as well. Su Chen ignored Meng Qiping, wiped away his tears, and poured down another large glass of beer. After about a few minutes of silence, Su Chen suddenly asked, "Where are old Tai and old Yuan?" Meng Qiping saw that he didn't want to mention Huang Shanshan's matter, also didn't want to stimulate him again. Sniffed back. "Old Yuan is not in the dormitory. The class president went to look for the teacher." "Oh." Su Chen nodded and didn't say anything else, but his heart probably wasn't very painful. and he poured down another large glass of beer. Li Dong couldn't say anything. Everyone has their own way of dealing with things. Li Tai going to the teacher is also a style of handling things, and it also looks more stable. But I'm afraid that's not how Su Chen sees it. Students who have not yet experienced the world want to be hot blood rushing to the head of the two ribs, rather than Li Tai so seemingly calm. In fact, it seems to be not righteous enough to ask the teacher to deal with. The table fell silent once again, and Su Chen began to pour himself again, probably wanting to get drunk. Li Dong did not stop him. He brought Su Chen over just to let him drink. Some things are forgotten after getting drunk, so he accompanied him with Meng Qiping Zhang Hao. The four of them drank until almost 10 o'clock, and bottles of wine were piled up under the table. Li Dong, 3 people are okay, all have a quantity, although red face, sanity is still awake. Su Chen is a drunken mess. Li Dong just finished the bill. Su Chen lying on the side of the road and vomited wildly. Li Dong let Meng Qiping support Su Chen while he and Zhang Hao walked behind, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag. Li Dong asked Zhang Hao, "Chen Fang is that senior of Huang Shanshan's?" Zhang Hao nodded his head and added, "Brother Chen made a move today because Chen Fang deliberately stimulated him." Saying so, Zhang Hao told the story of today's events. It turns out that since that day after the party, Huang Shanshan seems to be in love with Chen Fang. Su Chen is not willing, as long as there is no class. He has been following Huang Shanshan around. After a few times, Chen Fang also knew about Su Chen's existence. Probably being really impatient with Su Chen's followers, Chen Fang sent Huang Shanshan back to the dormitory today and deliberately kissed her at the dormitory door. Originally, although Su Chen was sad but not to the point of losing his mind. Who knew that when Huang Shanshan went upstairs, Chen Fang intentionally walked up to Su Chen again and said a few provocative words. Su Chen, who had been holding his breath, was suddenly red-eyed and rushed up to fight with Chen Fang without even thinking about it. However, Chen Fang was over 5 feet 8 inches and strong, which was comparable to Su Chen, a geek. It didn't take a while to be put down. Originally Zhang Hao was ready to go up and help, but as a result, 2 of Chen Fang's classmates also rushed over, so Zhang Hao had to go back and call out for someone. After listening to Zhang Hao's words, Li Dong slightly mused. "Are you saying that just after he and Su Chen fought, that Xiao Ran and Lu Feng arrived?" Listening to Li Dong so asked, "Can be admitted to the Jiangnan University of Nature is not a fool." Zhang Hao frowned, contemplating. "Well, it seems as if it was premeditated. Is he purposely looking for a fight?" Li Dong grunted. It wasn't obvious. To be honest, if this was on Li Dong's head, he wouldn't be able to stand Su Chen either. After all, and his girlfriend to go where there is a follower followed. The heart is also tired. Can find an opportunity to pack him a meal. Li Dong will not let go. But the ass decides the head. Who let Su Chen is his roommate? Who Chen Fang is none of his business. Li Dong is naturally on Su Chen's side. Let's put this off beforehand. Recently let Chen Zi be more careful, and don't let him follow on Huang Shanshan's side. Li Dong was afraid that Chen Fang and the others would still find a chance to clean up Su Chen. He was also busy lately. He really didn't have the time to watch, so he could only urge Zhang Hao for a few sentences. Zhang Hao nodded and added, "Huang Shanshan probably doesn't know about this yet. Should we?" Li Dong extinguished his cigarette and frowned. "There is no need. What happened in front of the girls' dormitory would she not be clear? I think she doesn't have that kind of meaning for Chen Zi. A strong twisted melon is not sweet. It's not good to get along if we meet in the future if we say it too plainly. They're all in the same class, and college has just begun. So if they really want to make a scene in person, what about the next 4 years?" The next day, Su Chen sobered up. Then as if nothing had happened, he resumed his old geeky life and spent all his time, except for classes, playing games. Li Dong was also relieved to see this. Decadence is decadence. It is better than being crazy for a woman. Because Sun Tao is still in Xingyang to preside over the new store decoration and opening of the matter did not have time to come over to help. Longhua side is almost Li Dong alone in charge, and there is not much time to put in the dormitory. When Su Chen returned to normal, Li Dong began his life of leaving early and returning late again. LW Plaza. "Mr. Li, if we follow your design plan, I am afraid that the construction period will have to be extended." After hearing Li Dong's request, Tan Jie, the manager of Yifeng Decorations design department, shook his head in a hurry, stating that it would be difficult to complete the project in 3 months. "And how long did you say it would take?" 4 months should be about right. Li Dong immediately frowned and said unhappily, 4 months of Spring Festival have passed, so am I still open? Seeing the other party still wanting to speak, Li Dong impatiently interrupted. 3 months at most. If you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, change the person. With a $5 million renovation budget, I can find at least 10 in Pingchuan that are not worse than yours. So tell me now, can you finish in 3 months? Being stared at and forced by Li Dong like this, Tan Jia was sweating anxiously. A big order of $5 million is also rare in Pingchuan. Li Dong said words are not good to listen to, but also not false. Pingchuan then their Feng Strong Decoration Company is not there. Gritting his teeth, Tanya Yi nodded. Let's fight for. It's not a fight, it's a certainty. This is written into the contract. If the project cannot be completed within 3 months, I will withhold 10% of the project payment for more than a day. Li Dong spoke heavily, indicating that he was not joking. If he misses the peak of the wave at the end of the year, Li Dong will at least earn more than $1 million less, and Feng will definitely have to pay for this. Mr. Li, seeing Tan Jia about to open his mouth again, Li Dong once again interrupted. I'm not too harsh. If you finish 1 day earlier than the contract stipulates, I'll privately reward you with $10,000. 2 days earlier would be $20,000. And if you can be a month ahead of schedule, I'll pay out another $500,000. Open a day in advance to make money a day in advance. If you can really early 1 month, the rent alone is more than $500,000. This account Li Dong naturally calculated clearly. Tan Jia can only smile bitterly. A total of just 3 months of work. A month in advance, how difficult. But if you're really willing to suffer, it's possible to get ahead by 10 or 8 days. When Li Dong saw the other party nodding, he was relieved, but he did not forget to remind. It's okay to rush the work. The quality must be guaranteed. I will ask a specialized agency to inspect the work when the time comes. This point you can rest assured. Even if you do not say, we will not fool people. Feng, although not the largest decoration company in Pingchuan, but the best reputation. Tan Jia hastily defended a sentence. See Li Dong brow stretching. He also relaxed a lot. This is considered completely settled. The conversation with Tan Jia came to an end. Li Dong looked at the time. There were still classes at school in the afternoon. He had to go back. When he went downstairs, he happened to meet Wang Jia, who was dressed in work clothes. Seeing Wang Jia, Li Dong laughed happily. He could not forget the way this girl made a face at him until now. It was so delightful, not caring that Wang Jia was deliberately avoiding herself. Li Dong greeted loudly. Ms. Wang, you haven't made any mistakes recently, have you? Wang Jia hated her teeth. She had avoided this plague, but she didn't expect the other party to actually dare to provoke her. He immediately said angrily, Sir, namely, where did I offend you? Why do you have to make things difficult for me? You have to force me to lose my job to be happy, right? Said Wang Jia. Eyes are red. Manhwa is a big company. How do these rich people know how much she paid for this job? But it was because of Li Dong that she had been criticized twice, and now gossip was starting to spread around the office that she wasn't suitable for the job. Wang Jia heart not to mention how aggrieved. She is not the first day did not help him call the manager. Did not expect Li Dong so careful. Seeing that Wang Jia's eyes were red, Li Dong immediately looked embarrassed. He was just bored and casually made a couple of jokes, not realizing that he had pissed people off. For a moment, Li Dong did not know how to comfort, and snapped, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. After saying this and not caring what Wang Jia thought, Li Dong ran out of the mall in a puff of smoke. On the way back, Li Dong was still thinking that he was really weak. It's a shame that you don't succeed in flirting with a girl, not to mention that you almost make someone cry. Chapter 57, Nemesis. It was almost 2 o'clock when I got back to the dormitory from LW Plaza. Everyone else in the dormitory had already left, and Li Dong grabbed his textbook and hurried to the school building, not having time to think about the embarrassing incident just now. This afternoon class was a horse original class, a large class of 4 classes of nearly 200 people together. Originally, this kind of not too important big class, the people who skipped the class is not generally more, but Li Dong and their class attendance rate is strangely high. The general absenteeism rate is not more than 5%. It is not that the students of international trade majors love to learn, but the female professor who teaches Li Dong their Manhwa is very serious. Every class must be roll call. As long as the roll call is less than the usual points, all hang 0. You know that the usual score of the university accounted for 30%. Really want to hang 0, want not to fail, the course is difficult. Although Li Dong was very unimpressed with the strictness of the female professor, but in order not to fail the final, Li Dong also almost always attended every class. When he arrived at the classroom, because he came a little late, Li Dong turned around in the back row and surprisingly did not find an empty seat, until he saw Meng Cheaping waving at him from the crowd. Li Dong hurried over. The little fat man waited until Li Dong walked up to him before he shrugged his shoulders and smiled cheaply. Sorry, we came a little late and didn't help you get a seat. Holy, Li Dong raised his middle finger. There is no position, what are you waving? Despise it. There was no way out. The back rows of the throne were all taken, so Li Dong had to find it in the front row. There were still some empty seats in the front row, and Li Dong casually found an empty seat near the aisle and sat down. Putting his textbook away, Li Dong turned his head and swept the desk next to him. This look Li Dong immediately froze. It is really no coincidence that the one sitting next to him is actually Bai Su. It wasn't just Bai Su. To her right was Huang Shanshan, and further to the right were all of them from the dormitory, which just happened to leave the aisle empty. Because of the last drinking incident and the incident with Su Chen, Li Dong was a bit embarrassed. Although I usually greeted people when I met them, it was all in a flash, and it wouldn't be hard to sit through 2 sessions of this. Wanted to get up and change position, but was afraid of causing more embarrassment. Li Dong's heart is beginning to complain. The beautiful woman has an empty seat next to the surprisingly no one to sit. Too unscientific. There is no way. So I have to just hold on. But it is good that Bai Su, as if she did not see herself, is seriously staring at the textbook. Li Dong saw this and pretended to read the book. His heart is then much more relaxed. Only when the teacher entered the classroom did Li Dong's discomfort subside. Students who have taken Mahara's class know that teachers of such classes are masters of hypnosis. People are inherently more sleepy in the afternoon, especially since Li Dong has been busy for the past few days and hasn't been able to sleep well. Under the female teacher's hypnotic song, soon Li Dong fell into dreamland. Bai Su had actually been paying attention to Li Dong. It is not because of how handsome Li Dong is, but it is almost the same as Li Dong, and it is just a little embarrassing, so it is pretending not to see Li Dong. However, she did not think that Li Dong had picked the position at random, and thought that Li Dong had deliberately sat on her side in preparation for striking up a conversation with herself. After all, this is not a few cases these days, and the heart is still wondering whether to talk to Li Dong later. Unexpectedly, when she looked at Li Dong again, she found that the guy had actually fallen asleep, not intentionally pretending to draw attention to himself, but actually falling asleep, because Bai Su saw Li Dong drooling. So disgusting. Bai Su want to cry. This guy does not know that this is very embarrassing. A little image do not want. Bai Su very much wanted to wake up Li Dong, but seeing him sleeping so soundly, Bai Su felt that if he woke him up it would be like committing a crime, and for a while he didn't know whether it was better to wake him up or not. Just holding back, Sharesa tried to keep her eyes off the textbook. It wasn't until the bell rang that Sharesa sighed in relief. It was time to wake up, turned around and swept a glance. Bai Su are speechless. Hundreds of people in a large class. The next class made such a big commotion surprisingly did not let this guy wake up. Last night to do a thief to go? Since all college classes were 2 in a row, Bai Su didn't want to watch another session of verbal sparring and reached out to nudge Li Dong. I didn't want Li Dong to sleep too deeply and actually didn't wake up. Bai Su pushed again. Li Dong still didn't wake up, just stuck out his tongue and licked the saliva, which disgusted Bai Su. Bai Su was furious, looked around, and suddenly stretched out his sinful little hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Immersed in sleep, Li Dong finally woke up. Waking up in pain, Li Dong rubbed his waist and sucked in a breath of cool air. The hand was really hard. Sweeping around, seeing Bai Su turn around and not dare to look at himself. Come on, there's no one else. Besides this stinky girl, who else can there be? Mr. Bai Su, can I ask you a question? Although Bai Su's back was turned to Li Dong, she had been keeping an eye on Li Dong's reaction, and when she heard Li Dong's question, she turned around in mock confusion and said, "What's the problem?" Li Dong pointed at the surrounding students who were at least 2 meters away from him and said in a good-natured manner, "I just want to ask, whose hands can be 2 meters long?" Put. Bai Su couldn't help but laugh out, and then hurriedly held it back, her face reddening. Li Dong bristled, too lazy to bother with her, and continued to lie down to prepare for sleep. While still alert, "If you pinch me again, I'm not polite." When Bai Su saw that he was still ready to go back to sleep, he immediately said in a hurry, "I won't pinch you if you don't go to sleep." "I go. Admit it. Pretend. Keep pretending with me." Li Dong rolled his eyes. With this IQ he was still fighting with him. Admit what? Bai Su began to play dumb. Li Dong was also too lazy to argue with her. It would be idiotic to reason with a woman. Just grunted. "Anyone who pinches me again is a puppy. Childish assholes." Hearing Li Dong's words, Bai Su almost couldn't help but laugh and calmed down for a while before saying, "You're drooling in your sleep. It's disgusting. No more sleeping." Yes? Although Li Dong's heart was cancerous with embarrassment, He still put on a look of you must be lying on his face and stared at Bai Su. Think he Hawley, a multi-million-dollar rich generation. How can sleep drooling? So shameful thing of course cannot admit. It's true. You don't believe me? When Bai Su saw that Li Dong even doubted himself, he was instantly annoyed and his voice became one louder. Li Dong saw that some people around him were starting to pay attention to this side, so he quickly pacified. I believe all right. I won't sleep later. Bai Su then calmed down, thinking that she had just gotten too excited and was also a little embarrassed. But the next thing the two of them knew, they were in silence and really didn't know what to say. After being quiet for about a minute or two, Bai Su suddenly added, Li Dong, what were you doing at Longhua Square that day? What day? Li Dong frowned. He actually did not like Bai Su's inquisitive personality that pursued everything. It's not like you two know each other very well. You just happen to be in the same class. Don't you think it's out of bounds to pry into someone's privacy? And how did he know that he went to Longhua Square? Bai Su? He didn't seem to have mentioned it to anyone else. Did Fatty talk to her? Seeing that Li Dong's tone was not too good, Bai Su also realized that she had gone too far, but she still could not help but say, it was the day when I met you in Pingchuan Park. The corners of Li Dong's mouth twitched as he reluctantly replied, it just so happens that I have something to do, so I stopped by to take a look. Although Li Dong's answer is very perfunctory, but Bai Su also no longer pursued the question, and then asked that there is really some good or bad. When the bell rang for the end of the class, Li Dong didn't stay for a moment before he just dashed off. Bai Su looked at Li Dong's departing back and fell into deep thought until she was patted by Huang Shanshan. Then she came back to her senses and turned around and said, Shanshan, you haven't said anything just now. Do you still hate him? Huang Shanshan shook her head and said sullenly, no, why do I hate him? He beat up Chen Fang that day. Don't mention it again. Huang Shanshan interrupted Bai Su and tried to say something, sighed or closed her mouth. Bai Su saw her like this and couldn't say anything else. Only in her heart she was complaining that the few assholes in dormitory 351 were simply their nemesis. Chapter 58, Meng Qiping's girlfriend. Meng Qiping has a girlfriend. This is the biggest news of the year for dormitory 351. Li Dong back to the dormitory when he heard the news is still a bit unbelievable. This dead fat actually fell in love without saying a word? In addition to him, a long-distance relationship. The little fat guy turned out to be the first guy to get out of 351, which was really out of Li Dong's expectation. However, when he heard who Meng Qiping's girlfriend was, Li Dong almost choked on his own saliva. You guys are on a collision course, aren't you? Li Dong was somewhat speechless as he looked at the joyful Meng Qiping. There are so many women under the sky. Why did a few guys from 351 with Bai Su in their dorm? That's right. Meng Qiping's girlfriend's name is Chang Nan. Bai Su's a dormitory. Li Tai is chasing Bai Su. Su Chen is chasing Huang Shanshan. Meng Qiping has caught up with Chang Nan. This world is really too complicated. Li Dong glanced at Zhang Hao and Yuan Qingfeng. These two guys will not also be ready to intervene again. If it really happens, Li Dong will really vomit blood. Looking at the complacent Meng Qiping, Li Dong was really a bit curious and asked, when did you guys get on? Meng Qiping was a little embarrassed to dryly laugh twice. Stammered, not long. Anyway, she is now my girlfriend. Li Dong didn't bother to ask anymore. In all likelihood it was after the last meal. He remembered that day Meng Qiping seemed to have quite a common language with Chang Nan. Chang Nan is also a big grin nature. Said Meng Qiping dinner with the child together is what she said. However, Li Dong remembered that Meng Qiping still regarded Bai Su as a goddess at that time, but he did not expect that this was only for a long time, and this guy had changed his family. Brother Dong. Meng Qiping was a little embarrassed by Li Dong's look, swept a glance at a few other people in the dormitory, and dryly coughed. Come out for a moment. I have something to say to you. Seeing that he was about to say something, Li Dong did not make another snide remark and followed Meng Qiping out of the dormitory. The two of them went all the way down the stairs before Meng Qiping gently breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Dong. Suffocating me in the dormitory. Meng Qiping seemed to be in a better mood than in the dormitory, and then complained. You said it's not easy for me to talk about a girlfriend, and share it with them, but the result is that every one of them has a stern face, and the ones who don't know think that I've broken up. Li Dong blankly glanced at him and said in a bad mood, serves you right. You don't know what's going on in our dormitory. Who let you fool around? Li Tai bitter pursuit of Bai Su fruitless. Su Chen is even more struck all day to the game as a companion. The fat man in front of them to show clearly looking for a beat rhythm, but also can expect them to give what good face. Ugh, that's true, especially on Lao Su's side. Su Chen now although with nothing like, But who can not see in the dormitory he is not dead? Often staring at the class, Huang Shanshan dazed. Meng Qiping scratched his head, somewhat depressed. Originally, I wanted to invite everyone to have a meal together, but with old Su and the squad leader around, Chang Nan's side wouldn't agree. Then don't treat yourself. Relationships are your own business. Just be happy with yourself. Meng Qiping nodded and didn't say any more, but his heart was more or less depressed. After walking for a while again, Meng Qiping pulled a few small talk, and then he was a little embarrassed. Brother Dong. That what? Speak up. Calling me down can't be just to let off steam. What is it that you need my help with? Li Dong had long since seen that Meng Qiping had something to ask for. However, in the dormitory, only Meng Qiping is the most to his liking. If things are not difficult, can help, Li Dong will not refuse. Ahem. That. I want to borrow some money from you. Meng Qiping added after he finished speaking. If you don't have a lot of money on hand, forget it. How much? Li Dong didn't ask Meng Qiping why he borrowed money. Falling in love is supposed to be a time to spend money. Plus the guy usually spends a lot. It's normal to be short of money. 5,000. Cough. If it's more, 1 or 2,000 is fine. I promise to pay you back before the end of this semester. Meng Qiping was afraid that Li Dong would be too much, and said 5,000, and then lowered the standard several times in a row. Li Dong glanced at him. 5,000 is not a small amount in 04. The fat man is not in trouble outside, right? However, since Meng Qiping didn't say anything, Li Dong didn't look deeper into it and nodded his head. The money is in the dormitory. I'll go back later and get it for you. He usually only carried a few $100s for pocket money, but the cash was taken tens of thousands of dollars to prevent emergencies, and had been placed inside the suitcase and locked. Seeing Li Dong's painful promise, Meng Qiping seemed to have put down a heavy burden and breathed a long sigh of relief. If ordinary people, he would not dare to ask to borrow so much, but he knows that Li Dong has money, is afraid that Li Dong refuses to borrow. Now it seems that Brother Dong is still righteous enough. As for why he knows that Li Dong has money, nonsense. He is not stupid. Li Dong runs out every day, he is not unaware. Plus he and Li Dong get along more time. Sometimes Li Dong answered the phone, did not pay attention. He heard Li Dong open dozens of millions of heart trembling. Although he had vaguely guessed some of it in his heart, he had kept it to himself and hadn't told anyone about it. If it wasn't for the fact that he was really short of money this time in a hurry, he wouldn't have opened this mouth with Li Dong. After Meng Qiping and Chang Nan's relationship became public, the two stopped avoiding it and often came and went in pairs. In the dormitory, because Su Chen and Li Tai sometimes liked to say a few sour words, even Meng Qiping spent less time in the dormitory. Less Meng Qiping, this living treasure. Yuan Qingfeng and often go out. Su Chen all day no play games. Li Dong is busy supervising the renovation of the matter back, also less. 351 gradually more and more cold. In mid-November, Sun Tao handed over the Qingyang branch to the new store manager and rushed to Pingchuan himself. Longhua Plaza, 2nd floor. This was Sun Tao's first visit to Longhua Plaza, which had not yet been completed when he left Pingchuan. Standing in the new supermarket is still under renovation. Sun Tao for a time with a lot of emotions. All kinds of flavors come to mind. Mr. Li, I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. Sun Tao exclaimed a few words of praise and couldn't help but say, the day I left Carrefour, I definitely didn't expect that after half a year, Sun Tao, would come back to kill again. How does it compare to the Carrefour Pingchuan store? A faint smile also appeared on Li Dong's face. Yes. Sun Tao only said one word. He cared not about a bigger place and more income. Rather, it was because before, no matter how hard he tried, he was only a wage earner. But now he was standing as the master. Mr. Li, thank you. Sun Tao's thank you meant a lot, and it was also gratitude from within. Li Dong smiled and did not make a sound until Sun Tao calmed down. Then Li Dong said, in the future, this will be the headquarters of the Far Side, and Dongping will be changed to a branch. This is the rightful reason, not to mention the size of the place. Pingchuan is the capital of the province. How can Dongping be compared to it? Seeing that Sun Tao had no opinion, Li Dong paused and added, in the future, you will be the general manager of the Far Side. This Far Side refers not to Dongping, but to the entire Far Side company. At first Dongping's Yuanfang supermarket was registered as an individual, and so Qingyang other counties opened branches. Li Dong registered the company, and now the full name of Yuanfang Supermarket should be called Yuanfang Supermarket Company. Previously, although Sun Tao was also called Sun General. In fact, at that time Sun Tao's specific position is also the store manager of Dongping store. Until today before Sun Tao although has been presided over several branches of work. In fact, or a small soldier, and there is no official position, but now it's time to call Mr. Sun with a straight face. Although Sun Tao had expected it, he couldn't help the excitement in his heart when he heard Li Dong say it to his face. General manager. He had fought for so many years in Carrefour, and in the end he was only a vice president, but now he started all over again, and in just half a year, he became the general manager. Although Yuanfang cannot compare to Carrefour, but in Jiangbei, Yuanfang will sooner or later beat him. Sun Tao believes that this day will not be too far away. Li Dong saw Sun Tao excited, and laughed. Also, you have been the old boss of the people. Every day back and forth on the bus is not the same thing. Tomorrow to go with a car. In Pingchuan cannot lose the face of the far side. Mr. Li, this. Sun Tao is a little hesitant. Li Dong himself does not have a car. He first with a car is not overstepping, but without a car is really a bit inconvenient. He had a car in Pingchuan before, but then sold it. It doesn't matter in Dongping, but if he doesn't have a car in Pingchuan, others will look down on him. Li Dong knew what he was going to say and waved his hand. Don't worry too much. I'm still in school and don't need to buy a car. Also, I'm not going to buy a car, so don't save too much. I'll ask Manager Yang to allocate funds for you. Seeing that Li Dong had said so, Sun Tao swallowed back his words of refusal, just a little emotionally. I really didn't think this day would come so quickly. It's almost like a dream. Li Dong shook his head, blowing said, this is where to wear. One day I want to build our own headquarters building. Construction of commercial plaza belonging to the far side. The construction of the logistics and distribution centers radiating East China. I want a far side open every city. Open every township. At the end of his words, Li Dong looked at Sun Tao and shouted, Mr. Sun, do you have confidence? Sun Tao nodded heavily. Then the two of them burst out laughing. Standing at the dirty site of the construction site, two big men laughing without knowing why. Chapter 59 Oddballs come and go every year. Seeking recommendations? Seeking recommendations? Seeking favorites. Seeking favorites. On November 26th, the JNU Varsity Games opened. As soon as the opening ceremony ended, Li Dong was ready to flash, but was blocked by Li Tai. Seeing Li Dong's eyes showing doubt, Li Tai said breathlessly, Dongzi, don't tell me you forgot? What forgot? Li Tai was completely depressed and said in a bad mood, in the 100-meter preliminaries later, you're the only runner in our class. What do you think you're forgetting? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Dong hastily shook his head. I didn't even sign up. How did it turn into me competing? Master Dong. I'll call you Master Dong, okay? Don't joke around. Li Tai wanted to cry and said helplessly, the other day I said that no one had signed up for a few projects in the class and asked you to help participate. Didn't you agree? Yes? Li Dong gave him a very skeptical look. When had he ever promised? Nonsense. I still need to lie to you. Li Tai rolled his eyes furiously when he saw that Li Dong had really forgotten. Li Dong scratched his head. He really didn't remember. But he's already got a date. And he's got business to do later. Thinking of this, Li Dong hurriedly said, Big squad leader, do me a favor. You can just find someone to top it first. I have something to do later. Don't. Master Dong, please take pity on me. Where can I find a replacement in this situation? If there is someone else in our class who can do it, why would I let you do it? Li Tai is also bitter. The class is full of some crooked dates. Do you want him to count on Meng cheaping this kind of guy on the battlefield to lose face? In the class, only Li Dong and Yuan Qingfeng look a little reliable. But Yuan Qingfeng and he is not right. There is no way. Can only find Li Dong. Being grasped by Li Tai, Li Dong had no choice but to say, that's fine. When will the race start? I really have something to do. I still have to get busy after the run. The good thing was that it was only 100 meters, and running fast was only a matter of 10 seconds or so it shouldn't take long. Just as Li Dong thought so, he saw Li Tai say quietly, after running the 100 meters, there is still an 800-meter preliminaries. I'll go. Leiden was frantic. How many items did you quote me? Ahem. Not much, other than those two. There's one 3,000-meter run left. No preliminaries tomorrow, straight to the finals. After saying this, Li Tai himself was a bit weak, but then he thought that this was Li Dong's own promise, and he couldn't blame himself, who let him say whatever he wanted when he first asked him. Li Dong glared at him fiercely, having known for a long time that this guy was a professional pitcher of housemates. At the mouth of the track, the 100-meter dash preliminaries are about to begin. The athletes had all taken their positions, and a boy on the track next to Li Dong stared at him with a face of admiration. Brother, confident enough to wear jeans on the field. It seems that he didn't put us in his eyes. Li Dong rolled his eyes furiously. Does wearing jeans mean confidence? He just didn't have time to go back and change clothes. And besides, it was just a competition, and Li Dong was too lazy to bother with it, so it was just a perfunctory Li Tai. Seeing that this guy was still chattering about his admiration, Li Dong did not have the heart to say, "Shut up, the competition is about to start. Be careful that I will report you for verbally harassing your competitors." The other party indeed shut up immediately upon hearing this, only to look at Li Dong with eyes that were still filled with admiration. "Listen, even talking with a faint odor of pretentiousness. Bull." Li Dong are speechless. Where is the douchebag? With Meng cheaping that fat guy are a match. But before the issuer could give his orders, someone to Li Dong's right suddenly spoke out. "Teacher, wait, I have something to say." Acting as the starter was one of the school's teachers, in his 30s, who put down his starter's gun with a sniff and frowned. "The game's about to start. Is there anything else?" The person who had just spoken stood up and pointed at Li Dong. "Teacher, I don't agree to compete with him. Sports competitions are sacred. For him to compete in jeans is disrespectful to sports and to all the competitors. I suggest that he be disqualified." Being focused on by the eyes of the crowd, Li Dong was speechless. "Nima, do you think I want to participate in the competition?" He wouldn't have come if he wasn't screwed over by that Li Tai guy. But do not want to. In front of this guy is also too inexplicable, right? This is the school field day, okay? This guy head think what? Also what's sacred? Disrespect. Li Dong heard all want to vomit. There is a need to do so. It's true that there are oddballs every year, but this year is special. Seeing the issuing teacher frowning and not knowing what to think, Li Dong also got up and said, "Teacher, there might be something wrong with this guy's head. I suggest disqualifying him from the competition." "Who are you talking about?" Fong Yu instantly said angrily. Li Dong rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, "Whoever has a problem with his head, I'll say who. What I wear to the game has nothing to do with you. Does the school have a rule that no jeans are allowed to be worn to the game? You're an insult to athletics. Don't bull ***** me? How about I insult then? Sue me if you don't." Treating this kind of brainwash, Li Dong has zero tolerance. If he really just quit, he still thinks that he is a good bully. Fong Yu was half exasperated by Li Dong's dangling tone, and turned to the starter again. "Teacher, I don't agree with competing with him anyway." Li Dong snorted, talking as if he loved to race with him so much. The world was never short of such foolishness. Others on the playground had been drawn to the altercation here. Originally waiting at the end of the Li Tai at this time also came over, asked the onlookers of the students to understand the cause of the matter. Li Tai is also speechless to the extreme. What is going on here? It's inexplicable. Li Dong, after all, was invited by him to participate in the competition. Li Tai was not good enough to ignore. Squeezed to the side of the sender and said, "Teacher, I'm the class president of the first class of the 04 session of the international trade. Li Dong students are wearing jeans because they lost their sports uniforms. So let's just start the competition." The teacher who issued the order had actually wanted to trivialize the matter for a long time, and he was also depressed beyond measure when it came to this kind of thing. It's just wearing a pair of jeans. Honestly, there have been things 100 times more outrageous than this in past sessions, and I haven't seen anyone else get involved. But Fong Yu mouthed the spirit of sportsmanship, the sanctity of competition, disrespect for the players, a big hat covered down. He is not good to just decide. At this moment, when he saw Li Tai open his mouth, he hurriedly went down the ladder and said, "Mr. Fong Yu, there is a reason why Li Dong wears jeans, so it's better to race quickly. There are still other races to come." "No," Fong Yu returned with a firm voice, "unless he withdraws, I refuse to compete." "That's a good sentiment. Teacher, hurry up and compete. Everyone is still waiting," Li Dong added with a smile, without waiting for the referee to make a sound. Fong Yu angrily said, "Shameless, I'm going to fight you in a single match. Whoever loses quits." When these words came out, the crowd was confused. What did this mean? Isn't a single race a race? This guy just mouthed off about Li Dong insulting athletics. Why does he want a single match now? John Da surprisingly out of this kind of talent. Simply subvert the outlook on life. The teacher who issued the order was also furious. "Your uncle, deliberately fooling me, right?" Immediately, he said in a bad mood. "Fong Yu, if you're not going to compete, then quit, and if you mess up again, I'll find your counselor." Fong Yu was instantly furious, and didn't dare to lash out at the other party, staring at Li Dong Dao. "Do you dare to compete with me?" Li Dong didn't bother with this idiot and directly ignored him. Chapter 60, Acquisition. The atmosphere at the start of the runway was a bit eerie. Originally, Fong Yu was a bit unreasonable, but some of the students on the sidelines agreed with him. After all, it's true that it's not very nice for Li Dong to race in jeans, and it looks as if he's disrespecting the race ever so slightly. Until Fong Yu put out the word to find Li Dong for a single match. Those who had previously agreed with him had changed their stance. Nima, this is a stupid bird. Wouldn't agreeing with him be stupid even for himself? The issuing teacher was half dead from Fong Yu's anger. This is purely disruptive. Without the need for Li Dong to open his mouth, the issuing teacher instantly said angrily, Fong Yu, do you think that the school games is a playground? I'm warning you now. You can either continue to play or withdraw automatically. Otherwise I'll notify the Academic Affairs Office, and a warning penalty will be inevitable for you at that time. When these words came out, Fong Yu immediately turned off the fire. He's not really an idiot, and idiots don't get into JNU. If you are really warned and punished, not only may not be able to graduate, if you make a mistake again, you may be expelled. The rules of the university are very strict. Somewhat unwillingly sweeping a glance at Li Dong, Fong Yu muffled, I'll compete. Humph. The issuing teacher grunted heavily and said with a sullen face, contestants take their positions. The match will begin immediately. Although Fong Yu was lectured honestly, but Li Dong was still a little upset in his heart. Being picked on for no reason is not very pleasant on anyone's part. Li Dong even suspected that this Fong Yu was not instructed to deliberately find trouble with him, and he could not believe that Jiangda would really come out with this kind of idiot. But it's too late to think about it. The game is about to start. Originally, Li Dong was prepared to perfunctorily flash away, but now he didn't think so. By Fong Yu just made such a mess. If he lost, he would lose his face. In order not to lose face, Li Dong decided to go all out. Others aside, he absolutely could not lose to that asshole called Fong Yu. Fong Yu next to him had more or less the same idea and looked at Li Dong with a provocative face. Ready, bang! At the sound of the starting gun, Li Dong whooshed out. Fong Yu on one side was not slow either. Following Li Dong, the two of them traveling almost side by side. 100 meters isn't that long. Really, the race can be over in 10 seconds or so. However, Li Dong and Fong Yu were completely dug in. The two of them chased after each other. You accelerated and I accelerated. You ran wildly and I ran wildly. In just 100 meters, they even threw the other runners out of the distance of 7 or 8 meters. It wasn't until they crossed the finish line that the two slowed down, gasping for breath and staring at each other without speaking. Li Tai, who had been running along with Li Dong, rested his breath and hurriedly approached the referee and asked, Teacher, who is first? Just now Li Dong and Fong Yu sprinted to the finish line at almost the same time, and he couldn't really tell who was first from the side. Li Dong also perked up his ears and listened. To be honest, he had just run so aggressively that he was doing his best. I didn't expect that idiot Fong Yu to be no slower than him. It doesn't seem simple. It was important to know that Li Dong's physical quality was very good, especially after he was reborn and came back. He felt that his body was better than before. Wearing jeans was a bit of a problem for him, but Fong Yu had a couple of tricks up his sleeve to be able to stand side by side with him. The referee's teacher looked at the stopwatch and was in a bit of a dilemma for a moment. It's only a school sport. It's 4 years old, but there aren't too many advanced timers, and the referees are pinching the clock. Just now Li Dong and Fong Yu arrived at almost the same time. Even if there was an error, it would not be more than 1 second. His hand speed is not so fast. The referee thought for a moment and said, it's kind of a tie for first place. Both of them can make it to the finals. Originally, the preliminaries were divided into 8 groups, and only the first in each group could enter the finals. And now that both Li Dong and Fong Yu had entered the finals, it was clear that an exception had been made. Hearing the referee teacher say that, Li Tai was happy. He didn't care who won between Li Dong and Fong Yu, as long as Li Dong could enter the final. Li Dong and Fong Yu, however, were both disgruntled, and Fong Yu was full of discontent. Teacher, obviously I'm a little faster than him. How can I be counted as tied for first place? Joke. Who's faster than whom is clear in his heart. Eating farts behind me all the time, and still has the face to say he's faster than me. Who are you talking about? Say how about you? Bite me if you don't. Once again, the quarrel between the two drew attention from the crowd, who were happy to see what was going on. Originally, there was nothing much to see in a 100-meter preliminaries, but I didn't expect to have a good show to watch. In the end, it was Li Tai who pulled away Li Dong, which made the argument stop. Li Dong was actually unwilling to argue with this stupid fool, so as not to be treated as a joke. But that second little cutie, 3 times provoked. Li Dong couldn't even ignore it if he wanted to. After being pulled out of the playground by Li Tai, Li Dong was in no hurry to leave, but asked, "Which academy is that guy from?" "Also from the School of Economics and Management, majoring in business administration." "You're not trying to get back at him, are you?" Seeing Li Dong in deep thought, Li Tai still advised, "Forget it, it's better to do more than less." He didn't take advantage of it anyway. Li Dong shook his head, didn't say much to Li Tai and opened his mouth. "I still have some things to do before I leave. 800 meters you find someone else to cover it. If you can't find it, just take it as a chi abstention." He wasn't in the mood for a match after what had just happened, and he could die of depression if there was another stupid bird like Fong Yu. Li Tai's face was a little difficult when he heard this, but he still nodded and agreed. Seeing Li Dong about to leave, Li Tai asked, "What about tomorrow's 100-meter final?" Li Dong's footsteps lurched as he nodded his head and said, "Definitely go for it. Other than that, just Fong Yu into the final he will also go." Not to abuse him, Li Dong or wait so many years. At 10 minutes past 11, Li Dong arrived at the Jingyuan Cafe. Entering the door, Li Dong saw that Sun Tao was talking with a middle-aged man in his 40s. Li Dong hurriedly walked over. "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Hello, Mr. Li." Chen-hua hurriedly got up and shook hands with Li Dong. Li Dong sat down opposite Chen-hua and said with an apologetic face, "I'm really sorry. I just had a temporary matter and came late." It's okay. Chen-hua quickly waved his hand and added, "Mr. Li is busy with his affairs. It's fine to have Mr. Sun accompany me." "You're too polite." Li Dong smiled and did not answer, accompanying Chen-hua to exchange a few pleasantries. After the pleasantries, Li Dong glanced at Sun Tao and saw Sun Tao nod imperceptibly. Opening the door, he said, "Mr. Chen, I probably understand the situation of Tsinghua Logistics, so make a price." Chen-hua did not expect Li Dong to be so dry, and was a little embarrassed for a moment. His Tsinghua Logistics was not big, but the operation had been considered good, and he had never thought that there would be a day when he would sell the company. Unfortunately, some time ago, a heavy truck under the name of Tsinghua had an accident, and the accident compensation and economic losses directly exceeded $2 million, forcing him to get up the decision to sell the company. Chen-hua hesitated for a moment and didn't directly say the price, but said, "Mr. Li, Tsinghua Logistics has been in business since '01, and by now there are 12 light trucks, 6 medium trucks, and 4 heavy trucks under its name. The volume of a single shipment exceeds 120 tons. Li Dong knows that Chen-hua said this is to prepare for the offer, and does not interrupt, just listen, and in the meantime can also understand the specifics of Tsinghua Logistics. Now there are 5 stores in Xinjiang. The shipment will be more and more. Just counting on other logistics companies is not only unsecure but also a large amount of freight. If the shipping channel gets stuck one day, it might deal a fatal blow to the far side. So building your own logistics channel is a must. As for the construction of a logistics and distribution center unique to the Far East, Li Dong can't afford it now, and the acquisition of a small logistics company is a joint decision between him and Sun Tao." After about 4 or 5 minutes of talking, Chen-hua finally said, "5 million. This is my bottom line, or I won't sell." Li Dong didn't say anything and just nodded towards Sun Tao. Seeing this, Sun Tao immediately said, "Mr. Chen, 5 million is too much. Your company's situation I roughly understand, the trailer more than half." The two men argued verbally, but with one wanting to buy and the other wanting to sell. It's actually not that hard to make this acquisition as long as the price is mutually acceptable. At the end of the conversation, Li Dong hammered out, 6 million. Mr. Chen agreed to sign the contract. "If not, we can find another one." Chen-hua pretended to be hesitant, and only reluctantly nodded his head after some time, actually being satisfied with this price in his heart. Although those vans of his definitely cost more than $6 million to buy. If they were sold as used cars, it would be good to sell them for more than $1 million. As for Li Dong's side is also satisfied with the price of $6 million. The acquisition of Tsinghua not only saves them a lot of time, but also the time of the contract of the trailer under the name of Tsinghua has not yet expired, so they don't have to purchase a new car, which just saves them a lot of expenses. With the price agreed upon, the next step was to discuss the specifics. These Li Dong did not interrupt and let Sun Tao and Chen-hua discuss. It wasn't until after 12 o'clock that a consensus was reached. By now, in addition to the 6 supermarkets, Li Dong had another small logistics company with a delivery volume of over 100 tons under his name. Chapter 61 Gambling. The next day, The school playground. At 10:30 a.m. The 100-meter final was about to begin. There were a lot more onlookers today than yesterday. On the one hand, the final was better than the preliminaries, but on the other hand, some people heard about yesterday's preliminaries and rushed over to see what was going on. Li Dong didn't wear jeans again today, changed into a sweatshirt and was doing warm-up exercises. The first class of ITC cheerleaders, who were not present yesterday, are also all in place and are listening to Cheerleader by Sue's lecture. It wasn't long before Li Dong heard a neat and crisp shout. Li Dong, go for it! Li Dong, go for it! At the same time, there rang out the competing shouts of the business administration profession. Fong Yu, go for it! The chants of the two cheerleaders were so loud that they squelched the voices of several other professional cheerleaders who were all out of breath. The game hadn't even started yet, and the two sides were just on fire. Fong Yu moved his ankle, gave Li Dong a provocative look, and grunted. Thought you were much better. Why don't you wear jeans anymore? Li Dong snorted and said disdainfully. Idiot, you still have the nerve to say that. I can abuse you even in my jeans. And today I'm even abusing you so much that your mom doesn't even recognize you. Fong Yu's face was ugly, although Li Dong's words were hard to hear, but it was true. Taking a deep breath, Fong Yu suppressed the fire in his heart and laughed coldly. Then let's compare today and see who is the idiot. Do I need to compare myself to you? It's widely recognized that you are an idiot, and I won't steal this title from you. Li Dong had a teasing smile on his face, being provoked by Li Dong's few words. Fong Yu's face turned red and his neck thickened as he said angrily, what's the use of being smart? If you have the guts, let's make a bet. Whoever loses later will go around the field and yell that he is an idiot. Idiots are idiots. Even the words they say are so stupid. Li Dong skimmed his lips and said with disdain, besides, why would I bet with an idiot? Li Dong, if you don't have the guts, just say so. What's the excuse? If you don't dare, you don't dare. Li Dong glanced at him, but in his heart, he muttered, this second little cutie, so confident that he could win against him that he even used the agitation method. You know he almost beat him yesterday, and it wasn't even his full strength then. After all, the jeans still had a minor impact. However, Li Dong was too lazy to think about it and did not want to bet with him. It was too meaningless. Speaking of which, they're all college students, and it's really boring to make these kinds of bets. Seeing that Li Dong did not say anything, Fong Yu thought that he was afraid, and opened his mouth again to agitate. Li Dong, are you afraid? If you're afraid, then admit it yourself and save yourself the embarrassment later. You're a big man. You're staring me in the face, aren't you? Li Dong cursed. He had not offended this douchebag either. Why was he always staring at himself? Just as he was thinking about it, the onlookers attracted by the students next to him suddenly had someone coaxing. Li Dong, compare yourself with him, fear him. That's right, why don't we compare? Whoever loses will run naked around the playground. How meaningless it is to shout idiot. Li Dong is speechless. You are so bullish. Why don't you go on the field yourself, and running around naked? You think you're old America, and you're not afraid that the school will just expel you. Seeing that Li Dong did not reply, a hush came from the crowd. Immediately afterward, someone shouted, Brother Dong, don't wimp out. When did we 351 ever wimp out? Li Dong looked up and swept his head when he heard a familiar voice, and saw that bastard Meng Cheaping was passionately waving his fists for him to get on. Piggyback, Li Dong muttered. 351. There is no normal person who would even follow the coaxing. But before this side could finish cursing, another group of female voices came from over there. Li Dong, compare with him. We can't lose the face of our international trade class 1. Li Dong, go for it. We're all behind you. Li Dong was really depressed, and swept a glance at Bai Su who was hiding in the crowd and snickering. She must have instructed her. Otherwise these girls would not be so boring. The onlookers were waiting with interest to see the show, and Fong Yu was staring condescendingly at Li Dong to make him concede. Li Dong is now difficult to ride the tiger, and then indifferent is simply no face. Taking a deep breath, Li Dong grunted. It's okay to compare, but shouting idiot is too boring. Only elementary school students do it. We are all college students now. If we want to gamble, let's gamble on something practical. Not much. $1,000. The loser will give the winner. In fact, Li Dong is also afraid of really losing a bad end. He will not go around the playground shouting that he is an idiot. It is too embarrassing. He's not afraid of losing money. It's only $1,000 anyway. It's nothing to him. It's no big deal if he really loses. Hearing that it was a bet, the onlookers got even more excited. It's a big show. $1,000 is not a small amount for a student these days. It's equivalent to 2 months of living expenses for an average student. At once, someone got excited and said, "Say yes. You're no moron than we are." "That's right, Fong Yu. Don't be a wimp. Treat me when you win." Fong Yu is still a bit of a wimp, for no other reason than he has no money. It's not that he can't get $1,000. The point is that if he loses, he's going to be drinking next month. Seeing that Fong Yu did not say anything, Li Dong then came out of breath and despised. "What's the use of saying harsh words? Real money on the field and then wimped out. Thought you were more powerful." "You." Fong Yu was furious, was about to agree. And then the bottom line is not enough to say, you say 1,000 on 1,000 later you lose, reneged on what to do. Li Dong didn't say anything, but just shouted out to the field, "Fatty." Meng Qiping looked around and pointed at himself, and when he saw Li Dong nodding, he suddenly walked over in tears. "Brother Dong, I don't have any money." Little Fatty covered his pockets with a mournful expression. "Cut the crap. The win goes to you." "Okay." Li Dong did not have a good hum. He himself is not with money. The game and sportswear, who has nothing to do in the pocket money. As for Meng Qiping, this guy had taken 5,000 from him just the other day, and Li Dong didn't believe that he couldn't get even $1,000 out of his pocket. Sure enough, Meng Qiping listened to Li Dong's words some heart. Win can earn $1,000 for nothing, but still do not rest assured that if you lose, get out. Fine, I'll stop. Here. Seeing that Li Dong was fuming, Meng Qiping hurriedly counted out 10 100s from his wallet and handed it to Li Dong with a face of flesh pain. Li Dong glared at him before turning to look at Fong Yu. "How about it? There's nothing to say now, right?" Fong Yu's face snapped and he grunted. "Gambling is not allowed in school. It's against the law." Put. The crowd of onlookers was back in force, first with laughter, then with boos. Li Dong even saw Fong Qingfei in the crowd, was secretly following the crowd to coax, looking at Li Dong for a while speechless. Doesn't the whole Jiangda University have a few normal people? Even the teacher even secretly followed to watch the fun. However, it is good that Fong Yu did not agree. Li Dong is really afraid of making a mess in the end face. It doesn't matter if Fong Yu's douchebag loses face. He doesn't want to be treated as a joke all the time. And if he hadn't been forced to this point by Fong Yu today, Li Dong wouldn't have died chasing after him. I thought that was the end of it. But then came the twist. Fong Yu, bet with him. It's only $1,000. I'll pay it out for you. Li Dong turned to look when he heard the sound, and his face turned ugly. So it is. He said that Fong Yu, why this douchebag always cross him. Feelings are this guy instructed. It seems that even if he didn't wear jeans yesterday, Fong Yu, this stupid fool, would still find himself in trouble? It's really a ghost. Chapter 62, The Scattering of Wealth. Chen Fan walked over with a gloomy face, swept a glance at Li Dong, and said to Fong Yu, "I'll help you out with this money. Compare it to him, Brother Chen. This, what are you afraid of? You don't have to pay if you lose." Seeing Fong Yu's face showing signs of weakness, Chen Fan grunted. "You used to be a specialty student, are you still afraid of him?" Saying so, he pulled out $1,000 and gestured encouragingly. "Win yours, lose and I'll pay for it. That's a total deal, isn't it?" Fong Yu thought about how this could not be a loss, so he said to Li Dong, "I'll bet with you." Li Dong did not look at him, but only stared at Chen Fong, his face somewhat ugly. It was not because Chen Fong, this idiot, stirred the pot, but by Chen Fong associated with Huang Shanshan. He participated in the competition himself. Do not remember. Chen Fong actually know to arrange people to find him trouble. Must have long been informed. The news from where the leaks still need to consider. 9 times out of 10 is Huang Shanshan said. The game's registration list class cadres are aware of. Li Dong searched through the crowd again, and sure enough, he found Huang Shanshan's figure. And what was even more ironic was that the other party was still in the cheerleading squad. A touch of mockery appeared on Li Dong's face. Whether he would call himself a winner or a loser later on, it was quite interesting. Huang Shanshan bit her lip. She naturally saw Li Dong's sarcastic look. However, she had nothing to explain. The news of Li Dong's participation in the competition was indeed leaked by her, but there was a reason for it, and she herself did not expect Chen Fong to let someone find Li Dong in trouble. Bai Su gently tugged on her shirt and whispered, "I know it's not you. I'll explain to Li Dong." "No." Huang Shanshan shook her head. There was no point in talking about this now. "Chen Fong, it's even if you are an idiot yourself. I didn't expect that you would find another idiot to go against me." "Boring enough." Li Dong kindly laughed. Since he knew that Fong Yu was instructed by Chen Fong, Li Dong's words were naturally no longer polite. Chen Fang's face flashed with anger, and he said spitefully, "Surname Li, your mouth has accumulated some virtue. Do you just know how to play with your mouth?" "Okay." Li Dong smiled skinlessly and said indifferently, "Since you want to play, then I will play with you. But if we're going to play, let's play big. How about you and I have the balls to do it?" Chen Fang hummed and said disdainfully, "Don't provoke me. You can't afford to play with me." Li Dong then did not say any more, but just laughed softly. "That's fine. Since you are unwilling to do so, I will accompany you to have a good time when I have the chance." Saying that, he also stopped taking care of Chen Fang and turned to the teacher not far away and said, "Teacher, isn't the match starting yet?" The issuing teacher, who was watching with great interest, blushed and coughed dryly and said with a straight face, "It will start right away. The contestants take their positions. Ready, bang." The starting gun just went off, and Li Dong took the lead. Today he was well prepared, and with the breath he was holding in his heart, his speed was even faster than yesterday. Fang Yu, motivated by his money, did not run slow, and it did not take him long to overtake Li Dong by a length. The other contestants in the competition would pretty much become companions this time, and with the fact that they had watched a big show earlier, they were now happy to watch the two of them run wild, and they all followed behind to watch the show. The two of them didn't have a chance to make a sound at this point, and they both ran forward as hard as they could. Halfway through the race, Li Dong overtook Fang Yu. 40 meters from the finish, Fang Yu tied Li Dong again. 20 meters, Li Dong is one step ahead. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Both crossed the finish line at the same time like a gust of wind. Li Dong gasping for breath while cursing. "This asshole today hormonal right. $1,000 has such great magic?" Not bothering to think about it, Li Dong slowed his pace, jogged to the referee and asked, "Who won?" The referee is the same one from yesterday, because yesterday Fang Yu and Li Dong crossed the line at about the same time, and today he is fully prepared. Hearing Li Dong's question, the referee teacher looked at another teacher beside him who had come to help and asked, "What was Fang Yu's score?" It turned out that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to time it in time today, so he purposely found another person to help him time it. The teacher who helped Fang Yu with the timing took a look at the stopwatch and said, 8 seconds, that's a time that could compete in the college games. Keep in mind that the NCAA record for the 100-meter dash was also broken only in September of this year, and the record is now 28 seconds. Fang Yu, an untrained student, was able to run 8 seconds, which is not bad, and the school sports record of JNU is only 6 seconds, which is still 3 years ago a special sports student created. So far no one can break. Hearing his results, Fang Yu's eyes flashed with joy. He also didn't expect to run so high. The best he ever ran in high school before was 11 seconds, and this time he even broke his own record. Li Dong didn't say anything. He was also silent after hearing Fang Yu's accomplishments. 8 seconds. The big group of the school sports meeting to run out of this achievement can be said to be against the sky. Li Dong is not sure if he is faster than Fang Yu. The referee teacher looked at the stopwatch in his hand and instead of reporting the score, he suddenly asked, "Mr. Li Dong, are you interested in joining the school's track team?" The corner of Li Dong's mouth suddenly curled up. He had a premonition that he had won. Usually at this time it was the champion who had the scenery all to himself, and since the referee teacher had asked him, it meant that in all likelihood he was faster than Fang Yu. Sure enough, without waiting for Li Dong to speak, the referee exclaimed, 7 seconds, and I'm not a professional timer here. I'm afraid it's actually faster. Maybe it can break the school sports record. Li Dong laughed out loud. He didn't care about records or not. The point was that he had won. $1,000 bet Li Dong did not put on his mind. As long as the thought of Chen Fang and Fang Yu's ugly face, Li Dong was painfully happy. These two idiots. They really think they can make him lose face? Joke. Not to mention that Li Dong won, even if he lost. So what? Chen Fang is an idiot, and the means of striking people are childish and pathetic. Somehow, Li Dong suddenly thought of Xiao Ran, who was with Chen Fang, and he had a hunch that Xiao Ran was better than calculating. When the news of Li Dong's win came over here, the happiest person was not someone else, but Meng Qiping. The guy brushed his hands and scurried out, jerking the $1,000 out of Chen Fang's hands before he could react. Holding up the banknotes in his hand, Meng Qiping's mouth grinned. $1,000. Dong is powerful. Ha ha ha. Chang Nan, who was standing beside him, also laughed heartily, and siphoned off the $1,000 he had won, as well as Meng Qiping's own $1,000, while Meng Qiping was staring blankly. Seeing Meng Qiping dazed, Chang Nan smiled and said, "Fatty, I'll save it for you so you don't have to spend it frivolously." Meng Qiping's face suddenly became bitter. Happy for nothing. I should have known not to show off. Cheng Nan also ignored him and smiled at Chen Fong. Thank you, great wealthy master. Scattering wealthy boy. Chen Fong grunted, but not because of the fact that Lian Nan was Huang Shanshan's roommate. He didn't say anything, turned around with a black face and walked away. Cheng Nan, however, was unimpressed and was not afraid of offending Huang Shanshan. She didn't have much love for Chen Fong, who liked to count people, especially after she had taken up with Meng Qiping. She was even more disgusted with Chen Fong as she was a husband and a wife. Li Dong at this moment has no time to care about how Meng Qiping is doing, and he also has no time to see the hilarity of Chen Fong. The referee teacher was pestering him like a fly to get him to join the varsity track team, and Li Dong couldn't get enough of it. It was especially unlikely that Li Dong would join after Fong Yu decided to do so upon invitation. But this guy was so clingy that Li Dong couldn't even imagine a man in his 30s being so talkative. Li Dong perfunctorily said that he would go back and think about it, and it was not easy to send away the referee teacher before he remembered that he had not yet had time to taunt Chen Fong. Unfortunately, by the time Li Dong returned to the starting point, Chen Fong had long been gone for half a day. Chapter 63, Irrationality, 1 shift. Today, 3 more. For the same person different life 1 brother plus 1 more. The second chapter is still at noon. The third chapter to strive for 6 p.m. Before finishing, thank you for the support of all brothers. On December 7th, Li Dong took a leave of absence and rushed back to Dongping. Because the 8th is the opening date of the 4 branches in Xinjiang, Li Dong temporarily called the store managers of each branch to come to Dongping for a meeting on that day. At 7 o'clock in the evening, when Li Dong came to the small conference room of the Dongping store, the store managers of all the branches had all arrived. When Li Dong entered, the crowd hurriedly rose to greet him. Hello Mr. Li, Mr. Li, Mr. Sun. Sun Tao followed behind Li Dong and introduced Li Dong one by one. This is Xie Hong, the store manager of Xinjiang branch. This is Guo Mingji, the store manager of the Huchuan branch. Yanghe branch store manager Wu Liangnon. These 3 store managers are recruited by Sun Tao. Li Dong had already gone to Pingchuan at that time, and only communicated on the phone, but the people have never seen. Hearing Sun Tao's introduction, Li Dong nodded his head and smiled to a few people. And this one Mr. Li should have met. Nanping branch store manager Qi Yuna. Li Dong nodded towards Qi Yuna and joked. Store manager Qi was personally recruited by me and is the only maiden amongst the several store managers in far away, so I can't forget it even if I wanted to. Qi Yuna was only in her early 30s this year, and hearing that Li Dong's first words tonight were about himself, she was so excited that she hurriedly bowed to express her gratitude. Li Dong smiled in response and greeted Yang and Fong Hao, a few of the patriarchs of the Dongping store. When he had finished greeting everyone, Li Dong smiled. All sit down. There is no need to be formal. Waiting for everyone to take their seats, Li Dong added, those sitting here today are the mainstays of Far Away. Although a few of the store managers are still meeting each other for the first time, but the fact that you guys are valued by Mr. Sun means that you have the ability to handle this position. Sun Tao hurriedly got up and said, thank you, Mr. Li, for trusting me. Li Dong smiled and pressed his hand. Sit down and say, for Far to be able to get where it is today, Mr. Sun is a labor of love. Without Mr. Sun's efforts, Far wouldn't be where it is today. Being praised by Li Dong in public, Sun Tao hurriedly humbled himself for a couple of sentences before he sat down and stopped speaking out. Next, Li Dong briefly exchanged a few pleasantries with the crowd before getting down to business. The main purpose of this meeting is for the opening tomorrow. Li Dong led a few store managers reported how the preparations before the opening, and whether the encountered problems are solved. When it was Qi Yuna's turn, Qi Yuna mentioned, Mr. Li, most of the employees in the Nanping store are novices. Can we borrow a few experienced employees from the Dongping side to help guide them? This is the rightful reason. Qi Yuna finished. Li Dong then said, this is what I'm going to say next. Tomorrow, Mr. Sun went to Yanghe to sit on the town. Manager Yang took 2 people to Nanping to help out, and Supervisor Fong went to the side of the Huchuan. These are the patriarchs who have experienced the grandeur of Dongping's opening, and it is only with them watching over Li Dong that he can rest assured. The few people whose names were mentioned by Li Dong all nodded their heads in a hurry. Fong Hao, in particular, had a joyful look on his face. Can be sent to sit on one side shows that Mr. Li still trusts him, when the jackpot cheating thing is finally uncovered. Originally he, the boss of the marketing department after Sun Tao's departure, should be a matter of course in charge of the affairs of the Dongping store. I did not expect Sun Tao to actually hand over the supermarket supervisor power to the financial manager Yang Yun on his way out, which makes Feng Hao was very panic. He knows that Sun Tao is not very like himself. Is because of the opening of that time he took the initiative to please Mr. Li's mother bad rules. After the incident, Feng Hao intestines are remorseful green. I did not expect that today. Mr. Li named himself, but also Sun Tao Yang Yun side by side, which made Feng Hao overjoyed. It seems that the store manager of the Dongping branch himself is still competitive. Li Dong didn't care what Feng Hao thought and continued to make arrangements. I'll go to Qingyang tomorrow. I'll leave the other branches to you guys. Make sure you do everything right. Yes. Promise there will be no accidents. When the people had finished their statements, Li Dong looked at the time and said, "It's getting late. You all have to be busy tomorrow. So disperse first." The main purpose of his gathering the crowd today was still to recognize people, so that he wouldn't even recognize the store manager when it opened, and also to observe the ability of the crowd. Although a few simple words could not tell much, but Li Dong probably had a number in his mind before doing so, although he trusts Sun Tao, but he can't let him do all the work. Sometimes it's bad to delegate power and put it too hard. When the others had gotten up and were ready to leave, Li Dong suddenly spoke out, "Manager Yang, stay for a moment." Yang Yun froze for a moment, but sat down without asking any more questions. When Feng Hao was leaving, he glanced at Yang Yun, pondering in his heart that Mr. Li wouldn't be preparing to appoint Dongping as the store manager. So what about himself? But it wasn't a good time to ask, so Feng Hao reluctantly followed the crowd out of the conference room. When the others had left, only Yang Yun and Li Dong remained in the conference room. Facing Yang Yun alone, Li Dong's heart tasted inexplicable. To be honest, at first he was ready to find an excuse to fire Yang Yun. I did not expect that later Yang Yun did better and better, and was even valued by Sun Tao, began to supervise the affairs of the Dongping store, and the position in the far side is also getting heavier and heavier. If we now say that we are firing Yang Yun again, not to mention what Yang Yun thinks, I am afraid that Sun Tao will also have an opinion, and Li Dong will not really fire Yang Yun. That would offend Yang Yun hard. How to door in the future. Thinking about this, Li Dong had a bit of a headache. Now how to arrange Yang Yun was a difficult problem. In fact, he didn't really want Yang Yun to have too high a position in the far side. It was a bit of selfishness on his part. He wanted his company to be free of any personal feelings. Any company mixed with feelings can't do absolute justice. And in the future, if Yang Yun knew about her relationship with Qin Yuhan and did something detrimental to the company's interests, how should Li Dong deal with it? It wasn't that Li Dong had to look at Yang Yun in a petty way. He just wanted to snuff out all the trouble at the source. How should we arrange Yang Yun then? Dismissal was definitely out of the question. And it's not like Leiden was very willing to be promoted. Continue to let Yang Yun in charge of the finances is not appropriate. Which son-in-law's money to let the mother-in-law in charge? The heart is too diaphragmatic. What to do? Li Dong was in deep thought. What a trouble. Yang Yun had also been paying attention to Li Dong's expression after being left alone, and seeing Li Dong's worried brows and several times wanting to speak, her heart also started to panic a little. After waiting for a while and seeing that Li Dong was still silent, Yang Yun cautiously said, "Mr. Li, you have something to say to me?" Li Dong then woke up and saw that Yang Yun was a bit nervous. He quickly smiled and said, "Yes, I heard from Mr. Sun that manager Yang has managed Dongping very well, and her performance has been on the rise, so I'm very happy." While speaking, Li Dong's mind suddenly flashed an idea. Maybe this is feasible. If the matter was accomplished, not only would Yang Yun's problem be solved, but even the old man's side would be solved. Thinking of this, Li Dong suddenly said, "Manager Yang, I see that you are about the same age as my mom. Calling you Manager Yang is also awkward, so I will call you Auntie Yang from now on." Yang Yun's head was on the spot for a moment, and reacted by hastily uttering, "It's not appropriate. Well, it's a deal." Li Dong did not give her a chance to retort and asked again, "Auntie Yang, what is your lover's current job?" Yang Yun was speechless. What did Li Dong want? Changing her title again and inquiring about her lover's job is too much of a brain fart. Thinking about it, Yang Yun still returned. "He works over at the cotton mill." Cotton mills? Li Dong pretended to be contemplative. In fact, he had already known what Qin Hai was doing. Qin Yuhan had said it to him. However, Li Dong still pretended not to know and deliberately said, "I heard that the cotton spinning mill is poorly run and is about to go bankrupt. So won't uncle be out of a job?" Yang Yun was in a state of confusion in her heart and did not know exactly what Li Dong meant, but she still nodded her head at the words. "It seems that there is this rumor, but my lover said that all of them, the old employees, have made arrangements. What good job can the government arrange? Li Dong waved his hand and deliberately asked, what does uncle mainly do over at the cotton spinning factory? He's in logistics, mostly managing the plant's fleet. Yeah. Without waiting for Yang Yun to finish, Li Dong said with a smile, there is really no coincidence. Auntie Yang, the company has just acquired a logistics company, you know, right? Yang Yun had been confused by Li Dong and subconsciously nodded her head. He heard Li Dong excitedly say, since the cotton spinning factory is going down, and uncle has experience in managing a fleet of vehicles, why don't we let him come to Yuanfang? The logistics company side is just short of a manager. Yang Yun always felt that something was wrong, but could not say exactly where the problem was, so he reluctantly said, this is not appropriate. He has not done logistics. Not good. How do you know it's not good if you haven't done it? Li Dong shook his head and said, besides, uncle hasn't done it before. Auntie Yang, don't you often deal with people on the logistics side? You can go and help. There's a lot going on over here in Dongping. I don't have time. This is easy. It just so happens that the finance on the logistics company's side has left the company. Auntie Yang, you're going to be the finance manager, and uncle will be the branch manager. It's most suitable. Li Dong did not wait for Yang Yun to react. He said with a straight face, Auntie Yang, you go back and ask your uncle's opinion. Xinghua Logistics is a company with several $1 million in assets and the lifeblood of Yuanfang Company. I will leave it to you. I don't feel confident about other people. You can rest assured in terms of salary and treatment. It's definitely higher than this side of Dongping. Yang Yun was actually confused, not even understanding what was happening at all. Li Dong has never even met Xin Hai, so he just asked him to manage the logistics company in such a haphazard manner? She knows how much money Farfarer spent on acquiring Xinghua. 6 million, more than $2 million in real money. And it's not too much to say that logistics is the lifeblood of the far side. And such an important company was handed over to the two of them so easily? Yang Yun at this moment feel the whole world is confused. Li Dong to be really so confused. How can the far side bigger and stronger? Not common sense. Chapter 64, Li Dong's purpose, 2 shifts. Regardless of whether it is reasonable or not, Li Dong finished and then happily fled. Yang Yun was still confused until she went home. She really couldn't figure out Li Dong a little bit today. If Li Dong really worked so hastily, the far side would not have developed so rapidly. And what purpose does Li Dong serve? Yang Yun couldn't figure out what purpose Li Dong could have even after thinking about it, because it was completely unnecessary. Today, Xin Hai came back early, and when Yang Yun arrived home, Xin Hai's dinner was ready. Shouted Yang Yun a few times. See, his wife is still soulful. Xin Hai could not help but say, go home and do not think about work. You a financial and not the boss. Worry so much why? Old Xin. Today our old boss came back for a meeting and said something. Yang Yun wanted to talk to Xin Hai about Li Dong, but she did not know how to open her mouth. Xin Hai frowned and grunted. That Sun guy? You stay away from him. Be careful of what crooked ideas he has. Yang Yun immediately forgot to talk about the main event, rolled her eyes and said, what are you talking about? Mr. Sun is more than 10 years younger than me. This vinegar you also eat? The older the more immodest. Xin Hai coughed and laughed dryly. Who let him have nothing to offer? For good reason. Let you. The financial management of the supermarket. Who knows what he is thinking? Yang Yun knew that he was just chattering a few words on his mouth, and didn't bother to argue with him, asking, have you settled on a job? Cotton mill to close down is not a rumor. Xin Hai is the middle leadership of the factory. Yang Yun has long known the news. Hearing his wife ask about his work, Xin Hai was a little troubled. Still discussing, but the general direction is set. All of us unskilled ones go to the Dongping Light Industry Federation to retire. Light Industry Association? What's this? You're only in your early 40s. Going to the Light Workers Union would be a bummer. You can't agree to that. As soon as she heard where Xin Hai had gone, Yang Yun became anxious. This Light Industry Federation in Dongping is a chicken ribs, said the government department. In fact, and civil organizations are no difference. Maybe one day the government will be banned. Xin Hai himself is naturally dissatisfied, but the arm can't argue with the thigh. Some helpless, what can we do? Or buy out the age of service. The factory now has no money, can't subsidize much. Dongping Cotton Spinning Mill was red through half the sky. The 80s and 90s so many state-owned factories went bankrupt. Dongping Cotton Spinning Mill have survived. I did not expect that in the end or did not last. Xin Hai is also depressed. More than 40 people re-employment, which is so simple. Seeing Xin Hai depressed, Yang Yun could not help but think of what Li Dong said today. Previously, Yang Yun's heart is still a little reluctant. After all, if they go to the logistics company, they will have to go to the development of Pingchuan, uprooted from their hometown. What is good? But now that Qin Hai had been assigned to the Light Industry Association, Yang Yun was instantly shaken. After thinking for a while, Yang Yun said tentatively, "Old Qin, why don't you just buy out your seniority and go out on your own?" Qin Hai sighed and shook his head. "I would like to, but I don't know anything. What can I do out there? You're at least a college student from the 80s, and you're not too old. Why can't you find a good job?" Yang Yun was dissatisfied with Qin Hai's negativity. Saying that and not waiting for Qin Hai to open his mouth, Yang Yun said, "Should I help you find a job?" "You?" Qin Hai shook his head, and said in a good-natured manner, "What kind of good job can you find? Do you want me to work as a security guard at your supermarket?" "Not a security guard. As a boss. And you're an old boss. You're a little finance yourself." Before Qin Hai could finish his despicable words, Yang Yun interrupted. "It's true. Our Mr. Li wants you to come to Yuanfang to manage the logistics company." Saying that, Yang Yun talked about today's events and briefly introduced the situation of Tsinghua Logistics. In fact, she herself is not very understanding, but supermarkets and logistics companies deal with more. Yang Yun has been responsible for these things during this period of time, more or less understand some of these things. By the time Yang Yun finished speaking, Qin Hai was also a bit confused. "You're really asking me to be your boss?" Yuanfang supermarket. Qin Hai still understand. His wife has not less said around him, but also know that the supermarket boss is a capable person, a young age to create a large family business, but he was not familiar with the faraway boss. How did they remember to let him be the boss of the logistics company for good reason? Qin Hai was a bit unable to accept it for a while, and began to wonder if the distant old boss had some kind of conspiracy. Li Dong really does not have any bad intentions. How to say is also his future father-in-law and mother-in-law. He did not dare to count. In fact, his purpose was very simple, which was to make Yang Yun cut away from the faraway supermarket system. Tsinghua Logistics now seems to be in control of the supermarket's logistics lifeline. In fact, Li Dong has long been want to build their own logistics distribution center. It's not being built yet because he doesn't have the money, and when he does, he's definitely going to build it. Once the distribution center is constructed, Tsinghua Logistics will become a chicken ribs. According to Li Dong's idea, when the time comes, Tsinghua Logistics can be given to Qin Hai to continue to operate, as if he is filial piety to his old man. In this way Tsinghua Logistics will become the Qin family's own industry. Then Yang Yun will not think about going back to a distant place. Not to mention that she will not be dissatisfied because she was transferred by Li Dong. Li Dong can save a lot of trouble. Of course, Li Dong had a little bit of heart in it. If Yang Yun and the others went to Pingchuan, Qin Yuhan would definitely have to go back to Pingchuan in the future on vacation or whatever. Pingchuan was where he would develop in the future, and he would definitely spend more and more time in Pingchuan so that Qin Yuhan could also be closer to him. When Li Dong arrived home, Chao Fong and Li Changyuan had only just returned. The old couple's convenience store has been open for almost half a month. The convenience store place is small. The decoration is much faster than several branches in the faraway place. Seeing Li Dong enter the door, Chao Fong and Li Changyuan were both a bit surprised. Li Dong had not told them that he had returned. Chao Fong hurriedly asked, "Dongzi, why did you come back without saying anything?" Li Dong replied back while changing his shoes, "A few branches are opening tomorrow, so I'm coming back to take a look." "Your branch is opening?" Li Changyuan didn't know about this yet, and said with some curiosity, "Last time you said on the phone that a new store was going to be opened in the provincial city as well. Where did you get so much money?" "Of course it's earned. There's not much money in it." Li Dong was not in a good position to explain that he had intercepted the money from the goods and shopping carts. If mom and dad knew about it they would still be worried to death. Li Dong hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Dad, how is the convenience store business?" Mentioned the convenience store. Li Changyuan also forgot to ask about the money. "Joyful, business is quite good. Your mom and I just sit and collect money. A day can sell 2 or 3,000 it." 2 or 3,000? Li Dong frowned slightly. 80 or 90 square meters of small supermarkets, and there is little competitive pressure. It is reasonable to say that a day's turnover of 4 or 5,000 is not too much. How is the home convenience store so little? Thinking carefully, Li Dong asked, "Dad, are there many people coming to buy things?" "Well, quite a lot. Several neighborhoods nearby people come to buy. It's just that your mom and I are too busy." When Li Changyuan finished speaking, Li Dong understood and helplessly said, "Dad, hire someone if you are too busy. Don't be reluctant to spend money. How much can hiring someone cost?" It's 700 or 800 a month to hire someone now. It's not like your mom and I are too old to be busy, Li Chengyuan retorted. Speechless, Li Dong explained. Dad, it's not hard for you to hire someone to sell an extra 1,000 a day, is it? Li Chengyuan nodded as he did some calculations and felt that there shouldn't be much of a problem. That's not it. You sell things 20% of the profit there. Right, 1,000 a day. The profit is $206,000 a month income. You say it is not cost effective to hire people? It's not that Li Chengyuan doesn't know how to calculate this account. It's just that he didn't react for a while and only thought that hiring someone would cost money. Hearing his son say this, Li Chengyuan slapped his thighs and said in chagrin, why didn't I think of this? This half-month loss. Next to him, Chao Fang gave him a blank look and grunted. I told you earlier, but you still didn't listen to me. Li Chengyuan grunted. Hindsight is 20/20. Just say hire people, also do not say away. Who listened to you? But that's just something to think about in your mind. You still don't dare to say it out loud. Li Dong smiled at the situation and didn't say much, because tomorrow he had to get up early to go to Qingyang. Li Dong accompanied his parents to chat for a while and then went into his room to rest. Chapter 65 Competition, 3 shifts. The third shift is over. Thank you for your support. Brothers, continue to ask for votes and collections. December 8th. At 6:30 in the morning, Li Dong moved to the station to take the train. Sitting in the car, Li Dong couldn't help but think, shouldn't he buy a car? Whether it is from Pingchuan back to Dongping, or usually inspect the branch, without a car is really quite inconvenient. Just like now, their own hall old boss, go to the Qingyang branch, even have to catch the bus, was seen by the people are not laughing at death. The person who came to the station to pick up Li Dong was Xia Hong. Xia Hong himself has a car, Volkswagen, although it is not expensive, but at least it is a car family. Seeing Li Dong get down from the bus, Xia Hong wanted to say something. Li Dong saw the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, obviously holding back a smile, knew what he was thinking, did not have the good sense to say, I am thrifty, understand. Yuan Fang now needs money for its development. I, as the head of the family, don't bring a good head, you guys still don't know how to waste it. Xia Hong hurriedly nodded his head and catered a few words against his will, because he is not familiar with Li Dong, and he is still his top boss. Xia Hong does not dare to joke around. Li Dong is depressed. I would have known that Sun Tao that Audi to drive, at least to support their own face, and now it is really humiliating. Qingyang bus station is not too far away from Farfang Qingyang store, about 10 minutes by car. There were no words on the way, and soon the two of them arrived at the Qingyang branch. The new store in Qingyang is the largest of the 4 branches, with a total area even larger than Dongping, with nearly 3,000 square feet of floor space in the upper and lower floors. Li Dong looked at the time when he got off the car. 7:50. The opening time is set at 8:08. There are still 10 minutes to open. Xia Hong guided Li Dong into the store, because today's opening, the guy also had the ingenuity to let a few good-looking employees wearing red cheongsams at the door as a welcome. Seeing the store manager accompanying Li Dong into the store, several of the welcome guests looked a little curious. Xia Hong cursed at the sight and quickly droned. Mr. Li has come to preside over the opening of the branch today. Why don't you say hello? A few greeters instantly realized that it was the big boss who had arrived, and the store manager had said so during the morning meeting. However, because Li Dong was too young, they had not reacted earlier. Knowing Li Dong's identity at this time, several people hurriedly shouted, Good day, Mr. Li. Li Dong nodded. He barely intervened in the recruitment of employees in several branches. Even the store manager was the first time he met, let alone these employees. A few employees at the entrance of the store were arranging flower baskets, and Li Dong specially scanned the circle, and sure enough, he saw Wang Yunqing's name. Wang Yunqing sent a flower basket. Li Dong was not surprised. Just now in the car, Wang Yunqing also called him. Li Dong was a little surprised that Longhua Group had also sent a flower basket, which was strange. He and Longhua Group is nothing more than the relationship between tenant and landlord. It doesn't matter if Wang Yunqing sends him a flower basket in his private name. Longhua Group sends a flower basket in the name of the company is enough to give face. After all, the far side was still a toddler compared to LW, and wouldn't even be looked at by the big conglomerate that was LW. Xia Hong saw Li Dong staring at the oversized flower basket of Longhua Group and hurriedly said, This was sent over by the Longhua handling office in the morning, and the flower basket was put down and the people left. Li Dong nodded his head without saying anything more, but in his heart, he made a note of it. Entering the store, Xia Hong asked, Mr. Li, do you want to call a meeting with the staff? Li Dong looked at his watch again. It was almost 8 o'clock. So he said, "Don't bother. I'll turn around by myself." As soon as the words left his mouth, a 25 or 26-year-old girl came running up to him, dressed in faraway's employee uniform. Seeing Li Dong, he did not stop either, but said sharply to Xia Hong, "Store manager, trouble." Xia Hong saw his staff lose their temper at this time. Feeling that he lost face in front of his boss, he immediately chided, "What's the hurry? There is something to say slowly. Did not see Mr. Li and so." Saying so, he explained to Li Dong, "This is the store's assistant, Chen Jia, a newcomer who doesn't know the rules." Li Dong lost his smile. The whole store was new. Of course the employees were new, but he didn't laugh at Xia Hong, but asked, "Assistant Chen, tell me, what's the trouble?" Chen Jia learned that the youngster in front of her was Mr. Li, and also felt fear for her own impudence just now, but seeing Li Dong's gentle tone, her heart was slightly relieved. After relaxing, Chen Jia just remembered that Li Dong is asking, hurriedly said, "I just passed by the Wing Fai and Century Lianhua side. The two have started a big promotion today. Shopping full of 195% off, full of 1088% off." As soon as Chen Jia finished speaking, Li Dong and Xia Hong's faces changed. Xia Hong was even more furious. "Shameless, to conduct a promotion at a time of the year is clearly targeting us." Li Dong's face was a little ugly, but gradually slowed down and calmly said, "It's their freedom to engage in promotions or not, but the first day of opening can't be messed up by them. The first day is the time to make a name for yourself, and if the response is mediocre at this point, it will be hard to turn things around afterward. Isn't our opening also discounted? They don't have an advantage in terms of price." Xia Hong said halfway and didn't continue. "There's no difference in price, but there's a big difference in reputation and popularity. Both of those stores have been open for a year or two, and both the customer base and word of mouth have been erected, and Fargo just entered the scene, and the only price advantage was tied by the two promotions, so that Fargo is completely at a disadvantage. Consumers will naturally choose those big brands at the same price, just as when Li Dong easily defeated Langlong and Dongping." Lydon pondered for a moment. What could be done to regain the advantage? Continuing to fight the price war is meaningless. 88% off is already the bottom line, and then reduce the price not to say cannot win. Do not make money business Li Dong also do not want to do, and the price war is too harmful. Not good is a lose-lose. Li Dong is not willing to fight with the two blood. Seeing that the opening time is coming, the outside of the store is not at all as crowded as it was when Dongping opened. Li Dong frowned a little. Did he just admit it? No way. Li Dong's heart stirred as he asked Xia Hong, "Store manager Xie, what is the prize for this supermarket event raffle?" Xia Hong thought that Li Dong was trying to salvage the situation with a raffle, and hurriedly replied, "Computers and cell phones. This is our advantage. Computers are still very popular." Li Dong shook his head and said, "No way. Come to shopping to housewives mostly. These days there are a few with computers." Say it sounds good. In fact, not practical, when the gimmick can be. Reverse the big picture cannot. Gritting his teeth, Li Dongdao said, "You can't admit defeat when you've just opened, or you won't be competitive in the future. Mr. Li, that. Go on. Have someone stand in front of the store and shout through a megaphone that there's an opening bonus and a car in the raffle." Xia Hongdu froze. Delivering a car? Right, it's the car. People want affordability these days. Houses and cars are the most attractive. Li Dong was thinking clearly. Even he, the old boss, wanted to buy a car, let alone those ordinary citizens. These days there is a car grade are different. The country people have money. Favorite is to buy a car to buy a house. The house is too late. Giving the car away is perfectly fine. Li Dong didn't wait for Xia Hong to speak, and added, "Go to the car city and bring a new car over. Just put it at the entrance. Have someone do it right away. Also, the opening is delayed by half an hour until the car arrives." Xia Hong has been bombed by Li Dong's series of orders. It is not yet a few years later. The car is also a luxury. Mr. Li is a blood money However, he can become the store manager of Qingyang branch is naturally not useless. Immediately said, "I will call right away. The car city I know people. Let them directly drive over. The formalities after the replacement on the line. Well then, be quick. Open before 9 o'clock whether the car arrives or not. I'd like to see if they're willing to lay down that kind of money." Li Dong gritted his teeth. Moncler outlet. He himself does not have a car. Xia Hong has gone to the side to make a phone call. After a while, Xia Hong suddenly asked, "Mr. Li, what kind of car?" "Pick up anyone under $100,000 and have it in stock." Chen Jia, who hadn't said anything next to him, was staggered at the words, "A boss is a boss, and the first shot is $100,000, but do not know Li Dong heart has been cursed, 100,000 yuan out. Have to sell how many goods to earn back? At least today Qingyang branch side is considered to be white." Chapter 66 The car is gone. Grand opening rewards, raffle for luxury cars, 95% off the entire store, 10% off for members, far away, your only choice. As the loudspeaker kept replaying, people gradually gathered in front of the Qingyang branch. A brand new unlicensed Great Wall sofa was parked on the left side of the store, with red silk hanging in the wind. Some onlookers couldn't help but ask, "You can really give away a car? Don't be a fake, right?" As soon as the words left his mouth, an employee of Farfar explains, "The car is parked here. How can we cheat you? We are the largest supermarket chain in Xinjiang, with hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. How can we ruin our reputation because of a car?" That's right, Yuanfang Supermarket has 4 branches opening at the same time in Xinjiang today, and in Pingchuan there is even a store of tens of thousands of square meters being renovated soon to be open for business. And it still cares about a car. In addition to cars we have computers, cell phones, all kinds of household appliances to give away. Everything. The employees said the sky is full of flowers. Anyway, bragging and not on the tax. As for the far side is not the assets of hundreds of millions of people who idle egg pain will go to check. As for car computers, they do exist, but no one mentions the frighteningly low winning percentage. Finally some onlookers couldn't resist the temptation to walk into the store, and others followed at the sight. Hilarity is the nature of the country. With the gradual increase in the number of people into the store, outside the people who have not come in cannot help it. Not a moment's work in the store outside the store are crowded with people. Li Dong, who had been staring at the flow of people, let out a slight sigh of relief. It was finally a done deal. It's not about the crowds, it's about the lack of people. It is good that these people do not come in, as long as they enter the store. Li Dong is not afraid that no one will buy things. The price of things in the supermarket is not expensive, and the greed for cheapness is the commonality of many people. Xia Hong also wiped the sweat on his forehead. Slightly nervous, "Mr. Li, this car really Sanda?" Li Dong glared at him and said with a straight face, "Don't get any wrong ideas. A car can be worth how much money? Business is good a day to earn back more than, far away from the fame out than anything else." After saying that, he added, "The guys in charge of the raffle keep a close eye on them. Whoever dares to play tricks, if I find out, don't blame me for not being polite." Xia Hong nodded his head in a hurry. He naturally understood the little ways in here. At 10:30, Li Dong received a call from Sun Tao. Just after connecting the phone Sun Tao laughed. "Mr. Li, you are not fair. Just delivering the car in Xinjiang. Wu store manager they are dissatisfied. There is no way. Xinjiang side of the pressure. Do not play some tricks to hold up the scene. All send I cannot afford to send." Li Dong let out a laugh and asked, "The news have all reached your side? You tell me." Old Xia just called to show off with old Wu and the others, saying that business is so good that it's bursting, and the angry Wu store manager cursed his mother. Sun Tao laughed. Li Dong cried and laughed, shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about them. How is Yang He's business?" "It's okay, we're an exclusive deal. We're not afraid of running out of customers." Sun Tao, apparently in a good mood, cheerfully said, "Yang has side of the opening more than 2 hours. Turnover has exceeded 150,000. To close today 800,000 should not be a big problem." Hearing Sun Tao say this, Li Dong was in a better mood. 800,000. Although not compared to when Dongping opened a million turnover, but Yanha branch area is not as large as Dongping, there is such a result is considered to be unexpected. And Yanha is not the best location among the several new stores. The store is not the largest. Even Yanha has $800,000. The other several should not be less than that. After chatting with Sun Tao for a while, Li Dong was about to hang up the phone when Sun Tao suddenly said, "Mr. Li, how about a competition today? Match? What race?" Li Dong asked. "Of course it's more than performance. For branches open today, don't look at a few store managers' mouth. Are holding their breath want to compete for first." Sun Tao rested his breath and added, "Since they want to compete, then we will satisfy them and see who can take the lead today." Li Dong pondered for a moment, feeling that it was not bad to have competition. At least it could put some pressure on the several store managers. After thinking about it, he said, "The competition can be like this. Which store if today's turnover is the most? At the end of this month, an extra $10,000 bonus will be paid." $10,000 is not much, but it's a couple hundred to each person's head. It's money for nothing. That won't do. Xingyang's store is big with a lot of traffic. It's not fair. Sun Tao laughed. Then Xingyang is up 30% year on year. That's always fine. Li Dong finished to see Sun Tao did not comment, and continued, you talk about this, I would like to think of a good way. We can learn the way of the red flag. Get a best store sign. Which branch profits the most in the month? The best store awarded to which branch? The best store will be awarded to whichever branch makes the most profit that month. Sun Tao is also very favorable to Li Dong's idea, but this matter cannot be said on the phone, but also have to meet in detail. The company is big. The internal competition mechanism is certainly to have. It is best to fall into the documents to form a system to standardize. The two continued to talk for a while longer before hanging up. When Li Dong told Xia Hong about the match, Xia Hong was obviously quite a bit more excited than earlier. It's not about the money, it's about the honor. Because of the car, the Qingyang branch's business was so good that the crowd didn't even see a decrease until noon. Li Dong also has not left. Noon is with Xia Hong in the office to eat a box lunch. Xia Hong was originally prepared to invite Li Dong to eat at a restaurant, but Li Dong refused. Shortly after the two had started eating, Chen Jia, the store assistant, knocked on the door and walked in with a very strange expression on her face. Seeing Li Dong and Xia Hong looking over, Chen Jia hesitated for a moment before stammering, Mr. Li, the store manager. Xia Hong frowned and voiced out, what's the matter? Speak quickly. Can't you see that Mr. Li is eating? Car. What happened to the car? Was it scratched? Xia Hong asked hurriedly. No, it's the car. The car is gone. The more anxious Chen Jia became, the less he could say. No more? How no more? Xia Hong's voice was sharp. If his eyes could kill, Chen Jia would have been clicked by him. No, it's the car that's been smoked. Chen Jia was instantly relieved when she uttered these words. Seeing Li Dong and Xia Hong somewhat frozen, Chen Jia said somewhat helplessly, Mr. Li, you guys go out and take a look. The other party wants to pick up the car now. We can't even do anything about it. Li Dong finally came back to his senses. Although he was not prepared to fake, it does not mean that he really wanted to be driven away on the first day of the car. In order to reduce the probability of winning the lottery, Li Dong has prepared 30,000 raffle tickets, and with a probability of 1 in 30,000, the car is gone only in the morning. Li Dong took a deep breath and said to Xia Hong, I'll go out and take a look. Is there any surveillance in the lottery area? As soon as Li Dong's words left his mouth, Xia Hong understood what he meant, which was afraid of someone faking. Xia Hong is actually a little worried. It's really too fast. It was drawn in one morning. If it's true, this luck is not normal. The surveillance is there. Mr. Li, so I'll go to the surveillance room and watch the replay? Li Dong nodded, drew out a tissue and wiped his mouth, got up and said to Chen Jia, accompany me to take a look and talk to me about the general situation. Chen Jia hurriedly followed behind Li Dong, saying as she walked, the winner is a middle-aged woman, in her early 40s. She hasn't left since she came in the morning, and has bought almost $10,000 worth of stuff before and after, and has drawn almost 100 times in the lottery alone. Li Dong listened as he walked. By the feeling, it did not look like a fake. After all, it cost $10,000 just to buy something, and usually internal and external collusion can't afford to lay down that kind of blood money, but the specifics will have to look at it again. Really, Li Dong is not willing. A morning car is gone. The car money has not earned back it. Thinking of this, Li Dong resentment reborn. Too pitiful. Chapter 67, Publicity. Requesting recommendations and favorites. Don't you supermarkets keep their word? I won the lottery. Why can't I take the car? That's right. Are you guys cheating? Why don't you give it to her when people win? You listen to me. The raffle area was in an uproar, and just as Li Dong arrived, he heard complaints and questions from customers. Pushing through the crowd, Li Dong shouted, everyone be quiet for a moment. I am the general manager of the supermarket. All of you listen to me for a moment. The crowd was in an uproar for a while, and it took a while for it to quiet down. Li Dong then had time to measure the winning customer. The first look, Li Dong knew that people are really luck against the sky, rather than internal and external collusion. What makes you so sure that just because the clothes they are wearing and the bag they are carrying in their hands can buy that car in front of the store? Li Dong was depressed in his heart. Big sister, you are so rich and still draw a fart prize, and it's still a morning stay. It's so boring. Trolls are trolls, and things still need to be taken care of. Li Dong first said to the employee in charge of the raffle, are the raffle tickets there? Show them to me. The employee hurriedly said, the raffle ticket is still in the lady's hand. Li Dong looked at the middle-aged woman again. and the other party reluctantly handed the raffle ticket to Li Dong. She is not afraid of Li Dong to play tricks. So many people are watching. Unless the other party is not ready to continue to open almost. Li Dong didn't say anything, and flipped the raffle ticket over and over, and it was indeed real. To prevent anyone from cheating, he'd secretly made secret codes with his own signature on them. After determining the authenticity of the raffle ticket, Li Dong said, "Don't worry, everyone, the prizes will be honored, and Farside won't ruin its reputation because of a car. Then why can't I drive away?" The woman who won the prize said unhappily. Li Dong did not answer, but asked, "Big sister, what is your name?" "My surname is Huang." Huang Yunying hummed. Li Dong nodded his head affirmatively and said, "Hello Ms. Huang. Since the car was drawn, it definitely belongs to you." Huang Yunying's face looked a lot better. Since the other general manager had said so, he shouldn't renege on the bill. "I heard Li Dong add, but the car can't be driven away now." "Why?" "That's right, why can't we drive away?" Li Dong pressed his hand and said loudly, "Quiet everyone. It's not that we can't drive it away, but Far East Supermarket needs this lady to cooperate with us to publicize it. Yuanfang Supermarket spends such a large amount of money to do the activity. Naturally, we hope that the activity can be known by more people. When the publicity is over, Ms. Huang can pick up the car at any time. This is a reasonable statement. People's businesses take the car as a prize is not to publicize. Won the prize with the publicity is also should be." The crowd of onlookers are silent. If they won the car, not to mention cooperating with the propaganda, even at the door to help Yuanfang shout slogans every day, they are happy. Huang Yunying thought about it and also said, "It's fine to cooperate with you, but how long will it take?" "Soon." Li Dong turned around and whispered a few words in Chen Jia's ear, and when Chen Jia left in a hurry, Li Dong said to Huang Yunying, "Ms. Huang, let's go to the office and sit down, and you can definitely take the car back before the evening." Hearing the exact time, Huang Yunying was relieved. Night is night. It's not like it's a couple hours anyway. It doesn't matter if you make a car in a couple hours, etc. By the time Huang Yunying and Li Dong left, the raffle area had also exploded. "It's still a real prize? I thought it was fake." "Who says it isn't? It's a car. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That car is a Great Wall Safari. It's only $80,000 or $90,000. $80,000 or $90,000 is not money." The crowd was in an uproar for a while before someone else said, "Since the cars are gone, what's the point of our raffle?" Immediately, a Farside employee replied back, "Besides cars, we also have computers and cell phones. As you can see, Farside's winning rate is very high. Even if we don't have the cars, the computers will still cost $10,000 or $20,000. That's true. It would be nice to draw a cell phone. I was just about to get a new one." So a new round of big purchases began, spurred on by someone winning a car. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in front of the Fargo supermarket. "Hello everyone, this is Qingyang News Online. I'm reporter Zhang Liang. Today the reporter got the news that someone won a car in the lottery. Is this news true or false? Everyone follow me to find out." Seeing that Huang Yunying and the reporter were cooperating well, Li Dong was relieved. Turning to Chen Jia, he asked, "How much do you want? Time is too urgent." 3,000 will do for the evening news side, and 8,000 for news online. Chen Jia spat out her tongue, feeling a little embarrassed. Li Dong cursed, "Heart black enough. This is not a TV station advertising, just a minute or two of local news. The price is really not cheap. However, things have come to this point. It's useless to say this again. Li Dong only hopes that tomorrow will be a good result. Today's car and publicity costs are more than 100,000 yuan. Qingyang branch if it cannot get up again." Li Dong's heart of death. At 3:30 p.m. The interview was over. When Li Dong sent the two reporters away, one of them sent a big red envelope, and both of them accepted it unspokenly. Before leaving the evening news's Wang editor also smiled and said, "Mr. Li, don't worry. Such a star enterprise like Yuanfang can surely take up a lot of space, and Li Dong will just wait for the customers to come like clouds." Li Dong smiled and thanked him, secretly saying in his heart that it had better be so, or else he would have to skin you two guys. Back in the office, Huang Yunying was also a bit tired and was yawning. When she saw Li Dong, she asked, "Manager Li, can I drive the car away?" Li Dong smiled and hurriedly said, "Of course." See Huang Yunying face joy. Li Dong and pretended to ponder, "Sister Huang, the car's formalities have not been completed, so let's do it. I'll help you to transfer the license plate." 3 days later I personally sent someone to your home, you see how? Li Dong also wants to borrow the car again to publicize it, which is willing to let Huang Yunying drive away so quickly. Huang Yunying was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Li Dong pacified, does Sister Huang still not trust me? This is on the news. The far side cannot renege on the debt. I am for your consideration. When you do your own formalities on the good license, time is not shorter than my side. Now you do not have to step forward. Why not? Huang Yunying thought about it and it made sense, dawdling for a while before nodding in agreement. After fixing Huang Yunying, Li Dong was slightly relieved. It was a pain in the ass to waste an afternoon of his time because of this. 9:30 at night. When Xia Hong entered the office, Li Dong was yawning on his desk. Seeing Xia Hong, Li Dong asked, how is it? How much is the turnover? Xia Hong grinned at the corner of his mouth, excitedly said, 1,400,000. Wait for 10:30 to close. 1,500,000. Have hope. Li Dong's face is finally a good look. Some 1.5 million. Throw away all kinds of expenses. Pure profit is about 178,000 or so. Deducting the cost of the car and the publicity, Xingyang still made a profit today. It's okay, I thought I'd be lucky to keep my money before. It looks like the car was well publicized. Li Dong nodded and added, when the news and newspapers come out tonight, the fame of the Xingyang branch will be out, and it shouldn't be difficult to get a firm foothold in Xingyang. Next, Li Dong instructed Xia Hong a few more times and then said, I will return to Dongping early tomorrow morning, so the rest is up to you. Don't worry, Mr. Li. Xia Hong nodded heavily. Li Dong has done a good job of laying the groundwork in the early stages, and if he can't do it well, won't it show that he is incapable of doing it? Chapter 68, Back to School. Just after 11 o'clock that night, the turnover inventory of each branch was finished. The Xingyang branch topped the list with 146,880,000 at Nanping branch, 840,000 at Huchuan branch, and 810,000 at Yanghua branch. Although the total sales of the three county-level outlets were not as high as Xingyang's, the profits alone were better than Xingyang's outlets. Li Dong briefly calculated that, excluding overhead and taxes, the four branches brought him a profit of more than $400,000 on the first day of opening alone. Together with the Dongping branch, the 5 stores in Xingyang make a profit of about $500,000 a day. $500,000. One day, Li Dong's heart is blossoming. $500,000 a day. It will be more than $100 million a year. Of course, the account is naturally not so calculated. Sales in off-season, peak season, coupled with the special circumstances of today's opening, and later want to have such a performance may not be great, but even if compressed and compressed again, the 5 stores brought Li Dong more than $50 million a year. Although in domestic and foreign stores often hundreds of stores, annual revenue of more than tens of billions of dollars of large supermarkets cannot be compared. But in this area of Xingyang, Yuanfang has been considered a giant in the retail industry. Li Dong took a deep breath. He was excited but not oblivious. The road of the Far East is still long, and now it is only just starting out. When the Far East dominates the northern part of the river someday, it will be qualified to compete with the giants at home and abroad at that time. His goal is to have a Fargo supermarket in every county-level city in the northern part of the river by the time he graduates from college. Li Dong believed that this day would not be too far away. On the morning of the 9th, Li Dong rushed back to Dongping. This time, he did not take the bus, but Xia Hong personally sent him back. Li Dong has begun to think about buying a car for himself. Always trouble others is not good, let alone subordinates. 2 down. When he arrived at the Dongping branch, Yang Yun was waiting for him. When he saw Li Dong, he said straight away, Mr. Li, I want to talk to you. Li Dong nodded and greeted Yang Yun as she entered the office. The two had just sat down when Yang Yun said, I talked to my lover about what happened last time, and he said he wanted to meet you and have an interview with you. Li Dong was not surprised when he heard that Qin Hai would be damned if he agreed to do so without even seeing himself. However, Li Dong did not want to expose himself for the time being, so naturally he could not meet with Qin Hai. Seeing this, he said, there are still things to be dealt with on Pingshuan's side, so I have to leave in the afternoon. Let's do it this way. I'll let Sun go to interview Uncle Qin instead of me, and Mr. Sun can fully represent Yuanfang Company. Sun Tao is the general manager of the company, plus Li Dong trusts him. Like this logistics company management appointment, Sun Tao himself can make the decision. Yang Yun heard also did not think too much, plus she and Sun Tao to get along with a little longer. The relationship is also a little closer. by Sun Tao instead of more convenient. That's fine. I'll take the time to talk to Mr. Sun and ask him to find some time to meet with old Qin. After saying Qin Hai's matter, Yang Yun said with some hesitation, Mr. Li, if our old Qin really goes to Pingchuan, then my side? You can go to Tsinghua Logistics or stay in Dongping. Of course, my suggestion is that Auntie Yang would be better off going to Tsinghua Logistics. After all, there is a lot of wastage over there right now, and having you helping out Uncle Qin can make it a little easier, and there's no need to separate the two places. It's just right. Seeing that Yang Yun was still a bit hesitant after Li Dong finished speaking, he once again raised the stakes and said, if Auntie Yang goes over there as well, the company can use its discretion to help you guys out with the house. Really? Yang Yun is now completely moved. If the house matter can be solved, she is definitely willing to go to Pingchuan. After all, Pingchuan is the capital of the province, which is comparable to the nook and cranny of Dongping. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about staying in Pyeongchang when she was younger, but that was when the school assigned her back to her hometown, and there was nothing she could do about it. Now that her daughter is in college, she may stay in the capital to develop in the future, and it doesn't matter where she and Qinhai go. If she can settle in Pingchuan, she will fulfill her youthful dream. Seeing Li Dong nodding affirmatively, the scales in Yang Yun's heart began to shift. Li Dong smiled at the situation. It seemed that things were settled in all likelihood. After fixing the mother-in-law, the old husband's side is not a matter. Who is in charge of the Qin family he can still not know. Yang Yun finished these and was ready to go. Walked to the door or couldn't help but turn back and said, Mr. Li, do you know our old Qin? If you don't know each other, how can you hire a person to be a branch president without even meeting them? Li Dong knew that if he did not say that he did not know, Qin Hai and Yang Yun would definitely not feel at ease. So he nodded his head and said, I happen to have met a few times, and I know that Uncle Qin is a capable person. Or else I am not stupid enough to hand over a few $1 million of the company to a stranger at random. Yang Yun was relieved. This is only reasonable. Put down the last piece of burden in the heart. Yang Yun is completely determined. Li Dong didn't let anyone send him off when he left and got on the bus to Pingchuan alone. When he returned to the dormitory, the only person in the dormitory was Su Chen, who was wasting his time playing games. Li Dong had been busy some time ago and didn't care. But only today when he was free did he notice that this guy Su Chen seemed to have skipped classes for a long time. After all, it is a dormitory roommate, and Li Dong does not want him to really be so disheveled. Seeing this, he couldn't help but advise, Chen Zi, playing games every day. Not to mention the waste of academics, the body is almost wasted. Su Chen threw down the mouse and said, I know, but what can I do if I don't play the game? When I see her in class, I don't have the heart to listen to the class. So it's meaningless to go. Li Dong was speechless, only knowing each other for a few days. Was he really that affectionate? What's more, they never wanted to be in a relationship with you from the beginning to the end, so there's no point in dwelling on it. However, this is not good for him to say out loud, and politely said, can't find another one. There are so many beautiful girls in the school, why hang on to a tree? Su Chen smiled to himself and said helplessly, who can see me? I'm not handsome and I don't have any money. Nowadays women are so realistic. Chen Feng is not just rich, otherwise Huang Shanshan could have fallen for him? Seeing that Su Chen had brought up Huang Shanshan again, Li Dong was too lazy to say anything else. Moreover, he felt that Su Chen's thoughts were a bit radical now, and it was useless to persuade him further. A few other people from the dorm came back around 5 o'clock. Meng Qiping pushed the door and saw that Li Dong was there, and immediately said excitedly, Brother Dong, you're finally back. If you don't come back I'm going to look for you. Li Dong knew that he was bull ting, and sniffed without any good humor. You're willing to give up on me? Don't want Cheng Nan anymore? Meng Qiping laughed dryly and snapped. Just saying that. You still took it seriously. Li Dong rolled his eyes, knowing that this guy was a master of seeing color. As he was chatting with Meng Qiping, Li Tai said, Dongzi, you're back just in time. This Saturday the class is organizing an autumn excursion to Nanpu Mountain. Are you going? Fall tour? Li Dong suspected that he had heard wrongly. This is December. There will be 10 more days to the winter solstice. Fall tour Agosta, Li Tai explained. Originally the class was prepared to go last month, but at that time the class had a lot of things to do and had to prepare for the games, so there had been no time to make up for it now. Li Dong thought about it and said, forget it, I'd rather not go. Nanpu Mountain he has been there quite a few times in his previous life. Nothing interesting, in addition to climbing the mountain. Almost nothing fun. Li Dong lazy to run a trip. Meng Qiping advised, Dong, why don't you go? We're using our class fees this time, so it's a loss if we don't go. Li Dong did not pay attention to him. A few $dozen of shift fee is just. He has that time would be better to go to Longhua Plaza as a supervisor.